The culmination of the spring season, and it's all been leading up to this. Finally, we return to the beautiful city of Lisbon, Portugal for the Blast Premier Spring Finals. 1,276 days since we last graced these halls, and now time for the pages of an entirely new epic to be written. Joining myself, Freya, for the first portion of the day here in Lisbon, I've got Maniac down here on the show floor. A bit of a different environment, but I am very excited to kick this one off.
Yeah, we're not on a desk, but we have the players right behind us. You said more than 1,000 days. Last time we were in Lisbon, feels like an eternity. I had the pleasure to be there in 2018, but Flusha had a Cloud9 jersey. Astralis were doing good. I mean, what kind of timeline was that?
Yeah, Astralis won that tournament.
Oh my God, they're not even here.
Absolutely insane how much has changed coming into things. But the fact that we're back in another arena as well here at Blast, cannot wait to be kicking things off. We move into the stage as well in the Altus Arena.
And that's going to be great. And we know the audience is really fired up. Last time around, we've had these images of people jumping around with our stage hosts as well. I'm sure it's going to be the same.
Yeah, I mean, it's my first time here in Lisbon, so I'm very excited to see how things are going to be shaping up. But of course, we have had a few changes coming into this tournament as well. First of all, NAVI, the real big storyline coming into this. Unfortunately, Boomage now out of the team. Some Young now coming in. What are you making of this kind of change up, Maniac?
Well, obviously, it's unfortunate, the conditions under which Boomage had to go. But for Some Young, I think this is the story that I want to focus on, right? That's a lifetime opportunity for him. They've been making it very clear. If he's having a good event, if he fits into the mold, if he fits into the role and he performs, this could be a way in for Some Young and his career.
Yeah, I mean, it's been incredibly exciting to see, you know, the prospect of him coming over. Of course, many of us will know him from his long tenure on Spirit as well. So really excited to see what he's going to be bringing to the team. ENCE as well, now returning to the roster that we saw making waves at the major. Of course, Spinks back in. No disrespect to Snacks, though. Dallas,
he can't.
Yeah, he looked absolutely on fire. But yeah, very excited to see Spinks returning.
Look, what they did in Dallas was nothing short of exceptional on the side of ENCE. But I think right now, they're slowly changing their status, right? They're not coming here as a surprising team. No, they have demands, they have expectations, and we talk about it. This could be the first trophy lifted by ENCE. It's an actual possibility here in Lisbon.
Now, OG, they've made a lot of roster changes since we last saw them at the spring groups. Of course, 2 new faces coming in, but Dexter as well. This is what I'm actually really excited for. Unfortunately for Mantu, he did get diagnosed with COVID, so was unable to travel. So Dexter coming in as a replacement, I'm really excited to see what he's going to be delivering.
Oh yeah, very exciting to see. Always a pleasure to see Dexter getting on the server. We have still a lot of questions when it comes to Fiku and Neofrag, the 2 newest additions. They've had their first event in Dubai. It went so and so, but we're going to give them time, and we're here to gather data on these players.
Well, Big is a bit of a surprise coming into this one. We were saying that Keto was going to be replacing Crimbrix. Unfortunately, he had COVID as well, but I do believe that he is going to be arriving very shortly for the team, so we should see him playing in their first game of the tournament.
Auf geht's. Eigentlich, the headline is that they're going to play with their full roster. That's what we have here. We have Crimbrix coming over for Big in Dallas semi-final, which was a great event, a great run for them. Few voices out there maybe talking about their path to that semi-final. Golden opportunity here for them to prove that they were worth that standing.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see exactly what is going to be delivering here, but let's see exactly how the teams got here to the Altus Arena.
We qualified through the group stage. It was actually a bumpy road because we started out very strong when we got Nexa in the team.
Nexa, if he wants to win this, he pretty much has to stick the bomb.
And we hit kind of the honeymoon period, as you call it.
That's a bit of a risk. It might work out. Flames low. What? Still able to pick it up. It's a quad. How does he do it? And it's 19 to 17. And OG, they make the full comeback into overtime. And Pack nip right up. What a victory.
We are still a new team, and the first event and first group stage we played, it was Blast group stage. We managed to win. We had 2-0 pretty easy, and third game against NIP, it was really tough. We did a crazy comeback, and we won this Mirage, and I was really happy after that.
He's gone unchecked. 2 players line up, easy pickups from Hunter. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is G2 taking the top spot.
12 seconds and an absolutely amazing performance for G2 throughout these 2 maps. They end up winning it, and they get to go to the finals.
Quite a good ride, I would say. We've been quite successful as well, so managing to qualify for this tournament is a huge achievement for us.
And Tabson now moving from the CT spawn into a fighting stance. Needs to be Blame F on a Deagle, or for the 3rd consecutive year, Astralis will start their year at the Spring Showdown.
Oh my God, they did
Big do it again. They never fail to qualify. Big is best at Blast.
It was quite easy because it was our first tournament as a team, but
we managed to qualify from that.
And Alexi's dropped. Nico up next to try and take a swing at Vitality, but it's Apex. He'll find one more headshot. And now it's a 2-on-3, and they're not there in time. The flick is not in, and Jax goes down, and no overtime. It's 16-12 instead. Vitality, they defeat G2. Took all 3 maps, but they got a job done.
We're really looking forward to redeem ourselves as a team and play a lot more better CS.
We had to go through a qualifier, and then we went into another qualifier, and then we went into the Blast Spring Showdown.
And Farley in the corner, he knows where he is, and he has to do this before Diha shows up. Oh, he's so dead. There it is. ENCE, they make the final and knock out Astralis.
That's incredibly impressive from ENCE. What a run they've had through the Spring Showdown.
It was a tough road for us. I think we played like 9 or 10 matches to get here, so I think just getting here is an achievement in itself, and I don't think a lot of teams would have made it.
The teams fought tooth and nail to get to this very stage, and the fighting must continue. 5 days of competition here in Lisbon. Of course, for the first 2 days, it will all be going down in these 2 groups. 8 teams in total, 4 split over the course of 2 groups. Of course, an eclectic mix of names in here. We've got the likes of NAVI, major champions FaZe over in Group 1. paiN Gaming coming through is a little bit of a surprise. It's in that one, but of course, as we move into the final 3 days of the competition, one of which will be going down on this very stage, we can take a look at the schedule that we have on the cards. Day 1, of course, we have all of our matches cemented. Moving into day 2, that is the opportunity for some of the teams to catapult themselves straight to that semi-final, which will be going down on Saturday when we move into the arena. Of course, 2 semi-finals going down on day 4. That will be Saturday in the Altis Arena here in Lisbon. Then moving into day 5, of course, the coveted grand final. All teams fighting tooth and nail to be lifting the coveted Blast trophy.
The Brazilians' magical run in the showdown booked their ticket to the spring final. paiN are here in Lisbon looking to upset once more.
This opera goes up close.
Major champions FaZe will be paiN's toughest test yet. The international superstars come to Lisbon to lift some silverware again, but they'll have to be on guard with some feisty Brazilians.
Twists coming at it yet again. It's Shocks to answer. Brokey's on the feed. It needs to be him, and it is.
It's David versus Goliath as the underdogs take on the champions. Maniac, you put it perfectly coming into this very matchup. A baptism by fire for the hands of paiN, rather, coming up against FaZe, of course.
I know.
World #1s, major champions. This is no easy route for paiN coming into this one.
No, it doesn't get any tougher than that if you're paiN. Honestly, you go up against FaZe, who have dominated the beginning of 2022. That's not even a question. But I think for paiN, our hopes, our dreams, our hype is kind of based on that run they had at the showdown. They showed that they could actually fight with the big dogs, the likes of Fury and Liquid. So that gives me hope, but I don't want to sugarcoat it. They're here to ruin everyone's party. That's their job in here. We don't expect them to go to the arena. We don't expect them to get W's. They're just here to be annoying.
Well, in case you aren't familiar with the story of paiN, we have got a few quick words to see exactly how they made it to this very stage.
When we lost the major spot, we had a conversation as a team, like everyone, looking together in the eyes, and we made a lot of changes there. And when we start the qualifier, we played against Liquid.
With all due respect to paiN Gaming, I expect Liquid to make a statement right here. I expect them to play well, and I expect them to win the game.
Yeah, I mean, the last series that they played against paiN, which was roughly about 2 weeks ago, was just a best-of-1, and they beat them 16-1 on Mirage.
Ooh. Holy hell, takes the fight right to him. He's gonna hear that movement. He goes for the fight and he wins it. OC down, man advantage here for paiN. Oh, another!
He's not done.
Nitro, they await you. And this is it. Team Liquid eliminated from the showdown, an all-Brazilian semi-final.
And that was the key point for us. We got a lot of confidence to play the rest of the tournament, and came to MIBR, and we are losing for them like the 7 games in a row. So when we beat them, the confidence was a little bit high.
Cello Oh, he's down, dude. This could be it. paiN, clean as can be. And who other than Nekis, who had such a rough start on Dust 2. It is a doomsday type situation. They jump in desperation, and Nekis 4 kills in the final round of Dust 2. paiN will eliminate MIBR.
And when we got the Fury, I was like, oh, we were like super confident, and that's it.
Yuri under pressure here from the flashes. Hearts out, finds his head. They are 3 kills away. Make it 2. And if you look at the run that paiN have gone on to qualify for Lisbon, it's ridiculous. They fell short at the RMR. They are not going to Antwerp. And their response, Jason, take down Liquid. 7 maps, 7 matches in a row for MIBR means nothing. On the cusp of eliminating another 3-0 team, Big Uzera burns them to the end. paiN with tickets to Lisbon.
When we beat them, we were like just want to get some beer and like have fun because it's super nice.
This is paiN with sweet revenge.
Absolute fairy tale run from the likes of paiN at the showdown. One of the biggest upsets that we've seen in the tournament history, because as they were saying, Liquid taken down, MIBR taken down. Then they came into the grand final versus Furo. We thought no way in hell were paiN going to take these guys down, and they did it looking confident.
Definitely an overperformance on the side of paiN, but for these teams that are fighting, grinding, trying to break through that top 20, which they have been kind of stockpiled there, you need one of these performances here and there just to see, just to feel that you can do better. This man, the stats that we are showing to you right here, Big Uzera over 2022 is not the best performer in paiN, but somehow during Showdown, he was the best performer on the entire event. He was the one that kind of catapulted them towards that victory, and I guess my hype, my dreams are that we get to see the same Big Uzera today.
Yeah, and it's the fact that they came in with so much confidence with that, as well as Connor was saying in that video, the fact that they didn't qualify for the major. We really weren't expecting much from them. So coming into here, the fact that they get to play against some European competition, that's a win in itself for paiN. But I'm really excited to see if they can deliver anything against FaZe, one of the toughest opponents they'll have faced this year, no doubt.
Of course, and we are on land, we are in this concourse on side of FaZe. The experience completely outweighs them. But again, we see here the path that they had through the showdown, beating Liquid, beating Freya more importantly. Can you transfer any of that today? Any of it? Because we've seen many teams coming over to Europe, MIBR for the likes, struggling in their first time, not being really acclimated to the level, but these men that they have to face, this FaZe clan lineup that, as I said, has been hegemonious on 2022. There's only one loss, there's only one blimp at the radar, and that's Dallas, and that's it.
Yeah, there is literally, this is no small feat coming up against FaZe for the side of paiN. You were there at Dallas as well, obviously saw them lifting the trophy at the major, finally Carrigan getting his hands on a major trophy. How much stock are you kind of giving to the results in Dallas? What did you think it's a case of, you know, them just kind of lacking energy coming into that tournament?
Look, I think we have to be honest, right? FaZe is a team that had deep run, the deepest runs, in fact, in all the tournaments they've attended in 2022. So yes, there could have been some exhaustion that were thrown in the mix. I'm not going to put that away for contention, but the thing is, it's the reaction that I'm looking to for FaZe. It's the reaction after that loss. Were you only momentum-based winning, or do you actually find it in yourself to just gather your strength, regroup, and come in here in Lisbon with a different attitude, with a different energy? I think that, to me, is the one question.
Well, I did have a chance to catch up with Carrigan earlier this morning, so let's see what he had to say coming into the tournament.
Carrigan, thank you so much for joining me this morning. Now, it's no secret that you guys have been on quite the streak of events, obviously winning the Antwerp Major and then heading into Dallas as well. So how has the energy management been as the team? Are you feeling kind of anything from that?
Yeah, obviously after the major, I could feel I would never be at 100% at the next tournament in Dallas. So we knew coming into Dallas that try to make playoff and see what happens. And yeah, some of our teams we played, they played at 100%, and we couldn't reach that level. And I think we were fine with that. And we just took a discussion about don't overthink the situation. Let's get home and get some practice, because we haven't had practice for a month because of the major and stuff like that. So we have a little more practice coming into this tournament, and it feels like we're a little more refreshed this time.
So how's it been kind of returning to that practices? What have you been kind of focusing on key as a team going into those?
Yeah, that's the problem. When you won a lot of tournaments, you can only prevent mistakes from happening. You cannot fix them as you don't know where the mistakes are yet. And I think we did play really good at the major, and we won the final 2-0, and we played really good CS. And I think we just have to make sure that we are staying on point individually right now. And if we lose a map here and there at this tournament, we have to figure out why that's happening. So yeah, obviously try to improve our map pool. That was the goal for Blast, and I think it went pretty good in practice.
Just echoing what Carrigan was saying there as well, of course, the form that we saw at the Antwerp Major, absolutely phenomenal from FaZe. Not only Carrigan stepping up, but paiN as well, managing to claim his first MVP trophy of the major, managing to claim his first ever major trophy. Huge performance from him.
Yeah, maybe they don't have the best player in the world, but they have the deepest roster. In fact, by the numbers, they have 4 of the best 20 players on LAN so far on the side of FaZe. We have the video coming over here, Freya, and this is where things go a little bit downside for paiN. Usually they love to go for that vertigo pick. They did that at the showdown on 3 occasions. They cannot here because FaZe removed it, so we have the ancient pick for FaZe. Inferno is right there for the taking. It's a map that they love, and they have played it a million times, and I don't know why they would defer from it. Exactly that. And from this point on, it really puts a lot of pressure on that ancient, because no matter what map would end up on the 3rd position, I'd give FaZe the advantage any day of the week. Could be a nuke, for example. It's a map that they pick as well. So for paiN, there's really nowhere this can go in a good place.
And this gets even more painful for them, pardon the pun, because when you're looking at the results, obviously they have a really great win string on ancient, but it's against teams of a way lower caliber. They just haven't been able to get the practice against the likes of the teams of the caliber of FaZe. So yeah, a lot of questions for paiN coming into this one.
And usually the issue for a team like paiN is to be able to survive through that T side. That's going to be the issue. You pick Ancient against FaZe, sure. FaZe is not exactly picking Ancient, but their CT side is so strong that they have gotten to that point where they will gladly allow it to go through in a veto. And you want to mess with them? You want to mess with paiN in Cave?
Yeah.
You're really sure you want to go against the Viking in there? Because that's your choice, man.
I was going to say, one of the players in terms of the CT side of Ancient that we look at and go, yeah, he's not taking any prisoners when it comes into that. So you're particularly looking at the T side of paiN coming into this this first map.
It has to be a win condition. They have to survive. They have to live through that first half, I guess, 4 to 5 rounds. Just give them enough breathing room so that they can go to the CT side, they can find their pace, find their footing, and now we are talking about a game. But it's going to be their task, their challenge to make it a game, because FaZe, by all account, are vastly favored in here.
And that's the thing you were talking about, the fact that there's only really been one blip for the likes of FaZe, and that is coming off the back of a major when they've had to expend so much energy in terms of that. So yeah, I'm looking at FaZe coming into this clearly, obviously, as the favorites, but I think they're potentially going to be doing it in 2.
I mean, they could. They're still our favorite, and you have to talk about the experience of that squad as well. It's something Carrigan mentioned to you, Freya, during the interview. We try not to overthink what happened in Dallas. We know we didn't play our best Counter-Strike. We know we were probably 10% off. It could be exhaustion. It could be a little bit lack of focus. That's fine. Being a team and staying at the top means also managing your energy long-term, managing these emotions, managing the losses. And I think on the side of FaZe, would it be coaching staff or just the players, they have that veterancy to know how to handle these moments and bounce back in Lisbon.
And I think that's something that really impressed us looking at the major as well, because a couple of these names obviously had never really graced those huge major stages, and the fact that they could kind of power up into things. Of course, we were looking at paiN as the real big MVP of that tournament, but the fact that we had the likes of Ricky, we had Rops, you know, showing signs of potential nerves in the earlier stages, but actually just bidding those farewell and looking so solid as we move deeper into the tournament.
And you will be bailed out by a teammate if you show signs of nerves. And I think that's the one signature of FaZe Clan, is that if one player is going a little bit AWOL, absent, you know someone else is going to step. You know it's going to do it. paiN was the freaking MVP of the major. Who would have thought that out of all of these talented players, he would be the one lifting that trophy, and he doesn't even need to have that kind of performance for FaZe to win.
In terms of some of the other individuals that you might be looking at coming into this tournament as a whole for FaZe, who else are you going to be keeping your eye on?
Look, I have a triumvirate of doom that I can choose from. You know, the Robs, Twist, Roki. It's almost a question of, okay, who's going to pop off? Because Twist had his way to the MVP line in Dallas. Of course, we know, and as history has shown, it wasn't meant to be, but he was on track. He was actually having an MVP-like performance. They could have been the first team to have 4 different MVPs in 4 different victories, which is kind of a ridiculous feature to think about in Counter-Strike. So, you know what? For sake purposes, for narrative purposes, I'm going to keep my eye on Twist and hoping that he can make that 4th MVP.
I love that we get to see all of the players setting up behind us as well. It's so cool to kind of be in the moment, be in the energy, be in the atmosphere of all these teams. But of course, we do need to take a look at our predictions coming coming into things. Of course, us as talent, we do select who we are thinking will be taking this one. I'm incredibly blind, so I can't actually see who picks paiN. Who was that? Is that
this would be our stage was Acherum, I believe.
Oh, Acherum,
That
okay.
went for paiN, right? I can also see, Freya, that the vitality support is kind of disappearing a little bit.
You and me both. Connor's
you also
still
you jumped
sticking
ship
at
as well?
that. Yeah, I did. I went for G2. I don't know. I think that one's kind of a coin flip because we're looking at both G2 and Vitality and saying, you know, both of them are in dire straits coming into this. Both of them need this W.
You have any comment on the Londers OG pick, or should we just
He
leave
has
him?
to do it though, doesn't he?
He has to now? Is that how deep he is in that story?
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of living in that universe. We're going to see exactly how that does play out. But before we do that, we are jumping to a break. It's going to be David versus Goliath as paiN are going to be taking on FaZe in their debut here in Lisbon. Join us after the break to get all the action with Anders and Moses.
Welcome everyone. We're ready with the first opening game here of Blast Lisbon. It's going to be exciting. We've got FaZe versus paiN. Look at the shot here. This is where we all are ready to play. Jason, you feeling up for it?
Yeah, I'm loving this. I'm ready to be. I'm happy to be back in Lisbon finally after so long away. I think we've all wanted to get back here, so this is it. That part's great. Obviously, we love to see the rebound from FaZe. Would love to see if paiN Gaming can continue to do some damage despite, I mean, the fact that they're going to be overwhelming underdogs.
Yeah, so I mean, it could either be kind of the story that we're all expecting, or it could be a huge upset. I mean, odds kind of say what kind of upset we'd be talking about, 9-1. That's wild, but I don't think it's necessarily that crazy. FaZe are obviously a powerful team right now.
I think Maniac kind of nailed it just about perfectly. Like, we're not expecting paiN to go deep. We're not expecting to see them in the playoffs. It would be, it would be an awesome story if they could get there, but it's just so unlikely. But playing spoiler is a role that they've already absolutely done in the showdown, knocking out Liquid, knocked out Fury to even get here. They took a lot of scalps to even get to this position, which is absolutely fantastic. But this is certainly got to be where the fairy tale ends for paiN.
You would imagine so, but I think you're right. I mean, that is a bit of a luxury position to be in. There's not a lot of pressure. Most people don't expect you to win. If you can take even a map here, it would be huge. So yeah, they're in a pretty cool position. FaZe, we've seen it before, maybe not so much from the likes of FaZe, but it's happened in the past where a team that's heavy favorites, it's an early game, you know, they're playing against a huge underdog, and they just maybe they're a little bit tired, not quite ready to wake up. That can happen.
I don't think so. I don't think we'll get that this event, though. I mean, yeah, this is in theory, I guess, technically a little bit of an earlier game than what they're used to, but I think they got the wake-up call in Dallas. You know, I think not going deep at that tournament and getting knocked out early there after winning the major, I think that's the wake-up call. And I think of all the leaders who's going to be able to kind of sit here, and I think when you look at the interviews Kerrigan's been giving recently, I think he's in a great position to have this team mentally prepared to come into this and just get going right out of the gate.
Yeah, I expect something similar, and I mean, you can tell that the majority of the people watching in a similar boat.
I told you on the walk over that I thought this was going to be a nice, quick 2-0 to start the day, that we'd have a nice, easy warm-up into things this morning. I believe I even gave you the scores. I said 16-5 and 16-7 and a 2-0 for FaZe.
You did. Did the maps change your mind? Ancient is always kind of an unpredictable map, isn't it?
Yeah, to a certain degree, but I think, you know, look, my prediction, I still feel very solid in it, just because this is paiN's pick, right? So FaZe is going to be starting on the CT side of Ancient, which is super, super strong right now. It could lead to a very, very large blowout in this map, and I just have so much confidence in this FaZe team to be able to overcome any obstacle. But look, it'd be great if paiN could put up a fight. It'd be great if we saw some good stuff out of them, because remember, they are here to a certain extent. You know, this isn't going to be their mindset, but this is a great event for them to gain experience against top teams that don't normally get to play against.
Yeah, absolutely. Bit of a brutal time zone for the Brazilian fans watching, but I've already seen a bunch of them on Twitter, so they don't give up. Their passion for Counter-Strike is pretty much unrivaled.
Yeah, you had to know they were going to show up in full force, even if it's 5 a.m., even if it's 4 a.m.
It's so crazy.
Kerrigan's giving the old classic death stare as we switch away.
Yeah, but that's what he's known for.
That is what he's known for, yes.
Or making goofy faces in the background of interviews. Possible, too.
He's known for many things, Kerrigan.
True. Yeah, I think Ancient is... You're right. The fact that they're starting the CT side phase is a little bit upsetting for paiN. They would have to come out guns blazing, win the pistol round, and get 4 or 5 rounds on the board early on. Then it becomes really interesting. But if they just get crushed right off the bat, I mean, they might never really get into the first half. It's possible to
if you get out to a slow start and then like you just start to feel like it's actually not possible. You're like, oh, they are actually just this much better than us, which is entirely possible. I don't know. FaZe is in such a cool spot, I think, in their kind of like what a start to the year they've had. Obviously, the hiccup in Dallas is going to be something, and then we'll just see if they can recover and how long they can keep this up, because I know the FaZe guys have some great aspirations for what they want to do for the rest of this year and some of the goals that they want to accomplish. They've already kind of started looking forward and setting new goals for 2022. It's not good enough now to just have the major. That was step one. Now you start looking forward and looking at some of the other events on the calendar to close out the year and really kind of establish dominance in 2022 for FaZe, because I think in a larger sense as a scene, we have some other teams like kind of building up into it, other teams looking dangerous. ENCE obviously comes to mind, but you know, with the NAVI restructure and Boomich going out and Electronic taking over, that's a huge question mark.
Yeah.
With G2 and Vitality still kind of struggling to find their momentum, they're a huge question mark. So I think still to a certain degree in this scene, we're looking around and saying who's going to be able to challenge FaZe as one of the best teams in the world for the rest of this year. ENCE is a big one. Cloud9 is a big one if they can build on Dallas as well.
Yeah, and you have to think as well, I mean, Kerrigan and Rain have been playing this game forever, but you know, Brokey, Twist, and Robs are a little bit of a younger generation. Maybe Twist is somewhere in the middle, but still, you have to think that they're still going to be hungry to do a lot more, right?
Certainly.
There's a huge part of the team that's like that. So, yeah, there's another factor that I feel like, talking about sort of up-and-coming teams in general, we've only really this year moved into the sort of the realm where those academy teams are starting to have an impact, and you can actually pick players from that. So I'm sure that there will be a lot more pressure on even the top players in some of these top 10 teams to keep playing really, really well, because there might be academy players out there that can actually replace you much more than even 2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah, that's a great luxury that a lot of the European squads have, is you do kind of have some plug-and-play options down in those lower divisions, or even just straight out of something like FPL. I mean, we've just seen it time and time again. So that's going to be that'll be interesting to see. But certainly with a team like FaZe, I don't think any of them have to worry about that too much. I mean, the strength of that younger core has been impeccable, and I mean, you even see it from the veterans of Rain and Kerrigan. You know, Kerrigan being very vocal, Rain being very vocal about saying, you know, it's awesome watching these young players come in and just want to grind. It's very motivating. It lights a fire under us as well.
Yes.
Kerrigan as well saying, look, I've been around for so long, and part of the ways that I like to adapt and kind of see the game and evolve my game is by looking at how the younger players are coming up and playing the game and what they're finding success doing. So I think there's a lot of power in the veterans of this team kind of really looking to the young guys to breathe some new life into the gameplay in FaZe.
Yeah, I think that's a cool story for the team going into 2022 here. We have just I think restarted the server a couple of times, then hopefully we'll be good to go in a couple of seconds, but you can see everyone is you know, locked in mentally. They look ready.
Headphones are on as well, which is a good sign. Yeah.
International sign that at least we're getting close to it. On the paiN Gaming side, I mean, they have a lot of players that I think are pretty solid. It's just it's hard for me to pick someone who's maybe going to be as flashy as someone like Twist or as impactful as someone like Robs. I think that side of it could be, but I think they tend to all, I think, perform pretty well. So they have like you know, the average could be high, but if someone like Twist goes completely off in a game, it's just very hard. You almost need someone to answer back, and that can be a big issue, I think.
I mean, it's the luxury of FaZe. And I mean, look, the funny thing is it's been a talking point about FaZe for pretty much every lineup they've ever had. It's just like how deep some of the skill goes within these rosters. I mean, yeah, Twist can have a pop-off game. We've seen Rops hard carry games. We've seen Brokey obviously hard carry some games. And if Rain just has a map the way that he did at that he played at the major, it's like, true, GG, it's all over.
Yeah.
You're going home.
Yeah, you need someone to spike up to that level on the other side, and that might be tricky to try and find. Obviously, Inferno is the second map, and Nuke is the decider. So I don't know if that really helps paiN all that much. I'm also having a hard time seeing how they're going to get to a third map, I'll be honest. But
yeah,
I think if it happens, it almost has to be some sort of upset on Ancient, something that we're not ready for.
Certainly. And just to start looking ahead, as headphones have come off and they're fixing some issues. Yeah, the universal sign that things delay is going to be a little bit longer. Next matchup that we're going to be casting as well after this is the G2 Vitality series. I was actually surprised seeing all the predictions. There's a heavy favorite towards G2. I think that series is like 50-50.
I know.
I don't even think you can really complain or argue against either one of those picks. It's like a literal 50-50.
Yeah, that's true. I almost wanted to pick Vitality just because G2 have shown a lot of strangeness in the past, and I don't know if that's going to make them more motivated now or less. I obviously had them pick to win the major.
Yeah, how'd that go for you? Pretty good. You've been very vocal about the predictions that you do get right.
Yeah.
It's good to see you kind of bring up
I feel like
one of the many you get wrong.
Yeah. That is the trick, though. Like, just try to not talk about it and talk about all the ones that they work out. That is the secret, if anyone wants to know. Yeah, I think that is kind of a 50-50 game as well, and obviously going to be a crazy game. Could have a huge impact on the tournament, the bracket going forward.
Yeah, and then obviously through the rest of the day, as you guys saw in the pre-match segments with Freya and Maniac, we have NAVI taking on OG. That'll be the third game of the day. ENCE taking on Big. That will be the final game of the day, and Scrawny and Launders will be in the studio for those final two series.
Hell yes. Oh, that could be another really interesting game. I think the ENCE Big one. Obviously, ENCE have a lot more momentum behind them, you'd say.
Yeah.
But Big have a tendency to upset random teams at random times. It's hard to predict.
They do, and they've historically been a very good team in Blast tournaments. For whatever reason, they really peak here.
Yeah, that's what they want. It could be really interesting. I don't know. What's your feeling about Ancient these days? I'm seeing still a lot of people that really love this map. I feel like I'm in the minority of people who have some hard questions about it still. But I don't hate it the way that I did, I think, in the first month. And now I'm like a little bit more somewhere in the middle.
I think it's fun watching teams on it that have like certain personnel. Like I like watching like the mid fights. I like watching like the Spinks like playing mid.
Yeah.
If you think ENCE, if you think over towards like Astralis, I like watching Config in middle as well. I think those mid fights are super fun. But I think so much of the map really depends on that control outside of the B bomb site early on. Like you have to be able to establish that. If you're never able to get that part of the map, and you see certain teams that are just so willing to just constantly be aggressive there on the CT side and just say, all right, take it from us. Like let's see if you can do it. And it ends up being so costly sometimes in terms of life, in terms of resources. Sometimes the map just kind of, it does get stale if a T side cannot take outside of that B map.
Yeah,
B bomb site, in my opinion.
Then they're down to basically waiting until all of the CT grenades are gone, and then trying to sort of do something in the last 40 seconds. And
yeah, and then things just kind of, they just peter out, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, so we'll see. I mean, you know, Brazilian teams traditionally have been really, really aggressive on this map. They've loved to run towards that B ramp and just kind of run into the site, which you can do if you're filling up for it.
That's good for like a round or two here and there, though, you know?
It's tough when they get grenades on the CT side, I'm not gonna lie, but...
layer the Molotovs?
Yeah, it's not fun. But still, I think that's that kind of stuff could maybe be something to look forward to if it happens. And there are some teams that play this map. We're talking a lot about the B-bomb side, but there are some teams that really favor the A-bomb side and really like to play towards that. Even though I think in the first couple of months of this map being out, it was almost all B all the time. Rarely ever anyone.
Yeah, it was. No one really messed with that A-bomb site early going. Yeah, and it's tough bomb sites to like really take because I think a lot of teams are very, very good at playing retake on it. And it's, again, so costly in terms of resources to get into the A-bomb site. And then all of a sudden the post-playing, you're like, oh, I don't actually have anything to hold off this retake. So
yeah,
that's fun.
Our smokes are all gone. It's all over. Yeah, that could be a bit of an issue. So a lot of questions to try to solve. How about I know this is your, you know, this is going to be your year in terms of the dualies. We're seeing a lot.
Yeah, I'm having a great time.
Yeah,
to have it finally come.
Do we have an absolute champion? Because in the past we had maybe Get Right only, who would play like Get Right and sometimes NBK. It was like 2 players out of everybody. Now
they were the most experimental.
Yeah, so now we need someone to be the ultimate champ, someone to really make their name with it.
I don't think anyone's really like planted the flag as like the dually guy, you know? Like no one's really had like any kind of consistency. Like I think it's funny enough, so many teams buy it. I still feel like the dualies like don't nearly have the impact that I feel like they should at times. They're just being bought quite frequently. But I mean, you know, it's cool. We see him get some spread. There's been some like cool individual clips, but no one who like consistently is putting up like double, triple kills on pistols with dualies.
All right, so there's a name to be made out there.
Yeah, that spot is still open if any of you aspiring pros want to really reach for the stars.
I think that's a nice brand. You go a lot of places with it.
Yeah.
Like there's a lot of branding to be done around that. It's worth thinking about.
Oh, fist bumps.
Ooh, that means we're ready. We're gonna get into the game. Fantastic stuff. So thank you for your patience. And we're gonna get live into Ancient. It's FaZe versus paiN Gaming. The opening match here, Blast, in Lisbon, and it's going to be an absolutely wild ride. Obviously, heavy underdogs are paiN Gaming, starting on the T side with FaZe on the CT side.
Well, we brought it up. You mentioned it. Towards that B-bomb site we go. All 5 players. Like a couple going to challenge towards Jaguar, and Rain is going to fall back, but he can't get all the way away, and he's going to get dropped by Nithon. Fast pace, and Brokey's going to have to get aggressive to find some safety.
Yep, but they're waiting for him, and they must have heard the footsteps. I think that was being communicated even beforehand. Brokey goes down. Great opening right here for paiN. The bomb is going to be planted right away. Robs, though, on a flank. He's taken down PKL. Now, they already know that he's coming. Twist is going to get double-teamed, and Nithon will get another kill, and this is looking great for paiN early on. Nice little headshot. Oh, what a spin from Kerrigan. He is quick with that USB, and they're going to try and smoke it off now. They don't currently have a kit picked up, and that's an issue. Robs hits another headshot. It's all on Nekkers. He just has to stay alive. Yeah, they're 10 seconds away from winning this round still. I don't know if Nekkers realizes that smoke is still up. He's got another 5 seconds, and he loses the fight to Robs, and somehow they get the retake. FaZe, they win the opening round.
This is what this is what it's going to be so tough for paiN. You get everything you want there. You get the opening 2 entry kills, you get into the B bomb site clean, you get the bomb planted, you have a 5-on-3, and you still lose everything. Robs comes in on the flank. It's Kerrigan's double kill. That's absolutely spectacular in this pistol. So just right out of the gate, good round from paiN, but just a better retake, a better clutch from FaZe. Oof.
Some really, really good work. Again, it's probably one of those rounds where...
Did you ask if he got 2?
Oh, man. If they had known that there was no kit in play there, maybe Nekkers could have played it a little bit differently, but he has no way of knowing. He has to respect that. Now being aggressive outside. And this is what you were talking about.
Yeah.
This is what happens a lot of the time.
Obviously, supreme confidence when you know you're going up against pistols. Maybe they're upgraded, maybe they're just Glocks. Doesn't really matter. Either way, they're pushing down. And this is where like it really hurts for paiN. That window of opportunity of the strong pistol around the door just slams shut. Gonna have to battle their way to the A bomb site. Brokey's still alive. Reinforcements on the way. Bomb hits the ground again. It'll be 2-0 for FaZe. But with that plant in the first round, obviously, paiN is gonna be able to buy up in the next one. We'll see AK-47s out early.
Yeah, that's at least the benefit here. Also, the dualies in play on the CT side of that pistol.
It's okay.
Didn't pick anyone though.
No, it's all right. No, like apparently no one from FaZe wants to be the dually guys.
Yeah. Well, we'll find someone. They could do like a cowboy theme. Sure.
There's a lot to be...
You're thinking of a calendar is what you're looking for.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot to be done here, I'm just saying.
The faces of dualies.
Well, third round is here, and as you said, got some AKs in play, and even that AWP on Nython, so nice tool to open something up with. Again, the problem is there's going to be a lot of grenades in his face early on in the round, so it's hard to find anyone to really take that fight with, but eventually, if they can clear open a bomb site with even one kill like that, it's going to be huge. Look at the mid control for FaZe.
Yeah, it's great with Brokey close up, and they can stay here for some time. Rain is ready to pounce. Another re-smoke goes down.
There's nobody at the A bomb site. They said we're going to hold basically close to 4 people in middle.
This is what I mean. Like, the team's more than willing at the moment to play a retake on that A bomb site. Just also just the rare challenges that come out early in rounds towards that side of the map. Now, paiN is doing a good job of outlasting and waiting out the grenades from the FaZe defense. So Rain gonna have to step up. I don't think he took a lick of damage there. Good job with the SMG. Gets a dink on Big Uzera. Important trade from Kerrigan. And mid control is still here. Brokey's gonna turn as Twist takes the attention away. And oh man, this has been a tough round for paiN.
Yeah, nice trading going on up in the hallways there. Down in the middle, definitely an issue on the T side. You peek into that M4 and you don't expect the MP9 that's really up close. You could tell it was hard when they swung to try and take that mid fight. They just didn't realize, and that cost them a lot. 30 seconds now. Nython and Hardzal, 2 versus 3. And they're going to be trying to get a bit closer to the bomb site here. 25 seconds left. Kerrigan, I think, smartly is just going to be playing really far back on the map. Instead of trying to play hard on the side, he's just playing for the retake. Oh, he's going to move up. Nice timing, though. It could have worked out, but Hardzal is going to take him down. 10 seconds on the clock here. And they're going to go for the bomb plan. They'll finally get it as well. What a range here. AWP to take down Twist. This is actually looking good. A bit of a turnaround for paiN Gaming. All on Robs. Sneaking up behind. He's going to get the headshot on one. Runs and picks up the AK right away, but he has to cross that line against the AWP. And he can hide in that corner as well, Nython. He's out in the open, and he takes the kill. paiN with a 3rd round win. That is huge.
Yeah, that is absolutely massive. What a great recovery. 2 versus 3 victory there, and getting that off into the deep position was everything to pick off Twist on the rotation. Now, you do only survive with 1 player, so it's still going to be tough. You can imagine FaZe is going to be buying right back up into it. 2 SMGs were brought into this round. They had the M4s, but it'll be another investment from FaZe. Nice clutch from Nython.
It's a lot of celebration.
A lot.
Still mostly stuck on the nice.
Yeah.
We've been stuck on that meta for a decade.
2 decades even.
Yeah.
That was still going on back in the day.
We have to come up with another word at some point. There's just got to be some creativity there. Oh, this could get... I don't know if he scopes. He can't see anything. I don't think he knows. He has no idea. He's still got the kill. Kerrigan, because he was flashed.
Yeah,
oh,
didn't see it either. That's really awkward. Brokey's got to be so confused, though. He's the one to get picked off there. Nice thing here, paiN doing a good job. They've taken some attention over towards the other side of the map. Now probing towards A. It's just Rops Deagle at range. Tough angle, tough shot for the Deagle. And even tougher angle and range for the SMG. There's Rops with a headshot.
Gonna have to do a lot more right now. 2 versus 3 now. Some of them are a little bit low on health, and Rob's finding a kill with the Galil. And because Big Uzera is just 1 bullet away from death, PKL might have to do most of the work in this round. Finding an empty bomb site, that was a pretty good start, but they need to get the bomb there as well.
Oh my lord.
Headshot jumping up as well. If he goes down, the round is done.
Rain might not be fully awake quite yet. He had a little sketcy pistol round as well where he got caught and had a few missed shots. That one seems slow for Rain's usual standards. Nice for paiN to take advantage of it. 18 total HP on the 2 remaining paiN players. Rops again on a flank. The 3rd time he's brought out this flank in the opening 4 rounds.
Again, no kit. Don't know if there's one on the ground that he could pick up. No smoke either, which, I mean, between lacking those 2 tools in itself probably will make it very tricky to try and win this round. Yeah, and he's going to be found by Big Uzera. He needed to find someone and probably find a kit as well to even get close to winning that round. Wow, this is great.
Okay. All right, paiN 2-2. Early reset of the economy as well. They should be able to extend this and kind of build it into a lead. That's awkward. That's unfortunate. You won't get that benefit too often, but a nice 2-for-1 trade to open things up. That's a great headshot on Rain, who normally hits that shot.
It's your wake-up routine, Jason. How do you stop yourself from being in Rain's position? What do you do in the morning to make sure that you're firing on all cylinders, you know?
I take a shower and I have a coffee.
That's it.
That's it.
The thing.
It's classic. It's old. It's tried and true.
All right. That's true.
I also don't have to compete in Counter-Strike on a professional level. So
Yeah, that's a good point.
it's a little bit different.
Don't have to be quite as much awake. That's a good point. Fair enough.
Maybe get him. Maybe do some push-ups. You know,
That's a good
10
pitch.
quick push-ups before you go live. Maybe jumping jacks.
Feel like that's the sort of stuff you'd see Pimp doing, you know. at 5 in the AM.
Yeah.
You know? All right. Well, those aren't bad. I mean, I respect that's a tradition though. Coffee and shower. I think that's good.
That's a classic.
Trying to do them both at the same time doesn't have the. So
Yeah, shower coffee is not the same ring as like a shower beer.
Exactly. There we go. Well, they're playing very slowly in this round, even in a 5 versus 3, but I don't really mind because all you need is, you know, one crazy deagle on the side of FaZe here, and a round like this could turn around. So it might seem like this is already a 1 round and they should just power on and win it, but I actually respect the fact that paiN are playing very, very carefully here. A lot of focus.
Yeah, and they've infested the entire map. They have a player going in towards Donut. That's Hard Zal, who cleared out the entire A bomb site. So I mean, they were just spread looking for the follow-up push. And I think so many teams, whether it's through officials or through practice, have just been trained to realize, yeah, it might be an equal. You might have had 2 unarmored opponents that you take down. Might be feel like it's an easier round, but as you said, that one deagle can just change everything.
Yeah, it's so not worth it. And they're playing for a lot of different things, right? They want to keep their own economy alive, but they definitely also want to keep FaZe momentum at an all-time low. If they can keep that, if they can keep them feeling a little bit groggy in the morning, then yeah, why not just keep that momentum up on your own side. Twist though, fighting in the middle. He's got Brokey behind him. A pretty common setup all across the board here. Let's see if Robs could defend that bomb site on his own over at A if they wanted to push it. Doesn't seem like they will. They were kind of staging up for it. Dangerous angle with that AWP basically looking into the B bomb site, and he's still almost dead. It's so close. Did he jump over the...
Oh, no, that's not even him.
It's not even him.
Oh, my dear Lord. Yeah, Rain almost picked off Big Uzera like 3 separate times, including some spam, and ends up finding PKL. That's brutal. All right, well, 5-on-4 and a big health advantage, at least over Big Uzera with that AWP. No one from FaZe has been tested quite yet.
That point, if you're PKL, you've got to be thinking, why me? Like, what did I do?
Yeah, what did I do wrong in a past life to deserve this?
I'm just here. I'm not even doing anything. Oh, yeah, that's almost a headshot as well. It's really, really close to going horribly wrong in the middle, but
strength of those M4s.
Yeah, it really is. They do a lot of work these days in the current meta. They've managed to sneak through. Under live fire, it's a bit of a hard training ground to make your way through. 30 seconds now as they try to get into the bomb site. Brokey's nowhere to stand. He couldn't really escape that position, but Robs, yeah, hard one to clear right there. Twist is going to get both the kills. In fact, I think he shot Nython in the back before anything even happened there. 19 seconds. Nice shot from Big Uzera, but winning the round, I think even he's realizing it's not going to be possible. So saving the op, probably a better choice here. They made it expensive, but it's still going to tie up the scoreline.
Yeah, that's not bad. And even Kerrigan heard those footsteps running away, so he's going to call it out to Rain that the round's over. That Big Uzera is not going for it, but good damage onto the FaZe economy, so still not planting their feet just yet. Kerrigan probably won't be dropping anything over. Rain might be able to drop a weapon over to fill up some nades. Actually, excuse me, Kerrigan does buy and drop over.
So stupid, isn't it? Oh. Nice move from Twist. Yeah, if he hadn't been there, there might have been a little bit more of an opening, and they did put a smoke down, but it was, you know, if that smoke goes down 2 seconds later or earlier, it's possible that Twist can't even get the early shot on Nython, and they can actually get the bomb plant.
Haven't seen FaZe go back to that hard control of the B lane. Rain is just content, as we've known, to control this part of the map. Control Jaguar. He's taking a lot of damage, but he's going to stick around, use his utility, see if he can get a little bit of chip damage onto the paiN side of things. Not happening just yet, and Twist looks like he's looking for this exact boost.
Yeah, he's thinking about a Brokey too. The smoke is going to fade. There is another one, but that first one faded, and apparently that was enough to show just the leg of Nick as he goes down, and they're going to actually double push Hartzau. They've lost the T-spawn and the bomb as well. This is a nightmare.
Oh yeah, this round makes you feel like hell if you're paiN. Miss shot, miss snap over from Nython. Tough shot to hit. PKL is the last remaining. He goes down to Kerrigan as well. FaZe survive with all 5 members. They get an upgrade, a free upgrade to the AWP, and now they get to live the dream.
3 AKs as well on top. Yeah, this is You're right. I don't know. You can have rounds like these, but obviously you wish you would have done just a little bit more damage in this round. You got a couple of kills in there. Tough position. This is where I start to feel like it's possible now that FaZe could start to wake up in a different way. Carrion is certainly there. Robs is playing pretty well too, but if the other three of them start to have a similar impact, it's going to be very difficult for paiN to get back in the game.
I wonder if we're going to see that level of aggression out of the A bomb site, you know, frequently in this. If FaZe is just going to feel so confident as an individual level of being able to push that. If Rops is just like, individually, I'm just so much better. I can be able to find this kill out whenever I want to push. Because we've seen Twist and Brokey aggressive down mid 2 times so far in this game. Rain obviously is always going to be in Jaguar, challenging towards the lane. Brokey gets here just in time for a deep angle into the A staging area, but paiN didn't like what they felt. They just back off.
Yeah, that's interesting. Maybe just wanted the early fight if there was one available and never saw it. They have a smoke and a flash on Nithon, so... But yeah, it's obviously all about that AK-47 that they're sort of bringing across the map slowly.
Look at this crossfire, though, between Kerrigan and Rain. Because Rain's going to take contact, and Kerrigan can choose to play it however he wants. But with Twist being able to guard middle and Rain's back, there's no reason for them to bust up this stack until someone makes contact, and it's just not coming yet. Kerrigan Rain might just delete this attack.
It's going to be, I mean, it'd be better for them, yeah, if they actually get Kerrigan first, like you said. I think that was the better setup for Rain to make the first contact, but... Carrion getting maybe a little bit ahead of himself. They still managed to hold this bomb site pretty well, and the bomb is dropped out there, so Hard South did push up. They're not really ready for it. I think Robs was thinking about it for a second, but got a little bit ahead of himself, and no smoke. They only had the one, and they threw it into the tunnel, so Nithon stopped in the bomb plant, and Brokey, realizing Hard South's low on health, going to pick up that kill with the USP. And it's another round for FaZe, but way more expensive than...
Yeah, well, I mean, it goes out of that one dig on Kerrigan, right? You know, you never actually spring the trap if you hit a shot like that. Kerrigan just it goes down before Rain can even be involved in the action, and Rain is kind of meant to, I think, take contact. Kerrigan just wanted to get the information and got a little bit more. So good shot with the deagle. But still a win for FaZe. 5-3, up early on Ancient.
Yeah, Neck has actually hit the second headshot as well on Rain. That was impressive. Okay, double AWP now being brought up from the FaZe side of things. Rob's a bit of an aggressive angle, and Neck is just not ready for it. He's gonna go down. Seems like a huge risk for that AWP to take, for Robs to take, pushing up that far, but it worked out.
Yeah, he had Brokey there as well, and he'd obviously know the timing of when he's going to start being in danger if they were to wrap around the other one. He might have only stuck around for another second or half second or so when he gets that kill. And Brokey's going to move towards middle.
They have no map control. This is a classic Ancient. They're basically in T-spawn.
Yeah.
They're not doing anything.
This is what I was talking about. This is where the map kind of sometimes peters out, because it is just like, oh, no one's doing anything. You're just walking between the bomb sites, because FaZe has had control deep down middle for most of this game as well. paiN has to know that. There's just really no place for them to go safely. They're going to walk into another AWP. Now, they should be able to know there's a double op setup potential out there, because Rops gets the first kill with the op. You know, Brokey still has his.
What a way to clear the angle. Oh, that's beautiful. But they run into the double kill of Kerrigan there, and now Rain's taken over. That opening was insane, though, but what a follow-up.
This is the problem with, like, FaZe being able to have this mid control whenever they want it, is if you're attacking through those double doors, like, usually, like, you're like, okay, maybe there's a crossfire. The strongest defense will go up against his 2 players, but with mid control safely for FaZe the whole time, there's always like a third player just poking up way quicker than you expect. There's another engagement coming when you just don't feel like it's going to be there. Kerrigan's able to clean up the kill, the tag from Brokey, and just double up, and that ends the round.
Devastating. No bomb plant. And yeah, again, they're going to be up against all these same grenades. They probably would have loved to try to rush that down with the Tech 9s and everything else, but it's not possible. Try to do it a little bit later once the first round of grenades fades and Rain is on the other side, and the result is absolutely no better than if they just run through in the first 10 seconds.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep, not even blinded whatsoever, so a little bit of missed utility. Rain's on for the ace, but Kerrigan's going to get the last one. 7-3, 4-round lead for FaZe.
And we keep saying this is a CT-sided map, and it is, but you need more than 3 rounds. I think especially playing up against a team like FaZe.
Yeah. Well, the nice thing is with that like kind of early 3-round run and the early reset of the FaZe economy, like you're not at like a point of the game where there's 5 rounds left and you have to get like 4 or 5 of them, right? You have a little bit to work with. 1 or 2 more rounds for paiN is going to go a long way for the second half. But with, I mean, the economy being fully built up for FaZe, with the mid-aggression they've been able to bust out, with the dynamic pushes from Rops over at A, there's a lot of difficulty for paiN to work around. So we're getting this timeout. Some chat with the coach.
Yeah, now's the time for it. I mean, again, they could, if they go on a bit of a run, I mean, that's the upside, right? If they get up to 5 or 6 rounds here, they're still in the running, so.
I didn't know they were sponsored by Subway.
Oh, yeah.
That's legit.
They're working on it. They're building one step at a time. They might need a bite to eat after this game, you know. Maybe that helps.
Nice.
It's like that sad eating, comfort eating.
Those cookies, man. Ooh, here's that aggression from Rops. This time blinded. This time really stuck in a corner. That Molotov is not going to help a little bit. Oh, he picks the wrong time to try and make the run. Nekis was tagged down to 3 HP. Able to find the kill. That's going to shift Kerrigan over from middle. That's going to shift Brokey towards the A bomb site. And that's going to leave Twist very much on an island.
Making a lot of noise trying to escape there. They're going to surely look to catch him, and they will. Nicely done. Yeah, you could tell he was like, wait a minute, there's no one here to help me. I don't have any smokes or anything. Feels awkward. And now they're going to take more risks, and credit to paiN. They're allowing them to do it. They realize, yeah, you know, they're playing 3 versus 5. They're probably going to try and do something here. They catch rain just like that.
Twist didn't seem to think there was ever going to be any danger from where it came, from that peak.
Yeah.
Towards lane. He was always convinced it was going to be coming from middle, so I don't know if there was a miscommunication from FaZe in this round, but either way, it's gone to hell. They're going to have to try and recover 2 versus 5. Brokey wants to add 1 or 2 on the crossover. Molotov and Smoke going to deny him vision and access, and now you have to bail out and save the weapons. So paiN going to get their 4th round on the board.
And they had Kerrigan in the middle. Oh, he's going to get caught as well, but they had him there in case Brokey, you know, could find that double kill. They could have maybe tried to go for it. Super important round right here for paiN, no doubt. They're going to make their escape with the AWP. That's fine, but that's up to 4. And the money on FaZe is pretty good right now. So they're going to be able to buy, obviously, in the next round. And even then, you've got to be a little bit careful on the paiN side. You need to keep winning here. This is where it might be your only shot in this first half to really break the FaZe economy if you can win some back-to-back rounds.
Well, this is like kind of the timing where it would have the most impact, right? Where like you actually get, you know, maybe a freebie round off that break if you can get there. Problem is, so much money was built up during that little run from FaZe. I mean, everyone's sitting what, like $7,000 to $8,000 in the bank for FaZe. So you got at least 2 more full buys if you're paying to burn through before you get that breathing room. I don't know if they'll be able to actually rattle them off. You're not going to get too many rounds like this. Good job from paiN. The patience finally paying off with an opening kill provided. But that opening kill has been hard for them to find in other portions of this half.
They're a little bit jumpy. Everyone's being caught off guard. Brokey, a little bit of damage early on, but otherwise, a lot of control for the T side. They're pushed up way further than they normally are allowed to at this point in time, and yeah, flash through from the CT side, and Rain thought he could catch somebody off guard, but they'd already made their way past, so nicely done. It's not a bad opening for the paiN side of things. Kerrigan, easy timing on that one, taking down PKL. There are more coming, though. Python is right there, and he crouches into the fight, but he can't take care of Twist, and now it's just a one-on-one between him and Big Zero on the other side, who's going to try and smoke him off. Not necessarily a bad choice here, but a 2 versus 3 that might be very tough to win. A headshot, though, to start it off with is going to be a nice little thing to have in the bag. Let's see if they can keep going. They realize Brokey's back there. They're certainly thinking about it. Bomb, though. Oh, and just the hip showing. There's not that much coverage on either side of that one, and Brokey will get the double kill at the end and clear out the round. Otherwise, that looked so doable for paiN.
It really did. They actually had a great progression onto that bomb site. Just Brokey and Twist there at a perfect moment. Twist able to get away was massive. He realizes eventually when that utility's coming out, he's got a little window of opportunity to back off. And even though he doesn't get the kill, sets Brokey up perfectly for the double. Tell you what, Kerrigan's doing work as well.
Yes.
We mentioned before the game, like all the players going deep down the FaZe roster. You know, Brokey could pop off. Rops was obviously nuts. Twist can hard carry. Rain had an incredible major. Didn't even mention Kerrigan, but he's sitting up at, what, 12 and 6, and he's done a phenomenal job at that B bomb site. multiple double kills throughout this game. Utility spent, heavy play towards the A bomb site. paiN pulling the trigger early. Rops rotating back from Donut with the AWP.
A really good call here from paiN, but as you said earlier, it can be very hard to hold this bomb site in the afterplant, so we'll see.
Look at what they have. 3 flashbangs and a smoke left to the multitude of flashbangs and multiple smokes and nades that FaZe are going to be able to work with in this.
Well, let's see what the retake protocol is like for FaZe. We don't really know yet if they're going to be able to do a good job here, so we'll find out right now. Bomb already planted. Nekis up close trying to stop them. Brokey, that's a nice headshot. Real close range there. PKL boosted up onto that plateau. Instant headshot to take down Kerrigan. At least he's going to be able to call it out. Rob's making sure there's no flank happening. And now it's a 2 versus 3. Nightthorn and PKL, they're kind of pushed out here. Another smoke might get them in a lot of trouble. Inside, Twister trying to get that defuse, but he's not even going to get close. Nice hold and a good job at the end here for paiN.
Yeah, really good hold with limited utility, but even better, a nice call there. They hadn't really mixed that play in throughout this half. FaZe hadn't seen anything like it. Just a couple like one-on-one probes against Rops with that AWP when he gets aggressive, but never a full-blown execute this early in the round at the A bomb site. They mix it in perfectly. Nice strike there from paiN.
And we saw earlier how FaZe were willing to hold 3 people middle and basically nobody in the A bomb site. So if paiN have been watching a couple of demos and have seen something similar, then it might be something they planned even before the match got started.
Surely. Well, Twist on a 5-7, Kerrigan on a CZ. Kind of mentioned it. I thought FaZe would have a little bit more runway, but this is a good advantage for paiN to try and put a couple more rounds on the board late. If they can win this one, FaZe completely out of money. Snap from Brokey is a quick shot. Smoke goes down, denies him vision. He goes back for a little bit more, but they've still got rain to deal with. He's coming out of cave, and he's got 1. Now he can hold onto the site, but PKL trades him off effectively, and the bomb rotates to the other side of the map.
Yeah, they got mid-control as well, so they want to make sure that they try and use it for something. Hard Tower's clearing all of this out, but FaZe is already feeling it. They're already aware, and they're going to be really close to the action. And now Brokey's going to go and investigate. Scary position. PKL, did he hear him running back? It's possible that he did.
He turns into the lurk now, and this on the other side of the map didn't strike. FaZe got there so quick. paiN might be in some trouble when they encounter resistance, and with Rops finding that kill, I don't know if Nekis can actually push forward. 1-on-3 with the bomb. His teammate has now moved up into the B bomb site, so FaZe is getting just pulled across the map multiple times.
This is so tricky, isn't it? They're gonna have control, but they need PKL to stay alive, obviously, before, I mean, as long as Nekis isn't in the bomb site, it doesn't really matter. They're checking out everything else. So FaZe being really proactive and getting the information and figuring out what is going on this map. And now they have them boxed in. So it will be a bomb plant unless there's some crazy wallbang. Oh, he's on the right side of the pillar at the very least. That could have been a hard way to lose the round. Otherwise, we've seen that before. 2 versus 3 in the after plant.
Rops needs to be patient. It's going to have to be Brokey and Twist to make this work to find the initial contact, as PKL is able to stop anyone coming out of that smoke. Rops spams through, can't find the kill. PKL is doing so much work. He might just win this round single-handedly.
What a Molotov as well. Basically isolating the 2 players coming in from the cave and making sure they had to fight one at a time. And there's so much time off this bomb already. They're being very slow about it. I mean, they were slowed down. Nekis with a good shot. And now he just has to wait and stay alive. Robs, he has a kit, but no smoke picked up right now. It's going to be basically impossible. Time has run out, and it will be the round for paiN. A huge victory here in the first half.
All right, this has just gotten so interesting with this late run from paiN. It looked like this was going to be just a dominant half that FaZe marches away with, but they have fought back so admirably. This is lovely. Good shot from Brokey, but this is the Molotov perfectly timed. He can't have possibly have known that it was going to be that perfect, because Brokey, or excuse me, yeah, he could not come out with Twist. What a great clutch. 8-6, 1 round left in the half, and FaZe have nothing to work with.
Yeah, even 6 rounds is pretty impressive, so if they keep going like this, it could get really interesting. If they get up to 7, then yeah, that's a strong scoreline. Kerrigan playing it close. No one's setting up a flashbang for him. He's just going to dry peek it. CSET could have won that fight, but Nithon ready with the AK. Able to take down Kerrigan, so a pretty good start once again here. I'm really impressed. I'm happy to see paiN coming up with, you know, sometimes you see a team, they'll pick a map and it's not really clear when you're in the game. You don't feel like, yeah, I get it. This is why they picked it. But you have a good view into what they're doing right here. I feel like they've got a good read on what FaZe are up to.
Yeah, what always just worries me about picking that Ancient is just giving over the CT side. That was so strong back at the major as well. 8-6. Brokey responds with the Deagle, but it's still a 4-on-3 of one-man advantage for paiN. And Pete Gale's going to move into position. They know they've got Twist trapped inside of the bomb site at the default pillar.
Oh, no.
Or they're trapped with him.
Yeah. Please don't. Rob's, a little bit long range for the MP9. He's going to sneak through and catch Bigozera. That's a nice find.
Well, importantly, he spotted that mid lurk as well, so you can see Brokey's on notice. But so much of this round is on Rops. Actually, I mean, Nekaz can try and hold off the rotations, but really it's this kind of one-on-one at the A bomb site for right now.
He's hearing, I think, some of those steps. He realizes Hardstar with a MAC-10. I could get the bomb plant down in safety. Might be difficult to escape after the fact. Yeah, he's kind of locked in here. Don't know if they have any nades to get him out as well. Not in time, at the very least. Twist will find it. Oh, this is so upsetting paiN. They set themselves up so nicely. It's still doable for Nekaz because they basically line up, but it doesn't matter. Run and gun, and they steal away the last round FaZe. That is super shocking. A 9-6 finish at the end of the half.
Yeah, that's absolutely wild. Good round for FaZe to win with just pistols coming into it, but a great half from paiN. 6 rounds on the T side is absolutely lovely. You're going to be so happy with that. We're going to do a break. When we come back, we're going to get the conclusion of this opening map here at the Blast Spring Finals.
We're back once again. It is the second half that is coming up. We're still on Ancient, the opening map here between FaZe and paiN. And paiN have surprised us. They got 6 rounds. They could have definitely had 7. That last one was a little bit upsetting, but still pretty good result.
I like Robin right now. He's living the life. You know, those FaZe jerseys are busy. Those chains can sometimes get lost in all the graphics and all the design. Robin just rocks in with a black shirt.
Yeah.
Nice contrast.
Listen, he's here for the business, right? He's ready. Yeah, and he's only got, I think Twist currently has 3 different necklaces on. He's really building it. I respect that too,
It's the new pop collar.
Yeah, it's fine.
Dualies, Anders. Dualies on Big Uzera.
All right, so we've got a candidate, someone to step up and then try and claim that mantle. We'll see if he's going to be able to. He's not that far away from the action. We'll see that USP, though, at range. It's the kit that's all the way in the back there at the A bomb site, so it could be a bit of an awkward position to lose the defuse kit in, or it could be just fine. We'll see. Smokes are up. They're setting it up, and Hardsal calling in some backup right now. He's going to need it too. They're all here. Nice holy kill there for Twist to open up the second half with. They haven't checked the corner, but they will. There's always one. Brokey this time. The super nerd check the corner.
There's always someone neurotic who just can't progress into the bomb site without clearing out the corners. There are the dualies. There's the final kill. FaZe get the second pistol round as well. 10-6.
And then, I don't know... That needed to... they had a lot of people in the right area on the paiN side, but they just lost every single fight. I mean, they probably needed to have more of an advanced warning there.
Also, obviously good play from FaZe. It worked perfectly. Just the contact all the way, like not making any noise until you get basically to the exit of those tunnels, and then you're doing the execute. But just the time of when the smokes are caught by paiN and the time of when Twist is actually turning the corner for a fight just screws with their internal clock and nice easy entries. FaZe gonna play passive behind the deep early smokes from the CT side. Just pistols and 1 SMG on Hardzal.
Yeah, they don't have a lot to follow up these smokes with, but maybe it could work. Oh, nice catch. Saw that coming. Arrogant is down, and now Hardsal dropping the bomb. That's a little bit awkward. They kind of have to commit to this at least halfway there.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, that's a lot of damage being taken, but the AK-47s at range start to respond. Still, big kill for Rain to get right there. Neck is not prepared for it. Oh, I think Rain spotted another one. I think he spotted the shoulder for sure. Rops with a fake tap. But they've got time to get into good post-plant positions.
Rops is very low on health, though. Could make it difficult. Rain is maybe the one that's going to have to carry this one through. Robs is up making sure there's no flank happening, so he knows that for sure. It also means Rain can focus a little bit on this, and he's back checking. I think you're right. He saw someone here, and now he's basically flanking them, and there's no way for them to know. They're going to go check, actually. PKL, that's super heads up, but they're still in trouble here because there are no kit in play. It's never going to happen. Even if he hadn't got killed there, I don't think that's going to be a round that they can win. So nice 2 versus 2 at the end. A little bit scary with the Deagles halfway through that round.
No, Rain did such a good job of bringing this back. That's a good shot from Big Uzera, but it's all Rain to a certain extent to bail FaZe out of a tough position to be in. Pushing forward as that smoke clears as well, but even just clearing out Temple in the first place was massive. And look, I mentioned actually Rain had looked in the first half like he was starting a little bit slow, a little bit sluggish, maybe still sleeping a little bit, but he's up to 17 kills now. He's leading the way for FaZe.
Yeah, he woke right up.
Real quick.
Didn't see him do any push-ups or anything like that, but it's possible that he did. All right, clearing out an empty bomb site. Yeah, if you guys that are here watching early in the day, if you have any amazing tips to wake up, tweet them at us. Add the hashtag. We need to know. Players need to know. There's got to be...
Science needs to know.
Yeah. There's, you know, for the jet lag stuff we were talking about earlier, there's that die hard thing. Make fists with your toes.
Make fists with your toes.
From Die Hard. You must know what I'm talking about.
I didn't know that had anything to do with jet lag.
I think that's the story.
Okay.
In the movie. Anyway, I don't know if it actually works, but
yeah, you know, I'm not gonna lie, I don't really know the details of that movie too much, just because I focus on the action.
Yeah, you don't think about you're not watching it for self-improvement.
Yeah, the dialogue wasn't all that interesting to me, except for, you know, Yippee Ki-Yay is pretty cool. That's a nice shot from Brokey, clearing a couple angles out. I have a few strategies for jet lag that we've developed over the years.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Do they work? Are you gonna share them, or is it a secret?
It's not a secret. It's just not. We'll have the conversation later.
Yeah. All right. Fine. All right. Let's see how it is.
Yeah.
Well.
We were just laughing this morning because there is that, like, always that focus on the NA teams who always mention jet lag as like a part of the reason why they play a little sluggish when they go over to Europe. But then when the European players do it in response, nobody bats an eye. I was like, yeah, they were a little jet lagged. And you're like, wait, please.
But you know what they say, double standards are twice as good. You know? We need that. We need that. All right. paiN, if they want a shot at bringing this round, even though they're on the CT side, winning this round is obviously the super, super important one. Because they're sticking around, putting a couple of bullets through. Rain playing basically a mirror position of what he was doing on the CT side, so he knows all of these angles as well. Waiting for the timing. Oh, does he catch him? He had only a couple of bullets left. You can see 2 left after that kill, so he baited him out basically by not doing the reload.
Yeah, he did. That's a battle from Big Uzera when he wins it. He's like, hell yeah, I just outplayed Rain massively. That one feels good. That one makes you feel confident in your position moving forward. However, unfortunately, on the other side of the map, Rain goes down. FaZe has taken over and challenges towards the A bomb play. They've got a lot of space here. Never saw the sneak in behind the smoke. Brokey, the last one left, and he's been dinked. 45 seconds on the clock left for him to save this op with 10 HP.
What a shutdown. Huge plays coming out right here.
This, I mean, a couple times throughout this game, this scoreline has looked really, really dire and really rough for paiN, but this is a map that's obviously very recoverable, especially now that they switch over to defense. If they go on a bit of a run here early, that could be massive. There goes Brokey. Double op setup is available to paiN.
Yeah, if they want it. Not a bad map for it, I reckon. Well done right here. Whew. Bots are taking over the screen, Jason.
Saw there the graphic as well for Blast TV. If you guys would like to check out that,
you should
that feature here. They got some cool stuff in store later on for the playoffs where you guys can actually. Apparently, we've been told that they can have an impact on the broadcast. They can make us say things.
Yeah, I do not look forward to that part, but
I'm excited for it.
Guess we'll see how it goes.
I feel like I can abdicate all responsibility.
That's true. It was the chat that made me do it. Let's see how that goes as an excuse. Nekkers gets Molotov'd in the corner and cannot escape. Well, I guess death is a kind of an escape, but not what he was looking for. Big Uzera going to get traded right away after getting the first kill there. So kind of the right plan coming here for FaZe. They found themselves in a 4 versus 3 with a lot of mid control, a lot of map control in general. And paiN, I don't know if there's a... I mean, if they lose control of middle if they go 2 on B like this, but I don't know if that's necessarily a bad thing. I don't know. If they stretch themselves out, 1 A, 1 B, 1 middle, that doesn't seem like a good defense either.
No, but also with over a minute on the clock when those kills come out, paiN realized that there's plenty of time for FaZe to just hit the pause button and wait for the exact reaction that paiN might be going for. So tough round to manage. At the moment, if Nython, if he could get 1 kill and get away and have that information, he at least does survive. Doesn't connect the shot, but he never got the information that so many players from FaZe were just crouched at the base of the staircase, and now the middle of the map is exposed.
Good way. Did he get pre-fired? That seemed to happen so early. I'm actually so confused. Eventually, he's going to get found and taken down, and alone on the bomb side is HardZao. PKL gets a kill on the other side. Actually, does equalize it into a 2-on-2, but he's still about to get shot in the side of the head without even realizing. You could see Rops is sneaking up right behind him, and that's the kill they needed. PKL, he is really far away. Has a Molotov and a kit, it's possible he could do it. It would be so much easier if one of these 2 players was exiting this way toward Donut. He could find that kill first, then make it a 1-on-1. But now he has to go digging deep into the bomb site, and he's going to get found right away. Brokey, easy kill for him, and it will be the round for FaZe.
Yeah, tough angle to manage when you're coming on that retake. He obviously needed that kill on Brokey so he could deal with Robs. But good round from FaZe. Good kills early on in middle. Being aggressive. Big trade here. In towards Jaguar to give them map control in a 4-on-3 and just exposing the staircase later on. FaZe just 3 rounds away from taking this opening map.
Brokey's up there as well. He's overtaken Rain. So, yeah, they got a lot of really hard-hitting players on that side, and that's one of the things that's really starting to show here. Brokey feeling so confident, and he goes back for more, even missing the shot. He doesn't care. Takes down Big Uzera.
Rob's trying to make a play through a smoke over at the A bomb site, deep smoke, and he wanted to test it. Called the bluff, but loses out. Rain definitely saw PKL. Definitely has that little bit of intel. FaZe in a 4-on-4, slowly constricting. Oh, I cannot believe he hit that shot. I thought not able to get away quick enough.
Hard to deal with. Nice timing on that one. Swings into the bomb side is Twist.
FaZe just have no feel of where the next hit is going to come from. This round was great from FaZe, just juggling aggression, and obviously that last player, unfortunately, is just in an impossible scenario.
Yeah, not a lot to be done, and you know, playing up close against those AWPs, and there's so many corners on this map. You could see it from Brokey. Even when he misses the shot, he's not really automatically dead because he can get away from the fight really easily and then recommit to it again. And he's so lightning fast. It's hard to stop. 22 kills on him right here.
I said 16-5, 16-7. Will we count it if it's 16-7, 16-5?
Yeah, I think that's okay.
Yeah, that's fair.
There's some math principle involved here, right? Like, I feel like, you know, doesn't really matter if it's... I can accept that.
Like the Pythagorean theorem?
Yeah.
I don't remember what that one was. Is that a squared plus b squared equals c squared or something?
Yeah, you do remember.
Nailed it.
Based. Third grade math in play.
Absolutely nailed it. No, in America, that's like 7th grade math. Chill.
I don't know. It's fine. It's good, but we got it. Saved us. We do have a hard rule that involves no math on the stream because it's really easy to screw up.
It's very easy to screw up basic math when the pressure is on and a camera staring you in the eyes.
Yeah.
Another timeout taken. Gonna talk things over. paiN really maybe one last chance to get involved or get back into this game, claw themselves into a close enough scoreline to be within striking distance. Maui's tweeted us a tip to get out of bed. It's a good one. He took this this assignment very seriously.
All right. Is it a multi-thread like tweet?
No,
like
it is just actually a very good tip. I expected a few more jokey tips. This one was, you know, you never end up regretting doing something cool in the morning and basking that achievement for the rest of the day, which is very true.
All right. So try to front load the day with something that you're going to be proud of for the rest of the day.
Well, you should always make your bed in the morning. I never do that.
Yeah. Oh, what an opening here. Rain right through the smoke, and he was ready for more. Gets the headshot, spins around. Could have probably had that one too. But after all of the madness, we find ourselves in a 3 versus 3. With Robs, though, a lot of map control here. Did he spot him? Yes, he did. Now he definitely knows. Nithon, though, got to be quick about this one. A backup will show up. Robs, he's fast. Spins around for the headshot. I thought it looked like Nithon had to drop him in right there, but didn't turn out that way. PKL and Hearts out.
He did have the drop on him. That's the worst feeling, is when you know you actually had the drop. You know you were a step ahead, but you still lose out in the battle, and that's just one of those things Rops does to you. Always aware and always ready to snap over and focus in. PKL just chilling. Hard frag for Brokey to clear. Kerrigan's going to turn the corner, and the swing out is held by the AWP. And now it's just Hardzao coming over, rotating from middle. And again, the AWP can just freeze him in place.
Brokey, the confidence is there. He's not afraid to run into anyone at that corner. It's one of those plays right there. I mean, there's no escape from him at that moment. If he misses a shot, he's dead. But he's so confident. He's played this map incredibly well. So why wouldn't he be? It's going to be another round for FaZe, obviously. Looking really, really good at the moment. And this is horrifying for paiN. This is their map pick. They did show a lot of good signs on this map. But they are playing FaZe. There's a reason the odds at the beginning were, what, like 9-1?
You gotta say, putting up 6 rounds on your T side, especially considering you lost the pistol, is magnificent.
Yeah. Just look at the confidence. It's ridiculous. He's pushing through a smoke into the middle, pretty much on his own.
He's got his own individual confidence, and then he's got like the team confidence of being up 15-7.
Yeah. And knowing probably that even if he goes down and it's a 4-5, his team is good enough to try and make up for it anyway. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff to work with here. They need 8 in a row. paiN. It's hard to see how that's going to be possible right now. But again, look at the scoreline here. They're all playing really well on the paiN side. No one is letting the team down. There's no one that's an individual isn't showing up for the game. They're not able to catch Rain and Brokey right now that are dropping 21 and 24 kills.
Yeah.
It's so ridiculous.
Well, quiet a little bit on the map. Now FaZe going to start working up B ramp. Kerrigan leading the way, looking for a challenge, pre-firing the off angles. That'll bring PKL back, but that exposes both him and Big Uzera to their own individual fights. Twist and Kerrigan get headshots in both of those. Kerrigan coming through is going to go down. Another important trade from Rain. 3-on-2, still an advantage, and positioning as well is so strong for FaZe.
Yes, it is. I don't know how you win this fight with the FAMAS. Oh, headshots are the answer. could have known, could have guessed maybe all along. Oh, Brokey spins around and is ready to take down Nekis and Hardsau. No health at all in this 1 versus 2. Now it's a replay of the last round. Are we in the Matrix? It's going to be the first map going to FaZe. A huge win right here. And obviously just showing why the odds were the way that they were. Just FaZe, the obvious better team in this one.
Yeah, certainly. And we kind of had to have known that coming in. And even if we were, I mean, obviously impressed by what paiN did in the first half as well. Just it's a long way to try and go up against someone like FaZe, a team like FaZe that's been playing so well recently. Very casual first map, it felt. Everyone's just kind of really chill.
Yeah, they're loving it.
Yeah.
Well, we do have the desk ready for a little bit of a breakdown, so please take it away.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yes, chill vibes only down here in the booths, I guess. FaZe doing FaZe things, expecting them to be closing this one out. Unfortunately for paiN, despite them trying to push things back in that first half, only able to get 1 round in that second half.
Yeah, I feel like the second half was a cold awakening for the paiN fans around the world, even for myself. The first half gave us hopes. paiN, honestly, they played better Counter-Strike than I had expected. You have to keep in mind they didn't win any pistol round in that game. They had to fight hardly for every single round they won. And as we have Robin, the coach, joining us very quickly.
We do have Robin. Thank you so much for taking a quick time to have a little chat with us. Are you content with the fashion that you closed out that Ancient into beginning off the tournament?
I mean, Ancient, it felt easier because we won both pistol rounds, I would say. It was still a pretty close game. The guys stepped up when it matters the most. I think they won a couple of tight clutches in the start, but other than that, they didn't have any momentum at all. So,
I wanted to ask you in general, Kerrigan talked about exhaustion, talked about energy management. From a coach standpoint, how do you help FaZe show up today at this event with like renewed energy and the amount of calories that you need to get into the tournament?
Well, I think it also depends which time you play of the day. I think this is the hardest time for us to be like full energy and fully focused. But I think that's something we have worked on, you know, trying to have a good sleeping pattern a few days before when you know that you're supposed to play early. But other than that, it's just the same as always, I would say.
Just finally looking forward to your pick. It's going to be Inferno coming up next. Unfortunately, we saw you losing out to Cloud9 last time at Dallas. I know this is quite a different opponent coming into things, but if you were going to put it down to one thing you're focusing on coming into this next map, what is it?
Now, I think the most important thing is to focus on ourselves, that we play good, that we have good communication, and we're not doing any mistakes. We are the better team here, and we just have to do what we're good at.
Kerrigan said in Dallas that you might be 5% below. For the people out there, what is that 5% difference? How do you put that concrete in Counter-Strike? Is that communication aim? How do you describe that 5%?
Now, I think it's 5% of everything, right? Like in Dallas, we felt that we hadn't practiced much. We had probably 3 days of practice since before the major. So now we had a few days at home. We have been playing as much as we can. We've been trying to improve on everything. So hopefully the 5% extra is here right now with us.
Well, Robin, really appreciate you taking the time to have a little chat with us. And yeah, we'll be seeing you in Inferno. We'll let you go as we're going to continue dissecting Ancient. Thank you so much, sir. We have a couple of, one round we want to put under the microscope for that Ancient, which was talking about FaZe's, that CT side. You were saying there was a lot coming in on the way of paiN's T side. We did them trying to make comeback, but round number 7, it was just classic FaZe through and through.
Yeah, very much classic FaZe. You're correct, Freya. Round 7 is the hard and very tough battle that it can be sometimes to play against FaZe. We see here it's Rain going in very aggressively with that smoke. We have all that middle territory that's been taken by FaZe. Twist had that perfect read. Probably heard as well from Ross's Q on the side. And then once you get to that 2v5, you could just see it's easy breezy for the side of FaZe Clan. And this round right here started a 4-round streak from FaZe. And this is why I'm actually giving props to paiN because after these 4 rounds, I thought that was it. I thought a round like that puts you economically in a good space. The confidence is obviously at the max, and I thought they would just roll over, but they didn't.
Yeah, and that was something that we were giving them real huge props for back in the showdown as well. The fact that they didn't look down and out in any position, but then, you know, coming up against FaZe, unfortunately getting into that second half as well, weren't really able to string anything together. And it was kind of down to some of the individuals, as always, on the side of FaZe. I do want to put Brokey under the spotlight because we were talking about, you know, Rain and his absolutely phenomenal performance at the major. But here, Brokey, it looks like he's showing up already.
And still, in general, Ancient is an extremely good map for Brokey, and that remains the case here in that opening game. Not only, obviously, on the CT side, we'll see here his antics with the AWP, and I think he was one of the first few maps where he turned a lot of heads with that FaZe plan, but also on the T side, I think he was instrumental in some of these rounds where FaZe needed that extra kill to get onto the side. They just needed to create that space so they could scale over the side. I think Brokey was very much influential, and he had a great showing.
I want to ask just your comparison on the other side of things for paiN. We were talking about in the green room the fact that Nathan, you know, coming in and replacing Safe, as we all know, moved to Freya, and that was kind of one of the big storylines of paiN. Of course, at the showdown, we did see Nathan playing there as well. So, kind of, what would your comparison be in terms of the two sides of the Orping equation in this?
Look, of course, Nathan had really big boots to fill when Safe left to Fury. I think you mentioned it perfectly. I think he still had a couple of very key rounds, and I thought that he might have lit the fire that was needed for paiN. He had a couple of post-plant situations in the first half where he had that kill number 3 and 4. That means everything. He took the space, he took the fight to FaZe. I think he had the right mindset, but unfortunately, they didn't build on it.
Well, of course, it isn't over for paiN just yet, as we do have a second map coming up on the cards, but it is going to be a tougher challenge to be getting into it. It is FaZe's pick, it is Inferno, and it's going to be coming up after this break.
Smoke solid.
Close, definitely.
He's dead.
All
Up main.
Only
mid. Yeah, keep holding mid. Peguei vela. Tá na esquerda.
Mais um vela,
ó. Vou cair, então cair.
Tá mid. All B main boosted.
Smoke da bomb. Ah,
All B. Roster to defuse.
Peguei mais um.
Mais um,
tá
defusando.
Tá agora.
Direita.
Ai, caralho. Nice, fica.
Despite that paiN round win, unfortunately for the Brazilians, that did slip through their fingers as FaZe ended up closing out Ancient in a pretty clean fashion in that second half. Now we are moving on to their pick of Inferno. So just to start off with an overview of what we should be expecting on this map. How are you weighing things up here? Looking even more painful for the Brazilians?
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say, this is quite complicated for me to turn it into a happy story. We were talking about Data going against them on Ancient. You take the same on Inferno, you make it even worse. You make it worse because that's how it is. This is FaZe's turf. It's a map that they play at the highest level and where I see even little space for paiN to create an upset.
Well, let's get into a bit more of the nitty-gritties. We do have Danny on the line with a few words about what we should expect coming into Inferno.
Yes, that's correct. So the next map is going to be Inferno, which is FaZe's pick. And what I want to talk about are some of the key positions on the map, and as well as what we want to pay attention to in this map. So the first thing we're going to see here on paiN's side, they're going to be starting on the CT side. So we're going to expect Biguzera here towards B. Same with PKL. And then we'll also see Nython, the Opper. He's going to be playing more towards the A side. Hardzal, he's going to be the rifler towards A. And then lastly, Nekiz, he's going to be the rifler towards the apartments. Now on FaZe's side, we're actually going to see Twist, probably going to be the banana player over here. Robs is going to be the dedicated apps player. And then Rain, he's going to be that dedicated boiler / middle player. And then lastly, we're going to see that Brokey and Kerrigan, they're the ones that are going to be holding this T-stairs area, and they're going to be helping out banana and middle, depending on where the round goes. Now, something I want to focus on more particularly for this map is actually banana control. Now, we all know that banana control is a big part of Inferno, because that dictates how you actually approach the map. So something that we will see from paiN from time to time is that they actually have two utility sets they like to use. First of all, if they play more passively, they like to use the half-wall smoke as well as the car Molotov. But if they decide to play more aggressively, you might see them throw the deep smoke down here and then the double Molotovs for the close half-wall and the broom position. Now, I'd be expecting paiN to be playing a bit more aggressively on this map, and that's because if they give FaZe banana control, that's going to give them such a hard time in being able to rotate this second player back towards the A side. If FaZe have this portion of banana, they're constantly going to be able to have this and hold the rotations. So something that paiN would like to do is probably play more aggressively, and that's going to be down to PKL and Biguzera to dictate and try to adapt based on what's happening on banana. So that's what we should be looking out for on Inferno.
Thank you very much for that one, Danny. It's great to get a bit of an overview and exactly what we should be expecting from paiN coming into this one, particularly, you know, if you're not familiar with the Brazilian side coming into this map.
Yes, and Mahone is absolutely correct. You cannot leave banana open to Kerrigan. The issue that I have for that is that I feel that IGL has way more cards in his deck at the moment. If banana is not working out, he might just play towards long. He talked about Nython, his position. I think he's going to get challenged. We, of course, know the job and the work that Robs can do in that apartment position. So Neki is going to have his work cut out for him. There are a lot of different ways for FaZe to get into the round on the T side.
And that's the really tricky thing coming into this one as well. I did kind of want to play devil's advocate a little bit.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
Showdown, because of course we did see paiN taking down Furia on this very map, where Furia only managed to post 2 rounds on that T side. I was really impressed with the CT side of paiN coming into this one. Different environment, you know, that was online. Obviously, Furia not of the caliber that we would say of FaZe as well. But if we're going to be looking at the CT side of paiN coming into this one, what particularly are you looking out for if they have kind of any hopes of quelling FaZe?
Well, again, I think Nython has to cut out any behavior, any aggression from the side of Kerrigan. I think Kerrigan is extremely good at realizing how quickly and how simply he can take map control away. If he realizes suddenly that mid is an open free party, he'll just take it. He'll do it really fast, and then he'll slow down the pace. So you have to kind of force him to use a lot of utility early on. You talk about that game versus Furia, I can't help but think it's an anomaly. And I hope paiN will prove me wrong. I hope for the fans that they will prove me wrong and that there is something to it, because even if we're painting a picture of FaZe in Dallas having 5% off and yes, maybe dropping the map against Cloud9, we have to realize we're talking about the highest level of Counter-Strike. I don't think paiN are there quite yet to challenge that 5%.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly how we were phrasing paiN coming into this tournament. The ability to kind of create those upsets and potentially, you know, be a thorn in the side, not in terms of series, but maybe taking a map here, maybe taking some surprising rounds there. Of course, we did see that somewhat playing out in terms of that first half of Ancient, but I don't know. I'm just looking at Inferno going, this is incredibly tough round for them to be coming in on.
It would be an upset of a magnitude that I cannot even foresee. The fact they take Inferno away from FaZe. When we talk them as spoilers, you know, it's about maybe a G2 that's a little bit of that, a Vitality that's potentially in crisis. You play them in a best of 3, you win your map pick. Suddenly the whole kind of scheme changes. Here against FaZe, we painted a picture, a Vertigo ban from the get-go that kind of takes that away from their purse. That first map going the way of FaZe Clan, it really feels like we're barreling towards a quick 2-0. But, you know, I wouldn't mind being wrong. Hell, let's have a show. It's just they have to earn it. They have to fight for it.
Well, I'm wondering what Anders and Moses are thinking about this. Do you guys think they have the potential to be making the upset here?
Anders might, because he's mentally broken.
Yeah, anything is possible. You already called the scoreline.
I did.
We even got started, Jason.
I've got the first one. I got 16-7 underway. Yeah. I said the second map was going to be 16-5.
Boom. There we go.
Yeah.
So you can make it. I mean, I'm with Maniac on this one. The level of upset here is astronomical. It's going to be borderline impossible. Anything can obviously happen, but realistically.
Yeah, I think there's some potential. Obviously, you never know with like an isolated map across the whole series, across the series victory. I don't think that's even going to be a possibility in any way. But I mean, man, this would be super impressive. And even on a map like Ancient that we just saw, which was paiN's pick, they actually put together that good first half, right? They put together like a good show. They just didn't have like a complete picture and got actually wiped out in the second half. Brokey took over, Rain took over. They just closed out the map nice and easy down the stretch. Yeah, I think there's just way too many win conditions for FaZe to get excited about an upset until we see paiN start putting some stuff out on the map that is going to make us believe they can take Inferno. Map number 2, FaZe is up 1-0 in the series, looking to start out the Blast Spring Finals here in Lisbon with a win.
You saw on that first map how difficult it is to match the output that someone like Rain or Brokey had. I mean, all of paiN played pretty well, but the spikes on the FaZe side, they're just so massive that there's no way to stop it. And you need somebody to be the person to step it up to that level here. And I don't know who's going to be it for paiN, but someone's going to try and win that. A little bit of a silent boost to get up into the apartments over on the A side. And it looks like they're going to try and challenge this. There are a lot of people here on the paiN side, so it could be interesting.
This is the perfect call, though. This is the perfect call for a mid stack. If they're able to wrap around 2 players coming from mid, Hardzel a little bit blind. Nekuz has got a kill. Oh, so does Nython. This is actually costly. Good shooting from Nekuz, and the mid portion of the attack is gone. Done and dusted. paiN get the first round on the board.
Wow, that looked so solid from paiN's point of view, but I agree with what you were saying, but though, because if Nekuz doesn't get at least the first 2 kills like that, the whole defense gets wiped out. So that'll happen sometimes. You know, you have a defense it really is contingent on getting the early kill, and then if you don't do that, the whole thing falls apart. But fair play, well done. paiN win the opening round.
We didn't get to see all the frags as well. I feel like I felt like at the time that FaZe maybe sprung the mid portion of the attack. Rain was in boiler. Kerrigan obviously coming up mid late after throwing utility. I feel like that portion of the attack actually took some of the initial engagement rather than the halls pop, which makes that so deadly. But maybe a small mistiming for FaZe. Either way, it doesn't matter at this point. They'll review that one later. 1-0.
Nice nades landing on
Biggie Zara.
Yeah, it's not a happy place to be in, but he's going to be able to play more defensive.
Maybe
now.
That's his strategy to wake up in the morning.
Yeah, dodge a couple of nades.
Yeah,
or
that'll get the blood pumping.
Yeah, no doubt. Could get some complaints from the neighbors eventually, but
yeah, it's like those pesky kids who used to like experiment with fireworks and everything. And
yeah, I don't have any comments about that, Jason. I'm not trying to go down that road. Now, listen, Maui said you want to do something cool in the morning. Now, here's a cool thing that he followed up with was getting pastries.
Yeah. With raisins. Pastry with the raisins he had.
Yeah, but does that count as something cool? Is that really...
I think some people in the world find that cool.
Okay.
I think the part about it that probably is... Ooh, not ideal. Nice.
Gonna be a gap.
Yeah, nice tag. Failed dodging nades in the afternoon.
Yeah.
I think the cool part about it would be going for the walk to the pastry shop.
Okay.
That's the thing that really wakes him up. It's not the pastry itself that does the work. It's the sun, it's the fresh air, it's the morning exercise. No way.
Entry double coming in on the side of FaZe. Now, Nython, if he didn't get 2 kills right then and there, this might be a very hard round to win. I think they should be able to do it still. Remember, there's no armor or anything on the side of FaZe here. They did pick up a FAMAS in the meantime, but let's just see. Yeah, getting that early tag, and there's nothing they could do. They get chewed up so easily without the body armor. Twist doing the best that he can in the background there. It's going to be a round win for paiN, but it's not going to be with a lot of confidence behind it. You're going to feel like, ooh.
No, and you took some guns away. You forced some rebuy of utility and armor. You also get a plant, and this is a round I think they came into this one with like mostly unarmored Glocks. They had the 3 nades earlier that they threw out towards Banana, and I think like maybe a P250. Like this is great bang for your buck if you're FaZe. That's a huge result with such minimal investment.
Not at all bad. And that slight gap in the smoke because of the tag to teammate, all those little details kind of add up to a bit of an opening for FaZe. And they're going to be buying straight into this round with AKs. Why would they not? See how quick they can get back into the swing of things here on the T side. Obviously, you can play this T side way better than you can generally on Ancient. So don't be surprised if FaZe have a lot working for them here. Oh, all right. He's in there, Rops, ready and waiting if anyone wants to show up. Double boosted on top here. One of them playing anti-flash. Why not? Does leave open the archway, but I mean, it's going to be hard to get to arch without triggering that double boost.
Ooh, little tag in the Molotov, but Twist still able to win it out at the end of the day. Big Uzera takes a shot to the face. Banana control for FaZe, man advantage for FaZe, and they're going to back off. They're thinking this forced a rotation. They're wrong.
Good setup. Kerrigan, I think he might have known, yeah, might be time to back on out once that's been revealed. It's probably not worth sticking around. They're going to fall back into the bomb site. They will get wrapped on maybe faster than they even realized. I don't think they were aware. Roki spinning around for the flashbang. Nekkers is still good for a kill. And Nithon down in the pit. Backup is coming eventually, but he might have to stay alive for another 10 seconds before that's really in play. He gets the 1 kill, but Robs is there to trade it. Just a long series of trades to get into this one-on-one with the bomb plant down as well. Robs, he's going to stay put. He has a smoke that he could put up, but it's also risky, and sometimes it's better to just focus on that aim instead. PKL on the other side, Molotov in hand. See if he's going to be brave enough to throw it. Again, that is a risk once you pull it out. You could get peeked right at the same time, and it looks like none of them really want to try and do anything. There's a little bit of a nade. It will force Robs further back. Going to smoke it off, though, and now a lot of time is off the clock. There is a kit in play, but it doesn't matter. Robs will get the headshot nonetheless and win the one-on-one, and that actually looked like... I thought they would have lost that round way earlier there on the side of paiN, but good defense, nearly made it through.
Yeah, I mean, they did a pretty darn good job. You were exactly right. This entire round, outside of this like opening kill here from Twist and the response on Kerrigan, it's just all trades the whole way through. Everything's 1 for 1, every step they take. So phenomenal job from FaZe. That's going to be really tough for your defense to deal with in an impressive one-on-one clutch, as we know Rops is capable of. That's paiN real early on due to the damage in the round they won previously, losing those 3 players. They're at an early reset. They buy up into this, but it's P250, CZ, and a Deagle with armor, and that's it. No rifles.
Not that many smokes in play either. I do love some of these rounds when you have pistols and if you can cycle the smokes for long enough, especially just on banana, you can sort of force the enemy team at least at times to end up in the other bomb side.
Force them into the fight that you want.
Yeah, basically. Yeah. In theory, it's really good. It can be very, very hard to execute. But I just like watching teams try it, even if it fails. It's just an interesting approach.
It takes a lot of holding your nerve, right? Teams are very, very good at challenging and applying pressure without fully committing these days. paiN gonna look for any kind of follow-up aggression that's not coming quite yet towards quad, towards short. Kerrigan to make a play at Rap side. He's got the Mac 10. Spamming through, takes PKL down very, very low, 38 HP. Rops, excuse me, looking for the push. He's got the first, and now he knows there's a second as well. Kerrigan doing work on the other side of the bomb site. Things looking good for FaZe here in round 4.
CSAT 75. They know where it is. Easy cleanup at the end. And they're going to be cruising through their round, no problem. Now, would you say, Jason, that that's a Mac 10 or a Mac 10?
That's a Mac 10.
All right.
Yeah.
Incredibly...
Great emphasis on the Mac.
Esoteric jokes coming out, but... basically 3 people in the world. It's fine.
Yeah. That's our audience.
That's it. Yeah, shout out to Henry if he's out there somewhere. Tied up pretty early on, and as you said, they forced up. Oh, they're running down the middle lane. You love to see it. Could have been a beautiful spray down. Could have been all 5 of them, but he did get interrupted halfway through. That's a quick round.
Yeah.
We're moving on.
Kerrigan grabs the AK-47 as well, so they don't even lose any kind of the important weaponry. The Mac 10 is traded away. Yeah, that lineup from Rain, that's what you dream of when you swing out wide. That's what you're hoping for. Almost able to mow down more. So FaZe looking good. Early lead here on Inferno. They are up 3-2. Not gonna lie, I was hoping that Inferno would be the 16-7 because it's gonna be very hard to limit a team to 5 rounds starting on the CT side.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I'm not excited about this.
Not a lot has to go wrong here for that prediction to get swiped out the...
Yeah, it could happen quick as well. Quick and early.
Yeah. But I mean, the fact that they lost the pistol and still they're up 3-2 right here, and they put a lot of pressure on the paiN economy, that part is kind of working out all right for your prediction. So we'll see. Not that many nades left here on the side of paiN, even at 1 minute and 20 seconds. Kerrigan, nice entry headshot to take down Hartzau. Clears open the archway. And this A bomb side, actually both bomb sides are in a lot of trouble here. They start to fall back to try and help out, but Kerrigan is well aware that could be a feature of the map, and they know everything right now. I feel like FaZe have such a lot of info to work with.
I love watching Kerrigan play like this, just messing with timings as well. Look at the opportunities he's opened up. Look how many players, both the B defenders, go down in CT spawn because they had to move out of position. Makes the lurk from Rops super effective, except for when you miss your shots.
Yeah, that is an essential component after all. He
Nexa knows all about that.
Yeah, true. Oh no.
I love that quote.
It's too soon. It's too soon. Well, 3-2. They're going to try and go for the retake, even though they're far, far away. The twist nearly lining up a double, but he's going to lose that fight anyway. Brokey, he just has to hold this for basically a second. This bomb is already really, really far down. He goes for the swing, and it's an easy double once he gets the first kill on Neck is there. So
yeah,
probably a little bit closer than it needed to have been. Robs could have probably ended that round right then and there, but
yeah, if he gets that kill on the lurk, they don't even go for it, right? Even if he goes 1-for-1, they're not messing with that retake. So that kind of missed opportunity from Robs spurs them forward.
That entry from Kerrigan, now that we rewatched it, it's not exactly great spray control or anything, but he just was so sure. Like he didn't, I'm just gonna pre-fire it and keep shooting. I don't care about getting any kind of great one taps or anything like that. I just need to get the job done. So fair enough.
Oh, deep nade. Kerrigan brought down to 54 HP. Another nade coming in, brought down even lower. He's not having a good time. You could see him just chill and think about all of his decisions up to that point.
You're really locked in with the grenades. They can't miss you when you're in that corner. Oh, man.
Yeah, even at CSGO physics, those nades are still going to deal damage to you.
Yeah, even then, you're going to be in trouble. Well, it's just a bit of damage right now. FaZe slowing down the game just enough. Attempted jump to look over the smoke. Big with Zero. Guess it's possible that he could find someone there with the P250. Could do some damage, but eventually he'll give it up. And they don't have any more nades of any kind right now on the paiN side, so I don't know what the plan is now.
Yeah, this is where it gets difficult. FaZe already pressuring the B bomb site. Smoke gonna go over towards the CT spawn choke point. Just the one defender here. FaZe have no reason to really go away from this, and here's the full set piece with utility. They see no presence, feel no pressure. Rops is gonna stay super passive on the other side of the map, and a free bomb site plant at B.
Nice little gap hold that he had there on the B bomb site by the coffins. Made himself impossible to see, basically. Brokey's going to be found. Ooh, and they'll find Robs as well. So they could steal some rifles away here. That's some kind of victory, even in defeat.
No, it's great. That'll probably give them one extra buy down the road that they wouldn't have had normally, because they get to save so much money, obviously, and drop some weapons over. Kerrigan needs to stay alive, but he's so low in health already. Good shot on the big Uzera, but I cannot see him surviving the whole round. He does have a teammate. He does have Rain coming back to help him.
Oh, Hardsau is so close with that CC. Rain set up pretty nicely right here. Gonna get the one, but oh, if they could have got that second AK right there. I mean, they did pick up a second one, but it could have even had a third one. Would have been huge. But still, not a bad round, considering they were probably never going to win that round anyway. So they get to steal a little bit away. It's not bad.
And force some rebuys out of FaZe. And obviously on the T side, it's not as impactful, but still quite painful to have to rebuy those AK-47s and armor. So money's going to get dug into and spent. Still, 5-2. 3-round lead for FaZe in the second map of the series. FaZe with a victory here closed things out in their opening series of the spring finals.
Another chance for a real buy here on the side of paiN. And these are the rounds that are, you know, that you can already tell because of the way the economy's played out for paiN. These are the rounds they need to win really desperately. Brokey's already got tagged up. PKL, I thought that wallbang was maybe going to be the end of him, but somehow he gets to stay alive for another couple of seconds, so that's interesting. Rain trying for the wallbang. You can actually shoot through that window and underneath the little roof that's out there.
Okay.
People don't do it, but it's possible. Attempted swing to get the headshot right away, and he's going to move forward into the corner, and going to put up a smoke with plenty of space there. If they had put it even further up, I wonder if he would have just tried to snuck through, but it's going to be fine. staying on the other side. Look at the time, 40 seconds.
Yeah, he definitely wanted to apply some pressure, force out some kind of a response. You could see the T-smoke was coming in towards that spawn choke point as well, so he wanted to utilize that to find a fight inside the B bomb site, see what he could get, but just delayed. Now he calls the rest of the team back, even Rops, who's not going to be here on the lurk. But look at the paiN rotation when this hit comes in from the A bomb site. With Rops having lurked there, and they know he likes to lurk there, it might be a bit slower than you would normally expect. They might be worried. 18 seconds on the clock.
They need to hold tight right here. The rotation's really far away. And what an entry from Twist. Revenging his captain with 2 kills of his own, and with 8 seconds, they're going to go for the bomb plant. And paiN, they're still halfway across the map. They're not even thinking about it. They're already out of the round. That is...
They didn't even move out of their positions till the second player went down. Nobody was even thinking about cheating over whatsoever. That was very much like, all right, guys, 20 seconds on the clock. Whoever gets attacked, you either win or lose the round.
Yeah, that's it. They had no information, basically. That's hard to play with. Kind of a classic problem on Inferno a lot of the times, especially if you're not holding that top mid position, and if you're not pushed in there, you don't know what's happening, and that's what hit him right there. Exit kill for Nython, but we're getting there. Catching fire off FaZe, as you can tell by the little icon, winning 5 in a row, about to be 6 here. This is looking so good.
It's looking clinical.
And not that everything has to be about this, but this is where you'd really like to see from paiN someone have the confidence. You know, Nython has that AWP, like, you need
Go
some
for
fights.
something.
Yeah,
Create something.
You need to create a little bit of space for your team.
You need to create a little bit of energy for the team. It's probably feeling a little quiet over there, a little lack of excitement there in the paiN camp. Little chat coming in, first time out used here on Inferno. They talk things over and what kind of shift, and maybe having a similar conversation as what we're having is like, all right, guys, we got a few weapons that we've saved. Let's make a play. Now, important to notice as well, this is where you might also think those saved AK-47s from a few rounds back might come into play. You can rebuy because you didn't have to spend money just a few rounds back. Still a very healthy purchase, full buy for the CT side.
Yeah, that's going to make a big difference here. Varied game plan for FaZe early on as well. I mean, they've had a lot of rounds where they've executed pretty early on. In this last one, they slowed it down with 8 seconds on the bomb plant. So, ooh, nice early kill there. That was Nython, though, trying to do exactly what we're talking about. Basically take the game into his own hands and swing for that fight on Banana, but Brokey is so quick. He's going to get revenge, though, down the middle. And Robs, out of the corner, a boiler. Gets taken out. So 4 versus 3. It's a good start for paiN right here.
You have to have this round if you're paiN. Not for the, like, it's not going to, like, end the game if you don't get it, but just for morale purposes, to start out with this kind of an advantage in the early going. You know, you could see Twist and Kerrigan wanted to try and pick things up and just catch that defense in some level of surprise. Not to be. Rain, 1 versus 4, now 3 as he gets the first kill.
The bomb is over in B, so I'd say don't challenge him too much. There's not a lot to be won here by trying to fight him in the middle. You have the bomb over on the other side. You could even just pull everyone out here and just sort of stick around that side. Oof, nearly catching him tumbling off the balcony.
That was a cool little play. I'm guessing he was trying to hope that the flames of the fire would obscure the sound cues of him jumping up, and he almost had the wraparound. Back through the underpass, and they know it.
Whack-a-mole being played right there.
Yep.
All right. Did the job. Yeah, these grenades coming out kind of forcing... You can see that deep Molotov is kind of forcing Brokey into this fight that he probably didn't want to have it at that time, so...
Yep, Rops gets caught in an awkward timing as well during his jiggles. And FaZe going to shrug it off and get right back into things. 6-3.
A slight opening for paiN. It's a real slight opening, but it is there. Money's kind of out for FaZe, so if they can win this round, it's possible that paiN could start to recover some of the lost territory here early on in the half.
Sure.
That would make for a different story, actually, if they won this round. This might be the one where it could potentially turn around. Again, trying to put a lot of pressure on this B bomb side, forcing out a lot of nades from that core B defense. Double setup in the A hallways. Always a lot of fun. They're making noise down here in the middle as well, so back for a bit of a boost over, leaving one single defender over at the B bomb site. And Kerrigan again has managed to sneak right under. Definitely hears that. Now, what's the timing going to be like? Yep, spots it out, smokes them back off. He's reading this very well at the moment. And Rob's ready all day for that one. They're actually attacking the strongest site right now, though the bomb is at the bottom of T middle, so they're just creating space. Even at 40 seconds, they could do whatever they want right now. This is so hard to play against. They're getting every kill. They don't even need the bomb. Oh, no.
Yeah, but this is just Kerrigan doing such a good job. Like, creating space, but also just, like, testing the defense, testing to see if there's going to be a gap. And, like, when he finds one, it forces such a crazy overreaction. That's the double kill Rain gets. 2 players rotating over, coming through smoke, trying to shut down Kerrigan, and Rain's just got the jump on him. Chilling in the corner. So 7-4, 3-round lead. And no one goes down for FaZe.
Yeah, what a brutal round. Losing track of where the T's are like this is something that you normally associate with a map like Nuke, for instance, where it could be... But on Inferno, I mean, it can still happen, especially over at Arch, right? You just... Someone sneaks through a little bit more than you thought. Or they're a little bit closer to that corner. It's a flawless round coming out here from FaZe.
Do you remember when we used to have the conversation on if PKL stood for Pickle?
Yeah.
Where did we fall on that one?
I feel like... I can't remember who, but somebody told me it was PKL, for sure.
Okay.
So, I don't know... I'm going to trust that, but I wish I could remember how. Could be that it's just crazy.
Just memory hold the entire thing.
Yeah. So I feel like I'm confident that that's how it is.
Okay.
But it could be.
Yeah, I didn't want to call him Pickle. I was just curious how that all ended. I never got any closure.
It's possible that in Portuguese is something completely different, you know?
Yeah.
Who knows? Who knows?
They've probably got a different word for pickles there.
You have to assume. What's your favorite kind of pickle? I've seen you deep fried pickles. I've seen
fried pickles are nice.
Yeah, I've seen you do a lot of
fried pickles are good.
All right,
with some ranch.
Better than regular pickles. What's the tie?
I like pickles on my burgers.
All right.
I don't know. I don't really do the whole like pickle on its own thing.
All right. Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, 7-3. Figure 0. Taken down, wallbang for paiN, and again, we're back to that kind of aggression at top. Banana, hard to hold back right now. PKL shows up with a good kill, and there's actually no response right now for FaZe, which is interesting. They had plenty of people there. I think they could have tried to maybe do more.
Yeah, but it's such a big win, even going 1-for-1, because look at what resources he has left. Like, he just used all of his resources, PKL, to get that kill on a Twist. Flashbangs were thrown out to blind Twist. He's used that utility to keep control early on of Banana, and all of that failed. So there's actually no nades at the B bomb site at the moment. FaZe is going to love that.
And they're keeping this defense really far up at top mid, which I really appreciate from paiN. This is their way to try and get some information, but Rain, he's just spotted out 2, and yeah, they might just go right away. Not a lot to hold them back right here. Smoke is up in front, and there is a rotation coming in, so there's about to be a couple of more people at this bomb site. A bit of a gap for Nython. Can he get the shot? Oh, it's Kerrigan instead to open up and take down PKL, and that's tough. Brokey probably needed to have that kill. That's probably one that he gets every single time, but this was the 1 in 100 where he didn't. Nython, yeah, bomb is planted, and he couldn't catch anyone jumping away, so still a very hard retake coming in.
Nython was just so slow in that crouch. Brokey just didn't know how to time the shot. Kerrigan finds a kill on a team flash, and there's Brokey making up for what he missed earlier. Nython's the only one left, and they aren't going to let him get away. They're sending all the bodies forward. Rops is going to find the kill. 8-3. 5-round lead for FaZe's attack.
He did the old Pasha peek. Oh man, yeah, Twist doing so much work right here.
I always wonder if those are like, if like the trick there is like a designed gap in that smoke, right? Like if they have a lineup to make that gap actually work to like be there, so then Twist can have the angle to get the information and spam it back, or if he just like improvises it when he saw the opportunity.
I'm gonna say especially on Inferno, I think it probably is designed like that. There are so many stupid variations of smokes that like I feel like almost every other week there's some new like little twist into how things are being played. It's actually crazy to me. All right, there's a Deagle kill. Right where Rain goes down is where a lot of the CTs can have a lot of those smokes.
Yeah.
To try and play around or try to boost over or try to do like any number of things. We haven't really seen paiN try to play around with that, but it's something that we've definitely seen a lot in the European meta a fair bit, where it all looks like the same smoke, basically standing on that short little ramp.
Yeah.
But it's actually could be, I think we're up to like maybe 5 or 6 different smoke that could be thrown. And when you see it from the T side, you have no idea, right? Because you can create a gap on both left and right side, and it could be used to boost over, and it could, like, it's just, there's so many different ways to do it.
So many looks that it can give you.
Yeah.
Well, Brokey's playing a dangerous game. He's frag hunting with an AWP in hand and a P250, and he's just going to lose it just like that. I believe he was trying to shift into position for when PK on Hardzal potentially fell back from an attempted retake. Obviously didn't pan out that well. So free op for paiN. It's going to be a 9-3 scoreline.
Still a very, very tough position to be in right here. And I mean, this round from FaZe, even the reason why it's even a 2-on-2, and if they come in the round, is also just because they were out looking for kills probably even earlier than they needed to be. So they knew all along that they were going to try and win this round.
Well, I thought my 16-5 prediction was going to be blown out of the water by now.
It's still in play.
It's still in play.
It can still happen. The fact that they got the AWP for Nython, he's the top fragger right now for the team.
Yeah.
If anyone is going to bring them back into this, it's surely going to have to be him with that weapon.
You're going to be super happy about it, but I mean, the impact just hasn't quite been there with that AWP. Like, I haven't really felt the impact or influence of paiN's op at all in this game, despite the fact that he might be top fragging. We'll see if that changes here. Fast-paced control of Banana. Deep nades. Twists and Kerrigan going to be forced forward. Oh my lord.
That's awkward right between them, and sneaking in is Rain, and he catches Nython. So with the impact they were talking about, not going to be this round at any rate. Some nades being thrown towards Rain's position, but they're ready. Brokey or the crossfire setup, and there's only one defender, and he's already exiting the bomb site. Neck is here. He's going to catch Kerrigan. It's not a bad play, but how do they win this round? Again, they just don't have that much to work with.
Nope, you have to back out now. This has just been a nice relentless hit from FaZe, all off the one kill from Rain. And you could even see, when the kill comes out by Rain out of Boiler, and then the other kill towards the wrap corner, Rop's just going to take that 1v1 all day. He knows, like, walking out those halls, he's just like, there's one defender here at this A-bomb site. I will gladly take a disadvantage 1v1 fight and see if I can win it.
I mean, they're saving some of the weapons, which is, it's a good thing, but not when you're down this far. At some point, you need to fight.
It's the only thing that's letting them feel like they can continue to fight for these rounds, but it's not even like, I can't even like necessarily blame them for some of the decisions not to fight. Just the hit, especially in like a round like this, was just so clean from FaZe. Like, even if you want to go for this fight, you're not going to win it. Like, those 2 kills come out way too early in the round for the rotation to ever have any real impact. Like, this is just free. Nython misses his timing of when that part of the map was going to be a danger. And FaZe firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, they really are. 10-3. Wow. Second map. I mean, I think we got fair warning from the desk as well. It's not like anyone is going to be surprised that this is happening necessarily, but still. I guess overall, if you zoom out just a little bit, think about the tournament as a whole. It's great to see FaZe, you know, respect their opponents early on here and look like they are ready to do more. So that's what we want, really. But I thought with the opening this time, we're going to be finding Robs. Not a lot of pressure on them to do anything else now that they're in a 4-on-5. Still trying to get a little bit of information about what's happening in the middle. Kerrigan sneaking through.
He's found this gap on Rap side a number of times in this half.
Yeah.
1 kill and he's so dangerous. Even just without a kill, even just presence, it's pulled the B defenders out of the site itself.
Oh, sneaking on. He wanted to keep going, and I mean, if the timing had been with him, it could have worked out, but he's going to be found instead. There is a gap. Big 0 to try and look through. 5 versus 3, and that is the kill they needed right then and there. That's definitely going to lock it down. Deep breath, everyone on the paiN side. Already won the round. Just don't do anything crazy. They're going to get that kill on Rain, too. So, at least a 4th round going to be picked up right here.
I think you just go for this if you're Brokey. Nice shot. Yeah. You got plenty of money. You're buying next round no matter what. Trying to get a little bit more ground before the next... Oh, no way.
He's so quick.
That didn't... okay. Bomb gonna be planted. Still, like, this one's not possible.
No, it's not. He doesn't have the health for it, and they're already all over him. But 2 really beautiful shots to put the fear of God into paiN.
I actually thought the game was gonna show that as like a no-scope. There was no no-scope icon.
No. He's just too quick.
I remember when he was brought into the team to be a rifler.
Yeah. I'm glad that's changed.
Yeah, I'm glad they went away from that one. Oh.
It is really fun to see, isn't it? Damn. This one is. Need a lot of slow motion to catch that one.
Yeah. I saw the scope that time, my old eyes.
I feel like obviously you're happy you win the round if you're on the paiN side, but some of those kills just must leave you with a feeling of, all right, well,
it's just like getting flexed on. You're like,
what do we do?
Yeah. Like we might have won this one, but how do we fight that 15 times?
Not easy. Well, 10-4 scoreline. FaZe looking to see if they can get one more on the board just to cement this first half, which has been amazing either way, really.
Mid-peak. Rain. Good dodge. He saw the flash coming in, jiggled at his safety, and is able to protect his teammates. 5-on-4 for FaZe.
I still like it from paiN. I mean, it backfires this time, but I feel like the attempts they've had at playing passively have not really been working out, so I kind of want them to try and do a little bit more. Nice shot mid-air, dropping Carrigan, and he legged Rain earlier, so basically close to a double kill there for Nython. Neck is going to be holding that corner. Robs comes out, swings, and he was ready for another headshot. If anyone wanted to fight him there, he might have just got it. Bomb is going to be planted. Get a 2-on-3 for the after plant. And this is the round that paiN has to win. They need all the rounds they get right here. Brokey's already taken down one of the wrap sides there. Easy shot with the AWP. And now PKL Ambiguous Zero. Thinking about it, they're being a little bit slow now. They do have a smoke to try and create a bit of a gap towards the pit, but even flashed, it doesn't matter. And a shot through. Oh no! What a way to finish the first half. 11-4 in favor of FaZe. That's a powerful beginning. We're going to see what happens in the second half. It's coming up right after the break.
I think in-game leader in CS definitely have to have like a feel for the game, and you have to be decisive. You gotta trust your own card.
People thought that I wouldn't be an in-game leader ever. No one trusted me. I mean, it's a big challenge, but that's what I'm living for. We are in Stade de France, which is the French stadium where the national team of football and rugby play. It's also our facility for 2 years. For most of French people, it's really known because we won like the first World Cup of France 23 years ago. I used to be an entry fragger for probably 10 years of my career. I love that role. I love playing for the team because the entry fragger, they dies first. Yeah, it's a hard role, really hard role. But I always on the side work for the team, like tactically, with nades, with coding. I've never been like that far from being a leader. For some years, I didn't do it myself, even though I could, because I wasn't ready.
There has been some movement on Vitality, as we see here in the lower third. I mean, Alex no longer in the roster, and the team seems to be having its ups and downs.
And when Alex departed the team in 2020, my old coach Exas came to me and said, I think it's time for you. I said, okay. Let me 2 or 3 days. I need to think about that.
A player like Apex now having to be that in-game leader, I think is a huge, huge change for him and a huge responsibility.
And then I came and said, okay, I think I'm ready.
Trust it's everything in this game. Like if you don't trust your coach, if you don't trust, I don't know, manager, analyst, player, like why you play this game? Like it's all about trust. Actually, when he became a leader, I trust him like 100% because he has him in the blood. Like he can motivate, he can cry, he loves CS. He had a lot of emotion, so Yeah, I like it. Yeah, you can be a good leader, and improve every day.
My name's Johnny. That's gonna happen a lot, by the way. My voice cracks a lot. My name's Johnny. My in-game nickname is JT, and I'm the in-game leader for Complexity.
On roof, on roof.
Flash.
Flashing. Short.
Go mid long. Yeah. Where's library smoke?
I'm smoking now.
Side one. Oh, coming.
Põe outra.
Splitando.
Miado.
Mais um. É pra A ou pra B, guys?
Pra.
He doesn't know we see.
Ilusão.
Entrou dentro do bomb agora, default. A gente é defuse?
Você tem defuse, você tem. Tem mole também.
Sick play, good job. No money, let's go.
Ooh, a lot of tension in the end in that 1 versus 1. I don't know if you noticed this, if the translations hold up. I believe at some point in that 3v3 or 2v2, someone on the paiN side said, are they planning A or B? That, I think, actually is super revealing for how confusing it was in that first half to be paiN. They didn't even know. We're not even sure if this is what kind of an attack this is.
Yeah, which is just crazy to think about. 11-4, a huge lead for FaZe on the CT side of Inferno now. Pistol, very important for the paiN side of things. Rain is here to defend. Kerrigan's going to come through as well. Rain's got the first, going for a little bit more. Kerrigan holding the off angle. One goes down. Kerrigan's got to back away, but he can't get back fast enough. And a one-man advantage for paiN.
Brokey sneaking into the smoke, actually jumping on top. That's super aggressive. Nekis just did not see it coming and twisted a range headshot. Now it's all on Hardsau. He's going to fight with the Glock and he's ready. He knows where he's going. Right through the smoke. He takes him down. What a quad kill to open up the second half with.
No, that retake never slowed down though. FaZe, like, that was all just kind of improvising off individual plays and playing off of each other, but that could have slowed down, like right here in this 1v2. Twist and Rops could have really slowed this down. You could have waited for the smoke to fade. That's been a conversation for the FaZe guys. Rain especially talked about it at the major. Like, sometimes we just get too excited. Sometimes we just keep going forward. Sometimes we just don't take a breath.
Yeah, and that could be the other side of the coin for having a lot of skill and feeling, you know, like you have the confidence to take any fight. Sometimes there are fights you should not take.
And even worse, that might ruin my 16-5 prediction.
That's a real downside, yeah.
I can't believe they did that.
Well, you say that, but
my man
Robs has got your back.
Yeah, he does.
He's stepping up right here. And a lot of damage on the Hardsau on top of everything else. They actually have a lot of weaponry to fight with here. That MP9 on Inferno, there is really almost no long-range fights you can have on this map, so...
Well, the problem with this one with Twist is, okay, so Rops is rotating all the way back around. I was going to say he's alone for quite some time, and when paiN inevitably comes back to the A bomb site and starts to investigate, this is risky. Twist position, give it, oh my lord!
Oh no.
Oh, blindsided in every sense of the word.
Point blank range. Not even the no-scope or anything. He was still scoped up when he got that one. Pushing through the smoke to help out his teammate that was in Boiler. I mean, he read that so well. Frustrating for paiN because they must have been thinking, well, we already smoked off Archway, so we don't have to worry about that, but 5 versus 3. Rain spotting. Bit of an off angle, hoping to catch somebody off guard who's just going to be walking around the corner. And that's what's happening exactly. A lot of damage onto PKL, but he'll survive at least the first encounter. Down to 27 seconds now. They're going to be smoking off the library. Ready to do a little bit more damage. Here is Rops. He's getting another chance, but will fail the next couple of shots. Twist with that MP9. Swings out into it. Wants to buy some time. USP is out. He's done so much damage already. And let's see, will they even get the bomb plant down here? 10 seconds. Oh, they need to get into the site. The bomb is up there. This is a bit of a nightmare. 6 seconds left, 5 seconds, and catching him mid-air with a headshot running from the MAC-10 is Kerrigan. And now he has to go for the last swing here. PKL on the other side, and it'll be the 1 versus 2 win. FaZe, they pick up the second round of the second half. Oh, I need to see a replay of that Kerrigan shot.
I think we need to see a replay of that entire round. What a brawl back and forth. Beautiful shots from Rops. FaZe almost let it slip away right at the end. Kerrigan in for the big boy clutch. That one's beautiful. This one saves the life of TWEST for sure. Right before the flashbang pops as well. That's the shot on Kerrigan, or on Zera, who's dropping down, and just a nice closer. 12-5.
Oh, man.
He's just like, sure, why not?
I remember a time when Kerrigan was getting fully triggered by MAC-10s from the CIS region, but
that was in the original FaZe, the old Vegas Squadron days, on this very map as well.
Yeah.
I'll never forget that game. We casted that at, well, that was the Atlanta major, right? Maybe I will forget it.
Yeah. I'll never forget. Instantly forget.
I remember the game. I remember actually just walking up. I actually felt really, really bad after that game. Because I remember the way the casting setup was working was the players were like right next to us, right?
Oh, yeah.
I remember walking up and just looking at Kerrigan and I think Rain and Olaf were all there just laughing a little bit. And I was like, you guys ready to get steamrolled by Vegas Squadron? Like half joking.
Yeah, yeah.
And then they got 16-1 by Vegas Squadron, who were doing like MAC-10 rushes up banana for no reason.
It's a classic. Yeah, there have been some games like that. We should ask Kerrigan about it sometimes. Roki, they're out hunting here. I remember in one of these iteration of FaZe, Kerrigan was basically playing the monster tunnel on overpass, and Chopper would just come flying through the smoke with a MAC-10 shooting. He was so triggered every round. But now he's embraced it.
Yeah, now he realized if you can't beat it, might as well join it.
Yeah, that's how it is. Yeah, not really showing any respect here to paiN, and that's a good thing if you're on the FaZe side. If you have a round like that, just make sure they don't have any feeling that they can even give a chance to talk or anything.
Don't give them an inch. Don't just be relentless. Guns are out now, so just by default, a little bit more respect is going to be provided. Brokey might have had a chance there, but didn't want to commit to the fight that early. Good nade. That's going to do great damage. Hardzao, lucky to be alive. Big Zera does not have that kind of luck.
Straight into the M4. No, that's going to be a quick end. And Hardzao actually burned down to, I think, 48 just from the Molotovs. I don't know, there's probably a couple of Molotovs coming in from Banana as well, so could have been just hard to stand almost anywhere. But not the best start here for paiN. Almost a couple of losses already in Rain. He's thinking about it. Oh, that might actually be a decent nade. It lands right on top. Okay, could have been better, but it's going to tag them up either way. Nithon taking a little bit of damage there. Still will equalize the fight for the M4, so kind of still worth it.
Yeah, not too shabby at all. Back to the A-bomb site we go. Brokey and Rops with a big boy stack, one on each side, one at each corner. Brokey's going to step in front of the smoke, as we saw Rops do previously. Double kill for Brokey. Adds one more. That's Hardzao. He cleans it up with a nade from earlier. And it's just down to PKL. He's in quite a pickle.
You had to do it, didn't you? You just had to.
I did. It popped into my brain. I didn't know how to stop it.
Robs with the cleanup in that round, but obviously Brokey and the whole idea of pushing through those smokes, right? I mean, especially if he's already felt earlier that they might not be ready for it. They trust in that smoke on Arch maybe a little bit too much. Well, he's going to punish him for it. So, wow.
Well, and now, I mean, this has happened twice now where that smoke, as you said, they've kind of just ignored it and disrespected it and stepped in front of it, Rops and Brokey. So now when you go back to mid, if you're paiN, like, you just don't have any confidence in your mid take.
Yeah, or anywhere else.
Yeah, or anything else on the map as well. You're right. That's a fair point.
Yeah. Oh, no! Raining down nades. That is ridiculous. We're going to need to see a replay of the absolute destruction. Carpet bombing, in fact.
No confidence in your mid take. No confidence in banana take. You're going to step on the bomb. You're going to step on the grenades. Oof.
Listen, that's rare. We don't get to see a lot of those.
Anders, we're one round away from 16-5.
Don't say it.
Has anyone ever done it before? Have you ever heard of anything like this?
Back-to-back
map score predictions.
No,
called this morning on the walk here.
It's true, you did. I'm going to vouch for you. It's absolutely what happened. So, no, I don't think that happens very often at all. So, I can't remember. There might be a first. Here we go. So dead.
Oh, that's brutal.
Yeah.
It's like a prairie dog or a robot, sure. Why is he doing the robot?
I have no idea. I don't think he knows, to be honest. But the stare is a classic Kerrigan.
It is a classic Kerrigan.
Rain wants to relive the last round. He's like, you know what? Let me try and throw some more grenades. Maybe this could work out again. 15-5.
All right, boys, don't let me down now.
This is the one round, isn't it? Rain getting caught in the corner. They want to follow it up. Brokey goes down. Oh, you might have jinxed yourself, Jay. You don't have anyone else to blame anyway. Like, this is all...
I do. I can blame Brokey. I can blame Rain.
If you hadn't jinxed it, they would have...
They would have
cool.
Played a little smarter. Played a little better.
They have 18 and 22 kills, you know, so that's probably also why they're feeling so good in taking any of these fights. They're like, you know, it doesn't matter. We're going to win. Now it's going to be a real hard round to win here. 5 versus 3.
Rops is going to have my back again.
Well, he's going to have to dodge at least, I think, a flash coming around the corner. Molotovs is setting up. There's the flash, and Rops turned around. He just can't get his vision back anywhere close to in time.
Oh, no.
Zero with the kill. 1 versus 5. The bomb is all the way back. If you're lucky, they run out of time, Jason.
Please, for the love of God, give it to me. I deserve this.
30 seconds. Oh, they're going to find him. All right.
I can't believe it.
Oh,
I can't believe it.
You do. What have we learned, Jason?
It's so close.
What have we learned this time?
Nothing. I'd do everything the same. I'd do it all over again. I would change nothing.
You've seen those videos on YouTube where people celebrate winning like a race early, like they're on
those are good
rollerblades or biking in, and they're like and then they fall and someone else wins, and you're like, need to watch those videos just to learn never to do that.
Oh dear.
Now the full comeback's happening. Now it's
now we run it back.
Just into overtime. All right, a bit of a nade. Kerrigan with the AWP now. They got another one on Brokey. Could be hard to read if you're in Banana and you're hearing that AWP ring out. Could give you a false sense of confidence that Brokey's out here and maybe you can go to fight at Archway. So we'll see if they're going to be wise to that on the paiN side of things.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think that's like a trap you fall into if there's like an immediate reaction off that shot. Now that it's been slower, you probably feel like the op can rotate and move into a new position.
True.
Good Molotov, smoke to extinguish, all important, and the op rings out again. Still no reaction towards middle as utilities in place.
All right, a little bit of a defense inside of the A-bomb side, but not that much. Brokey not wanting to unscope all that much here either, giving away the game if he does. 40 seconds on the clock. The bomb's still very far back, now being picked up once again, but from paiN's point of view, this is getting sketchy.
Well, I mean, previously last round, they got those kills because FaZe was aggressive at top banana, and they have never really shown that they can actually bust open any of FaZe's defense. As we mentioned, mid-control sketchy, or mid-take sketchy, banana take sketchy as well. So now that you don't have any freebies given over to you, paiN just going to have to test the defense. Rops is here on balcony. Ooh, misses a chance at the first, and somehow Brokey saves his life. That's the second. Brokey and Rops with another one, and there it is. 1-2 punch clicking in just perfectly. 7 seconds on the clock. This is going to be it.
Yeah, they can't even fake it. There's nothing to do. Kerrigan with the final kill, and it's a 16-6 victory as FaZe bring down paiN in 2 maps, and they made it look very, very convincing, I've got to say.
Yeah, extremely convincing. I feel like we should maybe like round down to 16-5.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Listen, if you can convince paiN to do that,
just give that one round away.
I'll accept it as a thing. You have to do a bit of work, I feel like.
More work than I've already done by coming up with a magnificent prediction.
Listen, it was real close, I've got to say. I think if you hadn't jinxed it at the end there, then it would have been fine. You would have got it, but we can learn from it. We can do it next time. It's going to be fine. The desk is ready, and I mean, just a powerful FaZe. Are you guys satisfied with what we saw here in the early game?
I am certainly satisfied from what we saw from FaZe at the very least. We knew that Inferno was going to be a bit of a mountain for paiN to be summiting, and FaZe, they were Everest in this one. They looked incredibly clean, incredibly calculated. Great stuff from FaZe to be opening up Lisbon.
I'm just happy Jason didn't get his prediction right. That's the only thing. That's the one great thing.
Solitary round.
And I can imagine him sulking that he just didn't get that one right for one round. Jason, can you imagine? One round.
Feels bad, man, but feels good for FaZe.
Feels good, very good.
Looking pretty good, pretty hot to trot. Kind of what we expected from them. Heavy favorites, obviously, coming into this one. Yeah, good stuff from them to be starting.
Yeah, you can see Kerrigan jumping up behind us. I think the job has been done. Some of these games, it's one day at the office. You just have to take it very seriously. And we have actually the architect of that victory joining us.
We got to make some room for the major MVP coming in to us. Rain, we knew that you were going to be the favorites coming into this one. Kerrigan was saying you had a little bit more time to practice, obviously coming off that incredible run that you've been having. Was this the fashion that you expected to be closing this one out in?
We thought it would be a hard game, and I think they did a good job on Ancient. They got like 7 or 6 T rounds, right? So they did a good job there. But Inferno, we have a good game plan, and we have a pretty strong Inferno, and we knew we could close it out there.
I want to jump into your next game now. It's going to be the winner for G2 and Vitality, a spot in the semifinal. What's your take on that matchup between the two teams? Any favorite for you? Any obvious one?
I think the obvious favorite is G2. I think Vitality has been struggling as of late, so I have them as winning this series, and I think we're going to play them next game for sure.
Well, Rain, very excited to see what you're going to be delivering throughout the rest of the tournament. Of course, we do have plenty more action on the cards. Thank you so much for joining us, and it is time to be jumping into that second game of the day.
An international matchup for our second game of the day. The Kovac cousins search for their maiden win at G2. Lisbon is where they're hoping the trophy drought will end.
He created a gap with a secondary smoke. Oh, he lands that shot on Flopsky.
Vitality's bold new project is almost 6 months old. A big win for the Bees is a must for their spring final hopes.
Alone fighting is Dupree. Incredible transfer, and he's going to keep going. He lines them up. It's a quad at the end.
Into this tournament, few people talk about a potential crisis for Vitality. I want to ask you, how does it feel in the team right now? Where's the mindset at?
Well, I'm not going to lie. Obviously, it's pretty tough. We've been doing 4 tournaments and no playoff for us. So we're not talking about crisis internally in the team, but more like, yeah, it's time to step up and it's time to go to the playoff at least.
In a French podcast with our friend Kairel, you talked about individual level and how you think that you guys have to step up. How does that translate in your practice and how you look at the games?
Well, I'm not going to lie. Also, we just spoke together and just said that we have really to step up. So it has to come from words, but also from acts. Most likely just playing more, trying to just feeling the comfort zone and all that kind of stuff. Without that, it's no way we go to the playoff or we beat big teams, that's for sure. I think for now we didn't lose to teams under us, but we didn't beat any top 10 teams as well. So yeah, time to step up.
Specifically now for the G2 matchup, last time in Dallas, the beginning of the series was very complicated. Your map pick didn't pan out. What were the teachings, what were the conclusions from that, and how do we avoid this time around?
Well, there are a few things. I think the first one is that we didn't really wake up at the beginning of the game, and that was kind of hard. So we lost 12-3 or 13-2 in the T side, which is pretty bad. And the other reason is just we didn't adapt well enough on the way they were playing, and we just took too much time to adapt. So today is just going to be different in that point. We're just going to slap our face just to being wake up, and also just going to adapt faster. And I guess it's going to be a better fight overall.
Okay, thank you very much, Apex. I'm joined here by Hunter from G2 ahead of their game against Vitality. Before diving into this game, just looking ahead in 2022, you guys have made great changes. It's been a while now. How satisfied are you from where you are currently with your team?
Honestly, we didn't show good results lately. After Katowice, we didn't play really good overall. We secured playoffs in Dallas. We were leading against Furia 1-0, 14-7. We lost. We are talking to each other a lot lately. We are trying to fix our mistakes, especially communication, and not individualizing ourselves when we are leading a lot, because we lost a lot of games when we were leading. We couldn't close it, and I'm really satisfied, and I'm looking forward to play this event and to see if we really improved or we need to work more.
Based on your experience as a player, these moments where you cannot close a game, where you have an advantage, where do you think this comes from?
Honestly, sometimes we really want to finish it fast, because we are really kind of team, when we are in the mood, when we are having momentum, we want to finish it as soon as possible, and this is a kind of mistake. Like, we didn't have only issues on T side, we had issues on CT side as well. We are doing some pushes, random pushes that are not necessary. And just we need to play as a team. We need to do things together. We need to trade each other. And this is something that we are working on right now. And I think this event will be better.
All right, now specifically about Vitality, you guys have ENCE behind you, and obviously he has that relationship with Apex. He's been behind him for so long. Does that play a role in how you prepare for that team? Do you feel like you have an edge, a way into how they think?
Yeah, I mean, we played against them 2 times already this year. First time it was online, so it was not, he didn't show that many things. But last time we played against them in Dallas, Remy, he showed a lot of things, what we should expect from Apex, calling-wise, what we should expect from other players as well, that he worked with, like Zewu and Mizuta. So, of course, it's good to have him behind our back against Vitality, but overall, because he's a great coach, great person, and I'm really happy to work with him.
Thank you, Hunter.
Thank you.
The Hive return in hopes of causing a sting, but these two teams are both on tumultuous trails. G2 taking on the likes of Vitality here in the second game of the day here in Lisbon. Both looking to start their run off hot because, Maniac, we were discussing this before coming on air. The storylines for these teams kind of similar, but for quite different reasons.
You're absolutely right, Freya. This is a dramatically fascinating game, to put it like this. G2 and Vitality, two teams that find themselves in sort of a similar situation. We were talking about ex-Titans of 2021, two teams that at the end of that year were basically number 3 and 4 in the world, made changes in order to lift trophies. Neither of them have lived up to the expectations. Neither of them have found that momentum, that consistency in their result. So we're observing two teams struggling, kind of fighting against the water, and trying to understand how to behave, how to act as a team.
Yeah, they've both been dropping in terms of those world rankings as well coming into 2022. I want to start off just by picking up a point that you had in that incredible interview. Well done, Manny.
I run really fast.
Just in terms of the point you brought up about Xtaz, the fact that he was behind Vitality, he was the one that was really building up Apex to becoming into that in-game leader role. Now he's going to be on the other side of the server. I'm really excited to see what kind of game plan he's going to be approaching this with.
It's a very specific matchup, not only between two IGLs, but between a coach and the leader, of course. Apex and Xtaz had a relation together in Vitality. He helped Apex become the player, the coach, the IGL that he is right now. We see here the rankings, and I think this is something that we have to link to your question, Freya. If you're Xtaz, and if you know Apex, if you know how he behaves, right now Apex is not in a moment of, flawlessness and flow state, whatever this is. No, he's backed up in his trenches. I think he knows how he's going to behave in that difficulty, and I think this is why it's an important, dimension to keep in track.
And it's important for both of the teams coming into this, particularly looking at their major run as well, both of them failing to make it to the playoff stage.
Absolutely.
We were pretty surprised just in terms of the fashion that was going down, and particularly Vitality starting off incredibly strong in that challenger stage, coming into Legends, and just kind of like lackluster in some of the moments from them.
I think the issue for Vitality is that in all of their tournaments, all of their events, there's always a day or a matchup where they completely miss the mark. They go invisible. They basically float through a game like a ghost, and then they have a resurgence. They fight back. You talk about the major, that's the same thing. Think about day one, horrendous day one. There's this questionable pick of overpass against NIP, goes down the drain, and then from 0-2, we see better signs, we see resistance, we see fighting, but it's too late. The malice is already established, the situation's too hard to kind of turn around. So that's my problem for Vitality. You have to get rid of these days where we don't exactly know what we're looking at.
Yeah, and it's the question that is always on our lips, just in terms of the firepower coming into this. Of course, we have Zewu, who's an incredibly high ceiling in terms of what he has delivered in previous years, the fact that he's been up there in terms of the best players in the world. So we're always going to be putting a harsher light on him as a player. But what are you kind of thinking, seeing his performance at the major, seeing it at Dallas as well, where is it kind of standing in terms of Zewu's form at the moment?
I believe that only recently Zewu has shown us again what he's capable of, and I think only recently he has lived up to that expectations. We see him grooving, vibing right now. I'm hoping to see that later today, because the beginning of 2022 was complicated, man. He's smiling. I hope he's gonna smile on the server. Look, the thing is with Vitality, we're never gonna put only one player under the microscope, but when you have someone like Zewu, the same way Simple walks around in NAVI, the demands and the expectations are unique for these players, and the very minimum we want to hear or want to see from these players is 99% of their level. level. That's the minimum we want to see. And he hadn't shown it at the beginning of this year.
And I think that's a heartbreaking thing when we're talking about expectations for Vitality, the fact that we've got Magus, we've got Dupree entering the server as well, and we're looking back at that world ranking trajectory. This was meant to catapult them to be a more stable top team in the world. We saw moments last year that they reached that #1 peak. The fact that they haven't been able to find that footing, are you putting that down to, you know, a lot of the adaptations in terms of the language barrier, the fact that the communications, they aren't all having to communicate in English now? Is that the main reason you're looking at, or are there things inside the server that you think, you know, are cogs that aren't turning too well for the team?
Well, the way I would look at it is Apex actually had an interview with a French broadcaster, Carhel, where he talked about it, and he explained that we sometimes underestimate how hard it is, how tough it is strategically for a team to go from full French speaking to international. And I accept that. I acknowledge it. But other teams make it work. ENCE make it work. FaZe make it work. So what you actually have in Vitality is that individuals at times don't step up enough to kind of fix the issues and the obvious details that will be problematic in an international team, because you don't have that crystal perfect team play. Sometimes mistakes happen. You need to have your individuals showing up, and we have them on screen right now. And for every single event, Freya, I can point to one of these players and tell you they haven't done what they needed.
And I think that was maybe another heartbreaking factor when we look at the last time these two teams were facing. Obviously, they went up and faced G2 in Dallas. That was what knocked them out of the competition in that 7th to 8th place. And none of the individuals were really showing up in that particular series. You were bringing up the fact that first map of Dust 2, Vitality just kind of rolled over in terms of that first half.
Yeah, they fell really short on that Dust 2 game. And what was really, I guess, scary for me from an outsider perspective is that you have a Vitality coming over, picking Dust 2, knowingly starting on the T side. They knew that was going to happen, and just being completely out of solutions very quickly into that game. Apex talked about it in an interview. Not only did they start cold, and no one really picked up the pace at the very beginning, which you need as a team, but also they didn't really adapt. They didn't adjust. As soon as it didn't work out, you could see the crash coming over. You could see it. You could see the wall. And they couldn't avoid it.
And flipping the script to talk a little bit about G2, we were framing this as, you know, both teams are in kind of turmoil, a little bit of a strugglesome period at the moment. What are we looking at to be the main struggles of G2 at the moment?
Honestly, I feel like the story is slightly different than Vitality for G2. I wouldn't necessarily point out or pinpoint individuals, although, of course, you can always put NiKo under the microscope and talk about the expectations. You can always say that Jax needs to deliver a little bit more. I agree with that. But for G2, it seems to be more, as a team, they currently lack the self-confidence of a team that's winning and knows how to win. Hunter mentioned it, 16, how to get to that 16 round. Sometimes we get ahead of ourselves, we second guess what we're supposed to do, and that to me is a team that hasn't been winning a lot.
And that's something that really surprises me, because this has been kind of a historical trait of G2 across multiple iterations of the lineup. You know, when we're looking at Nexa way back in the day when he was part of the squad, they were still having a struggle sometimes in terms of closing out the map. It's good to hear that, you know, Hunter is self-aware that is an issue, but I don't know, I'm looking for more from G2 to be closing those things out confidently.
Yeah, G2's always been a momentum-based team. We know they have the players for it. When NiKo catches on fire, of course, you won't put him on a leash. Now, we have the maps coming over, and this is in itself a very interesting topic. A few players on the side of G2 are quite inconsistent when it comes to the map. So for NiKo, for example, we've seen him struggle on a map like Vertigo, on a map like Mirage. We'll see if that actually comes around in that veto.
Yeah, just to recap exactly what was played out last time, it was Dust 2, Inferno, and then Mirage, which we actually didn't see playing out because G2 managed to close it in a pretty dominant fashion in that 2-map series. I'm interested to see.
Oh, they go again for it.
There we go.
They do it again.
That's confident.
They go again for Dust 2. Remember, we are prefacing, we're setting up the scene here, talking about the Dallas clash between the two, and G2 really put Apex down in the dump on that Dust 2 map. Apex says, you know what, it's okay, I can handle it. I know how things are going to be different. Inferno pick coming in for G2, that's comfort. I think the map in Dallas was quite high level. It went down to 30 rounds. It could have gone either way, but still, it's a very comfortable pick for G2.
I'm really excited to see that Dust 2 going down again, because as you were saying, you know, the fact that you can kind of pinpoint an individual on the side of Vitality that isn't going to show up, it kind of was the entire team on that Dust 2. But when you replay a scenario like that, I feel like the likelihood of that happening again, they know what went wrong. Apex seems incredibly self-aware in terms of the performance at the moment. It's going to be Mirage if we do get that third and final decider map.
You know who's happy about that veto? NiKo. Because these are 3 excellent maps. Just Mirage towards the end, he started to get figured out a little bit, but Dust 2 and Inferno first, I think he individually has the power to kind of close this game off. It's one of the few maps, Dust 2 and Inferno, he pops off massively.
That's going to be a really interesting narrative coming into this as well, because back at the Major, I feel like there was a conversation around, oh, NiKo, is he showing his best level? I don't think that was necessarily fair, because he still has the ability to kind of pop off in those situations. You look at his rating as such as well, and he was looking strong.
But look, with great great powers come great responsibility. If you argue at the end of 2021 that there should be a discussion about Nico being the second best player in the world, then you have to be coherent in your analysis, and then you have to say that we didn't see that potential second best player in the world at the major. We just didn't. He went from being one of the absolute very best to being only excellent. But that's the kind of, I guess that's how unfair we are with some of these stars, because that's what comes with the territory.
I mean, Zoe has had the exact same treatment as well, so we're excited to see them going head-to-head on this particular ground. Coming into Dust 2, and you were talking about, you know, the potential of them being able to shut down Apex as they did last time in Dallas. Was that kind of the only issue you saw from Vitality there, or kind of the main strength of G2, or anything else you're kind of looking out for and seeing if it replays here?
I don't really think that Apex got shut out as an individual. I just think the game plan didn't work out at all. I think we sometimes see Vitality either dying or living through very fast-paced Counter-Strike at the very beginning, and if that doesn't work out, then there was this lack of adjustment that Apex mentioned in the interview. Just on an individual standpoint, very quickly for Vitality, the Danish duo is one that is very much under the microscope and the spotlight on Dust 2, handling that B side of the map, but that's the CT side. We're gonna see where they start. It might be, again, a T start from Vitality, and there we need to see adjustments.
We have got a hell of a lot of Counter-Strike on the cards here in Lisbon. We can take a look at exactly how it has been playing out thus far in case you missed out on any of the action earlier. FaZe, unsurprisingly, taking the win over paiN. The fact that we're going to see paiN Gaming in that elimination bracket. The loser of this will be facing them. The winner, of course, will be facing FaZe, and that will be a pretty fast route through to that semifinals on Saturday.
It is, and I'm glad you mentioned it, Freya, because there's actually a lot at stake for this very game. You might wrongly assume that this is just an opening game in a group stage. No. If you want to have a chance at the auto berth to semifinal, you have to win this game for G2 or Vitality, and then you would fight it against FaZe. If you go down against paiN, you would anyway have to play quarterfinal. That's one more day, and that's again another obstacle before getting to that stage in Lisbon.
Well, we're going to see exactly how it does play out, as we do have the map cemented, a carbon copy of what went down in Dallas, but Vitality hoping to flip the script. Their pick of Dust 2 will be coming up first, and it'll be going down after the break.
Welcome back, everyone. Here we go. Second best of 3 is coming up. We're in Lisbon. Look at this beautiful site. Here's the arena where it's all going down. We've got FaZe. We've got G2 versus Vitality. It's almost.
Yeah, you're close. Yeah, G2 Vitality. Going to be a really cool series. These teams playing 2 series so far in this year. One back at Blast Premier Spring Groups, one at IM Dallas. Vitality taking the first one, G2 taking the second one. These maps as well have been in both of those series as well, so they're going to be no strangers on this. Well, it shouldn't be. Yeah, go on.
I was going to say the odds are kind of reflecting what happened last time a little bit.
Yeah, they certainly are. G2 won that series 2-0. I mean, look, it's been one of the, I think the things between these two teams, and I spoke with Nico. We did the load-in podcast before the spring finals. Nico even just said straight up, like, you know, our map pool just isn't there at the moment. That's like one of our biggest weaknesses, and I think you can see that in both teams a little bit. Just like the lack of confidence and like just not able to feel good as a team just doesn't let you get creative and doesn't let you really get too frisky with the map pool and the map veto process. And both these teams just being more than happy to play the standard kind of boilerplate maps.
It's so interesting because these were 2 of the highlight teams that we all talked about when this year kicked off, right? And some of it's been good, but some
big headline-grabbing roster changes.
Yeah, really were, but some of it has been a little bit questionable down the road. So I guess we'll see if this is going to be the tournament to change it for at least one of the teams.
I think this. I kind of describe this to start the day when during the first series is like just a true. Like it feels to me like this is always just a true 50-50 between these 2 teams. Because I feel like actually, I'll be enough. I feel like Vitality's been like the more consistent team that's like hitting a consistent level, but G2's shown the higher peaks and the lower valleys. So take from that what you will, in my mind.
I can't wait for it. I think this is going to be a really, really exciting game. Some cool interview that we saw earlier with Saimu, which has been rare in the past, but glad to see that
he's doing more and more.
He's doing more and more.
Yeah.
It's really awesome. He said something that was, I think, phrased really well. You know, like if you're not going to be listening to your, you know, your coach and your in-game leader, why are you playing the game? You know, like this is a game about trust. Like, you know, that was a nice line. That could be put in somewhere.
It's a lot of teams that can take a note from that one for sure. And I mean, it's a good point as well. And I think that's kind of, I mean, especially for a team like Vitality, that's actually huge for someone like ZywOo to say it, considering there's a couple different philosophies of how to play the game coming in here when you think, you know, the Dupree and Magisk and Zonic obviously coming over from Astralis and Zonic as the coach, and obviously Apex probably having a completely different worldview on how to play the game of Counter-Strike from his, decade plus within French Counter-Strike.
Yeah, and if you're someone like ZywOo who's a superstar at that level, having to trust in your teammates might be even more difficult because you might feel like you have the power to solve almost any problem on your own. So
well, and also like I mean, to a certain degree, I guess that you could probably debate this back and forth as much as you want, but what a kind of in a certain angle you have to say it's got to be a luxury to have a superstar like ZywOo who's not really trying to have any great impact or influence. Like he's just like, I just want to play the game. He's like, I just want to frag. I'm just put the op in my hands. I'm gonna ball out for you.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think the mentality on some of your star players like that is going to be really, really important. And over on the other side, I mean, Nico, big topic of conversation always.
Should be. Like. He himself gave a pretty interesting interview recently. Very candidly, just basically said, like, I'm still trying to like kind of figure out and define my own role within this team. Which I like. I mean, equally like the one from ZywOo is an odd thing to hear from your star player. That's a very odd thing to hear from specifically Nico, who's always just had imbued with confidence. Yeah. At the moment, obviously, just feeling a little bit lost within this roster, this G2 lineup.
Yeah, you've had a feeling from the outside in the past, Nico, when you've watched him in almost any team. He's not trying to find his space. He's just going to take whatever space he wants, and then people have to sort themselves out around him, pretty much. So yeah, there's a lot going on. I mean, I still think they have a very exciting lineup. I actually, there's not a lot of things that I can really point to on this lineup that I think are worth changing at the moment. Yeah. But there's obviously some of the magic sauce is missing a little bit. So that's an issue.
Absolutely, they have it. I mean, much like the conversation on FaZe in that last 5% they kind of had with this morning in the interviews. I think it's there for G2 and Vitality as well. They're missing, you call it secret sauce, last 5%, whatever phrase you want to put on it. They're missing that little bit of magic that takes you from a good team and a dangerous team into a great team that's able to contend for titles and go deep in all the events.
We'll see if it's going to be slow, sort of small iteration, small fixes to, clean things up. That's all they need. It's possible, right? Sometimes you just need to throw things back in the blender and then, see if you can go from there.
I can give you another little spoiler because I just recorded on the media day yesterday the Push to Talk podcast. Did a 45-minute interview with Kerrigan and went over some of the various stages in his career. And one thing that he kind of we touched on for briefly was his time in mouse sports. remember when he came there before rejoining FaZe for the second time, and he just kind of mentioned, you know, we'd been going a long way and things weren't working out, and we kind of got to a point in the team, and you know, there were two options. One was to make a roster change, and the other one was to make like a role change. And he said it was a very simple role change, and once they made it, that's when they rattled off like 4 or 5 events straight to end 2019. So sometimes it is like you have all the right pieces, but maybe they're just not being used properly, and that one little bit of a change, that one little bit of a change, it can just reverse the entire fortune of the squad. So obviously both these teams still trying to look for that one new element they can incorporate into their gameplay that's going to elevate what they're putting out into the server.
Well, right now I think they were getting a new headset on one of the players, then we should be good to go, pretty much. But yeah, I mean, it's an interesting thing to think about, because a really good player who's playing a role that they don't feel confident in, or that they don't, you know, feel like they should be playing, I mean, it can make a big difference. So so I'm curious to see how it'll play out for these two teams here. You know, this is basically like a semi-final or grand final level match that we could be seeing early on in the tournament. So crazy stuff.
Can you hear me better now?
All right. Hopefully that means everything is close to ready.
Just asking his teammates if they can hear him. How do I sound?
Is everything good?
Can you hear me now?
On the G2 side, I mean, there's so much to work with. Obviously, Monacy is someone else who's going to get a lot of headlines all the time, and for good reason too.
Yeah, well, I mean, the cool thing about Monacy, for such a young player, we obviously know he can have like the flashy clutches and the highlight reel plays and everything like that. But also, I mean, just the props he gets from his teammates in terms of his decision making. Like as just a young player, able to pick up like kind of the nuances and make really, really good decisions within the game that his teammates are really happy with is super impressive for a young player.
If that got a little too plushy.
Has he swapped as well? Monacy was always on the outside, right? It was like Monacy and then Nico and then Alexi.
Yeah.
Looking for those small changes within the team?
Yeah, I mean, it does.
Positioning of your seating?
Yeah, I mean, it might mean more than people sometimes realize, right? I would say, especially if you're an AWP player, it might be really nice to be able to see 2 of your teammates' screens rather than 1. Because you're so dependent on knowing which angles your teammates are holding, right? And you don't want to take your eyes off the crosshair at any point to look, or to like, you know, to look too closely, right? So if you can just sort of like see it out of the corner of your eye, all right, there, here we
Certainly.
go. It's going to be nice. Yeah, what a battle as well. Monacy and Cyber, if it comes down to that. I feel like a lot of times when we hype up those AWP versus AWP battles, at the high level, it doesn't have the same impact. I feel like at a slightly lower level of Counter-Strike, they can have more of a chance to fight, but it's just so hard to make work.
Yeah, we've touched on this a couple times. Like the conversation around like the AWPers facing off against each other is a very romantic one. It's not so much like the AWP versus AWP like in a heads-up duel, right? It's like which one of these AWPers is going to be able to have more impact in the game itself. Like which one is going to be able to pick off those 2 AKs as they come up catwalk or whatever it might be. But it's always fun.
I mean, sometimes playing really well with the AWP could literally involve in, you know, avoiding the other AWP and just picking off his teammates as much as possible, and just because then he will have no impact, you know. So so that could even be part of the strategy. What's Apex doing? It's helping out, doing some IT work in the middle of the whole thing.
Yeah, I guess so. Apex isn't a computer person though. He's a Counter-Strike person. You know, he's not a nerd.
You don't want him.
He just plays Counter-Strike. You don't want him if he shows up from IT.
Yeah.
All he's got is restarted.
You know, I'll be honest. As someone I've done work in the past in IT support.
You hated it.
I did, and so does everyone else who works in IT support. I'm gonna guarantee it. But most of it involves just being able to Google stuff, basically.
I feel like that's like most jobs these days.
Yeah. You kind of
Googling things.
If you have
someone's had this problem somewhere in the world.
Yeah, if you have the power of like adding quotation marks around certain parts of what you're Googling, and is that you're rolling.
Yeah, you're all good.
Yeah.
Top of the IT food chain.
Yeah. But the people who received help on the other side have no idea what you're doing, so you know, like it's all good.
It seems like magic to them.
To them, it's like, wow, it's done.
You're like the new age god.
Yeah, it makes
top of the pyramid.
It's a whole lot of work that could be done just Googling things the right way. Yeah, I mean, one of the things that I enjoy about this G2 team that I don't always see come into play, but I feel like the kind of players and the kind of personality that Jax is, I feel like it's important for this kind of a team, because it feels like this could be a team that otherwise, from like a, let's say, a mood in the team kind of perspective, could completely tank. And I feel like he's just a funny guy and it's like has a big personality in that way.
Yeah,
I think that's actually important.
I think G2's been pretty vocal and pretty open about how they feel like the intangibles that he brings and that he provides to the team, how important they feel that those are to like how this squad is going to function, and obviously developed a pretty close relationship with Monacy himself. So yeah, Jax has a pretty important role to play within this squad.
He's also one of my favorite players to watch for a different reason, which I swear half the time when I'm watching Jax get 1 or 2 kills, he's fighting his own nature to not try and get more. Like he just wants to keep rolling, which I love about him. But I would say you could probably almost do this like with video evidence if you go back like 2 or 3 years watching Jax. I bet you could find a lot of videos in the past where he would keep fighting and then eventually dying. And I feel like now it's way more reined in. Like he's getting way better at it, which is great. It's what you want.
I mean, speaking of players that we like watching, actually, one player at the moment who's one of my absolute favorite players to watch is Hunter. I really, really enjoy watching Hunter. I feel like he makes a lot of plays for this team that help them have impact, that help them open up rounds. And I think he's just been, I think he has had some rough tournaments start this year, as everyone from G2 has had. But yes. I mean, that's been great to watch. And I mean, why don't we just complete the roster and talk a little bit about Alexi? Because coming into Dallas, a lot of conversation was, you know, Alexi as an in-game leader. And I know there was some questions of G2 just not feeling like they were firing on all cylinders. And I think they came into Dallas with the philosophy of like, let's try and like forget and stop trying to force all the things we've been working on. Let's just everyone focus on just playing a very good individual game and see what happens. Alexi had some brilliant series in Dallas where he was top fragging, where he was putting up heavy numbers, which you don't normally see out of him. So what a luxury if they'd be able to carry over here to the spring finals in Lisbon.
Yeah, it feels like you almost have to at this point in Counter-Strike. Like the non-fragging in-game leader is kind of a distant memory.
It's a myth now, yeah.
Yeah, doesn't really happen so much.
Well, I mean, you don't even necessarily need like the heavy fragging. Like I think Kerrigan is obviously someone that's always had like some critical eyes in his direction for the numbers he puts up or the numbers he fails to put up. But he's found a way, even if he's not having like the big volume fragging games, like your in-game leader being able to have impact, like heavy impact. Like Kerrigan's someone who we even saw at the major, like even if he's having a relatively quiet game, can come into a bomb site and give you the 2 entry kills or the 2 openings you need to take the bomb site at a critical moment. I think Alexi B is someone with that capability as well. So is Apex, for that matter, also.
Yeah, Apex, you know, an obvious fan favorite for partly because in the game,
he's the most memeable human being on the face of the planet.
There's that. Every game is worth watching just for that. It's amazing. I wonder how many hours of footage we have just with Apex making strange faces. It's got to be a lot right now, but
you have to imagine all the TOs have like an Apex hard drive just like stashed away in a corner.
True. Well, they've got everything all fixed, so we appreciate it, and once again, thank you for your patience. We're gonna get into the game. Is the first map, the first round in this best of 3, and we've got Vitality up against G2. Starting right now on Dust 2, and this could be a very, very interesting game. We're going to have on the CT side G2, and T side is Vitality. We've got dualies in play, and it's our boy Jax picking them up.
I think what's most exciting about this series is that these 2 teams have played these maps multiple times in this year, 2 different series. Like this game, I have to imagine you're going to see some weird stuff. There's going to be some stuff that's real out of the ordinary because they're trying to mix things up. You know, since they've already shown each other pretty much everything they have on this map. They're going to bring in some new elements.
Yeah, for sure. Both teams have studied the last couple of games that they played, and now, yeah, you want to try and change it up. 1 smoke out long, a flashbang to follow, but the bomb is not really committed. They just want to put some pressure on. It's a nice dink onto Nico, and he is down to 24, but they're running it back. The bomb is actually being brought
up catwalk. They fooled him. They took all the attention to, oh my lord, Hunter. That is an incredible triple kill. That actually felt like it worked exactly the way Vitality wanted it and just shut down at the last hurdle.
Yeah, that's a very, very cool idea, but who could have seen this coming from Hunter?
Normally, like if you pause it here and you look at like the overview, you're saying, okay, there's 3 G2 defenders all huddled up in the bomb site while they're getting split from catwalk and long, and you're saying, this is not good. This is not a great position to be in. But I mean, obviously, if Hunter's gonna hit shots like that, it doesn't matter whatsoever. Tactics go out the window when you nail those shots.
Yeah, he really can't get out. I mean, if he doesn't hit that instant headshot, he's gonna get overwhelmed. The Glocks will triple up on him and he's out of the round. No bomb plant. Vitality, a couple of P250s picked up, but that's pretty much it. So decent start for G2. We didn't make a prediction. I mean, we've just been keep saying it's 50-50 here, but do you want to?
I had G2 taking the series.
You're G2, all right.
Yeah.
All right. I picked them too, but I've got to say I was real.
Yeah, I went back and forth.
Yeah.
For like 3 seconds.
I really wanted to do it. But ended up with a little bit of a coin flip even in my own mind, so.
Even Maniac's given up hope.
Even Maniac. Well, now is where they're going to definitely win. That's how, actually know that now. That's how that works.
I've experienced that entirely as well.
Yeah. But the problem is he's taking all of us with him, so that's an issue.
If I'm going down, all of you are with me.
Slow round, this one. Gonna be a run boost. I love this run boost. It's always funny. Just the amount of times that people sort of screw it up. Oh, no one there to peek it. It's a good run boost. One of the better ones we've seen in a while. Now there was no kills happening behind it, but they got the run. That was the best part of the round.
Yeah. Nicely done from Monacy as well. You could see he wanted that fight. He didn't commit to it, though. He's just luring them closer in towards Nico, who's able to get a freebie on the first player, and then everything's easy from there, especially with the peek from Monacy at railing. Him and Nico get all 5 kills. 2-0 for G2.
Yeah, slow round. Going into this one, though. AKs. Just a single Galil on Apex. Taking one for the team, why not? I'm going to be playing around with that. And they take some pretty big map control. Bit of a default split up into upper dark, holding long and middle. Yeah, common stuff from Vitality. We'll see if they get the information that they want early on here. Is he gonna realize that someone could have walked through? Alexi's already crossed his path.
Second time he's done this as well. Dangerous position. That's a strong one for Alexi to hold, and also it allows all the attention for the A defense towards Catwalk. As long as Alexi's alive in cave, they know it's such a strong position, they don't even have to think about long.
Okay, well...
Saw the possibility was there, and Alexi just realizes, I might have been spotted, I might have been found out. Let's just give this one up.
Yeah, not really worth it. More smokes being exchanged over in upper dark as well. This is really slowing down the game quite a bit. 50 seconds. Nico looking to play close to the smoke in the middle. Hearing what is on the other side. If they make any false move here, it's going to be a flashbang going over, and they're going to try and peek behind it. He just pre-fires it, and they line up for a double. Almost a triple. Can almost count it as that. I don't know how this B-split's going to be working out now. They've been slowed down. Molotov in upper dark. Megas, he can't even find a kill right here, and that's an easy pick-off for Hunter. Oh, that's a bit of a fail. He just wanted to throw that, but I think he might have hit that jump throw button. And still, good cleanup at the end here. Apex now 1 versus 2 with the M4, and he's just only going to get the bomb planted, and they're already on him. He gets one of them. They peek in, and Monacy able to pick up the last one in the 1 versus 1, but damn, that is close at the end.
Yeah, that's real close. That felt like it was actually way too close, considering Nico gets that double kill in middle, considering the B-hold was actually strong from window as well. Nicely done from Vitality to at least do damage and get a bomb plant in such a tough situation. But 3-0 for G2. I'm super interested to watch Nico play this role on Dust 2. Because I think, in my mind, just from what just referencing back to I believe it was, yeah, pretty sure it was Dallas, the game against ENCE, where Madden just gave him a lesson in how to play middle. Madden was just being an annoyance for Nico, so I feel like there's a couple things Nico probably could have taken away from that match if he wants to, on how to play the middle of the map, this new age Counter-Strike that's coming in. Nice double kill for him to start in that previous round.
Nothing will teach you more than getting absolutely whipped by. Yes. So you're like, all right, I've never find out how I lost this so badly.
Yeah. That's how I felt watching it at the time. I was like, he's getting a lesson today, baby. Deep nade on towards Catwalk. No one's home to catch it.
4 deagles and a scout on Apex. Not to be underestimated. I've seen Apex hit some ludicrous shots with a scout in the past, so.
Yeah.
Gotta be careful.
Alexi again just gets to chill on his lonesome out towards long, M4 in hand. He's going to have some weapons coming at him. 3 players lining up outside the long double doors. That's a dirty little off angle. But if he doesn't get that kill clean, he could actually be put in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, fall back on the other side. So a little bit more safe in this position. Down in the pit, in fact. I don't know if he meant to fall back down there, Nico, but now he's here anyway. 40 seconds on the clock, and still a lot of map control for Vitality. They're not really being pressured by G2. Flash set up from the bomb site, but Cyber were able to hit the headshot anyway and take down Alexi. And there's a timer on this one for Monacy. They're going to come for him. Oh, he's going to shut down an entire arm of that. Apex hitting the scout shot finally. And Monacy now surely calling it in, saying there's not that much pressure happening from the other side. Wallbang, it does no damage at all. He's actually hitting it, but it just doesn't matter. Doesn't have the stopping power of that AWP. Cyber running up close, and now it's changed back into Vitality's favor. The Molotov is too far behind. It's not going to stop the bomb plant. And Jax is now in a 1 versus 2, and this is so awkward, creeping in. Oh, nice headshot onto Apex. Maybe he could salvage this round. He's going to have to go back away, otherwise he's going to get shot in the legs here. 1 versus 1 against ZywOo.
ZywOo knows exactly what's coming. He had that deep peek from the bomb site down in towards CT spawn. He sees Jax not progressing whatsoever, so he's got all the information possible.
He knows everything. Yeah, you're right. No more nades on either side. There's going to have to be a straight headshot. Otherwise, Jax is going to be out in the open and almost no chance at all. And even then, yeah, that's just too far gone. He hears that tick of the bomb, and he's just going to be running for it. What a shock. Vitality with almost nothing at all.
Yeah.
But clearing out long was enough.
I think G2 misplayed a little bit. I was surprised when I didn't see any, either m0NESY or Nico, like transition over towards Car or transition over towards the long corner to give some assistance. But even with these two spectacular shots from m0NESY that were so quick, it's just they still lose the round after that. I'm just the one flashbang of support for Alexi and a nice deagle shot. That's a painful round to lose. Good job from ZywOo.
Yeah, we talked about how sort of the ancient concept of the sort of non-fragging in-game leader, but I mean, long gone are the days as well where you have AWP players that can only play the AWP, right? that's not.
Yeah,
so
that's another thing that's gone like the dinosaurs.
Yeah, exactly. We don't really see that anymore. ZywOo definitely super dangerous, even just with an M4 or an AK in his hand. 3-1, and G2. I mean, it's early days. We're lining up. Hinge smoke?
Yep, pin smoke. Nailed it.
What a nerd.
Oh, Lexi. No, the nerd is Rops.
It's true.
He's got all the fancy ones.
He's actually raised the level. Oh, that is nice. Shutting down Apex. Good night. They're out on long, but they've lost 2 people already. It's a bit awkward right now. And you wanted someone by the car in one of the earlier rounds. You're getting it this time, but he's going to be forced out. Nice Molotov, and Misuta actually watching it. It's a mistake people sometimes do. They throw the Molotov and they forget about it, and then they get killed anyway. Huge gap in that one, and there isn't a second one to throw right now.
They threw the same smoke twice. Both of them are close smokes.
Oh no, that is a big mistake. That could actually cost them the round right here. Nico, feeling a little bit exposed out here on the catwalk. Needs a little bit of backup, but again, that gap in the smoke comes back to haunt them as Dupree goes down. ZywOo not able to get the flick in this time. It's a scout to defeat him on the other side. And Misuta 1 versus 4. Not a chance to even get the bomb plant down. Those are some unforced errors here from the side of Vitality.
Yeah, that was a really curious one. I think that second smoke was thrown and just took a long time to get there, and the second player just miscommunicated through this close smoke as well. That's a brutal way to go. Actually, that gap didn't even really punish him all that much. Nico being a nuisance, even with not getting any kills behind the smoke. Up along that back wall, just making sure attention's on him while his teammates from CT spawn are able to get some clean fights.
m0NESY, he is 8-1 right now, so feeling good with both the scout and the AWP early on. And Apex has picked up the scout once again on the T side, but for G2, I mean, they recovered pretty quickly after losing that unexpected round. That's gonna feel good.
Yeah, and it prevents you from descending into some kind of, I don't know, just bad mental state of just frustration. Apex again with the scout. Flashbang comes in. Nico able to get some good damage. Apex down to about half HP. Vitality vacates danger from the nade they know is coming. And this time m0NESY playing at car while Lexi is at the long corner. So a little bit of support from both angles, and Nico shifts over towards middle.
Again, playing it very slowly. And there was one round here where I think Alexi was a little bit aggressive, and there was one round where Nico was aggressive in the middle. But otherwise, they're not trying to take a lot of map control away. Oh, Eagle headshots in return. Hold the phone. Alexi out here has to, at the minimum, survive. Are they going to swing for it? Dupree? He's just got the scout. You want to be careful anyway, trying to get that headshot with the deal, but it's all on ZywOo now. They can't see him with the boost. There should be no way for him to win this one. He's going to get at least a little bit of a shot there, and Jax comes in from long to close out the threat. So, scary right there.
Good taps from Nico in this round. These are cool to see. Headshot angle. He knows he's got m0NESY behind him as car as well, but 3 nice headshots from Nico before he's dropped by the deagle.
See, that's what we need Jax for.
That's the intangible. It's that goofy little voice right there. You would think it doesn't have a lot of impact, but it does.
It does. It keeps people smiling, you know, makes you feel good. That's what it's all about at the end. Well, 5-1. And but I mean that's not a round where you walk away with a lot of confidence. That's the sort of round where you think, man, we could have definitely had 4 rifles alive here. We could have done so much more. And now, you know, it takes away a lot of the economy. So we got to be careful. Yep, setting up that one, Monacy. Just spotting it in the air, jump past, and Cyber was lucky to be alive on that one.
Well, that pin smoke missed as well. Shallow nade right behind the smoke. Utility dump towards Xbox. Delaying mid-control, delaying and denying comfort for Vitality in that part of the map.
Again, then just not that aggressive on the G2. I'm wondering if they're going to try and do that later on. Because if
they're setting it up.
Yeah, you're basically setting it up the first half to be really passive and give Vitality all the control, and then later you flip the switch, and now you're going to be pushing into upper dark and all the rest of it. It could be really fun to see if they're going to get there. 50 seconds, and very uncharacteristically missed shot here, and now he's standing inside of the fire and the flames. I mean, actually, Apex could have maybe got both of them. If he hits that shot there, he's getting the double kill, so the target selection actually makes a lot of sense. Dupree with a nice headshot on Hunter. It leaves Jax on his own inside of the B-bomb side, a very unenviable position.
And that's a peek off the information that Nico wasn't playing in middle, that this time he was on catwalk. It even had found a kill, and Jax can only get the one. Can't transfer over to Vegas. Gets Alexi and Nico, the last 2 remaining players, and if Nico doesn't get a kill quick, I think they just have to give this one up. Dupree lurking in middle. This is such a dangerous position.
Especially with the fact that they lost all the rifles in the previous round, it's probably not worth it. Oh, missing a couple of shots, maybe. And Dupree will take him down. USP did not get the job done, so yeah, they lost all those rifles in the previous round, and now Alexi could try and save the M4, but this is big opening for Vitality to get back into the half.
Yeah, what a weird, uncharacteristic miss from Monacy, and that just looked awkward.
Yeah. It's right in front. Sometimes that's just the way it is.
Yeah.
You miss those easy shots.
I mean, the problem with it is, man, if he gets that kill, then they have control of catwalk. They have a man advantage. They don't spot the position of Nico.
Yeah.
They're not able to really challenge out mid with that same level of confidence.
Yeah, a lot of things went bad really quickly after that.
Oh.
Where did the bullet go?
I don't know. I'm confused as well.
Now we're all confused.
Oh, I love that.
That's an instant classic.
I love everything about that.
An instant classic. Beautiful stuff. It's very relatable.
Yeah, exactly. We've all been there.
Truly. Well and truly. All right. Vitality, all they really need to do right now, I feel like, is not screw up this upcoming round. They were up against a single saved AWP.
Yeah.
And, well, actually, a little bit
the investment around it that was always going to be the question with what G2 was able to scrape together. So it's pretty dangerous. I mean, this is a solid buy that can definitely do some damage and win the round in today's Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I thought it was just going to be the AWP. I actually assumed they would not even try it at all. So that's interesting.
It's because even if they save it this round, like the next round is not going to be any kind of a great buy. So I mean, why not just go for it here?
And again, not showing that much map presence for the G2 side.
G2 haven't been super paranoid about the B bomb site, but this time just putting Monacy with the op at the back of platform and just letting the other 4 players just really be strong and mobile at the A bomb site in middle.
Yeah, it's a lot of responsibility. I mean, he obviously, especially if they lose mid-control, if Alexi goes down, then that's too much even for Monacy, I'm going to have to say, probably.
Well, I mean, the position of Alexi should allow him. It's a strong spot to, I mean, at least go 1 for 1, or just get 1 kill and back away and fall safely back into CT spawn, and then you can address whatever situation there is from there.
Second flashbang didn't really do a lot. I'm going to get smoked off. Misuta could probably guess from the angle of that smoke where it was coming from, but is that enough to build anything behind? 45 seconds. Still a pretty good presence towards this A side of things. Pistols, though. They have a couple of flashes to try and hold them off, but it's not going to be forever.
And no smoke if there's a Molotov to be dropped inside of the bomb site to flush Hunter or Nico out of that position.
If they can hold him off, Alexi could backpedal and try and take some shots from that ramp. That's going to probably have to be it. Oh, they jump right down. There is a smoke to cover them, but for how long? Alexi goes down. Nico not finding a target and inside of the site. 17 seconds with that C-set 75. You can see Hunter's trying to communicate every position, but he runs out of steam even at the end, and out of bullets too. And Jax is down in the pit, and I don't think he could have done a lot from this position either, so super unfortunate, but... That was, in terms of the time that was left on the clock, that could have gone horribly wrong. If they got even a couple of kills there, G2,
yeah,
that might have been the round.
Yeah, well, now m0NESY's definitely got to save this op. Now, next round, no matter what, I mean, if he's able to bring this op forward, it is just going to be the AWP. Look at the hunt already coming in from Apex, though. m0NESY will not have this timing. Knife out, no care in the world, and he's gone down. 5-3. You mentioned it, must-win round for Vitality to finally get rid of that G2 economy on the defensive side of Dust 2, and they've done it.
Yeah, huge. Nice read from dupreeh.
Nico's attention got pulled away as well by that kill from dupreeh. He actually looked down to try and trade that frag, and that's when they popped out of the angle that he'd been watching previously, so... Won't enjoy that one. Won't enjoy that whatsoever. 5-3, but just pistols, and ZywOo has spotted some aggression in middle. Apex has spotted even more aggression in middle, and now the kills are going to ring out easy for Masuta. Apex grabbing that last one. Vitality is within reach.
Yeah, make it a quick round. I mean, it can work if they're a little bit slow to realize and someone just comes stumbling into the middle, it can work out, but this is the other result, so nice and quick round. They're right back in there. 5-4 scoreline now, nearly tying up the game, our Vitality. And they're up against limited... I mean, they've got the weapons, but the grenades certainly lacking a little bit. No defuse kit in play either. Yeah, that's a big uh-oh. Nico, this is the aggression I was talking about earlier, and we finally see a little bit of it, and it does catch dupreeh off guard.
I think the flashbang even caught Megas, who's going to be the second one in to potentially go for that trade if he wanted to, but it just forced him all the way back. He could do nothing, so man advantage for G2. Bust out. You talked about it. They hadn't been aggressive up to this point. And they catch him off guard with a lower dark push. That means Vitality have to take long control. They know most of the resources have been used in middle and lower dark towards the B bomb site. Long should be mostly clear, and they've got access. They've got control of pit.
4 on 5. Fully committed to long. Seems like G2 know that they've got all the rest of the map already kind of cleared out, so...
Look at the utility, though. I see only one smoke on Apex. For this wall, for this cross, a smoke and a Molotov, and you're going to have 4 players here from G2.
I feel like these rounds always look unwinnable from the T side. Like, it always feels to me like you can't really win this, but I feel like a surprising amount of the time it works anyway. So, we'll see.
I mean, it is limited spots to defend in, right? Like, look at where you can be positioned at the moment. Yeah, they gotta hurry up. That smoke is going to fade soon. Second smoke coming out.
Molotov as well. Let's see, is it going to be a good one? Forces a couple of people to move away. Alexi trying to find some. Get m0NESY caught out in the open. There's a refrag coming in. Oh, Masuta, he fell off and still gets the headshot. Following up on Hunter. That's a massive double kill for him right there. Could be enough to turn it around. 17 seconds. They're going to find Alexi inside of the smoke. They slowed it down just to get that fight, and they converted into a victory anyway.
I think that, I mean, you kind of called it, I mean, they come successful more often than you would assume it to be, but obviously Vitality, instead of completing that wall, they do the deep smoke in towards spawn, one smoke to cover up that entire spawn choke point. I think G2 was expecting them to have that wall set up like I was, and actually cross through it and be able to have some safety, but they just take the straight up fights.
So well done. The thing that makes it so hard to I think, to see coming is that they know everything. They're playing in a 4 on 5. Yeah. They know where they attack normally. That's almost more than half the game is trying to figure out where that attack is coming, right?
Yeah, helps that Masuta hits some phenomenal shots, but
that does help.
I think the call and the setup of this kind of attack was great from Vitality. You put out that first smoke as if you're going to complete the wall, and then the second one is the deep smoke. And that completely ruins. Like, G2's like, all right, they're going to finish the wall, and then they're going to cross over. We're going to be able to kind of spray down and battle them at railing, and they just weren't expecting the fights to come during the cross.
Well done, indeed. Vitality showing some real fight here in the first half. Jax, well, Nico's out of the round. He's gone. Doesn't even get a chance to play. dupreeh out here fighting against the M4, and he very nearly wins the fight, but not quite. Alexi going to be pushing forward to reclaim one of those weapons.
Yeah, and also get into a clever position if they're going to keep committing. They might even boost up Jax onto the blue bin. Instead, they're just going to prioritize the weapon. Over to the B bomb site we go. Apex lurking in middle, 3 players in upper dark for Vitality, but Jax is starting to get a lot of information, and he's already going to start pushing out the doors right about now as this utility is spent. m0NESY and Hunter for defense.
They're really far away still, but the defense is good for now. One shot up close with the C-75. It's Hunter with a double and another headshot. m0NESY bringing down Apex, and it's a beautiful end to the round for G2. That is a steal.
Yeah, that really is. What a great just holding the angle with the Deagle. 2 pistols and Vitality completely shut down. That kill's important because it allows the smoke to plume before the rest of Vitality actually come out and swing with it. Everyone, I mean, that CZ gets so much more powerful when they're coming out of the smoke. Jax is hyped up. He had the opening kill. His teammates finish off the round. G2 just clinging on to this 1-round lead.
Yeah, but that could definitely look at the money that's still left on Vitality even after losing this round. Says something about what they've been doing in the last couple of rounds. Oh, Cyber's in a lot of trouble, but he finds a way to dig himself out. He should have been dead. He should definitely have been dead right then and there.
Awkward fight for Nico, but you could see he was so committed. He wanted that second kill. Middle of the map is opened up. Control of Xbox, control of Catwalk, and Dupree has no respect for that. Oh, you know, he does.
He wanted you to tell. You're like, oh. But in a 4-on-4, plenty of time on the clock. They've been so successful along. I mean, I don't even blame Vitality for going back to test this over and over again. If that's what they want, it makes sense. If they go there, it's Alexi with an AK up close, but he's got only an HE that he's probably never going to be able to throw.
Hunter and Jax were really considering which play they wanted to make. It looked like Hunter wanted to rotate back towards middle, and Jax was like, no. Let's push upper dark. Let's shrink the map down.
Wait a minute. m0NESY's coming in at the corner. There is a crossfire. How deep is it, though? Alexi's gone. It's now all on m0NESY, and they shoulder peek him out. That is actually an expert play from Dupree. Even if he doesn't get the kill, just the fact that he's able to do that. That's such an off angle. How do you even know?
It's tough, man. Like, even if he gets that kill, that might just be a 1-for-1 spot. Nade into the bomb site. Oh, Hunter's committed, and he's, at least forces the TK. At least puts Jackson a 1-on-2.
Swings while the bomb is being planted. He's very low on health. What do you do here? He would love a headshot. Misuta not going to give it to him easily, though. Sneaking around, and it will be another nice round out of Misuta. We'll discount the team kill. It's fine. Probably not his fault. And it's going to be Vitality right back in the mix. Wow.
That's a hard jump to make work against someone like ZywOo, who's going to be so quick on the follow-up shot, but that's the real thing. Alexi needed 1 kill here to really make this crossfire strong. m0NESY way overcommitted and couldn't get back in time. Yeah, you take that TK all day long. Timeout from G2. Xtaz wants to talk things over.
Yeah, why not? I mean, this is once again their moment, Vitality, to strike deep into G2's first half here. They could do a lot.
Yeah, they've gotten it close, and they've fought back really admirably, but they haven't been able to actually take the lead. They haven't actually been able to take control of the game in any meaningful sense. And this, as you mentioned, is the perfect opportunity for it.
It really is. They have them kind of right where they want them in terms of the economy. So just a little bit more pressure, a little bit more consistency. And this could be a very decent first half for Vitality still. 6-6, all tied up. Organ play now from Jax. And that's all the money spent basically on the G2 side. So let's see, flashing out. Meg is checking every corner possible. No one in the pit either. And he's ready to take the fight, but so's Nico on the other side, and they're going to go 2-0. Hunter winning the battle in upper dark against Apex.
Yeah, that's twice now they've pulled out this lower dark to upper dark push, and twice it's been successful in finding them a kill. And when you combine that with the long one, all of a sudden 5-on-3, and Vitality for, like, with the economy the way it is for G2, this round could have been everything for Vitality. If they're to win this round, the later stages of this half, the last 2 rounds of this half for G2 is just like really a struggle fest.
Yeah. And now they may have put themselves in a position, G2, where they could almost reverse that. It's a fair bit more money on Vitality, but still doable. Dupree sneaking into the middle to check what's going on. They need a mistake right here from the G2 side. They need somebody to get a little bit overzealous, and doesn't look like anyone will.
They're not gonna make a mistake right now, but you might be able to just get an awkward fight. We've seen a couple, like m0NESY missing a shot. Oh, good flashbang. That was an opportunity. ZywOo almost able to catch it. He's got it through the box. Massive. And now we can challenge long. Nico's going to lose that fight, and no one left in the A bomb site. Zyru's got a clear line of sight. Odd missed shot from him as well. But this is all going Vitality. Unbelievable. 3 on 5, and they win everything after that.
That is so shocking. I mean, and again, it's just that long fight. They just keep doing it.
Yeah, this I think is the frustration that probably that just haunts G2 at the moment, not being able to feel comfortable, is in rounds like this. Like, how do we have such a 5-on-3 advantage and have no ability to really double up on these points of contact? Like, m0NESY goes down, no support. It was a catwalk emphasized. Crazy.
I feel like on the upside for G2, if they want to go back and look at this game later to find out where do we need to change things, it's got to be that long play entirely. Like, either the defense at long or dealing with the actual attack once they have lost long control. Like, there's something that's gone horribly wrong there.
Well, you want to talk about that defense at long, and you unfortunately have to bring up Alexi B at the moment. 1 in 10. He's the main long A defender, the anchor of that part of the map, and having a rough game here. Vitality's had his number quite a few times.
Yeah, that is a good point. I mean, that's fair. That's going to have to be part of the conversation, right? But I'm just shocked that even in a 5-on-3, all right.
Hello.
Do it again! Yeah, he's going to take down Dupree. That is actually sick. Maybe, oh, and Jax is in there too. Maybe don't challenge Nico when he's at that angle with the deagle.
Yeah, maybe not. However, G2.
Nico's out for Moist.
They're about to play their favorite game, which is find a way how to lose.
It is their favorite.
That's
nobody knows why.
That's the problem with that last round, is it's just like, those are the rounds that really kill you against the best teams in the world. It's like, that's a 5-on-3 that you should be winning like 90% of the time, and here we go. Run it back.
Don't do it. m0NESY holding on to the round. That's the kill they needed right then and there. Cyber now in a 1 versus 4 to try and see if he could do anything. He's got about 25 seconds, and I don't know. Yeah, he's going to try and fake it out. Comes off the plant, but it will be another one on the board. So they tie up the game once again, 7-7. Let's see if there's a chance right here for G2 to make up for it. That first one's fair enough, but second one, yeah, Dupree, you know what's gonna happen.
You think? Ooh, yeah, he's got a nasty look on his face. He's smelled something awful. Yeah, between that round with the deagle, remember there was a round previously in this half where G2 stopped a B hit with m0NESY's double kill with the deagle and Hunter's double kill with the CZ. They've had some low buys that have helped pull them back into this game and keep them fighting for it.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a mess. Vitality, they had that one round as well. Like, it's been a little bit back and forth. But you're right, against some of the top teams in the world for G2, if you don't win some of those 5 versus 4, 5 versus 3 kind of rounds, you know where they're coming. Like, you have to be able to do that.
Especially the 5-on-3 round where you have 4 players stacked at the A-bomb site. That's...
Ooh, it failed again. Gotta spend more time watching Robs, I guess.
Gotta start using the numbers.
It's getting too ridiculous, isn't it, now?
He's following the same rules. Don't do math during a live match.
We need mouse pads that have, like, a coordinate system on them so that you can...
Yeah. Have all the smoke lineups. That's actually a genius idea now that I think about it.
Patent that real quick.
It would only be useful to the 100 CSGO pros out there in the world.
There we go. It's an idea for the future. 15th round, and they're going to go at Alexi B. Like we said, they've been able to find him every single time, and they're going to do it again. Misuta, easy spray to take down m0NESY, reading that play so well. And now reaction makers, I mean, that is a classic, isn't it? You kind of know it's coming. They've just lost 2 over at long. Of course, they're going to try and do something.
Yeah. Well, Nico and Hunter, the cousins, to try and recover the round. Would have been cool to get 1 kill there and see if you could activate Nico, but now no matter what, it's impossible, and Dupree's ready for that as well. 8-7, Vitality. They struggled the whole half to get a lead. They snatch it right at the end. Right into a break. We'll see if they can close it out when we return.
Killer? Yeah, they have 3 mid.
You're clutching it, brother.
Let's go timeout, please. Timeout to need some peace. Let's go timeout.
Good luck for that.
One of the craziest highlights I've ever seen.
Okay, guys.
Are you 2B? We don't have nades anymore. Matu, go short, I will flash for you. You ready, Matu?
Wait, do it.
Flashing. Go. Go, short, Nice! Matu!
Holy man, what a
It was by? You like my flash or not?
I like.
I mean, when you kill 5, then you like it.
Right server.
Can you flash?
No flash.
Let's run boost,
Okay. First
Oh,
server.
oh, yeah, no.
First?
Yeah.
One more server. Hopping.
Got it.
2v1. Careful
We're
flank.
flanking.
I watch flank, okay?
Yeah. Go C-box. He's heaven!
Yeah, heaven.
He's dropped. He dropped.
You can have your right on your contact.
Yeah. He kills me left, you gotta...
Nice! Oh my god,
Dude, Will, you landed on the box.
Nice.
That was insane.
An arch and shot.
Short.
Close arch still.
I got a molly, bro.
Yeah, smoke it. I got smoked again. Bomb is arch. Crossed now.
I can molly like the Vino plan.
Both side.
And molly Vino.
Landing.
Mollying. Let's strafe.
Oh, I don't hit mid side.
Oh, nice shot, Nico. Last bullet.
Holy f***.
Bro, can I defuse? I have
No, you cannot.
I have no Okay, fair enough.
No, you cannot. This is my round. You don't get my star.
Well, here we are in Lisbon, the Altice Arena, circling around it. We've got two teams inside of which G2 Vitality head-to-head. Vitality with an 8-7 lead after the first half. They fought for that lead. One more fight in them to see if they can close it out, take the advantage. They got to go up against this guy, Monacy. Some lightning-fast shots in the first half, but overall, just a stalemate, really, between these two teams. No one's showing any kind of dominance yet on Dust 2.
It felt to me like Vitality were more in control of that first half, but the scoreline kind of, I think, is cheating us a little bit. 8-7. Second half right here, and it's already a rush to the B-bomb side. It's a classic, of course. Dupree tagged up already. Flashbangs in his eyes as well. Apex trying to save his teammate, but it can't be done. Nico and Jax with a double opening, and that is everything they need. This is another one of those rounds that G2 absolutely should be winning every single time. 5 versus 3 with a bomb plant, and inside of the B-bomb side of the pistol round, it doesn't get much better than that.
No, and they even paused to see if there was going to be some kind of a quick attempt at a retake or quick peek through a window, just making sure that they're going to be secure in planting this bomb. So many follow-up flashbangs after the initial salvo, and you understand this. Vitality, they have no chance to retake this bomb site 3v5 with one flash. Gonna save the kit on ZywOo, gonna save the utility on ZywOo, and save the armor on Megaskin Misuta, but a pistol round for G2 is gonna tie things right back up at 8. That's both pistols now for G2 in this map.
True. Yeah, and fair play to Vitality for walking away from that one. I mean, even the pause even gave them like a moment to think, wait a minute, you know what?
Yeah, do we really want to do this?
Not worth it, is it? And the armor and the kit and the flashbang, I mean, it all kind of counts in the upcoming round, so no point, I think, in trying to go for that one.
A lot of good things happened for G2 during that rush. An immediate gush onto Dupree, who was playing on platform, so he had to get a little bit passive. It forces him to eat a flashbang as well.
That smoke makes it really hard for Apex to be activated as well.
Yeah, very narrow gap for him to shoot at as they cross over towards platform, and just 3 more follow-up flashbangs along the wall to keep them as blind as possible. Good progression from G2.
Now, how long can they hold on to it? Because they seem very shaky even when they're winning some of these rounds. And they're up against a pretty impressive buy on the other side. Not bad at all. Nico going to be jumping out long. They're just going to flash him right away, and that is so good. Oh, they were ready for that. They've been studying.
That's a huge loss, though, to take. No one else from G2 is out to help protect Nico in any kind of a way, so good little trap, good delayed flashbang setup for Vitality. Nico just turns right back into it. 5 on 4 and AK picked up for Apex.
Yeah, if you're at that corner on the CT side, you hit the flashbang, you hit the jump, you know, all right, this is our cue.
I was surprised that he was so aggressive. There might have been like there could have been a call somewhere else on the map that someone was receiving pressure, someone had numbers, and Nico just didn't realize there'd be that many bodies or that kind of a setup at the long corner. But thought for sure he would just cross over to blue and get safe control.
Well, they're pushing forward.
Yeah, this is the round to take a risk. You've got a man advantage. You've recovered an AK-47. You have the lesser resources, obviously. So go see if you can kind of even the field by finding information.
Oh, and they're doing that. They're finding so much information in this round. Magisk, nice little peek there for Jax down the middle, but let's see if this flank is going to be valuable or not. They're kind of looking for it. Heads up play. Modesty was actually already checking that out, but oh, what? All right, that was the FAMAS. I thought that was the M or the 5-7 for a minute there. Cyber in the middle, going to be taking down Modesty as well, and now it's a 2 versus 2. 30 seconds on the clock, and a stunning headshot from Apex to take down Hunter makes this round really tricky for Alexi, who's had a tough game so far. Out in the open, and he's going to get the spray down right, but Cyber was ready and waiting, and he runs a bit close to the ledge and gets taken right down.
There's that recovered AK-47 coming back to haunt you, right?
Yeah.
If Nico's not going down at long and not giving away that AK, Apex is what, like a P250 or a 5.7 to challenge with, and that's a much, much better fight for Hunter. But still, in the 2-on-2, G2 split up. Hunter didn't wait for Alexi to get up towards Xbox whatsoever, and a nice little clutch from ZywOo there. 9-8, so immediate response from Vitality after losing the pistol.
Double scout in this round. There's a Deagle sad on top. Oh! Some revenge for Nico. You got to give him to him. I mean, that's justice from the last round, I guess.
Oh, one more? One more would have been true justice. That would have been great. Still, 4-on-4. Scouts, Tech-9, and a Deagle.
Okay, some decent damage on Dupree.
Yeah, he's probably confused about that a little bit. He's like, what the? Hunter on catwalk, you can see him communicating what kind of play, what kind of defense he's feeling he's going up against. Apex at long, ZywOo at the ramp. Going to transition over towards the railing. And the bomb's going to rotate all the way back to the B bomb site. So this is going to be an improvised split towards the B side. Looks like potentially Modesty and Hunter out middle. Hunter and Alexi in upper dark.
This is if they can break open the middle and put some pressure on this setup, it could work. But if you're coming through the hallway like this, yeah, and they are, oh no, against 2 SMGs like that up close, that's going to be nearly impossible. Very, very hard to break open with what they have here. Magisk already showing himself, puts up a little bit of a smoke. Oh, that's a good opening, though. Might have been a little bit too soon. Magisk is still back here, and they don't know about it. He's going to get the double kill. Has a couple of bullets left, but Modesty will take him down, and he's almost ready for the middle. That AK, a little bit too powerful. It's going to be a bomb plant at least here for Alexi B. And that's still pretty good. I mean, 3 kills on a bomb plant. You can't really complain too much about that, given what they had. But it could have been even more right there.
And also, especially 2 scouts at the end. Like, what are you supposed to do with that one? Trying to hold on to a retake at the B bomb site. That's brutal. Nice timing for Nico. Blinded through smoke. And yeah, all you can do is shake your head at that one. Shrug it off.
I mean, suits are showing good
poise.
Yeah. No tilt, no nothing. Just got to keep it even. 2 and 14 on Alexi.
No, it has been pretty. And we touched on him in the first half as that anchor out towards long, and the way that Vitality was able to exploit long A on this map against the defense. The second half is where he can have some impact. He had a chance in a 1v1 clutch, or a 1v2, I should say, against Apex and ZywOo earlier that he lost out on, and then here in this half, you can make up for the scoreline with some fantastic calls.
True. It can be really hard if you're anchoring long like this, maybe especially if you're the in-game leader, because if you say, well, I'm having a real bad time, I need more defense down here, you're actually making the rest of the map so much weaker, and that's usually not something you can justify doing. So, yeah, sometimes you just have to take some beatings up there, but you definitely want to have some rounds where it's just all yours, right? Taking the fight with the AK. I mean, this is a great fight for Nico, especially because his teammates can pick up the AK back here, so if Vitality let him have it, he should keep doing this.
Yeah, maybe frustrated that he hasn't landed a shot, though. Probably felt like a couple of those are clean looks, and through the smoke, Apex is able to find that. Alexi, as you mentioned, picks up the AK-47.
Yeah. All right, Molotov to put a little bit of pressure on them. Works all right. There's Alexi with the kill. Sneaks in for more. A lot more firepower on his side right here. Does actually do a lot of damage onto Dupree, and eventually he'll go down. Apex, nice cleanup here. That's what they needed. If somehow Apex would have been traded here, could have been a kind of an awkward 2-on-2, but...
Look at the money, though. One more kill from Hunter could be everything. I don't think he'll get it. ZywOo's going to be ready for that. Yeah, straight to the dome. Hunter goes down. Only 2 kills in the round with that AK-47 picked up on Nico. 11-8. Vitality stretching this out to 3. That was Serbian. You know he's angry when he switches back to Serbian.
We need somebody to... Where's Yanko? Can we get a translation?
Yeah, tweet it at us.
8-11. Slow lead for Vitality. Very tenuous, the money you said. I mean, even just losing a couple of rifles that last round, it still does all count. Their money is not exploding here. Good chance for G2 right now to slow down the progress of the Vitality side and try and put a little bit more pressure on them. Oh, peeking behind the debris of that grenade.
19 kills on ZywOo to lead the way for Vitality. Nico's leading for G2 at 17. And ZywOo keeping control of Catwalk. Good nade damage onto Alexi as Nico slides out middle. He wants to find a fight. He wants to look for something to do. 2 players at long on defense for Vitality. ZywOo's keeping an eye on middle as best he can, although there is a smoke up at the moment, just playing at railing of the A bomb site, so shifting between mid and Catwalk from long range.
Hey, they got the right idea here, G2. There's a mid to B split right now would be amazing if they could pull it off, because you're going to have to get some kills for the smoke in the middle, basically all the way from the A bomb side. Otherwise, it's going to be a 2-man defense, and that's usually very hard to hold once the grenades start raining in on the site. 40 seconds. They're going to, I think, fake it out a little bit here, putting some pressure on this Catwalk position and keep as many people as you can on this side. Alexi throwing a couple of bullets in there, but so far, this is a really good call. And there's an opening duel, almost taking down Apex. Makis is outside. Oh, and they run right into him. He keeps spraying. He runs and sprays and get the 3rd kill in there. That is ridiculous. I can't believe he actually controlled that recoil throughout the 3rd kill. So out of control. Apex takes down Hunter and Modesty on his own. I have no idea how they didn't even lose a single player in this round. I don't even want to watch the replay. What just happened?
I mean, well, let's talk about this. It's a perfect bait. I think it's Dupree that's playing in there with Magisk at the moment. And I mean, he just shows himself over at the door. And I mean, just Jax does his best to kind of clear it out, but Nico just running right into it. What are you supposed to do? This is weird. That 3rd one is just, we'll take it.
I've never seen anything like it. He...
I did the sickest spray transfer.
Yeah, bro. He shouldn't be proud of that. He held down mouse 1 for the entire duration and just just kind of like jiggle peeked into it. It's so ridiculous. That is not supposed to work. I just want to put that on the record.
Yeah, let's clarify that. That's not going to work like that every time.
If you're at home watching this, don't try to play like that.
But you know, in a desperate situation, Anders, sometimes you just gotta make it work.
You just have to. Oh man, the call and the setup for that round was really good.
Yeah, it was nice. Oh Jesus! Oh, get one more. He goes down, but Hunter's there for the trade. Nico's opened up everything here. Masuta tapping away. Nobody's gonna take that fight. Nobody's gonna give Masuta the look that he's looking for there.
Oh, grenade is a little bit late. If they can steal this round, G2 somehow, it would require a bit of a miracle, but it's possible. Hunter taps away with the Tech 9 down middle. A little bit of a flank coming in to drop. Magisk gets a good look right now. 2 versus 3. The bomb is planted for them. No smoke to try and do any kind of crazy defuse. Either they're going to flash their way through. Masuta picking off Modesty, and now it's Jackson Hunter down on that on the stairs. Jackson, a lot of trouble here, and he'll go down. Great retake at the end. Vitality nearly dropping the ball in this round.
That flashbang was just so perfect on Catwalk. That was the only piece of utility they had to use. They were in a lot of trouble. That one flash causes the Catwalk defenders to just kind of cower in a little bit of fear. Modesty was isolated behind the box, and as close as some of these rounds have been, as good as some of these calls have been from G2, you're now staring down the barrel of a 5-round deficit at 8-13. Close doesn't matter anymore. Now you have to get the rounds. Now you have to convert them. And you've also missed that window of opportunity where we were keeping the money of Vitality low. They've got another buy behind this as well.
Yeah, that slipped away as well. Something is going to have to change Hunter is up to 18 kills along with Nico, so the two of them they're playing a really good game right now. But they need to start putting rounds on the board. 22nd round here. Grouped up in the middle. Some pretty common stuff right now. You could understand if they wanted to go for another B split because they had the right idea.
It was there last time, yeah. First things first, you got to take control of Catwalk. You got to go through the motions here. Flashbang Molotov to force an Opper off the angle. Apex is in CT spawn looking towards middle, so at least at the moment, the A defense is, I wouldn't say weakened, but they'll have to hustle back up the ramp to get involved if they do pull the trigger on this Catwalk hit. But you're going to put a lot of faith in ZywOo with the op at railing. However, they're thinking the same way you are, Anders. This mid to B split is tantalizing.
Yeah, but Apex has seen it coming as well. And last time he wasn't here, right? He was all the way on the other side. Now they're going to go a little bit early. Apex, can't believe he's still alive. Hunter going to go and find him at the end. So that's an interesting kill. Now they're going to be making the jump down to try and fight outside. I don't even know what's happening any longer. ZywOo gets the kill on Nico. He took up a lot of space, but they still need to get to the bomb site. And they have to cross ZywOo somehow. Deagle is out, and he nearly wins the fight. Masuta trying to make up for it. He's the last defense here at the A bomb site. Big double for him. Oh, that meant to go down onto the ramp. They're still going to get the bomb plant down, but I think smartly, Masuta falling back and giving them a chance for a retake.
It's the Catwalk flank they got to worry about now. You can see they're trying to shuffle positions. They're trying to get the op to the bomb site and the AK to look back towards Catwalk, and Masuta's got them both. He had some incredibly important kills on the T side, taking the A bomb site from long. Now he's had some beautiful kills as well on the defense. I'll tell you what, though, again, like the idea from G2 feels there. It's some of the coordination, like Nico's drop off Catwalk. The play based off of that play took so long to come to fruition. There was the follow-up came like 5 or 6 seconds later, and I'm not gonna sit here and make judgment. Like it's one or the other. It's either, you know, he's making the play too early or they're following it up a little bit too late, but that miscommunication is killing G2.
Yeah, I agree. Definitely, and that gave a little bit of space for both Masuta and ZywOo to kind of get into a position. Yes. Whew, another timeout being called. I've got to say as well, Masuta, I mean, it's cool to see him get the opening couple of kills, fall back, and then, you know, re-aggress into it. But it's tempting to keep fighting when you get kills like that, right? You want to, but if he dies, then it creates so much space for in the 2v2, right? So super smart play for him. I mean, I expect that out of Masuta. I think that's one of the reasons why he's still around in the way that he is.
And he's shot up the scoreboard as well. 22 kills now. He's leading the way. He's overtaken ZywOo, who's still on 20. 94 ADR as well for Masuta. But the big numbers you got to worry about, 14-8. Vitality just 2 rounds back from taking this opening map of the series, and they've lost the pistol and won everything from there on.
Yeah, it's looking really good right now. They lost this Vitality in Dallas 16-7, so things are moving in the right direction for sure. Hunter taking down Masuta though early on. Jinxed him already, but long control. This is what Vitality did for a bunch of rounds in the first half, and it worked really well for them. So G2 want to try and see if they can test out that same proposition. But look at the defense for Vitality. It's so different from what G2 were doing.
It's so different from what you'd probably normally see as well, although it's just kind of shuffled away. Apex at card, Dupree was at the corner. Now he can't get away. Apex tries to make a run, ill-advised. Poor timing on that as Dupree just shifted off. Megisk is looking deep into upper dark. He sees nothing. ZywOo just posted on Catwalk, sees nothing. The Vitality, I mean, they kind of pretty much have the information of what's coming. Is just, can you really stop it? Is the question.
Again, it probably shouldn't be possible here. 5 versus 3. Out on loan like this. Still plenty of time on the clock, and Vitality making the cross, not really getting challenged that much. So far, so good.
Yeah, this is just a lost round for Vitality, and this is a luxury they have with this kind of a lead, is you don't even really need to fight for that at all. With the 6-round lead and with money in the bank, you're just saying, let's just hold our positions.
Yeah.
If they come into it, great, maybe we get some kills and even things out, and then we can maybe challenge for the round, but if not, no stress. We'll just back away. Let's preserve the economy. The one way that we don't want to lose this game is by getting into some weird money situation, allowing G2 to claw themselves back into it with ease with a couple save rounds. So just keep the guns in our hands as long as possible.
Yeah, reasonable call right here.
It's great philosophy. Playing the percentages. G2 get their second round of the second half.
Yeah, damn, that's true. It really has been the Vitality show for a while here. Okay, well, 14-9. Things are starting to look maybe a little bit better in terms of the economy for the G2 side. So, some small thing to look forward to here. Wow, that's how they got the opening. Fair enough. Yeah, nice shot.
I just love that every time he dies, he looks like so amazed. It was like, wait, you ran into the open against m0NESY.
I don't think Apex, he goes into every round the ultimate optimist. He's just ready.
He really is.
I'm going to win every fight. I just say, no. How did this happen?
Another timeout call to talk things over. Second one for Vitality. Xtaz got into a conversation with the team in the previous timeout, so I think he's more than happy to just chill here and let the players talk it over. 14-9.
We'll see if there's anything they can repeat here, G2. They've had a couple of different theories about how to do this, and I mean that long fight. They got the opening this time, and that makes a big difference. Can they do it repeatedly? Can they actually go back to it again? They're gonna try, and there's 3 people ready on the other side. Although they will back off that fight right away. They didn't really want to commit to it, so fair enough. A similar position here. G2 feel like maybe this is the weakness they've been looking for.
Well, also, I mean, just this take of Catwalk as well. When you know there's so many bodies out towards long, control this part of the map and look at the nades it's preserving as well. So if that hit eventually does come in towards long, a lot of Molotovs, a lot of flashbangs to really harass the G2 attack at the railing and put Apex in a pretty powerful position, to be honest.
Surely there's going to be a smoke to get rid of Saibu from this angle. No, they're not going to smoke it off. That could be a huge mistake. Misuta comes in for more. They're just out in the open. Oh no, G2. You need to get rid of that AWP somehow. Nico's going to get the spray right on top, but he burns alive, and the nade is there to follow him. Oh, he threw that and actually got the kill after the fact. And now it's Saibu 1 versus 2. We could get this AWP versus AWP battle. Who's going to be quicker on the trigger here? 50 seconds. And Saibu is slowly inching forward. He's so fast. Takes down m0NESY. That's a nice kill right there. Switches it out for an M4. And the bomb is out on long. Hunter is about to show up with an AK. Got to be real careful now. And he just repositions himself. He's still exposed if Hunter actually goes all the way out. But he's so accurate and so quick. He makes it look easy.
m0NESY must have been really paranoid about that ZywOo peek, because he had what, like 10 seconds to just grab the bomb and bail out and go meet up with Hunter, who provided the escape route.
Yeah, but it's true. Maybe he doesn't know how far away he is.
Yeah, you never know if ZywOo's like creeping up closer, but he went back for the fight. Not be it for me to be too critical of that decision, but there was a chance there to just grab the bomb and bail out. He makes the other call.
Damn.
Well, 6 chances for Vitality to close out map 1, and another long play, another quick long play. Nico and Hunter have created all the space, all the openings. 2 quick kills on Apex and Misuta. Another 5-on-3 for G2.
Yeah, Hunter saving his cousin right there. Nico was completely flashed, and then when Nico got his eyes back, he was ready to get a kill on his own. So not a bad look. 5 versus 3. Surely, Jason, they can't throw this round away.
Listen, you never know. Had one in the first half.
I feel like they've done this a couple of times. And Saibu's still alive, so...
Yeah, and he's sticking around this time for the fight. At the moment, Vitality is more than happy to take these. Gonna have that second smoke to close the wall. Nade gonna come through. Decent damage on the Jax, but with no follow-up. Oh, the smoke clears. Smoke clears. That gives ZywOo a chance. Picks off 1. Yeah. I still don't think Vitality, that's enough for them to choose to go for this.
No, it probably isn't. It's the kind of play that sometimes will make you do it anyway because you're just so hyped up about it, but they're still playing very, very conservatively here. I agree. I don't really blame them for it. It's not worth collapsing the economy on your team just to try and win what is a 3-on-5. Well, now a 3-on-4, but still. Better to keep it cool. Which they will. So down to 5 rounds for G2 to try and get it into overtime. Ooh, okay. Pre keeping himself alive in the middle. That's a long run boost.
That's a long run boost.
Not going to get challenged here either. So, 15-10.
Yeah, still fighting in it. It just feels like there's going to be at least 1 round.
That's all it takes. And they still haven't really found a way to put Alexi B into play.
And they've really been leaning heavily on these long takes, right? In the second half, that's like really one of the few things G2 has found some success in, and even just getting basic map control unharassed.
And the problem, obviously, is you probably can't run that long take for 5 rounds in a row and expect it to not eventually get countered in a hard way.
Absolutely not. So we're going to have to switch things up at some point. Monacy looking down mid. Nico and Hunter towards upper dark. Alexi and Jax, I imagine they'll just boost Jax up on the long boxes early on.
Oh. That is a nice nade. Cool to be boosted up in that corner, though, if the CTs want to be aggressive. Eventually, it's very hard to clear that one out. So they can go and investigate the rest of the map, and just maybe, if they're lucky, they'll get sort of something for free out here.
You can see Vitality as well, though. They're kind of getting trained, too, with all the long takes that G2 have come out with. 3 players here at the moment.
Yeah.
Looking for something delayed, looking maybe for G2 to go back to the same tactic, just change the timing. Good pick from ZywOo, and he's going to remain aggressive. Oh, my dear lord. That's completing the nade damage from earlier as well, or else that wouldn't have been a kill. And ZywOo is maintaining his aggression.
It's actually so disgustingly quick, isn't he? Takes down Nico in the middle. ZywOo is done playing this map. 27 kills right now. I don't know what you could even do. That second shot is out of this world. 2 versus 4. Jax is going to pick up an AWP. Now, that is very hopeful. 40 seconds on the clock.
3 kills for ZywOo. He could close it with an ace. Apex is going to get the next test.
Yeah, and already pushing out long as well. Basically boxing them in is Misuta. Apex, that's an easy spray, and he's going to get Jax as well. A 16-10 victory for Vitality on the opening map here, and what a map it was.
Yeah, that's great from Vitality. Man, that T side just fell real flat for G2. They get the pissed around, but lose the next 6 after that. And for Vitality, I mean, just staying in that first half, just grinding it away. That was very, very impressive from Vitality.
Yeah, absolutely. Some rounds definitely given up by G2 that I wasn't expecting. I don't know if they could have been closer, much closer, in fact.
Yeah, but I mean, that's kind of, I think, one of the factors of G2 that we've all identified as an issue. Regardless, we've got Freya down ready to go between maps.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yes, the sweet taste of revenge for Vitality after their destruction in Dallas. They bounced back with the answers that we were looking for on Dust 2. Great T side to be starting things off and looking incredibly calculated on that CT side too.
Yeah, the first half was all we hoped to see from Vitality. A different phase, a different idea, a different perspective in regards to Dallas. But kind of have to talk about Misuta. I'm sure his coach will have a couple of words about him. He was lights out in that first half and definitely an X factor for me.
Let's get the coach that we're talking about coming in here. Zonic, congratulations on managing to take that Dust 2 off of G2. What do you think was the biggest difference from when you faced him in Dallas coming into today?
I think we had a lot of issues with Nico on short, throwing a lot of utility towards lower. Our default was... it was really difficult, and we had a few key rounds that cost us, and we really mentally was struggling in that game. But yeah, this time around we had Matu try to throw the smoke in mid doors, but he failed it a couple of times, got leg shotted. But I mean, it was just, I think the key word for this team is also sometimes about patience. Especially if we go 4 or 5, we can still win the round. Just need to play slow. Sometimes I see the players just go in one direction, Matt is searching B, Dan searching somewhere else if we lose a guy, and yeah, that's just important that we stay calm.
You had a very heavy focus on long, a couple of rounds you ended up there. Was that something that you had pre-planned, or did you just realize mid-game that Alexi was having a really tough time and you kept on pressuring that?
I mean, Dan said that he had a tough time, but it was actually the game plan. Last time we saw that Alexi doesn't like to play long, so we can exploit it later on, and they like to have Nico on short, or yeah, they don't fight too much for long, only occasionally. So it was always a good plan to go long delayed.
Well, Zonic, great to get some insight from you. Thank you so much for joining us. So we will let you go and get prepared for Inferno. That's going to be the second map coming up today. I do want to ask you though, Maniac, just off the point of what you were talking about, the A long control, Misuta as well, looking really, really dominant. We do have a particular round that you wanted to bring up in terms of that execute. What are we looking at here?
Yes, we're looking at round number 10 on the side of Vitality. That's going to showcase not only their long pressure that we were talking about, but the incredible work that Misuta was able to put forth in that first half. Really started this game. We'll see here the late long execute coming over and all of these headshots. Look at the way he moves and kind of deciphers all the angles from Misuta right here. It is gold. They have the information as well onto Alexi, or last player, sorry, behind the smoke, cleared out by Zaiwu, and that is it. And this run kind of encapsulates the whole story for Vitality. It's a game of patience, as Zonic talked about. It's a lot of long pressure, and it's Misuta having a banger, a burner of a game.
And you brought up a really interesting comparison from this one as well. The fact that Misuta going up against Alexi B. Yeah, this is painful. The fact that Alexi ended the first half on 3 kills, only managed to find 1 solitary one going into that second half.
Yeah, listen, for Alexi B, that was abysmal. That was an abysmal first map. I have absolutely no way to save him. From an individual standpoint, he got pressured time and time again on that long position. We talked about it with Zonic on the T side as well. When he moved on the second half, he couldn't find anything. He couldn't get it going. And on the other side, if we do the comparison position by position, Misuta was much stronger on his long defense. Even though towards the end, they found a couple of times the ways to push him out, he still was a main force behind Vitality. So that comparison draws a terrible picture for G2 and Alexi B.
And that's something that's really exciting if you're a Vitality fan. The fact that Misuta is really showing up and showing some impact where it's needed most, because he's been kind of, dare I say, one of the biggest question marks in terms of this Vitality project. Previously, he was touted to be kind of that second star, then the Danes coming into the mix. Obviously, it's a bit harder to get that space, to get the space that you can work with. I love that we get to see Misuta going full force here.
And I mean, he's been under the fire, like heavy fire, for criticism for a while. Roger that. When you have a team like Vitality that goes international, of course, we know that it's going to take a while to adapt. But the problem for Misuta is that you have other players out there. Hell, Yakinder is on the market right now. And you're Misuta, and you must feel his breath down your neck like, oh my God, he could be coming from my position. So I think for him, it's extremely important and instrumental to remind everyone that he can have these games and kind of find that confidence that I think he's been lacking for a while.
Well, I'm very excited to see if Vitality can continue to bring the hurt as we head on to the second map of the series. Well, I'm going to throw it to a quick break though. Inferno coming up next. A tight run for Vitality last time they faced off against G2. Let's see if they can claim revenge.
If I was to make my CSGO dream team,
let's start with the AWPer. Simple, obviously, no-brainer. He's like the best player now in the world, and he's been playing amazing for a long time now.
So you just have to include Simple, and I think that he'd be awesome to play with again.
Get Simple in there.
So I think it's a good choice for an AWPer. For in-game leading, I would actually take
Glaive. He's the most accomplished IGL.
A great caller. He played in Astralis during their era when they were the best team in the world for a long time and they crushed everyone.
And I think that he would probably be really cool to learn from and see his thought process on how to organize everything and the reads that he's making on the game.
And for the aggressive role, Config for my own team is really good at that role. So
I would pick myself, because obviously it's my dream team. I want to play with them. I'd probably just be doing the aggressive stuff, going in first, second, and just trying to follow up on people. I think that I could do that pretty well.
Dupree.
I'd say myself, entry-fragging myself.
So I think that this is kind of hard to really get a good read on who I should pick. But I think I would pick Yakinder. I think that he's a really aggressive player, and he has a lot of good feelings for the game of how to feel it out and where he thinks that he should go aggressive or keep a lot of space for the team.
Let's bring in Electronic, Simple's fellow fragger.
The lurking spot and the second anchor, because there's obviously 2 anchors in the team. I would take Rups, really great lurker and reads the game really well.
I would pick NAF for my lurker, just the guy that can make anything happen pretty much. I think that he's a really good clutcher and he can just make some random rounds just turn into a win. So I think that he would be really solid. He can do a lot of really amazing things.
I'd say an anchor / second lurk-ish would be Bit. Probably one of the best riflers right now as well. And the last one would be an anchor player, maybe myself.
Inferno next up on the cards as G2's map pick coming into this, but an opportunity for Vitality to continue flipping the script from Dallas. Of course, we saw them looking pretty dominant on that Dust 2 to start things off. Last time, though, Inferno was incredibly close, 16-14 for G2 on that map.
Yes, it's a reversal of fortune, as you were talking about. In Dallas, when we moved on to Inferno, it was a G2 that was full of confidence. They just had smacked the head out of Vitality on Dust 2. And even then, we ended up in a very tedious, very detail-oriented type game. Here, it's going to be a question of how can G2 bounce back. Had they seen that, misfortune happen on Dust 2 or not, that's going to be a question for Exaz and the boys.
Well, let's take a look at a specific look from the side of Vitality with Mahone. What have you got for us?
Yeah, so I have a moment from the last time that they played against each other, G2 and Vitality on Inferno. And one of the big things that I want to highlight is actually their utility usage. And this is actually a very specific smoke that Vitality like to use. So it's this one here towards Banana, where ZywOo throws this from T spawn, and it basically lands at the middle of Banana. Now, with the smoke, you'll see that it lands towards the middle, and typically with this kind of smoke, you see this thrown a lot to extinguish Molotovs that CTs like to throw at the start of the round, particularly right there. But what you'll notice about this particular smoke is that it doesn't actually extinguish this Molotov, and you might be wondering why that's the case. And one of the reasons why that's the case is because if you throw the typical half-wall smoke, the one that normally lands here and extinguishes that Molotov, CTs still have an opportunity to be able to push through that smoked Molotov. However, because this smoke doesn't actually extinguish this Molotov, what that means is that CTs, they can't actually push through this. So it's actually a way to deter CTs from being able to push down Banana, because they can't do it with the fire and they can't do it with the smoke. So that's why Vitality, they place this smoke in this way to provide them cover and just deny the opportunity for CTs to be able to push down. And you'll see that with Vitality, the way they coordinate this is that with this smoke here, Magis, he can just simply creep up along the right side and not have to worry so much about a CT aggressing him right at this point. And as well, another thing that you might notice about the smoke as well, it's a little bit offset towards the left side so that as he passes through, he's not completely gray screened when he's peeking towards car. Now, another thing about the smoke, because it lands a little bit deeper, it actually provides a higher bloom so that somebody who's trying to cross towards logs, they're not going to be very easily seen. So that's why this smoke here is thrown a little bit deep for those particular reasons. And that's something that G2 are going to have to look out for, because this is a specific way that Vitality like to take the Banana side using this smoke. So G2, they're going to have to find a way around this.
Thank you so much for that one, Danny. I love that we get that specific insight coming into this, because it is going to be a game of minutiae, considering, how close it was last time these two teams faced.
Totally, and to tie it up with Mahone's point right here, if you're Vitality, your first challenge is to not allow NiKo to get early kills on Banana. I think this is where the defense on the side of G2 can be so annoying to play against and so heavy to fight, is that whenever they take Banana control, whenever NiKo gets these double kills early, if you can survive these first few seconds, if you can push them back to the side, then suddenly the defense duo between Alexibi and NiKo is not exactly the strongest. Their strongest moment is in front of the car and at half full, exactly what Mahone was talking about.
And I love that you pick up on NiKo there specifically, because last time around he was on an absolute tear over this entire best of 3 series as well. Do you feel like, obviously Zonic was saying in that interview we just had between maps, he didn't feel like, NiKo was on the exact same terraform on that Dust. Do you look at him as being kind of a key difference maker coming into this Inferno?
Oh yeah, he'll have to be. Not only on the CT side, as we just touched on quickly here, but on the T side as well. If you flip the script and you look at the other way around, he'll be fighting Mizuta and Apex towards Banana. He'll take a lot of space, and we know that the duo of the Frenchies, they like to fight. We know they don't like to stand still. Apex, he's not one for hiding behind a box for 45 seconds. That's not a Counter-Strike he wants to play. So what's going to happen is that he's going to throw Mizuta a lot, the man we have on our screen, with a couple of flashes well-timed, and NiKo is more often than not going to be the one behind that wall waiting for the duel. So definitely, and I mean, saying NiKo is going to be important is it's never wrong, you can't be wrong.
No, that is always the case when it comes to the G2 side. Somebody else I feel like kind of flew under the radar, particularly last map, the fact that we didn't touch upon ZywOo after that Dust 2, particularly after that last round as well. That second kill he got with the AWP through mid. I'm not even sure how that happened, but I like that we're seeing him getting fired up too coming into this series.
Yeah, it got me screaming. That one got me screaming. That was a banger, that last shot on Dust 2. 27 kills or plus. He was definitely online, definitely activated, providing what we hope to see from him. Now, on Inferno, I'm going to be real with you, be criticizing just a little bit. I'd like to see ZywOo be a bit more assertive. I feel like he has a tendency in really tough games to close off his game, be defensive on that long side, and just hope to see people. Don't get me wrong, whenever he gets a duel, he'd probably win it. But I'd like to see him be a bit more aggressive, peek and prod, and see if he can derail G2, be out there. You just had a beautiful first map. Use that momentum and push it on Inferno.
Well, we can see the teams getting fired up and ready to head into the second map of this crucial best of 3 series. G2's pick coming into things. Let's see if they can take Inferno after this short break.
We are ready now with the second map. It's going to be on Inferno here between G2 and Vitality. Wow, this is where it's all going to go down in a couple of days. So far, we're at the opening couple of matches here. The odds, as you can tell, slightly switched towards Vitality. They started out in favor of G2, but they are the odds for the whole series. It makes sense. Pretty good performance from Vitality on that opening map on Dust 2.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, ZywOo is ZywOo, 27-12 on Dust 2. Masuta had a spectacular game, 23-14, but even just like outside the numbers, the impact he was able to provide on defense and on offense at that A-bomb site was absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
But more than anything, I mean, just G2, it's weird watching them in that first map, because I think both of us were sitting there like, man, the ideas and the plans are there, and it seems like the opportunities are there, but boy, do they make some heartbreakingly crushing mistakes at really inopportune moments.
Yeah, that really is the headline for now, and that's not a headline you really want to hold on to for too much. But it's been like this for a while, I feel like. There are just some slip-ups where you think, man, that did not need to happen.
Well, it's a hard thing to stop. It snowballs out of control, because the more and more it happens, the more and more you feel like something's going wrong, and like you have to individually be the hero or the guy to pull it out, and that's when you kind of see some of those other plays start happening that just aren't in coordination with the entire team plan, and yeah, it can just slide really, really far out of control. Either way, they're down 0-1 in this opening series of the group and need to recover here on Inferno. Now, a lot of talk, obviously, and pretty disappointing finish to Dust 2 for G2. We do have to remember that was Vitality's pick. They obviously came into that saying, we're going to have a good plan for this one. This is the map we want to play against G2. On Inferno here, obviously going to be G2's map pick. They're in a similar situation. We'll see what kind of a game plan they're coming into this with.
Yes, I mean, if they keep going like they have been, it could still be, I think, pretty good. I don't doubt Vitality are going to be impressive on this one, but G2, they need to recover themselves, and they're going to be starting on the T side, Vitality on the CT side. Okay, Hunter are looking, all right. Just actually everyone from G2 expecting maybe a little bit more aggression from the Vitality side, hoping that they were going to maybe run down the middle and they could have caught them right there. Instead, it's going to be slow creep up Banana to try and get to the B-bomb side.
Ooh, this is cool. A late mid push. Oh, the timing on this is so crazy.
They're going to keep going. Yes, it is. Although it's being watched by Nico, he felt something was wrong, but he only had the Glock and Samu's shown up at range, and he wants to take that fight every single time. That's the bomb. You're right. Oh, no. Dropped on the ground, and now the nades are coming in to put some more pressure on. They're boxed in, G2. There's no way out. They actually cannot escape this. They created maybe a little bit of a hole in towards construction, and the bomb is following through, so I'm actually kind of impressed that they're even getting this far. Vitality maybe allowing more of a space here. I thought they would have been locked in even more. Molotov.
Oh, dude. Oh, I feel so uncomfortable. I don't like any of this. Oh, you're in so much trouble. Lexi's gonna get around the corner over towards Coffins. Man, that extra 7 seconds would be great right about now. Smoke down. Jax has 2 different angles to worry about. What a pistol round from Vitality.
Yeah, well and truly, nobody even dies.
And look, I don't care if you're Nico and you sense that flank coming down mid and you're watching it, you're never going to expect that fight that quickly. That's a hard fight to really be prepared for, even if you realize the possibility is there.
Yeah.
That's no slight on Nico. That's anyone in that position.
Yeah, it's like your brain might be telling you, okay, like someone could be here, but you're not mentally really necessarily ready on the same level. That's true. And the Molotov, unfortunately, inside of the smoke, you're right, a 7. I mean, just even the time that they could use to reposition, or they could take the fight towards CT spawn, even there's a lot of stuff they could have done with that time.
Or you can stick around and fight behind the Molotov if they're going to try and flirt with it. There's a million things that could have happened, and rough. 1-0. Full investment in the round from G2. They've got 3 Galils, excuse me. 3 rifles. Deagle and a Tech 9 to complete it. Nico is spectacular with the Deagle on Dust 2. Multiple entries, multiple double kills with it. He actually had a great map despite the loss. 1.3 at rating back on Dust 2.
Yes. It's super crazy that they actually lose some of these maps when he's playing that well, but
he had 112 ADR as well to go on top of it.
We've seen it before, so not exactly the first time. M4, not the A1, which is super rare. Saru going down right away. The Galil coming out on top on that one. There's a trade in the middle with Jax taking a fair bit of damage. 50 seconds still left. Hunter with a deep angle to try and put some pressure on anyone showing up, but instead he's going to get a grenade. It does a little bit of damage. Nice enough headshot. But they're running out of players in this round. Hunter has to get this kill somehow, otherwise they're not going to get even close. The bomb is down right next to him on the hay cart down below. And Dupree will stand tall. Just 7 health left, but it is enough to very likely win this round. I don't know what Nico's going to do here.
Yeah, Nico is backing away to see if anyone is going to push all the way down Banana and maybe catch one of them off guard. Unfortunately, falls flat, and Dupree's able to find the final kill. Gets aggressive with, what, like 10 HP? Good round from Vitality. Able to hold off, and G2 never able to get the kills necessary to actually push forward.
Yeah, good stuff in the end. But that did get very close. If they could have found Dupree inside of that bomb site, would have been an interesting 2-on-2 with probably with a bomb plant. All right.
Did he tell someone to have fun?
I think he gave him the
Someone's
MP9.
pushing. Somene's pushing.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Major said, I want to push down mid. He's bought no nades whatsoever. Yeah.
Yeah, he said, go have fun at middle.
Alt mid.
All right, here we go. Oh, all right. A little bit. Oh, nice tap from Masuta. That's good to see. Getting away some of these deagles, and Magus
having no fun.
Not having any fun at all.
Not finding any ability to have fun in this round.
His targets are already dead by the time he gets them. That's upsetting. And they're moving away from him even. That's upsetting. He got the fun pass and he didn't get to use it.
Yeah, he did. He got like the, we don't care what you do this round.
Yeah.
You don't get that too often.
Not even a Not even a chance.
Well, Dupree's the one that gave him the pass, and okay, well, Dupree's not having fun either.
Long flank here with the MP9. It's been going on for a minute now. Just slowly moving into position. Still, the fun is making its way somewhere else.
What if they bypass him again?
It's close right now. Jack's setting it up. Nice headshot. Here's a chance for some fun for Magus. Gets the bomb being found as well, so not bad at all. Hunter sneaking through. We wanted to line up the headshot here. Not a second chance. It could have been. So we had a little bit of fun at the end.
Yeah, we got there at the end of the day. We found a good time. Double kill from Magus to close things out. Transfers over to the dropped M4. Good shooting from Masood to down Banana as well. Vitality starting this one out solid. It's going to be 3-0.
That was a good shot.
Dupree's underrated, I think, in his comedy.
Yeah, no, without a doubt. We don't get enough of it.
It's overshadowed by Apex.
Hard to keep up with, truly. I think everyone's going to lose in that fight.
AK-47's on the board for G2. First gun round at hand. Molotov's being extinguished. Some really nice early nade damage from Vitality, which you would expect out of a Zonic-led team.
3-0 lead. A lot of presence on this bomb site. What are they doing? All right. They're surely not going to keep 3 people boosted up here, right? There's no way. Even 2 is a lot. And Apex is just playing distraction in front. Eventually could back off. Only 2 people on the A-bomb side is obviously the huge downgrade in the defense over on this side of the map. So that's what they're giving up for it.
Yeah, we'll see if G2 wants to just challenge Rapside with like light utility. Don't give away the game, don't give away numbers. A lot of utility being spent at the B bomb site is keeping Apex here, but they're not taking advantage of this window. There's the flashbang, didn't go deep enough for ZywOo, and oh my dear lord, is that precise?
Yeah, so quick. Suter getting caught out there by Nico. So it's a little bit in return at the very least. I wanted to go check what was happening out on Banana. And they're bringing the bomb back, which m0NESY, if they can win the fight at B, m0NESY is going to be able to control this rotation really well. But if they don't win the fight, then it doesn't really matter, and m0NESY's position means nothing at all. And what a catch from ZywOo down the middle. And the smoke is up. This is so well played for the defense from Vitality. G2 are going to feel like, wow, we're getting completely locked out of this round. m0NESY may be the only chance still to get back into it. Creeping up slow. Oh, he's going to find him as well. And that is a huge turnaround. This round was almost lost here for G2.
I mean, that round was lost for G2, if not for a headshot through smoke towards Coffins from Nico onto Apex, and obviously that huge flank through CT spawn. This round is, they have no business even being in this position. Retake coming in. ZywOo's been great. 2 kills in the round so far. Almost able to find Alexi. Molotov going to come out as well. Nico, his attention is just pulled away, and there goes Alexi. All of a sudden, it's on m0NESY. Molotov onto the bomb. He's tapped the defuse. m0NESY's going to commit after this. 1 second. Is he going to commit? Oh, there it is finally. ZywOo almost able to hold it through, but the young guy recovers the round.
Yeah, that is super scary. As most people, I think, know by now, if you started that defuse and the Molotov lands on you, you're going to win on the defusing side, right? The Molotov is not going to kill you if you have 100% health, but you don't know if he's already tagged up. It's a lot to deal with. So the fact that he peeked out one m0NESY, huge play. What a round from him.
That entry provided through the smoke, a little bit of a jump over.
0.18.
Yeah, and I mean, again, that's a 3-on-2 that just gets very, very close. Obviously, good utility, but Nico gets caught out swinging a little bit wide, trying to trade a kill. G2's on the board, sketchily, but it all counts.
It does count, and they could have been wiped out in that round way earlier.
Yeah.
So I don't know. That's a nice recovery. Good to see. Some MP9s in play still. AWP for the first time on this map for ZywOo. See if he could do anywhere near what he did on Dust 2, which was impressive. Nice nade. Apex picking up more. Tossing him at him. All right. Still, that's some good damage. And they've left the B-bomb site to ZywOo saying that's enough. Enough defense. But is it, Jason?
Is it? We'll find out. It can be.
In episode 2. It's coming right up, in fact. 50 seconds. Smoke, just a distraction here towards the library.
So he's got no utility left is the tough part.
Yeah, he's got almost nothing he can do. Does have the weapon. 35 seconds. Gonna get smoked off and doesn't want to challenge it.
That's a 5-on-5 save for sure.
Yeah.
There's no business even trying for the retake in this round. That one late flashbang catches him full in the face, and he's just got to back off. So, stalemate called, and because of the lack of money, Vitality's more than happy to keep all 5 weapons at hand. They'll just refresh the grenades in the next round and try again.
Yeah, we've said it before, but sometimes the game is knowing when not to fight.
Yeah.
I mean, personally, I'd love to see him try and swing for it, because it is Saru, but realistically, it probably is the higher percentage play.
Especially this early in the game, like the worst thing about the CTF of Inferno is if you could just never get your money set or never feel comfortable with your economy. So early on in the game, playing the money pretty conservative and just making sure that you can keep growing it so you're not just in a constant state of back and forth with pistols and rifles.
Yeah. And on the flip side, right? If they'd gone for the A-bomb side, there would have been 4 people there.
Yeah,
so
it was a bit of a gamble. So no harm, no foul in terms of just backing away with that one and keeping the weapons alive. You don't see a round like that too often, though, where nobody goes down.
No, it is a bit out of the ordinary. 3-2 the scoreline as we're moving into the 6th round. Let's just see. May is setting up. That's what I'm talking about earlier. There's so many different variations of that particular smoke. No easily available gap, but again, you can throw that smoke just a little bit more to the side. You can sneak in on either side of it, and it's very hard to see from the T side, so...
I've seen run boosts around it as well.
True.
If you want to get real frisky. Deep nades only do 1 damage to Alexi. Oh, that's an odd time to pull out a nade, but look at the boiler setup. Saiwu misses the chance. Jax is able to get a follow-up kill. Dupree's still alive in halls, but what can he actually do to defend against this?
Well, he's in a position they're not going to expect. I think, what is happening? Jax getting crisped by a teammate. I don't even know what...
Molotov was at the corner out towards Rap side, and he just had low HP from his engagements, and I think he just took 1 step too far. Oh, but it's awkward. Thankfully, they're winning everything else.
It's a devastating nade that Apex managed to put out there, but not enough for any kills. Yeah, somehow they find a way through anyway. I actually thought Dupree's position was maybe going to be really, really good. I don't think they were expecting it, but nicely done. G2 going to be tying up the scoreline back into a 3-3. All right. It's not bad. Putting some pressure on that CT side economy, just as we were talking about it. They pulled a 5-on-5 save, and it's not doing much for their economy any longer. Going to be in trouble early on anyway.
Yeah, I still like the call, obviously. I mean, it's a bummer that's not having a little bit more impact. What's... Oh, you crazy, Jax. There was... I thought it would be like an accidental... I didn't think it would be here. That was like a... I surely can jump around the corner over the flames.
Insurance is definitely not going to cover that one.
No, not at all.
That's going to be his own...
He'll destroy that claim real quick.
Yeah. Damn. Okay, well... I like it. Nonetheless, keeps things entertaining.
Yeah, it does. I mean, we've mentioned it's one of the things Jax provides. A little bit of fun, a little bit of lighthearted.
Some spice. Like, what's happening? Well, a chance here for Vitality to take a deep breath. Looks like they need it too, because G2 are actually, they're pulling through some of these rounds.
It's about the best start you can get if you're G2. You gotta be happy about that, especially considering the first round they won, like, didn't look good. It didn't look good at all. It was very, very sketchy. Clock was running down. They didn't have a lot of options, able to crack it open, but now you can build upon that, and that, I mean, who cares about how sketchy it is? If you're gonna keep going forward with it, take the money away from Vitality, feel pretty good. Especially important coming out of a rough Dust 2.
Yeah, losing that map, and then especially in the way that they did it, you're right. This could be a real momentum changer for them if they can pick it up. So yeah, more power to them.
Certainly.
Oh, they're getting a chance to stretch, clear up their posture a little bit.
Yeah.
People say that's important.
Clear out the posture. I've never heard that before.
Just
What do
fix
you like?
it.
Just, okay.
Yeah, just try to.
Okay, you just use some fancy words for.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Just to fool people.
I don't know. Try to spice it up.
I don't know. Technical pause, yeah. Well, that's giving it a chance for all of you at home to do some good stretches. Do you do some good stretches every once in a while?
I do. I do some. No, not really. A couple here and there. I'm more of like a shoulder. Stretch out the shoulders a little bit. Especially, when you're in the kitchen cooking and everything like that.
I know your better half was trying to get you into yoga stuff at some point.
Yeah.
How's that been going?
Well, it's going really well if you don't want to do any yoga.
All right. The non-yoga side is winning heavily.
Yeah, no, I dabbled in it a little bit, but you know, it just hasn't really caught on in terms of a habitual thing.
All right.
But I recognize the positives of yoga.
Okay, so in theory, you're sort of more of a theoretical practitioner of yoga.
Yeah, I recognize that it's very valuable. There's a lot of good things, health benefits, get your body moving, stretching. Still hasn't changed anything.
All right, we'll get there one day. We'll get there one day. Well, we've done the morning routine. We've done some stretches. We're building like a little bit of a theme throughout the day.
Yeah, certainly. We'll get to afternoon at some point soon.
Get that afternoon nap in for all of the boomers.
Yeah, throw like a little afternoon bagel into the toaster.
There we go.
Yeah,
that's what I'm talking about.
Headsets are off.
Headsets are off. Is never a good sign.
Well, just the big headset. The earphones are still in.
All right. Yeah, we've got them layered now. So
the in-ears.
All right. But hopefully, no word on what the issue is yet. But you know, as long as no PCs or monitors are being all the way swapped out, I feel like we're on the positive side of technical pauses. You know.
Yeah.
That's usually when it gets real bad.
That's a smile.
Apex is too focused to smile. He's locked in. All right.
What do you think about the clear glass frames? The clear glasses that Apex has on. You like those?
I actually don't think you could find glasses that wouldn't look cool on Apex.
Okay.
Like I'm on board with all of it.
You think it's the man, not the
Yeah,
style?
you just got a face for it. I feel like it works.
Do you think you could pull those off?
I can't wear glasses. My head is so wide, it's so stupid. Like I've tried. When I went to university, I thought, if nothing else, it's gonna make me look smart. So
yeah, sure.
You know,
didn't even need lenses. You just wanted the frames.
Yeah, I did also need lenses, and people kept telling me like, just go over the lenses. And I was like, I didn't get the hint. So I was like, I'll find a picture at some point and show you.
Perfect.
It's not good.
You've got a lot of cool pictures in your history.
Yeah, truly. But I feel like, all right, headsets are coming back on. Yeah, I wish I could. I want to look smart, but it's not possible.
But it's that wide head that's really holding you back.
It is. It's not practical for anything. So just leave it alone. I have the same problem with like basic caps. Like I feel like it just
baseball caps.
Yeah, it just doesn't matter. It just looks stupid.
Odd.
Yeah. I'm not winning on that one. What could you do? You know.
Yeah.
They haven't made.
You could try a fedora.
It's possible. I'll give it a shot. Why not?
Please don't ever wear a fedora. Please don't ever show up wearing a fedora. I'd be so mad at you.
They need to make like sort of head shrinking surgery, like something.
Sure. Yeah, that's the next best solution, I guess. After.
Getting desperate over here. You know?
All tied up at 3. M4 in the hand of Masuta. Pistols upgraded for Vitality as we get back into it in round number 7.
Some grenades behind the pistols, so you know, looking at the weaponry, should be a good round here for the side of G2, but you never know. They have an uncanny ability to throw away rounds like these.
They do. Much to the pain of G2 fans around the world.
Yeah. Yeah, Yanko's out there somewhere yelling at his monitor.
Yeah. Just a ball of stress during this round.
Well, let's see. Wall bang to set up for a boost to look over. It's all looking just fine at the moment. There is a smoke here, so perfect round here for Vitalities. They get a kill for the first guy peeking. They put up a smoke, fall back, and slow down the rest of G2. That's how they'd like to play this one. But if it's a full commit for a double swing, I'm not sure that's going to happen. A little bit of an opening there. Masuta, and there's the smoke to follow it up. Nice game plan.
Yeah, they found the M4 as well. Masuta's brought down to 2. However, there's so much space at this A bomb site. Jax is already around the corner. 3 players, excuse me, on defense at Rap side, but none of them have eyes on this. Trying to play a passive game with these pistols, meaning they're going to rotate back into the bomb site and be extremely shot. Oh, no, they're not. They're going to be just fine. Magus with a headshot onto Jax. All of a sudden, the second option in this round has been denied for G2.
Yes, it has, and they're trying to switch it around, catching, even running and gunning there. Cyber were able to find Hunter. It's so ridiculous, and now they're back into the bomb site here, 15 seconds, and Apex is calling it in. You could see it on that little camera in the middle. He is yelling for some backup right now, and the timing is dead on. Perfect. Monacy goes down, and Nico's on his own. It's a really good tap, and what a follow-up, but he's out of time. Oh, I wish he had another 10 seconds for the bomb plant here. Picks up the AWP and is just going to try and surely don't. Yeah, all right. He's going to save it. Wow. But what a round from Vitality.
I mean, it's a good setup to say they have a tendency to just throw these rounds away. This round just felt like they never even like got started. Like that kill was obviously spectacular for Magus to shut things down, but there was like never any real thrust or strength behind these hits. Just lost that initial duel to Masuta. Probably not a 2 HP, which is going to be frustrating for Alexi.
Those clicks from Nico at the end, that's so beautiful. You want him to keep going.
I like 9 times out of 10, I feel like that you play that round out. Those deagles and 5-7 rotates back on rap side like that, and just, I mean, it's just a complete destruction between Hunter and Jax.
I mean, that's how it should be, right? But
and I even just mentioned like this kind of 3-round run from G2 is great to get started after a frustrating Dust 2, and then you drop around like that, and it's like all the familiar stress returns.
It's right under the surface, isn't it? All the time. Well, let's see if Vitality are going to be able to build anything behind it. They have it's a little bit of money on 2 out of 5 players, but it's not that much. So they still need to keep a little bit of focus here if they want to build a really strong lead against G2 right now. And they're setting up a very similar position. I mean, this time it's not a smoke, it's a Molotov, but similar kind of theme. Oh, they're going to throw them back a little bit and actually go for the double nade. That might land right on top. That is devastating. What a lot of damage from just a double nade.
Yeah, that's great. What a great setup from Vitality. Nico's going to step up to the plate first, looking for a little bit of a jiggle. Not going to come. Utility being spent. Apex going to drop his smoke. G2's committed, though. They're going to go right through it. Full confidence. They're going to be protected. Bomb rolls into the site. Masuta trying to hold on. Apex finding a timing to come through. Alexi B up top, and it's just Masuta. One more time. Counter flashbangs are perfect, and G2 have no access.
Great work from Masuta in there, especially waiting for that flashbang and then going for it. And Modesty trying through the smoke, but yeah, he needs a miracle right now. Probably more than just one.
10 seconds.
Yeah, Hunter sneaking through, but they basically needed Modesty to get a couple of kills through the smoke and then try and find the bomb and put it down. Hunter is going to go down, but the round is already lost no matter what here. So 5-3. A bit of a lead building now for the Vitality side.
I kind of think there's going to be another timeout now. This is G2 playing with a lot of stress and nothing going their way. Double nade is brutal. Perfect setup with the Molotov to keep them from moving forward. And this was just great. Like, what are you supposed to do? Apex popping through. You're looking for the repeat from Masuta that never comes. Counter flashbang from Dupree as he rotates over, and just absolutely brutal that G2 gets stopped cold.
Yeah, practically herding the G2 players with the Molotov back into position.
Yeah.
Don't think anyone's ever tried to herd sheep with Molotovs. Sounds like potentially dangerous, but probably effective.
Yeah, probably. But I mean, you have to have a lot of Molotovs, you know?
Yeah.
Depending on where you're going to hurt them.
Or flamethrower, perhaps.
Border collies still work better.
Yeah, that's true. And they're good company outside.
But you can't say the same about a Molotov.
Not at all. Not at all. Glad we cleared that up, though.
Yeah, good talk. Xtaz trying to hype up the boys at the tail end of the timeout as we come into round number 9. 5-3 lead for Vitality. 2-round streak for them out of the tech pause.
Oh, Monacy saved from the last round. Looked like whoever was on the CT side almost jumped over that shot, so that's something to think about. Smoke up in the middle, and Apex taking a lot of banana control. Thinking about it maybe a little bit again, but I mean, it would be interesting for them to try and switch it up. Don't fight Nico's deagle. It's never worth it, is it? Just never is.
That's a lesson I don't think is ever going to get learned. You hear that deagle and you're like, oh, I've got a big-ass advantage. Good shot from Jax. B-bomb site is open for business. There is Dupree rotating over, but can he actually do anything to stop? He's going to come through. Flashbang. One's already gotten past him. Even if he got a kill or two, Jax was always going to put him down. So G2's back into it based off of a few ill-advised peeks against the deagles.
That does need to be something that people start reminding each other off at the beginning of games. Like, just when we hit a deal, just stay away.
Yeah, like Nico's gonna get this.
You see it coming. Wow. So, I mean, G2 have lost a couple of rounds throughout this best of 3 so far that they shouldn't have. Vitality giving one back. So, huge opportunity right now for G2 to take advantage of this in a big way. Unexpected.
Yeah, and I mean, look, if they can outlast some of these frustrations, like T-side Inferno is just going to provide some of those to you. You have to understand that and know it. So, I mean, still 4 rounds at this point in the game is not bad at all, especially considering you didn't win the pistol. And again, a couple of these rounds, this one's a bit of a gift. 2 fights taken against the Deagles where you hit nice shots. Jax is going to get the follow-up after Nico. We had that really sketchy first gun round they won with the timer running down. m0NESY was able to get an important kill from CT spawn. But, like, that sketchiness just doesn't matter. It's not going to look pretty all the time.
Dupree's feeling the frustration, too.
Yeah.
He was, yeah, I mean, that was I'm shocked that he got that upset, because that's a 1 in 1,000 chance to win that one, but he wanted to be the hero. Fair enough. Timeout being used now by Vitality. Keep everything on a bit of a lockdown. Make sure no one's getting too stressed out. But yeah, I mean, you're right. There is a lot of frustration built into playing this T side. I mean, for one, usually you'll have 1 or 2 people who are responsible for trying to take early banana control on the T side, and those people are always going to be running into grenades and molotovs. And they're like, they start half the round with half health just for no reason at all, right? So
yeah,
you know that's going to happen, and it's just part of the game. 4-5 right now. 10th round coming up. And look at the money on Vitality. This is a big opening right now for G2.
Yeah, they have a moment in time here to really just demolish the cash flow that Vitality have, and that would allow them to take a big lead. Saiwu gonna get aggressive again towards the boiler. He might be a little bit trapped due to the pacing. Missed another shot. That's happened earlier before as well. Molotov gonna slow things down. They cannot pass. They know the position of Magus. Inside of Pity grabs one more. He maintains his aggression. Eventually goes down. Dupree left up on top over the smoke to get Alexi and then sinks back into it.
And that smoke is creating a lot of cover for them down to the A-bomb side. Otherwise, they could get swung on from that balcony. No backup coming from Masuta yet. They're keeping it over on that side. And G2 have been pretty good at rotating between bomb sites, so I don't necessarily blame Vitality for not going all in on this defense.
Dupree and Magus did such a good job of just slowing down the hit. Each of them with 1 kill, and even Magus actually just going down entirely. But that was a round. G2's trying to pick up the pace after picking off Zaiwu. They're trying to deliver the knockout punch and get into that site quickly, so good job.
The timing, he's just walked past now. Are they going to catch the second player? That's the bomb on m0NESY, and he's very low on health. They haven't spotted Nico yet. He's somehow managed to slip his way through, but they're going to find him now. Oh, he's definitely going to be upset at that one. Nico getting shot in the back, and he has to wonder why.
It's okay. He spotted 2. He spotted 2. There's still a chance. Jax, he knows it. He runs right back towards the lane. He says, m0NESY, come meet up with me, buddy. m0NESY's going to go through halls, drop the AWP down. He'll have a strong vertical perch with the AWP. Oh, excuse me. Jax actually stays inside the pit.
Oh, Molotov, he's dead. He's got no health at all. I can't believe he actually made it out. 1 touch of the flames there, and he would have been crisped. But now instead, he's alive with that super fast AWP. How do you get rid of him here? They have a flash and a smoke, but where do you use it? m0NESY's got this angle nicely covered, and it's going to be a quick shot there to take down Dupree. Masuta coming in from the bomb side, but he's already thinking, no, not worth it. Wow.
I wonder who made that call, because that's brilliant that Jax actually goes back. They were going to fall back. They were going to turn that into a split towards the B bomb site with Nico's position in CT spawn. But I mean, as soon as he goes down, Jax is just like, oh, that's both players. It might have even been Nico himself on death. Both are there. Jax, move up lane.
Yeah, I mean, and that makes it worth it in the end, right? Too bad for m0NESY going up to the bomb, but yeah, if you go down like that, but you get the information, you can make a lot out of it. So, what a round.
Yeah, huge kill though for Jax as they come back to the bomb site, realize their error, and Jax just gonna perch up. Yeah, beautiful double tap on Apex. Quick shot from m0NESY, and that's the money gone from Vitality. Why does he do that?
It's just, it's every time.
Ruins my train of thought every time I see him.
Beautiful.
AK-47 in the hands of Masuta. That's the only real rifle strong weapon that Vitality's defense has in the round. And they're going to stack up 4 players over towards A, over towards mid.
Well, it's in the right place. Now you just need the headshots. And there's one of them. Orb on the other side. Can you actually escape this one? Yeah, with the flashbang. That was on the T side, possibly, but still, it works. And he's going to get a little bit of an escape. Hiding inside of the smoke is Apex with a deagle in hand. How long do you commit to this one for? Nico's on the other side, and yeah, Apex is going to realize not worth it here. A lot of time on the clock, and Masuta is moving that AK around.
There's a flashbang on ZywOo as well if he wants to set that up somehow. He's passed it over to Apex, excuse me. Nico more than happy to take this fight against a Deagle and a USP, trying to thin out the defense. Nice one tap on his ZywOo. There goes Magisk on the other side of the map. Nico still being strong, knows where the follow-up play is going to come from. What a beautiful read from Nico. And that should be the round firmly in the favor of G2. Even if this position from dupreeh causes issues, they now know his spot. And the round's over. 6-5.
He is just so good, Nico, when he's in that zone. It's beautiful to watch.
Yeah.
So, yeah, nicely handled. They escaped the threat. All right.
Just listening briefly, talking about the tendencies of ZywOo, looking for a flashbang, saying, look, ZywOo likes to take this peek from time to time. Let's make sure it's covered so we don't get punished by it here. 6-5 scoreline. Good kills from Nico. I don't know if he got it. Did he get a sound cue, do you think, from Masuta? I didn't hear anything on our end from that footstep, but he might have read. I mean, if he just blind reads the play, fair play. Well done.
Yeah. You get the feeling sometimes with someone like Nico that he's just somehow in a zone all of a sudden where he just knows everything.
Yeah, I talk about this frequently with Nico. He's got like a very unique style that I don't think anyone else in the scene really has it. I feel like when I watch him, you can just see like the brain working through the problem that's coming up. Like someone like Simple is doing a lot of improv, and Nico just is like has like a layout. It's almost like he's reading the script.
Yeah, it's impressive. It really is. It's so much fun to watch when he's, especially in those really pressured scenarios where they're coming in from all angles. But all right, some money back in the hands of Vitality. They've been struggling with that for a couple of rounds now, but got M4s picked up. No AWP, so they don't have to worry about that from ZywOo's point of view. 3 M4s though early on at the B bomb site. Something that Vitality have done a couple of times right now. Double nade to the corner, almost blowing up Apex.
That might have been the play that Nico was calling out for ZywOo. Sometimes he likes to come over to the B bomb site with an op and just post up at the corner. They actually catch Apex with it.
It's interesting to me that Vitality are keeping 3 people here for this long. It's super common, I feel like, to have 3 really early on, but then draw them back to the A-bomb site.
Well, remember, we touched on, like, they've played this map, you know, both their series that they played in this year. So we knew between this and Dust 2 there was going to be some unusual things that we're seeing that are designed just for this opposition, and I'm assuming that might be most of what this is, because they did do it earlier on in the half. Exposes Magisk and ZywOo to this rat play, though.
Oh, they're in a lot of trouble, right? This is going to be very hard to hold. 35 seconds. Good shot from ZywOo. Picking off one, and he swings for the fight and gets a second. Not a lot of damage onto Jax, though, and down in the pit. Magisk is on his own, and he's going to be found. That graveyard stair position, just impossible for him to check. So it's back into a 3-on-3. 19 seconds, and they're ready. Apex walks right into the shot, and Nico gets to finish what he started earlier. dupreeh will take him down, and it's another headshot for Jax down to the pit. That's a nice shot onto Masuta, leaving dupreeh to try and clutch it in a 1 versus 2. Snuck up almost all the way against the wall. Got to be careful you don't get spotted at the side of the hay cart there. Smoke off one side, Molotov down into the pit. He's creating as much space as he can for himself, but still has to worry about that AWP. Did he see? I don't think that he did. And he's going to go down to Jax, and probably either way would have been shot in the back. So another good round for G2.
Yeah, great round from Jax. Quad kill. I mean, just beautiful work. Especially, I mean, this is all important. ZywOo is doing way too much damage with way too much time in this position. Almost triples him up. But this one, holding this little nerd angle. How are you going to predict that if you're Magisk with Molotovs and smokes in your face? Really well done from Jax in this round.
Howl behind that.
Yeah, there was. They're getting into it. Back to pistols for Vitality. 2-round lead for G2.
This is a super respectable score already for the first half. You've got to say 7-5. It is started to look really, really good. Flash set up right there, but Nico is playing exactly for that. Not at all intimidated. He wants to go back for more. It's all ready for a G2. This is good to see. We've been teasing them about some of these rounds that they lose like this, but not this one.
Yeah, it started out really shaky, and now some of these T-side rounds are feeling much more clean, and they're looking much more confident in some of the fight selection and some of the fights they're taking. Nico peering into that B-bomb's not going to be able to find Magus because the final kill. 8-5, a 3-round lead on the T-side of Inferno. 7 of the last 9 rounds, 7-2 run for G2.
It's going to be a real big concern when you see Nico play with this kind of confidence if you're on the other side. I mean, they've tried it many times before, but it's so hard to stop him. 12 kills, Jack's up there at 13 as well. Between the two of them, they're doing a lot of work right now. Last couple of rounds in the half, and it's m0NESY trying to open it up. He did see just a leg. Flash is going to come out. The timing is not with him, but Nico will find a kill, and that's a top mid on the quad side to take down Magisk. And they know Magisk is anchoring that pit, so it's a good kill to get.
Ooh, sliding out his Apex. Goes 1 for 1. m0NESY almost able to convert a second follow-up kill. Masuta's at such low HP, 21 health. And there's Hunter with a power lurk out of apartments. Gonna be able to find the follow-up. Surely he saw Dupree right at the end. Stunning headshot there. They don't even need to mess with Masuta, but m0NESY's gonna get it anyway with a 5-7. 9-5. G2 looking great.
Well done. Hunter coming out of the apps like that, and again, you know, they already got Magisk, so it doesn't mean that no one is defending pit or anything, but I mean, he might have a little bit more confidence in trying to go for that play a little bit later in the round. Yeah, nicely done. Finding Cyber on that side. G2, they're looking good. They could bring us to a third map the way this is going.
And this is the way G2 loves to play as well when you have Nico performing like this, because remember, a lot was made about his drop-off from last year where he was playing like one of the best players in the world. A really, really head-scratching drop-off to start this year, but when he's firing like this, playing like this, he's giving you the openings needed to activate everyone else on the team.
I'd love to see a third map in this series. So Mirage, that's going to be the closing map.
That's spicy prospect.
Yeah, you'd love to see it. 15th round, last of the half. Gonna put a little bit of pressure if anyone was holding towards the sandbanks there with the Molotov, but not gonna catch anyone over on this side. And again, kind of a similar game plan here for G2 that we've seen in some of the earlier rounds. Clearing out, well, this time apartments, not so much top mid, and then trying to go for a little bit of banana control. They seem to be so confident in taking the B-bomb side once they have banana control. What a flashbang setup. Jack's in there for the revenge, and he comes back for seconds. That's an expert play coming up from Jackson. Now Nico's going to town over here on this side. Alexi will get the revenge frag, and it's everything they need.
Yeah, all of a sudden, a little bit of confidence behind G2 after some 1 rounds early, and man, this has been great. Great trading as well. Just a brilliant half put together by G2's offense. 10-5 lead. Surely a 10-5 lead.
Yeah, I don't know. Magisk would have to do a lot. We're going to talk about it if it happens. Well, that's close. 2 health left. Molotov, doesn't even matter if that one hits or not. They are in a very, very comfortable situation in this round. So G2, what a first half. 10-5 in their favor. That is super respectable. Looking good to try and get us onto Mirage. We'll see if they can coming up after the break.
Safe's gonna plant that bomb. Ooh, ooh.
Yes.
Oh.
Wait. Yes.
Ooh. Oh my god.
Yes,
oh my
Swisher.
god. He doesn't have the kit.
Yes.
Oh my god, they're all gone.
They're so far away. Oh, just get on it.
Come on, brother.
Come on, just read it.
At the very least, Swisher, win this round.
Oh, he thinks there's gotta be one
Look
close.
how far they are.
They're
Stick
so
it.
damn
Swisher, stick
far
it.
away. It's
Do
fine.
it.
Please.
Embarrass them.
Swisher, 10 seconds.
NA. NA. NA.
He's on it.
Oh, he's
There's
got
no
it.
chance. Look at this mid-map, baby.
Let's go.
Remember this round, Furia. Remember this round.
Swisher, a highlight of a lifetime.
4.
Let's go.
Eat that.
On the shooting config in the back, he sees this as a challenge. He's under a lot of pressure, but still fighting. He's got 2 bullets left, and that's enough to take Alex. Gets the reloading in time, some payers. He has to run. Oh, config, he just can't be stopped. It's another headshot and a beautiful triple. What a maniac.
He was under so much pressure from so many different angles, and he still makes it work. That is magnificent.
Odin Master.
Get her done.
Quick little 16-1 now. Safe. Running back into that ace I caught on out from Modem. Drop inside here. Ooh-wee. Kill back on the back of the bottom side. Modem. Ooh, that's a double. You see that one? God damn. 16-1. Woo! What the fuck? Furia. It wasn't too difficult. ATK stood up to the challenge, and for that we give them credit, but fare thee well. The showdown is ruthless.
He misses the blind ones, Drew. Oh, but that could be it. 10-second defuse. It lands on top of the bomb.
Oh, my God.
They're all just watching it. Oh, they have to go for it right away.
Oh, he's calculated it.
Yeah, I think he's done it.
Yep.
Takes the damage, well calculated. He had the latest software update SIP, so he knew exactly when to go for it,
Oh,
and he
my
wins
God.
it.
Of course, it's Xyp9x as well. That just has the perfect timing to step into the Molotov. What a god.
Elige runs through smoke. Nython gets NAF. Elige.
What is happening?
Oh, it's fights on both sides. 35 seconds. They've lost PKL and they do it. God. 3v5.
Are you serious?
Time.
We're coming
I'm just gonna pick. Dead.
Nice.
Pushing. Three guys. Dead.
Nice.
I have abs. Just wait. Bomb is there.
Pushing me.
Bomb is there. Just hold.
Let's work the bomb.
One.
They pushed me.
Can they be behind us? No, you shouldn't be.
It's on.
I have a smoke side. Let's go find someone. I'm going back. No, go.
I've got.
They're waiting the smoke.
I'm gonna play with Jake, okay?
One is on the right.
Go kill him. Maybe they're pulled behind, no? Let's go.
Guys, I'm flashing. Guys, people. Guys. Go.
FCT. They smoke.
One more.
Smoke the bomb, Batu.
That's CT. He's probably.
I have kids.
Runes. Nice.
Let's go, guys.
Nice, boys. Batu, you are a piece of dog.
Wow, a lot of intensity in that opening pistol round. You love to see it, but in the end, Demons found a little bit of a mess up in maybe in the start there. G2 coming back strong. They end 10-5. Yeah, I mean that's one of the few like positive things that Vitality had in that first half. That was all G2 once they took control. Absolutely wonderful. I think there was another like even Vitality won in the second save round. Either way, we'll get into the second pistol. Dupree's gonna find the opening double tap at range with a Glock onto Jax. Fair enough. Yeah, why not? I feel like we need Scrawny to cast a lot more games for that voice. The little Cockney accent? I think that needs to happen a lot more. It's enjoyable. Well, Nico's out in the open. He's committed to this fight. He's not going to give it up no matter what. They're boosting up on top, and it's Cyber to find him and take him down, just like in the pistol round on the first half. Except he had a USP on the other side, obviously, but still it was Nico versus Cyber to open up the B-bomb site and see if we could do it here again. 5 versus 3, and G2... might be a round where you just save what you have over on the A side. Just don't even try for it. Yeah, why would you? I mean, Vitality did the same thing on Dust 2 at one point. They were just like, yeah, we don't need it. Like, well, we lost this one. So, similar situation here. Some utility and armor saved up in the pistol, and no one needs to move. Wow. Well, I mean, well done. A little boost up there. I mean, there's a lot of things you could do out on Banana when you don't have to worry about Molotovs and nades and all the rest of it. So. Right. It's good times. Tell you what the scary thing is, though. I mean, Vitality's now won both pistols, and they're still, you know, just beaten up on the overall scoreboard as well. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's actually does say a lot about how this game has been playing out so far. Out hunting now as well. Trying to get a bit... Ooh, okay. Alexi's the important one to find. He's got the kit, and they found him at the end. They find everyone. What a cleanup. Yeah, Vitality was relentless there. It's one of the worst feelings. You've already called a save long ago, and you can't... That can't even work for you. Yeah, you can't even hold it off. Yeah. No kills in the round for G2. 10-6. But it is just a pistol round, so... Oh, sure. Yeah. I do that all the time. Yeah, why not? Oh,
Even
wow.
Dupree's like, I don't know. It's fun.
Yeah. That just happens, you know. You just have to roll with it.
All right, Nico Deagle. Let's see what he's got in this second round. He's going to go for a peek, and he's been excellent throughout the day with the Deagle. This time, it doesn't give him the success he likes. Dupree's going to find Jax, and very quickly, 5-on-3 for Vitality. They can play this pretty much however they want.
They're in a good position right now. Hunter's going to find one. Some shots coming through the wall. Dupree not impressed, not going to try and overextend his position. And Hunter revealing himself yet again. I think this is smart from Dupree. Probably not worth it to lose your life in this position. Just stay safe instead. Yeah, that's a better fight if you really want to take it.
Yeah, it would make more sense if he hit that headshot than with the Glock. The 2 headshots here with the Glock.
Alexi is alone, but he does have the 5-7. If they swing too close, it's one bullet headshot if they really want to go for it here. Ooh. Maybe could have worked out for a second one on Cyber as well, but not this time.
This round could still get spicy. This round could still get really, really interesting with this SMG. Modesty can cut off the rotation. It's basically a 1-on-2 here at the B bomb site, and Hunter's got a good position. Ooh, Mega's come back to clear it out. Oh, good win. Huge win. There's Modesty down mid, and all of a sudden, ZywOo's got the bomb in a 1v2. Stone cold plants it.
Yeah, just pretending like there's no one even nearby. Tries to slip away with the AK. A lot of damage, but jumping right into the MP9. He's surely dead. Monacy will get the kill, and a good recovery for G2. Man, that was way too close.
Oh, that got real nice for G2. Hunter getting in perfect position. That transfer over to Magus was quite nice, because Magus got a couple shots at him early on. That's a 3-on-5 in round number 2, when you already only have like 2 pistols and an SMG that you recover.
Wow, yeah, that MP9 kill for Hunter was really swift.
Yeah, everyone's getting into it now.
That's what we like.
Yeah, 11-6. G2 still with the 5-round lead they had from halftime.
It's the attitude that we like, isn't it? That's what we're all about, playing on LAN like this. It's so much more fun. 11-6. Nade. Oh, it's going to be pretty good. Right down in the middle. Hits a lot of people. And with the spray to follow it up, Modesty hasn't even seen any of the enemies yet. And he's already got a double kill. Now, good revenge from Cyber. And how much of an opening is that going to really create for him? He thinks it's a big one. He's made his way in. And he's got the bomb. So he's fully committed. This is just, I think, play on instinct right now. For Cyber was thinking there's got to be a way. He turns around. Finds one more. And finally, Alexi B will take him down. But what an impact in the round he just had. Alexi seems to close it off here, and Magus low on health, dinked already, and is going to get shot at the back, no doubt. So G2 able to save the round, but ZywOo definitely showing what he's all about.
The play from Hunter is just so unfortunate. He was so committed to that flash pay to peek wrap side that he even runs through the Molotov, but just completely blinded, completely trucked. This was great from Modesty. Designed nade. Couple of kills through it on Dupree and Masuta. Even though he goes down, he's done the work. Now they know numbers. Now they can rotate bodies over. That's why they have both Alexi and Hunter here in CT spawn ready to handle ZywOo and trade it back.
I absolutely thought Cyber was going to get the kill on Alexi as well. I really thought he did. Just because, well, we've seen it before. Back to pistols, though. They won the pistol round and on both halves. And as you said, it's not really, we're not seeing the effect of it right now.
It's not pretty. It's not what you want to see.
12-6. What a lead. Mirage.
Yeah, complete reversal from Dust 2 as well. Like they look calm, they look collected, they're poised. This has been a really good showing from G2 after a tough first map. Hunter with the opening kill, Hunter with the second kill. That's probably Dupree down there, and you know you don't want to mess with him.
That Glock. Oh, you found him anyway. It was all a trick. He's like, pretend to be me for a minute.
Yeah,
just wear my glasses and hat. And
yeah, go all the way back to all mid and just fire off some Glock shots.
That is funny. Well, Dupree and Magus shouldn't be able to do too much more in this round. Just keep it cool on the G2 side.
Jack here's the running as well. There's no access anywhere on the map for Vitality. It's going to be 13-6, surely. 35 seconds left on the clock. You brought it up, but I feel like either I cut you off or you just didn't even want to think about it quite yet. Mirage is the third map.
Yes, it is. Well, I really want to get there, so...
You didn't want to jinx it?
I don't want to jinx it, but I also still want to think about who might be favorites for going into that one, because it's going to be hard to stop G2 getting there right now. That could be a really, really spicy map. I think the desk said...
Oh, no.
Oh,
Jax, you're...
All right.
He's trying to... I mean, Dupree's trying to die before the time ran out, and Jax was like, okay, we can actually screw his money. Ooh. Got him.
Got him indeed.
Jax is thinking we can screw his money, kill him after the timer.
Yeah.
Just like, you know, made that decision a little bit late in the day. Gave up a freebie.
I think Maniac was saying in the on the desk before getting into the game, this is a really good map situation for Nico. All maps that he's
comfortable on, that he likes playing.
Yeah, so
he's showing it right now. He's putting together a very nice series. Was excellent on Dust 2, 15 and 11 here on Inferno.
So something to work with. 13 to 6. Roasted up into that little whatever the position is. Flower pot. And May's not getting any more of a challenge out there on Banana after the initial grenade. Gonna be sticking around to take a look. But pretty standard opening here for Vitality.
Jax up top. Looks like he's going to get first contact. He's the only one even in this position. Good transfer over, nice and quick onto Masuta. Apex. Ooh, tries to catch him. Jax comes back for more, gets a dink. Apex loses out on that fight as well. Good hold from Jax, who also is putting together a stellar map. Jax at 17 kills to lead the way for G2.
Yeah, he's done a really, really good job, hasn't he? 3 versus 5 in this round, and I don't even know if there's anything Vitality can do. It looks like they're already setting up to save in the round, so there is that. Listen to that broken radio down in T-Spawn.
Yeah. Play tic-tac-toe?
Oh, yeah. That's on this match.
Plenty of things you can do in T-Spawn. It's a great place to be. Chickens?
There's a lot going on.
Yeah.
A little bicycle down there.
A stream, I think.
Yeah.
A little old-fashioned watermill, I guess you call them.
Yeah. There's actually a lot. Why are they leaving T-Spawn at all? The way that we're setting it up here.
It's a good point.
Just it's too much fun down here. All right.
Okay.
What is on that?
What are they talking about on that radio station? War of the Worlds. 14-6.
Yeah. Vitality. The confidence has gone away completely.
Yeah, it's been like ripped away, I think. I mean, I think G2's just shut them down entirely on this map. From the first half now in the second half, I mean, we haven't even seen any great successes in the second half just yet. Losing the second round after winning the pistol and then just getting blanked so far. They might not have a whole lot of chances to recover as well. They're pretty much backs against the wall as it stands right now, 6-14.
Jason, back in the dawn of time when you were competing, professional level, how do you get back from this kind of confidence loss? You were playing with your older brother at one point, weren't you? So.
Yeah, I was.
What was the trick? Like, we talked about tricks of waking up in the morning, stretches throughout the day.
Yeah, we did the well. That's where I got the push-ups idea for Rain in the last series.
Yeah,
he used to make us do jumping jacks and push-ups in the tournament area before the games began. Yeah, we didn't ever really lose this bad, so.
Oh, all right. Dropping that one in there, I appreciate it. Trick is to not lose.
Yeah, just avoid the problem altogether. Just win.
Oh, I look forward to your self-help book any day now, Jason. 14-6. They've cleared a lot of space. They're trying to change the pace here a little bit. Running into Modesty, though, with the AWP. It's a nice return kill. Misuta with the Galil. Kind of an unbalanced fight right there, but he gets it anyway. Jax trying to play the edge of the smoke. Double setup in the pit. There are almost no nades on the T side, which is a huge problem. If they had Molotovs or anything else, they could get rid of this double pit position, no problem, but now they might have to fight for it a little bit more.
Oh, this is so risky. Both players exposed to that peek from Rap side as they switch positions. Jax pushes towards lane. Hunter crosses pit back towards the half wall. Nico gonna spam through the smoke, finds one. That's Masuta. Jax pounces. Oh, he's got a double. Hunter's gone down, but it doesn't matter at all because Jax is still here.
Nicely done. Normally, I would say if you lose that kind of of archway control that early on in the round, that's probably going to be the end of the round. I mean, even with a double pit setup, I don't think that's necessarily that strong, but they played it so well.
I think you kind of nailed it when there's no utility. Like, you just kind of get stalled out on that ramp side. You see it like took them like 10 seconds to work up the courage to actually turn that corner, and you've got time for the defense to shift, have time for the defense to get in better positions. G2 with a 9-round lead, 15-6. Mirage is looking oh so likely.
Yeah. Jackie's popping off right now. 20 kills on him. Impressive stuff. Nice triple in that last round. And yeah, G2 well on their way. 22nd round here. And Hunter, gotta be careful, but he's got Jax right there with him. Asusa could be an uncomfortable peak if you want to go fight for this one. They can't stick around for too long, though. The nade, he's lucky to be alive. Dupree, could he catch them as they're trying to retreat? He's certainly thinking about it. Couple of more inches, maybe he's going to be able to find one of them here. They got them boxed in a nice way, so one good flash could do the job. Molotov to try and clear a little bit of space. I think G2 realized, and now they brought in m0NESY, and that is going to create... Oh, wait a minute.
Ooh.
Could have created a lot of space. They might have needed him there. And Hunter's falling back into the bomb side, but they're in trouble on this A side.
Yeah, well, that's why m0NESY rotated away. Now he's sticking around, but problem is he's trying to find a way to get committed into the bomb site. Molotov passed over to Hunter. m0NESY still hasn't found any comfort. They're convinced this is going to be an ending play towards the B bomb site, and boy, are they going to be wrong.
Yeah, I was going to say...
It's like, wait, hey, Hunter, I have a Molotov for you. Have fun.
Yeah, try and hold this. Actually, if they wait for another 10 seconds, maybe that Molotov could make the difference if he throws it down to the right spot. Let's see. 27 seconds. Oh, it's still a little bit early, Hunter. He throws it down and buys a little bit of time, but they will still have basically an isolated 1 versus 5 at this bomb site. Running to get here is Nico. He wants to try and be the hero. Good shot from Hunter. Now down to 11 seconds. Dupree, he's going to get one of them, but the bomb, it should be planted right here. And Magus able to shut down Nico before they even get close, but that is... still a little bit worrisome in that round.
That got dicey, and I'm even curious about Alexi B. Even Nico committing out of library to that once Hunter goes down, but Alexi's coming over just to flirt with the idea of taking some guns away right at the end. This isn't an attempt to actually retake the bomb site. Chance on Dupree doesn't go his way. That'll be the last action of the round. So, 15-7, Vitality clawed right back.
Well done, indeed. m0NESY gets to save the AWP at the very least. But yeah, 15-7. It's a long, long, long road back here. Dupree has got secretly 21 kills. That is crazy. I actually did. Yeah. I lost track of that.
I didn't notice it either. That's a quiet 21 kills.
He's out-fragging Jax, and you know, and they're so far behind. Wow. If not for Dupree, they might have just lost this map a couple of like 10 minutes ago.
We might be playing Mirage already.
Yeah.
Good performance from Dupree. Well, rinse and repeat. A lot of money built up for the G2 side of things. They don't have to be too worried about things yet. They're going to buy fully up into this next round. And then the money starts getting sketchy after this. But, I mean, they can, even if they do get reset, the gap is so wide still. Vitality's not even close to being within striking distance. Not even close enough to even think about overtime quite yet. 8 more chances for G2.
They have the money to buy into this round. After that, it's going to be a little bit different, and there could be a bit of a run here for Vitality, so we'll see. Cyber takes a fair bit of damage, but Alexi kind of mirrored on that side. And they're going to pretty much start to fall back from Banana. Hunter, oh, that's ridiculous. He didn't see it. Pretty sure he didn't.
No, he didn't. No one in the A bomb site is even considering this. No one's even looking in this direction. He's about to find the information now with the flashbang. I don't think it really blinded anyone the way he would have liked it, and way too many targets for his brain to select one. Alexi coming back to CT spawn takes a lot of damage to win that fight.
Yeah, nowhere to stand on that one. Nico gets one through the smoke. That's Cyber with a headshot, so something is working. And m0NESY, look at this push-up with an AWP. That is actually a massive play, and the bomb is back here. If Magus goes down, it's a nightmare. Might be able to catch Nico when he will, but m0NESY, no, he's not in time. He just clears the corner. That timing would have been amazing. If they would have lost the bomb out there, who knows what could have happened.
Yeah, Nico was making a huge assumption. I guess he was just aimed over towards the left side of Banana as if it was going to be behind half wall. He was way, way committed.
Well, he's picked up an AK instead. m0NESY still kind of wants to try and see if he could do something. Jack's just throwing bullets into the smoke, and yeah, they're going to give it up.
Yeah, they were looking for a mistake. They were just probing, see if they could force someone out into an overextension and over peak. And now I guess you could play to box them into banana if you're Modesty right now and box them into CT spawn. But I think the money is so low they don't want to risk either of the weapons. So Vitality is going to get their 8th on the board, close the gap just a little bit. Still nothing to get too excited about if you're a Vitality fan. Still a long road to overtime.
Yeah, truly. But if you're a G2 fan,
yeah,
don't start celebrating yet.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
We've been here before.
We have been here.
Just saying. It's sad that Modesty didn't get anything out of that push. That's actually that's a hard push to, it's a hard call to make, pushing out with the AWP on that side, obviously. So I like seeing that. Some good initiative from the young player.
Another timeout called. Another chance for Xtaz to get involved in the conversation, and he's got to just be saying, guys, we played an incredible game up to this point. We played this phenomenal. Let's not let it slip away. Let's close this out. Let's get going on a Mirage.
Yeah, don't let them build up any momentum either, right? It's one thing if you kind of win this now or in the next round, you probably feel like, all right, that's it. We showed them. It's all good. But if they get up to 12, 13 rounds, even if you win it, you have to feel like, damn, they actually still could have done a lot more. They needed to get that momentum earlier, right? 15-8. We got an M4 and an AWP on Jax and Monacy. So we'll see. No real vision on anyone, just throwing out a shot into the middle. And then relocating that AWP, which makes sense.
Let's see if they fall prey to it. How aggressive does he want to be? There's the Molotov to keep the AWPer at bay. Allows Zaiwu to get close to the corner. That is a brutal nade. All the way towards CT choke point. Nico's down to 23 health.
Problem is, it is Nico with a deagle, so you could have just also made him angry. Just pointing that out.
Yeah, build up his rage meter.
Yeah.
Well, you've still got Modesty there with the AWP. Just one kill from the AWP. Maybe the attention turns away from that deagle. Nico might just have the one chance he needs.
Did that not make any noise? I'm confused. Maybe it didn't. 45 seconds. Anyway.
Modesty's got full utility as well.
Full utility. Oh, Nico's fallen back, so it's all going to be on him. Molotov is down, and that's going to buy maybe a little bit of time, but surely he still needs a little bit of backup here. They're tossing all of the grenades at him. He puts out the Molotov. It's a pretty good read right here, and he gets the one on Misuta, but he's going to have to do a lot more back here. He's a one-man army at this point in time. He takes down Makis, gets well, and keeps going. Modesty, he's stolen the round from them. Zaiwu is on his own now, and he just doesn't know where to find him. Inside of the smoke, trying to bait out that last shot with the AWP, but there's 10 seconds left, and Modesty, what an absolutely godlike round.
That is so impressive from Modesty. So quick, able to take shallow peeks, and just shuts down the hit all on his own. What a luxury for G2 to put that faith and such a young, phenomenal AWPer.
That is ridiculous. Oh, the fact that Nico ran away, you think that's the end of it. There's nothing he could do here.
I thought once he missed like the second shot, I thought he was in some trouble, but what a round. What a great showing from G2. What a great showing from Modesty to close out the map. We've got the desk ready to break it all down.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yes, G2 managed to equalize the series scoreline 1-1 apiece for each of the teams. I just want to reflect on that Modesty moment from that final round. That was absolutely beautiful from him to be sealing that out for G2.
Yeah, that was a beautiful, beautiful one-man action from Modesty to close that game. And unfortunately for Vitality, kind of tells the tale of this entire game, which is them dropping the ball in situations where they actually should be closing in. Here, this time around, just one AWP on the side, making the works, making the plays.
Yeah, it was some mistakes coming out from Vitality. That was the word that you were kind of using. Moses brought it up in the cast as well. The fact that they won both pistols too. It kind of echoes the sentiment that Vitality were really struggling here. But I like that we get the replay, getting to see the flash in action.
It's a sick play from Modesty. I mean, the spacing is a little bit off on the side of Vitality, but you have to respect how he plays it off, puts down the utility, coming in, and then he just peeks barely enough for him to get the kill. It's not that he's giving you a lot of weigh-ins, but just beautiful for him.
We do have Alexi joining us for a couple of words just after that Inferno. I just want to ask about the fashion that you kind of closed that game out, and we heard from Hunter earlier when he was talking about, you know, some of your characteristics. Sometimes you let those leads slip away. We saw it there, you know, going on that 5-round streak, then 2 rounds of Vitality. Did you ever get those kind of nerves, feel the ghosts of some of those performances where you let those leads slip away in situations like that?
Honestly, no. I think they only got 1 round. I think only the pistol round after we lost the 2 rounds. And I think it wasn't enough for these feelings to come back yet. I knew that, like, we knew we had this save buy on the last round where we had like 1 M4, 1 AWP and pistols. So we kind of felt like, okay, this is gonna be random, and we have gone round next, and Ilya just closed it out.
I want to quickly touch on Mirage now, the map coming over. Used to be quite a weakness for Vitality. They struggled on it massively. Did a lot of work, got better results. What's your take on their Mirage right now, their status on the map?
Yeah, it felt weird that they spammed the map with the players because, yeah, obviously Magisk and Dupree didn't play it famously on Astralis, and yeah, I felt they weren't the best on it, like on paper, on their players, but I saw they spam the map a lot, and recently they've been one of the better Mirage teams, obviously, so I expect them to be good, but I hope we done our prep well.
Well, Alexi, very excited to see how it plays out. Thank you so much for your words. We'll let you go. We'll let you get ready for that Mirage game. I don't want to jump straight into an eco play coming off of this one. Something else we were praising was G2's T sides on this. So what have we got here, Maniac?
Yeah, the downfall for Vitality in this situation, round number 9, they had taken control. You can see the scoreline 5-3, and they're going to be a little bit too careless on that banana peak. Why would you challenge Nico with the deagle? I have no clue, but Mizuta is not here to tell the tale, and Apex hasn't learned the lesson from his teammate. Dies exactly the same way. From that moment on, the machine, the momentum has been launched. The avalanche is coming over. Dupree's going to try a YOLO. Leroy Jenkins through that smoke, gets put down. And yeah, we laugh about it, we smile about it, but the truth is, from this moment on, Vitality won't win a single CT round. Yeah. This was the end of the Vitality run, and they allowed G2 to come back in. I would love to tell you this was a one-time occurrence, but that wasn't. That was a thread throughout the whole game.
No, we're going to take a look in the second half at a TeamSpeak moment of round 17, echoing the exact same thing.
Help push it.
Yeah, left side.
Right, left side. No, I'm coming. Not me.
Last here.
He's banana.
Planting coil still, yeah.
Okay.
Planted. I will come CT, bro.
Sure.
We pick together. Can you pick him?
He's pushing.
Let's go 3.
Nice, guys.
Sick, Nema. Nice information.
And that was something that we were talking about, the fact that Vitality managed to win both pistols, but G2 stops them converting that one there.
That's an issue. And if we roll back to the pre-show, I said about Vitality and all these events they've played, there's always one map. There's always a player I can pinpoint and say, this is where everything went wrong. And from that moment on, they didn't react. Now, that's the question that we have moving on to map number 3. What kind of Vitality are we going to show? Because for sure, this was frustrating as hell for us to watch and for them to lose.
Well, a lot of questions, and hopefully it's going to be time to get some answers very shortly. Mirage coming up as the third and final decider map between G2 and Vitality. You don't want to miss it. Join us back after this break.
I played since 2001. I started in a basement. Now we're getting salary flying across the whole world. Giving that back to fans who made this sport a possibility, because if there's no viewers, I wouldn't live my dream today.
I think Counter-Strike belongs in arenas, to be honest. The entertainment product, the sport, it's just living when the roar of the crowd is firing through the stadium.
I think that the Danish CSGO fans are definitely crazy, but in a good way.
754 days we've been without a stage, without a stadium, without a crowd. But now Blast is finally back where we belong.
This feeling cannot be explained. The electric atmosphere, the rumble of the stage, the roar of the crowd, all eyes on you. The wait is over as we return to the only way Counter-Strike truly should be played. Nothing compares to LAN.
destination for this best-of-3 series to determine who goes through to the group winners matchup, meeting FaZe and potentially claiming that spot in the semi-finals here at the Altis Arena. We should start off by kind of prefacing some of the statistics coming into Mirage for both of these squads. So how are they kind of being weighed up on both sides of the equation, Maniac?
I think that these teams kind of meet at a cross point in terms of trajectories when it comes to Mirage. For the fans of Counter-Strike out there, you guys are very much aware of how much Vitality struggled on that map initially. It's something that we touched on with the Lexiby. The Danish duo hadn't really played that map historically. They had to play catch-up. For the longest time, people were punishing Vitality, pitting against them, but it gave them time to work. It gave them time to improve. I think this is a Vitality that's much stronger on Mirage. Or beside G2, the last signs we've seen from them, that was a spanking, an absolute spanking against Furia in Dallas.
Yeah, no, it was painful to watch if you're a G2 fan at the very least. And I like what you were talking about with Vitality, because kind of prior to the major, they were on a really big loss streak on the grounds of Mirage. Then coming into it now, they played it 8 times in the past 3 months, 6 wins out of that as well. So it's nice to see the upward trajectory kind of continuing for Vitality. Anything that you would kind of pinpoint the success to? Do you feel like it's more comfort of Magisk and Debris coming onto this ground?
I think Magisk has to be a talking point. I believe that at the very beginning of their Mirage journey, he was struggling immensely on the A side, and he was a victim of a lot of abuse on the side of their opponents most of the time. Now he's coming to his own. He's had reference games where he's always good for 2, when he knows how to handle the executes, and we know the quality of a man like Magisk, but he just needed the time. I think he needed to play, he needed to live through these scenarios, and now I really believe that he's much stronger.
And I remember seeing him play it for the first time at the Fall Finals on their home ground in Copenhagen. The crowd were going absolutely wild to see the Astralis, well, former Astralis players rather, actually playing that map for the first time, because it had been years since they actually graced the grounds of Mirage. So understandable that they'd have some teething issues coming into things. For the side of G2 though, what are you kind of putting under the microscope coming into this one?
Look, I want to talk about the defense. I want to talk about the CT side, because I believe that there is a weakness, or I should say approvals, 2 weaknesses on the side of G2. Their anchors, respectively, Jax and Alexibi, struggle massively on Mirage. By the numbers, that's a map that's below sea level. We're talking 0.85 for Jax, 0.84 for Alexibi over the span of 2022. We have the numbers from this series right now. If you're an Alexibi fan, might not be the best day to look at it. He's definitely not having a great series. We could even see in the interview, he seemed a little bit marked, hoping that he's going to get a reaction. But these 2 players, Alexibi and Jax, in that game versus Furia that I'm mentioning, were immensely harassed on their positions, and are really trying to push on that weakness. We'll see if Apex does the same.
I really like the fact that we've seen Jax showing up in that last map particularly.
He was great.
As well. Yeah, really great to see, you know, maybe one of the traditionally more quieter, maybe not in terms of his personality, but sometimes on the server, you know, you've got some bigger names in there, so sometimes you can struggle to kind of get that room, make that impact. I really like that we got to see that on Inferno.
Yeah, and just as much as sometimes on the CT side, Jax can definitely hold his own, it seems that on the T side, he might be a meat shield that time. Like, really just thrown up first, like, good luck, Jackie. I'm just giving you a flash. I hope you can find some happiness in your life. I'll see you later. But whenever he finds the impact on the T side, it changes the whole narrative, changes the whole story for G2. That was the case on Inferno. We'll see on Mirage.
Anybody else you're going to be putting under the spotlight for the men that we see on the screen at the moment that was just then Vitality? Because somebody that kind of always stood out for me in terms of impact was surprisingly Apex on this map. I remember when he was kind of transitioning into that in-game leader role, he was also picking up the scout a hell of a lot, trying to create the space himself. He's kind of, you know, transitioned, evolved from that role. But is he somebody that you're going to be looking at coming into this?
Yes, because he play a paramount position, that connector area, and he's rotating around on the A side. He's, I guess, investing into a lot of fights, and he's putting himself on the line. He's putting his life on the line for that Vitality lineup, and sometimes it's for the good or the worst. It's one of these night and day situations where he can make it rain or he can make the sunshine if he's having a good game. That's my issue with sometimes Apex, and Mirage doesn't really evade the rule. He's very much implicated in fights, and we know him. He doesn't go half.
Yeah, no, I just hope that they're able to kind of bounce back off you know, they looked incredibly strong on that Dust 2 Inferno, kind of lackluster just in terms of, you know, you were using the phrase uncharacteristic mistakes sometimes from Vitality 2. Do you feel like, you know, they're going to have that potential to be just ramming back into it?
But see, that's my problem with Freya. It has become characteristic.
True.
That's my issue, and this is why we have this whole debate about Vitality. These rounds, these kind of trash rounds that it would lose here and there, have become a very sad DNA of the team. And I understand the process of going from French to international, and I know some rounds will have mistakes into it, but we're 5 months deep, hell, 6 months deep now, and these rounds keep hurting you, mentally speaking. These are one of the most disarming rounds you could lose, because as soon as you think you have found your foot in the game, think about Inferno, think about that 5-3 scoreline. You feel like you're warming into it, you have your CT side, you have your money, and then suddenly that's it. 3 deagle shot later, you're losing in your Nico round. It changes the whole momentum, and it hurts way too much.
Well, we can see that the teams are ready. I'm sure you can hear down here in the booths. But Anders and Moses, what are you thinking going into this third and final deciding map?
I'm just so happy that we get to watch this third map. I'm excited for it. Jason,
yeah,
you up for it?
Yeah, I am, and the odds have obviously shifted as well once again. I was actually mostly interested in that segment. Did Maniac coordinate a blue watch wristband with a blue microphone and a blue shirt and a blue pocket square?
Yeah, he did.
What a legend.
He's on top of that game,
yeah, he is.
For sure.
Regardless, back to the Counter-Strike, map 3. This is huge between these two teams. Because, I mean, remember, they've split both series that they've played this year. It's 1-1. Vitality won the first one, G2 won the second one back in Dallas. Now here, this is kind of like the deciding grudge match in this like little best of three.
Yes, it is. I also, just on the topic of Maniac, he described, I think, that second map as a bit of a spanking, but he put a lot of emphasis on that word.
Okay.
If someone go back and clip him saying that,
spanking.
Yeah, I feel like that was a revealing moment. So yeah, but otherwise, I'm excited for this. I think it's going to be great. Mirage, nice battleground for this one. True, what Maniac was saying as well. It's important to think about Dupree and Magisk, obviously with less experience on the map at the beginning of everything, and now probably feeling much more confident in it. So I don't know what a game this has turned out to be. Nice bit of rivalry going on at the beginning here. They played this one, I think, last time in the group stage, and it went pretty heavily towards G2.
You mentioned just Dupree and Magisk having a little bit less experience on this map historically. Well, over the last 3 months, Vitality's played this map 12 times to only the 5 of G2. So, I mean, there's been a pretty intense catch-up period for these guys on Mirage as well. So, yeah, you have to imagine they're going to feel decently comfortable on this. They have played this map in the series back in the spring groups for Blast all the way back at the start of the year. It was a 16-4 victory for G2.
Yeah, that's tough. But I mean, so it's one data point is the problem, right?
Well, yeah, but if you want to actually, excuse me, that was, yeah. I mean, if you want to track exactly where that's going to be coming in, like you can actually track the progress of Vitality on the map, considering 4 months down the road, how are we playing it now? How are we looking on this map now?
It's good to have this as the third one.
And even just to bring it back to Maniac one last time, is his description of the trash rounds that you can just lose, that just crushing momentum. We saw G2 with a couple on Dust 2. We saw Vitality with a couple on Inferno. I think a lot of this map, considering neither of them have great win rates on Mirage, a lot of this map is going to be decided by who's losing those trash rounds. Like who gives it up when they don't have to.
You have to think as well, if Maniac calls your rounds trash, that's hardcore, because he's a soft-spoken guy,
Yeah,
so
he's always trying to look at the positive side of things.
Serious criticism coming out. I like it. I appreciate it. Yeah, Do you want to change your prediction? We both went for G2. Actually, I would change, because now that Maniac picked G2 as well, for sure it's going to be Vitality. So if I could, I would.
Is this your official changing of position, or is this the classic predict one thing here, another thing there?
That is a good strategy.
It is a good strategy.
I just feel like it has to happen. I think for sure he's jinxed G2. There's no doubt.
I'm sticking with G2 on this one. I've no qualms about that, especially the way Nico's playing at the moment. Jax had that great map, and he plays an important position at the 8-bomb site for their defense as well. I think you got some important players just coming off some good momentum, and Nico just putting together an altogether good series so far.
Yeah, what about the fact that, I mean, obviously Dust 2 was miserable for Alexi. Second map on Inferno was a little bit better, but nothing super impressive.
Not better. He's having a pretty rough series. But I mean, look, all that matters is that they're in a position to be able to win the series at the end of the day, right?
True.
But Nico 39 and 34 in the series, 1.3 rating. Monacy's also got a 1.15 rating with 35 kills.
Just also sometimes I think, someone of Alexi, his caliber of play overall, right? Like throughout his career, you think, is he really going to have 3 maps in a row where he's not doing too much? Like, it's possible that he's also going to be starting to feel like now is his chance to do something, right? So
yeah,
seen that before.
That's the mentality you got to have coming into it as well. It's going to be interesting to see how, I mean, especially with Apex's calling style, like Alexi's going to get plenty of attention, plenty of chances to kind of step it up in this third map. So Iwu's having a good series for Vitality, as we all expect. 39 kills and 28 deaths on him across the opening 2 maps for a 1.22 rating.
Something that we saw coming out a little bit from the Vitality side when they were playing on Dust 2 with some of the more aggressive sort of CT style stuff. There was, you know, pushing into upper dark, pushing out of A long and all the rest of it. And obviously on this map, it's something that we can probably expect to come out a little bit more as well. A lot of opportunities if you want to go looking for some information on the CT side. So look forward to seeing if we're going to get a little bit of that thrown into the mix. It's always fun. I really like Mirage. I don't know, it received a lot of community hatred at one point. I still think it's a cool map.
It's still got a little bit of like a negative gaze at it from the community. I think everyone's ready for it to be kind of pulled out and readdressed. I still enjoy it.
It's being shielded by the massive hatred for Vertigo.
Yeah, exactly. It's a little bit of attention is taken away.
That's how that works. All right, well,
a lot of headphones off.
Yeah, Nico standing up.
Oh yeah, standing up is the worst. That's happening.
That's when you know Dupree is not happy. All right.
The camera's always going to win this.
I was going to say.
Yeah, he's having a conversation as well.
With the camera or himself. Or the voices in his head.
Yeah, all of them, really.
Yeah. I have no idea.
We need the audio of this. This is the time we need the player audio.
Do the lip reading.
Having a nice chat. He's singing a song for sure.
Yeah, now he is. All right, he's setting himself up some incredible meme gifs. If anyone, you know, if anyone feels like
just create your own caption, really.
There's some templates here to be used. I appreciate that. I think this is a conversation we had many times before, but I mean, I still feel like it's true to some extent that the AWP players on this map are just less significant than they are on a lot of other maps. It feels like it's so hard to get the AWP into play.
I think they've been neutralized like early on in rounds a little bit. Like they can still be impactful, but I think you got to be a little bit more dynamic. And I think certainly, I mean, the AWPers we have in this series are going to be able to find their impact, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I think in the middle, right, it's super tricky to find anything. I mean, sometimes you push down A ramp, or if you're playing B hallways, I think it could be really fun, but that middle portion of the map just seems to be...
Sometimes it gets hectic, yeah.
Yeah, a little bit of a no-go zone.
Creates a lot of chaos.
Yes. Well, pistol rounds, do you have... I feel like running up against the USPs in the A-bomb site seems to be something that people love to do a little bit less these days, but if you are going to do it, sometimes you'll see the T side not actually stop at the bomb side to get the bomb plant down, but kind of keep running either into jungle or CT spawn and just kind of keep pushing.
You have to pick, like, if you're going to do a tactic like that in the pistol, right? You have to like pick which side you want to get aggressive towards, like you said, CT spawn or towards jungle and like top connector, because I mean, it's not about necessarily getting the bomb site. That's not the hard part. It's about holding off that retake when you don't have the utility. Pistol rounds, you're already going to be limited on nades to get in the first place, and then you're just kind of at the mercy and the will of the retake if you're not able to get any of that aggressive forward control. Headset's coming back on.
Good sign.
Yeah, Masuta looks confident.
It is still kind of funny to me how some of these players that are much younger, that obviously they wouldn't have played at a point in time on LAN where there was desk shortage, so everyone had to tilt their keyboards, but it's just become a thing. You know, it's like it carries on even after that problem has been solved.
As you get closer to the monitor, you know?
Yeah.
To angle it right?
Yeah, there's that too. But even then, like, they're all like free floating monitors now, aren't they? Like, it's just, you know, you don't...
Yeah.
There's almost no issues.
You don't have that full stand that you used to have to deal with.
I appreciate it. I mean, I think it's great because it's some sort of weird history that's just like carrying on. It's good to see. All right. Hopefully we can get the game ready. Yeah, let's go. I agree, Dupree. Let's get into the game. Final map that is coming up here between Vitality and G2 to decide who's going to be walking away with a bit of a victory here. And starting on the CT side, it's G2 with Vitality on the T side. So let's just get this game live.
Yeah, we're going to get it underway here. Deciding map of the opening series for both these teams at the Blast Spring Finals. Pistol round underway. Kit and Smoke on Alexi. We're going to get that A hit. We're going to get that A set piece. It's going to come in quick. Smoke's already raining over the over the wall. A little peek over at the top from Nico and looks towards Palace as well. It's Jax to say passive. And now G2, you can already see, they're lining up for the aggression. They're prepared for it. They're wondering where it's going to come, and it's all G2 to start. Modesty and Nico with a headshot apiece. Nico missing some shots, but they're still in a strong position.
Really well disciplined out of G2 to fall back and just let them push, because there's only one smoke up. It's not going to create that much space, so you can fall back a little bit and just give them they're running right into those USPs at one point.
And it's over now. Smoke's gone. So you can see Vitality just has to pause. There's the follow-up flashbang. That's the last little piece of utility. Now from here on, you're relying on the P250s from ZywOo and Magus to find you some kills.
It's not a lot to rely on, but it is ZywOo, and he's got the health for it as well. Magus goes down, no bomb plant, still a minute left. It's getting more and more difficult, but still doable. Out in the open here, all that smoke, if it fades, ZywOo's in a lot of trouble, but Apex executing Alexi B. Is that enough for a bomb plant here? They still haven't found it, attempting, missing that shot down on the stairs. And now they're going to go for the bomb plant. No real coverage, so someone has swung for a peek. That could have been awkward. Can they get away? Jack's just going to find Apex, and oh, what a jump up! Jack's absolutely fired up, and that'll win the pistol round.
Yeah, and he had that magnificent Inferno as well. He was a huge win condition, so another good game from him here on Mirage, and you might as well just write this one off. Really nicely done in the pistol. That did get a little bit sketchy. Once Alexi B went down, you could see there's a world in which some of those P250 shots connect on Hunter at the stairs and middle. Could have been brutal. But Jax plays this so well from start to finish, just patiently waiting. Triple kill at the end of the day.
That's nice. Nicely done, yeah. Team can't even believe it. But yeah, the discipline at the end, I mean, just to start with, just not challenging too much, not giving them the fight. Vitality was set up for it, right? They would love someone to swing into the side at that moment.
And most of their defense was over towards Khan, over towards jungle as well, so Jax knew he had to be relatively passive. Staying alive was his primary goal in that round. Nico gonna push up middle. Oh, this is a four-man stack basically in middle. Alexi's gonna have a quick reaction at top connector. So one window, one on the mid-ramp. Nico's on catwalk, or excuse me, Hunter's on catwalk.
There's a flash from Magus, but he's down in the underpass, so he can't really, it's not going to be easy to throw a flashbang to hit everyone from down here, right? It'd be different if he came in. Oh, it doesn't matter. They get 3 headshots almost simultaneously. Hunter trying to bring it back, and he's doing a lot of work right here in the middle, nearly dropping ZywOo. He is down to 23, and that might have brought it back, but now it's on Jax, and the bomb is far away, so he might be able to catch the kill in the timing here, and he will. It's still possible for him to win the round, but man, that's a shocking victory in the middle for Vitality.
And now if you're Jaxi, it's kind of like, okay, flip a coin. Which bomb set are you going to head to? No, he's got the right call, it feels, through the murder hole. But he's going to go all the way through CT spawn towards A. Oh, no, he did make the wrong decision. Bomb being planted, it's going to go down at the B bomb site. Still, I mean, it's not really down to this decision from Jax, but man, you have 3 to 4 players in middle like that if you're G2, and you lose everything to just contact. Not even utility spent, just straight up dry fights won by Vitality across the board. That can't happen.
Yeah, that's definitely a shocking result. Yeah, once that first contact is made onto Nico, everybody else peeks, but there's someone watching. Every angle has someone already pre-aiming it. Shocking stuff.
Yeah, and you could just, even the question of him, honestly, you could see him just like looking at the kill feed and being like, oh, everyone's dead.
Yeah. Unexpected. But great stuff. Vitality answering back in the second round.
That's crazy. Absolutely crazy they pulled that off. Sonic getting Apex to put the microphone closer to his mouth. In-game leader needs to have clear communication.
I feel like Apex is normally so loud, does it even make a difference?
Yeah, potentially.
But fair enough. I have actually heard this as a complaint for a lot of players, that there's always a couple of people on the team that have a, you know, they're not quite loud enough, and that is obviously important, so yeah. Got to get that in there. Nico in the middle with the deagle. It's a classic. Again, we always say, just don't challenge. Don't, if you know where he is, obviously you can't avoid him forever, but don't fight him straight up if you know where he is. It's not worth it.
That's a good first kill from Jax. M4 that he saved has netted them an advantage. Oh, Nico wants it. He's got another one. Deagle is so good today. It's been so clean on all 3 maps. Well, 2 maps in 3 rounds.
He's working on it. It's early days. But yeah, it has been really crisp. There's just something about the way that he handles that weapon that I feel like even if you had no HUD, you didn't know it was him, you'd still realize, you could tell it apart. ZywOo eventually catching him, but still a couple of good kills here, and now really awkward for Vitality. 2 versus 4 in the 3rd round. They got the bomb in the middle. Misuta sneaking around. ZywOo hoping to catch another opening here. I mean, he's creating a lot of space for his team. Might not be enough, but certainly trying to get the job done.
Alexi's probably feeling real lonely right now, especially as that smoke's about to fade. He's just tucked in behind the boxes. That's not a bad position to be in.
They have a Molotov, so if Saivu throws this one, that's almost too much to handle, isn't it?
Yeah, but you don't want to give away the game quite yet if you're Vitality. You're trying to be as quiet as possible. Now, the real thing is if they hard clear these boxes, that would be incredible. Alexi waiting for it. They're not going to clear it. He'll be able to stop the plant, surely. Maybe even able to get a double transferring over to Zaiwu with low HP.
There's the actual attempt, and he doesn't quite swing for it, Alexi, calling in the teammates. Crouching on outside, we gets a kill on Monacy. Oh, this is awkward. And they come back now. He's out in the open. They're going to be real worried about this one. Masuta with an instant headshot to bring him down. And it's a 1 versus 1, and Hunter, he picked up the AWP, but now he's back on that MP9. Oh, this is so worrisome. That Molotov is lost, though, but still.
No kit. He doesn't have time to walk this, but he knows he'll give away the sound cue. Oh, no, I think the opportunity was missed. Alexi was kept honest by a potential fake plant, but now the round is pretty much done. Masuta's got that final kill. Ugh.
Yeah, that's hard to justify. Is this one of Maniac's trash rounds?
It might be. Oh, no, that was a 4-on-2.
I know. Saiwu creating all the space in this round to break it up.
5-on-2.
Yeah, 5-on-2. That is super devastating. Very hard to justify.
Yeah, well, I mean, that was kind of a theme for me coming into this, is the map where it's like, who's going to make the least mistakes? I mean, that's a huge factor in pretty much every game, but it's certainly in this one where neither team is especially like dominant or strong on the map as well. It's like those are heartbreaking rounds, and that's an early one to take.
Yeah, they were stealing that round back. Remember, Vitality stole the second round, and this is a chance for G2 to just shake that off and say, all right, whatever, we're not even going to care.
They've had Alexi and Hunter buy completely into this round. The other 3 players from G2 are keeping themselves flush with cash. So an obvious plan coming into this.
I don't know if the wall saved Dupree there. Maybe it wasn't a headshot, but it certainly was close. He's back looking for it. And the problem is, you know that he can get it as well, so don't want to stick around for too long in middle either. Oh, that's a spray. And Megas finding the headshot onto Nico. All right, that kind of opens it up a lot more here.
Yeah, just keeping Nico pinned down. No more jiggle peeks for him. Still, I mean, there was some decent ideas there. Obviously, the opening kill on Catwalk from G2. The deagle from Nico not able to have impact in this round. It's going to be 3-1 in the favor of Vitality when all is said and done.
Saving the AK is going to be a little bit helpful, especially now that they purchased a couple of things. Monacy, that's a nice long-range shot. Don't know if he could have even tried to run for the rifle if he wanted to, but...
You could maybe do it and plan for the bomb to blow it in your favor, but Dupree stepped up immediately to make sure that gun wasn't going to be recovered, so Monacy surely would have gone down.
Yeah. One more rifle here would be huge. All right, it's 3-1 in Vitality's favor. And surely a stressful beginning to this map for G2. And we've already seen how the stress could get to them, so... Not necessarily the best start for them right now.
No, not great on the CT side. We'll see if they can recover it here in this first kind of real full gun round. Good spray from Masuta finding Alexi B through the boxes.
Boom. All right. Let's see. AWP on Monacy. Sketchy weapons and grenades on the rest. Gonna be not necessarily easy to keep them at bay. If they play this round slowly, Vitality, then G2 are going to run out of nades long before we get to the end of the round. Nico hearing maybe a couple of footsteps in there. Smoke making it kind of impossible to do anything, but... See if they set up a flashbang for him to peek at one point. A lot of people that could throw it right now to the middle.
Ambitious.
Please. Please, Apex.
I almost wouldn't have minded if that landed. Nico's up in ladder room. He'll have first contact.
Flash around the corner. All right, they're going to go for it. NiKo not been spotted yet. I don't think they even realize. They must feel like they've checked this out. Oh, dupreeh, he's going to do a little bit of due diligence right there, and it's a good kill from NiKo. He's getting shot at the back nearly. ZywOo stepping up, and he only barely survives himself. That is what an awkward fight.
Yeah, NiKo was almost able to double up there, which would have been absolutely incredible. Deep angle from the up, and oh, the flick down isn't fast enough. Apex just too quick. Alexi's got to get aggressive on ramp, and no chance with a FAMAS. That fight is going to go well. It's crumbled for G2, although Hunter and Jax are bringing it right back.
Yeah, that's a quick recovery from a 2-on-4 into a 2-on-2. That's not bad at all. Gonna go for the bomb plant and no swing happening on the Hunter side. And I don't necessarily blame him for it. He waited for the flashbang. It makes a lot of sense, but he was so close to the box with the AWP that the flashbang just can't really catch him. And Jax now, 1 versus 2. How do you even get close to this round here? Oh, a little bit of a jump up. He does it again. It's such a perfect jump. He's not airborne at all on that one. He did it in the pistol round too. And now it's a 1-on-1, but no kit on Jax. So it's a long time to be waiting. And a Molotov on top. Absolutely no way to win this round. Nice move from Isuta. Checkmate in that one.
Actually, I mean, if he had a kit, he would have just stuck that defuse with the Molotov there and it would have worked out. But unfortunately, just not the case in this round. Didn't have it. 4-1 for Vitality. Nice attempt at the recovery from Jackson Hunter, but couldn't complete it from a 2-on-4. And another round for Vitality early, up 4-1. God, what a quick shot from Apex as well. That's so tough to deal with.
1 bullet. That's amazing. Yeah, the recovery is pretty good, but yeah, you see, flashbang just can't touch him right there. That little jump that he does, Jax coming up through that box is probably worth practicing for anyone that's playing that position.
Yeah, he's done great with it. I mean, it's a very committed fight, right? They're going to win or lose on that fight. Little bit of boost up from the underpass, but Magus has already passed the point of danger. Coming around, he's not going to clear underneath, and there's a kill from NiKo. That's the Deagle, not the M4. Alexi V forced into the open, makes the run. 5-7 does its job. Headshot onto dupreeh. Now a 4-on-3 advantage, and G2 must have this. They cannot give this one away.
Yeah, don't let them back into the game like this. Alexi eventually gets wall banged down, but the rest of G2 have shown up to the fight. And Jax is all the way in the bomb side, actually. They're doubling up on this position. That might be hard to read. Yeah, you clear out Jax, but you're not going to check for a second player there, so there is a chance here. Oh, what a spray. What a transfer from NiKo. It's a double. And it leaves Apex low on health. How does he check these positions here? Out in the open. He's got no way to know when Hunter will find him, and that is a massive steal from G2, and they needed it. They needed the return of just a little bit of momentum on their side.
Yeah, that was such a huge hold. I mean, Alexi, I think, only gets the 1 kill with that 5-7, but that was so important. That stopped all their progress forward. This portion could have gone really, really poorly, but this one right here from Alexi, surviving underneath dark as long as possible, even getting the kill, yeah, that's got to be frustrating. Just run and gun, and this transfer was everything.
So well done.
Remember, Apex had been spotted up in Palace earlier as well, so he was even ready for that eventuality.
And look at what it does to the Vitality economy. I mean, it's been some close rounds to start this off with, so they're already back to pistols. dupreeh and ZywOo on a Deagle. And that's it. Not much else to fight with here. They really need this G2. They need this one and the next one. They need to start to build it back. Otherwise, they're in so much trouble in this first half.
This was a very similar setup to the one that got punished against the Rifles in, what, round number 2 as well. Pop flash in. NiKo's going to go investigating. Spots 3 now. Spots 4. So he's got information. 2 kills as well. And Hunter is able to hold down underpass.
Oh, bullet goes nowhere.
That one, I think he was moving.
Yeah, I think so too. AK not picked up though, so at least there's that. Don't want to be giving away anything to anyone on this Vitality side. I'm going to sneak back towards the B bomb site. We haven't seen much action over here at all.
No, not quite yet. Still early going. Apex historically on this map as a caller just loves the extremities of the map, loves contact plays up ramp and at the B bomb site. So the 2 anchors of each bomb site going to get a lot of attention, I think.
No backup here for Jax, really. So a bullet would do a lot if it was a headshot. Oh, Hunter comes in just at the right time for that one. Nicely done. Lot of focus on the G2 side. I mean, I don't know if they would normally really celebrate around like that because they were probably expected to win it, but yeah, they need to hunker down and keep winning some of these rounds. 3-4 scoreline, though. And Vitality with no investment into that last round. They're going to be able to buy into this one. We know what the setup is already.
Execute at the A bomb site. Just waiting for the timing to pull the trigger. That trigger is now. Deep angle for Nico. Didn't get the fight he wanted. It wasn't as clean as he would have liked. Smokes are out. His own defensive smoke so he can jump through. Masuta wrapping around. Nico has the sound cue. He's got the kill. Alexi B protects the jump across the top of stairs, and m0NESY chimes in from CT spawn.
Fantastic play from Nico. Putting out that smoke and then the Molotov and then using it as basically an on-ramp into the bomb site. Very hard to check. Side was going to be going down. Nico to end the round as well. And that was nice. Not losing anyone. Going to be building a bit of confidence there.
I'll make two quick points that kind of tie together. This feels like the Nico that is just like, we're going to refuse to let his team lose this map. Like being very dynamic, being very aggressive, making sure that he's involved in all the action. However, we have seen that Nico lose plenty of maps, and historically speaking.
True. In fact, this is to the point where people started to wonder if that was the deal that he made with the devil at one point.
Yeah.
I want to be one of the best players of all time, but
yep.
but you don't get to win anything. Oh, it's tough. The monkey paw. He didn't specify quite enough.
No, he didn't. Not enough details in that bargain.
4-4, and moving into the 9th round, we've got Tech9s, at least a couple of them. That always smells like a B pop.
B pop of some sort. Only problem with that is they don't have the utility to pull it off. No nades for the Vitality side. Hunter again up top with m0NESY protecting his back from window. Easy kill. There's the follow-up.
Yeah, looking good right here. Not letting go of anything, which is what we should be expecting. It's just that we've seen so many rounds from G2, both in the past and even in the series, that suddenly look questionable. So probably not worth highlighting. But it's good to see them pull through a couple of rounds here. Flawless rounds, in fact, where they just make a lot of money. So this is something that's going to set them up nicely when Vitality start to make it back in the game.
And it's exactly what we just talked about that G2 really needed to establish early going once they got the guns back in hand, once they won their first round. It's like, okay, you've got your first gun round on the board. Now you just need to have some clean ones to be able to build up that bank and start feel a little bit more confident in where you're sitting in this game overall. Good shooting from m0NESY as well.
Smooth with the jumps. And he's already over on that catwalk position, so could be hard to read if you're running through and not expecting someone to be here. Smoke to get them out on to the top of middle. And the bomb has dropped really far back, so just a bit of an information play coming out from the Vitality side. Be interested to see if they're going to try and change the pace at one point, Vitality. They don't have a lot of rounds left. Dupree gets found. That's a good kill for m0NESY to get.
Yeah, Oppa's doing work right now. This is great from m0NESY. Everything you'd want. Apex gonna try and bust out a little bit of mid control, but with how aggressive G2 is banned. Oh, that's ill-advised. Ill-advised from Jax, but he survives. For how long is the question? m0NESY's here. One more for him. ZywOo can't cross. He backs away, crouches into the peak, and m0NESY has that as well.
Right place, right time for m0NESY. That could have gone horribly wrong, you're right. Nearly giving it up there. Meg is trying his best, but he's fighting in a 1 versus 5, and eventually they're going to find him. Hunter with the final kill right there. So, wow, what a turnaround. G2 started to look way better at the moment. What do you think about the change of pace? They have been going pretty slow. They tried that one slightly faster A execute, but otherwise they're spending a good bit of time here at the early round.
Yeah, I think the hard part is, you know, I would expect there to be actually just a faster strike towards A or B at one point, just because we're seeing so frequently that G2's controlling middle. They've now seen it multiple times. Nico's being aggressive in ladder room. Hunter's up on top of the fencing. m0NESY's in window. It looks like they might want to go right at it this time. More passive from G2, though they've switched up the defense. I think Vitality just can't get a great read on what they're looking at.
No, not at the moment. Personally, I'm a big fan of the fast catwalk rushes on this map. If things are starting to look a bit rough, I think that's always fun.
Yeah, you have liked that. You've been talking about that one for years.
Yeah, there's just, I feel like it's somehow it just always, because you can sneak at least one of them under the radar to get into the map, but They have a couple of weapons, so maybe with an AK and a scout, it's not the best move.
Yeah, perhaps not. Mega's gonna just heads up duel against m0NESY's op. He gets away with his life. Little bit of damage dealt, actually decent amount of damage dealt, down to 41 HP. Alexi gonna peek from up top, perhaps. Really making sure he's not making noise on that ladder.
Just showing himself, but gonna be able to stay alive. They don't have any Molotovs, otherwise they could do a lot to Alexi when he's down in shadow like this, but it doesn't even help them that much to know it. Oh, lined up nearly there, but Megas goes down. Nico and Hunter in the middle. They're just getting completely shut down in this round. G2 are so hard back into this game.
Yeah, I don't mind this round from Vitality, though. I mean, you get an AK in Mega's hand and you just say, hey, go see if you can create us something. And obviously, it wasn't able to pull it off, and G2 was able to counter it perfectly. But, you know, the idea's there. Had his opportunities. 7-4. 6 rounds straight for G2.
Yeah, what a good look. Vitality, where's the secret plans? They need to pull something out because they're running out of time on this first half. 4 rounds is not a bad baseline, but I'd love to see them get up to at least another 2 here just to cement that first half and make sure they stay competitive into the second one.
Yeah, a bit more breathing room going into the second half would be ideal. We'll see if they can pull it off. Round 12.
So we're kind of spawning far away from the A-bomb side. I really like it when you get the close A spawn on the T side. It's so much
Go for that, pick up the ramp.
Yeah. Some obviously do it with the boost on top, so
yeah,
you know, there's a lot of variation there, but I just think it's always fun. Gonna be running into the middle instead, it seems. Smoke. Kind of thinking about it. Oh, nice angle. Dupree. No chance to fire back on that one.
Dupree's having a tough game so far. He's been shut down. 2-11 for him here on Mirage. Now it's ZywOo's turn to step up to the plate, though. Peering over the smoke, seeing what he can find on Catwalk. This time, Vitality has taken control of middle, but they're contained until potentially just now. Good shot with the op onto Nico.
Important find. A lot of mid space here, and m0NESY not getting the flick. At least he didn't go down this time around, but either bomb site could be opened with just one good kill here onto any of the G2 players. It's 2 on A, 2 on B, so they just need one of them, and they're going to be pretty much good to go and try and execute onto the bomb site. 50 seconds now. m0NESY, though, we're shutting down Misuta, and that creates a bit of an issue. Are they even realizing that Alexi is this close up? Backup is being called for as well. They know what's coming next, and no one checking that corner. Big double. The spray continues, and he nearly had that one too. ZywOo now in a 1 versus 3, and with only 35 seconds is not going to be doable. Hunter will take him down, and G2 prevail yet another round.
Great play from m0NESY there as well. He's taken a lot of risks and a lot of just educated risks. They've lost control of middle. He's not feeling pressure anywhere else. He's moving into the bomb site and grabbing new angles, but the whole time, someone could have come up A ramp. Someone could have come out Palace. But just realizing his attention was needed towards connector. Nice double kill from Alexi as well, keeping some space. And yeah, you could see just the look on Vitality. Not feeling comfortable so far here on the T side of Mirage.
No, look at the kills even. I mean, 10 on ZywOo, and then the drop from there is actually massive on pretty much everybody else. So they are running into a little bit of trouble. Nico still powering on. Undeterred by whatever they throw at him, it seems. 15 kills in this one, and the last 2 maps were just as good.
Problem for Vitality in these last, what, like 7 rounds that G2 have rattled off straight is if you're Vitality, you really haven't been able to gain any confident control that you could replicate anywhere on the map. You have, you know, m0NESY is playing really well at the A bomb site with the AWP. Alexi's had some decent rounds there. You have Jax and Hunter at the B bomb site. Jax especially has been able to shut down a lot of plays in the mid stances from G2, and they decide to get aggressive. Have been effective in all but 1 round. So if you're Vitality in your Apex and you're trying to cover the plan or some kind of solution, you just don't have one.
Oh, no. Yeah, you're right. There isn't a lot to really look back on to say, well, that really worked. Ooh, can we get a close-up off that bench? Sit down. That was so funny. Hunter just stood up. Yeah, there he is, relaxing.
Yeah.
And put to rest.
Having a nap.
Put a beer in his hand, and just, it's a nice day in the sun.
Getting a tan.
Well, Tech9's are left, but this is such an impressive run for G2. You see halves like this, and that's what makes crazy people predict them to win the major, Jason. That's the kind of thing that you're like, damn,
sure.
This is it.
This is the one.
And then I just forget about all the other.
They gonna win Rio? Who's winning Rio, Anders? Give us one of your classic predictions.
Oh, there's a lot to consider there, isn't there? There's a lot to consider. Oh,
you think I'm gonna let you get away with this? I know what you're doing.
I actually think the crowd factor in Rio is gonna be so
No, stop. Don't do that. Okay. So who you got? You're gonna pick Fury, aren't you? That's the thing you say, right? But that's the thing you do to like prime someone to really buy into Fury with you, and I'm not falling for
it. No, you don't believe so?
No.
Oh. You say Furia, but
don't even do that. Don't even do that.
Oh, you've no idea how much I want to. It has to be on. It has to be hard to see. That's the only fun part, right? It just has to. We'll see. I'm gonna think about it another round.
Sure.
Couple of missed opportunities, but there was a smoke kind of blocking half of the vision, so we'll let it go. As we're moving into the 14th round, and there is somebody back on the side of Vitality. They need at least one of the last 2 rounds, preferably both, obviously, but four is not enough.
Just to like break the cycle of like just stress. Like, you know, yeah, you can win the second half. You can come back in this map with just 4 rounds in the first half, but the fact that you've lost so many in a row just sucks. Jack's under a lot of pressure, but he's got Monacy here, who's been fantastic. Continues it with a nice kill onto Masuta. Molotov, he's going to step in front of it. Jax adds 1 more kill onto things, but they've progressed already. That's Zyru and Magus to respond, and there's Hunter from up top. They never saw him the whole time, and they got lured into his trap.
Supreme defense coming up there. Double for him, and the bomb is committed and everything, so Apex can't really play any mind games either. He's going to have to show up and try to win this fight on his own, and Nico just going to be able to get that great angle on him. So 1 more round in the bag. G2 are looking so hot right now in the first half. They're going to have to dig deep on the Vitality side. How do you bring this back?
Yeah, I don't really have a great answer for you, especially when you consider like Inferno was just as much of a stomping. That was a 16-8 victory as well. You've got you know, like a map and a half now where you've just been getting utterly dominated as Vitality. You've lost that magic from Dust 2.
Just a bit, it seems. Falling flat a little bit towards the end and maybe even middle of this best of 3.
They don't have a lot of utility as well, so the call they make next is kind of got to be the finishing. Good flashbang over from the A bomb site. Nico has all the information. Even though he only goes 1 for 1, he's been able to direct his team what's coming.
Yeah, they know. Some good nades being thrown down the middle just to create a little bit more space and slow down Vitality. And there's a kill for Monacy to add to the confusion.
Look what Jax is doing with the information as well. He's pushed up in B halls. He's going to go all the way through. Magisk is the next attempt at a play. Jax might not even be needed. It's all down to Apex 1v4.
Wow, 11-4, and it's done. First half heavily in favor of G2. That is a really, really nice victory. It's going to have to be Vitality coming up with a couple of miracles in the second half right after the break. We're back once again. It is the final half that is coming up here. And G2, they have impressed us in the first half here on Mirage. Vitality, they have all of their work still ahead of them. They did not do enough, Jason. I don't know what it takes to come back here, but it's going to be a lot.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be something special. You're going to, I mean, first of all, the first thing you need is just individuals kind of stepping up and playing, just having a bit more impact. Still, it feels, like only ZywOo is really having some great, not even that great, just 11 kills from him in the first half.
Well, it's got a chance here to do a bit more. USP in the middle. We know how accurate he could be, but the Molotov, great tool to get rid of him and make sure he can't snipe them away. They're going to put up a smoke as well and try to see if they can make a flag into the A bomb site, but they get slowed down just a bit. The bomb, someone has to go and pick it up. Alexi, if he gets caught here, no one has the bomb, and they're slowly getting whittled away. There's Alexi going down, and I don't think they can recover the bomb. They're kind of technically on the site, but not in a way that matters. So nice drawback here from Vitality, making sure they didn't lose anyone along the way and just staying out of most of the fights there until they really were able to get some of those shots off.
Yeah, range of the USP was quite nice. Good kills from Apex, double kill from him. And I think that's kind of what I mentioned when I mean, like, you need to have the individuals kind of step up and play well. You need someone who's going to be able to play like Nico and be aggressive constantly. You need ZywOo with the AWP to have the impact m0NESY was having with it. We just didn't see that individual impact from the Vitality players in the first half.
We really didn't.
They're going to get the pistol round at least. There's the right foot forward to start.
Yeah, and it was a good game plan for G2, right? Molotov and smoke and everything else to block it off and kind of try and delay those USP. So I think that was, on paper it made sense, but
it's a long route to run against USPs at range, though, isn't it? Like, you're going all the way down middle. And then you're going all the way up connector to the A-bomb site, and obviously whittled down and took the unfortunate kill of the bomb being dropped.
Just not enough time here for Nico, unfortunately. Otherwise, I'm all in on this one. I mean, it would have been so cool if he had 50 seconds now instead of 17. So, got to turn around and run into Magisk. And a little bit of a sigh, potentially of relief here for Vitality. Winning the pistol, certainly going to be important.
Yeah, and this is why the bomb being dropped was so important. The first kill from Apex is that, you know, Alexi's in a good position to stop lurks. It's just when there's nothing to force the lurk like a bomb plant, then all of a sudden he has to be a little bit more aggressive than he'd like to be. So 11-5.
It's a start. Yet to do. I don't want to say it's too good of a start yet, because they need to keep winning here. This one going to be easy. Magisk, I don't even know how he got one of those kills.
Yeah,
I
didn't see the third kill.
I actually would love a replay. I actually have no idea how that happened.
I just saw it pop up on the kill feed. I was like, okay.
That's...
Okay. Quick little two-tap.
Okay.
We're just blind.
Yeah, I guess.
It was actually clear as day on the replay.
Yeah, I don't know.
I feel a little bit stupid now.
Well, 11-6. Still not necessarily an easy comeback, but it's starting to look way more doable. Would you say more or less likely than Imperial winning the major?
More likely.
All right.
Trying to make sure I have that question worded out in my head properly. Is that who you're going with? That's the first name you've thrown out during this whole stretch. You taking Imperial to win the major?
I have no idea how tempting it is for me to.
Take it. It's right there. Just reach out and grab it.
I so want to do it because it's going to trigger a lot of people, and that in itself is like a kind of a reward for me. And then, you know, when it turns out to be true, it's going to be even better. You know, there's a lot to think about here.
Only if you lock it in, you know.
That's true. Yeah, I have to commit, otherwise it doesn't count. Nico, oh, that's an off angle from Dupree with an MP9, and Nico's weapon model might have almost been blocking that position. So Jackson Hunter in a 2 versus 4 and jumping down. Jack's not wasting any time trying to go for the fight here. He's found one and realizing where the second one is. Could he catch him in the air? It's close. Apex gun barrel is showing, and Jax tries to get the angle, and he will. What a headshot to bring him down, but how is he alive? He should have been dead already.
Oh, Hunter's just arrived as well. I was just like, man, someone give Jack some help. He's doing God's work inside of the bomb site. He's going to go for more as well. He's got to cross all the way back with low HP to pick up the bomb. Oh, and Magisk just finds him from behind. It's all on Hunter. 1v2. Bomb covered by flames for the moment is going to give time. And there's Magisk ducking under the final shots. What an incredible effort from Jax, though. Props over to him.
Yeah, he put a lot of work into that round. It's, I don't know, it was seconds away from him even getting the kill on Magus, it looked like, inside of the marker there. But they get to live on. Vitality. Okay, this is exciting now.
These are important kills as well, considering it was, what, like a 2v5 at one point, 3v5 certainly. To be able to do that kind of economic damage is massive. Still a lot of money built up on multiple Vitality players, but Apex, with suit to their limping a little bit in terms of their wallets.
I believe at the end there you heard Maze shouting, "Nice talking, Peter." So Dupree must have said something. I don't know if the shot... I'm wondering if that's the shot that he took, you know, and Jax at the end there. If that was just... It could have been Dupree sort of calling it out, saying he's already moved over, like, just, you know, take that angle or something. That'd be fun to go back and listen to, because... Even if you're dead, like, you can have a big impact on the game. Just if you see something that your teammates don't.
Well, Deagles are out. And it looks like, you know, once we get to map 3, Vitality's taking your advice. Just don't mess with the Deagles. Don't peek into them whatsoever. Don't give Nico that chance to crack things open.
It's a lesson you just... If you don't learn it, it's gonna be offered up to you again and again, you know?
You gotta learn it multiple times before it really sinks in. Apex with a wild swing, not connecting with virtually anything at this point.
Yeah, not really. And he's in a little bit of a weird position. All right, smoke. And they're gonna be trying to get the jump out. Cyber's gone down in the meantime, and I'm actually trying to get some space in the window, but he's gonna be found as well. Now they're down in the middle, make their way up the connector. There's a headshot from Nico to take down Magus. You've got to be so careful here. 3 versus 3 in 25 seconds. One more for Nico, but they overpower him at the end. Just throwing more bodies at him, and that works. It's not exactly pretty, but it gets the job done. 15 seconds, and I think they could just avoid Hunter here. I don't think he's going to be able to pick up the bomb and run under the site with 10 seconds and plant the bomb, so should be no problem. Apex will take him down. It's an expensive round, but Vitality still win it.
Back-to-back expensive rounds. It's got to make you somewhat happy for G2. Obviously, you'd love to convert one of these, but you're starting to prime their economy to just be shattered as soon as you're able to kind of come out on top. Nice job from Nico with the Deagle. 3-round lead for G2.
Yeah, from 11 to 4?
Yep.
It's not bad at all. Starting to believe once again. Apex not quite there with the timing. A nice flick onto Nico and shutting him down. He's got 21 kills, so finding him early in these rounds has just got to... It's going to make you smile a little bit.
Yeah, it takes so much pressure off your defense as well. Playing in this 5-on-4, you can be a little bit more passive. You can wait and see what the reaction is going to be, and it puts some pressure on the G2 players to kind of go and try and find the equalizing kill.
Come on, Apex. If that works, it's going to tilt. Well, maybe not in the moment. They might not realize, but watching the demo, they're going to be.
Yeah.
They're going to be mad. Which is worth it all on its own.
Just really in the mood to tilt people these days, aren't you?
It's at least part of what the internet was made for, I think.
Yeah.
Something about science and communicating information too, but
sure.
Mainly
tilting, maybe mainly trolling.
And the memes, not to forget.
Yeah, don't ever forget the memes. 4-on-5. Zywoo. Oh, perfect angle to find Alexi. No one's holding him back. No one's holding him from the re-peek. 3 quick kills from Zywoo's up. Get yourself another. Get yourself the ace. It's the last one, and Apex is going to take it.
Nice headshots. It's very, very clean. It does look like there was no challenge on that side. Boom.
Well, now we have the same conversation about G2 that we had with Vitality in the first half. Is just, man, it's starting to look a little worrying. Haven't had a whole lot of success to lean on. They've gotten, I mean, the best thing you can say about this T side so far, is these close rounds where they've been able to whittle some players down from Vitality, get that economy on the breaking point, but still haven't been able to come out on top of any of them.
Let's go! Yeah, and that only goes so far, right? Like, you keep your opponent in economically in a weak position, and that's good, but eventually you have to do more than that, right? You actually have to knock it out from under them, and that's not happening at the moment. So 11-9, Vitality catching fire. starting to really get warmed up here, and especially, and that's the worrying part, with Sayu, who's leading the charge. 17 kills right now, and you can see what he could do right here, so they need to get that AWP out of his hands, and they need to put a little bit of pressure on him to make sure that he can't keep playing this way. Oh, they get slowed down in the middle. I thought they were going to go for that catwalk rush that I was advocating earlier.
It's Magus as well who stepped up. Remember, like, Zayu at halftime had 11 kills. Magus, I think, was down to like 6 or 7, maybe.
Yeah, it's true.
Apex has shot up there as well. So, yeah, I mean, first step is there, the individual performances, and now you can start feeling a little bit confident calling different plays and different setups.
Dupree's had a rough game, and he's right underneath the drop here, so if they can find him with a good flashbang, that might be all they need. Oh, he's missing a couple of shots, and he'll get taken down. Nice little hit so far. Misuta, though, right through the smoke as he takes down Jax. It's a pretty good way to slow this down and buy some time for the backup to get here. Nico's trying to hit another headshot. Eventually, not the headshot, but he will take him down, but that one is there on Apex at range. He is just a god with this weapon, but Saiwu comes in to cancel it all out. Not just Nico, but the bomb as well. And Hunter is on his own, 1 versus 2. Plenty of time on the clock, so he can play around with this, but he wants to find Saiwu before the backup gets there, and he's really running all over the place. Where is the fight? There it is against Magus. Now the Tech-9's out. He just needs a clean fight here. If he misses a shot, Saiwu might be done. Looks for the headshot, but he hasn't found it yet. He's got way more bullets than Saiwu has on the other side. Sneaking around, it's ringing around the Rosie, and there it is for Hunter. An unbelievable clutch.
That's all the cousins. Nico to open it up, Hunter to close it out. What a grinding out battle.
That is so wild.
There were so many weird missed timings there as they rotated around the bomb site. That is a tough one for Hunter to win, especially his transfer over to take his attention away from Zayu for just a second to get that kill in towards Market is so incredible. This follow-up kill right here changed the round entirely. Boom.
What do you even do?
Well, Zywu's gone down quick again. Oh, they got to be careful. They know what this smoke means.
Yeah, they should. Yeah, they're ready on the other side. They realize Magus doesn't matter. He did get a little bit of vision on top of that smoke, but m0NESY absolutely aware.
m0NESY started this out with a blind kill as well. I think that was towards window.
Not bad at all. 12-9. And now some of those earlier expensive rounds can really come back to haunt them.
Yeah, finally, look at the money. This is really the last buy that Vitality has. And to make such a cool comeback, get yourself back into this game, and then just collapse under the pressure. Just 2 rounds was all it needed. So G2, even in those losses, was doing just enough to keep themselves in position.
Can't believe they won that last round with...
That's a trash round.
That is a trash round, yeah.
That's certainly one of the trash rounds.
We're gonna have to make that a desk segment at one point for Maniac.
Trash rounds with Maniac.
Could do a little animation of him throwing players into the bin.
Yeah, it's never gone wrong.
It's never gone wrong. Oh, whoa, no.
About to be 13-9. Vitality just trying to save what weapons they can, and they're going to get away with it. G2 doesn't have the money built up to go for any kind of a hunt, especially not when Vitality has established some safety so early on in the round.
Yeah, the pressure is right back on, isn't it?
Nico's Deagle, man.
It's so stupid, isn't it? Oh. It's so hard to explain as well how some players just have... I mean, just some crazy knack for it.
Just have, like, the Deagle DNA.
Needs to be studied.
Yeah. Figure we could probably get a government grant.
Find a university somewhere.
Oof, that flashbang maybe just a little late. I think he saw Zayu right before it popped. That was a good find as well. Again, that smoke gives up the play from Magus. He had really one chance at that. Timeout called. Coach is getting involved.
Well, now is the time for it. We're kind of coming up to the end of at least regulation. So if you want a chance at slowing down G2 now that they picked up a little bit of momentum, maybe now's the chance for it. 4 out of 5 timeouts used by Vitality. So this is it. Gonna see how much they can get done.
Yeah, I mean, you're exactly right. That's the last time out. This is the last time Zana can get involved in the conversation. So what adjustments that can be made have been made. coming up the plan here. They still have danger in this round. Op 2 M4s as well. It's not the worst thing in the world for Vitality.
No, a lot could be done. I mean, we've seen some win whole rounds before, so...
Well, and that's the luxury of having the op saved over. Park Zaiwu at the B bomb site. 4 players stack on the other side of the map. At the moment, G2 lining up to go right into the stack.
Maybe second guessing it a little bit. Not sure what tipped them off. I don't know. Is Alexi in the middle?
Yeah, I would assume it'd have to be Alexi in the middle, like feeling no peek, no pressure, no counter utility coming out.
Yeah, sometimes it doesn't take a lot, right? And it, as we've been kind of highlighting for a while, they've played each other a lot, these two teams, so you get a feel for how that works. I'm gonna go back and take a bit of mid control. Vitality not changing their setup all that much. Gonna be a smoke towards CT spawn, I think, from that deep angle that m0NESY is lining up. So we'll see if that's gonna put some pressure on Magisk. Trying to clear the way now, and instead of going straight through on the A ramp, they're now coming through connector instead. Still a lot of defense right here. It's a good opening, but that was a lot of damage. They're low on health, G2, and easy for Dupree to pick up a couple of kills, which he desperately needs right now. That was his 7th kill right there. Still a 2-on-3, and with 30 seconds left, it is looking great for Vitality. m0NESY, I don't think he can save this round right here. Makes the jump across, picks up the AK, gets the headshot. Oh, and he spins around for the kill. What an amazing round.
That's it. That's the dagger. I cannot believe he just got that clutch. That looks so clean. He knew everything that was happening. That swap to the AK is so quick. I think you even saw Zonic take his headset off. Apex looking shocked and confused. Absolutely brutal way for m0NESY to just shut down Vitality.
What an absolute superstar. This is very, very hard to do. Let's go, boys. Oh, man. Yeah, the dagger in the back of Vitality.
That's it. I think that was even so hype and so exciting. Even just G2's like, yeah, we got to take one now. Everyone on our side needs to calm down, too. I love the way Alexi looks just as surprised and just as amazed as everyone else in the world seeing m0NESY bust out these clutches. Just calming the boys down. No real conversation happening. G2 just 2 rounds away from taking this series.
Deep breath. Wow. For Nico, it's got to be a wild feeling as well, because, you know, a lot of the time, otherwise, it's him that has to lift almost all of it. So the idea that he's got sort of a secondary player in there that can pull out rounds like that, what a luxury. 24th round, and they're setting up for a very fast attack onto the bomb site here. It's being called in from Vitality, they know, but it's another opening. Jax to take down Apex, and Magisk can't do much here. Even with the advantage of the M4, it's probably not worth it. Flashes go through, bomb is down really quickly, and they have another Molotov in place still on m0NESY, so might be tricky here for Vitality. If they lose this, they're all out of money, and they're going to lose the map no matter what in the series. So, yep, they're backing up already. Wow.
That's a great knockout punch out of the timeout, though. That's a great call from Alexi. And we mentioned that as well. Some tough maps he's had in this series as well. Dust 2 is particularly poor. Inferno was a rough time as well, but you can make up for all of it as the in-game leader with great calls, and this one is huge. Just get yourself a freebie. 1 kill. Vitality can't fight for it. And it's a change of pace that Vitality hasn't even seen in this half.
Yeah. And they almost set up for it in the previous round, and something tipped them off. They're like, oh, wait a minute. Yeah. And then they go back to it here. 15 rounds on the side of G2.
6 chances to close it out.
And that's what they were just saying on the Vitality side. 6 rounds, we can do it. And they probably can.
They can. It's in the realm of possibility. They got to recover from that clutch still, though. They're probably still reeling from that. These past 2 rounds, that clutch into just a straight-up contact today, just a rush that they just lose.
Yeah.
And I think G2 is showing that same look again. Utility being spent early at the A bomb site. They want to exploit middle, though. It just pulled Apex away, so no one there to Dupree. Dupree's 1 for 1, and m0NESY adds another kill on the board.
There was no flashbang there for Apex, was there? I think he just went for it. That's a wide swing into the middle.
That's frustration is what that is.
Yeah, it feels like it, doesn't it? 3 versus 4, and Hunter being very careful to check that no one is snuck out of the B bomb site like this. Look at how stretched out they are, Vitality, on that defense.
Oh, they have no idea what's coming. There was pressure at the A bomb site showing like it was going to be some fast play. There was the swing in middle from 2 to 3 players, and now it's just quiet. Now it's just chilling on the map. And so many seconds that G2 can play with over a minute when all that went down. You can't even really make an information play as Vitality. They are at the complete mercy of G2's decisions.
Cyber could buy a bit of time with that Molotov that he's holding in connector, and that could maybe get misuta closer to the fight, but they still need to make sure that there's not an entry frag on Magus, because if there is, I don't think even that time bought is going to make a big difference here, so 35 seconds.
Magus, his idea has to be just, you can't get entry. You can't get killed as they enter, and you have to wait there. You have to allow ZywOo to be activated.
What?
Oh my dear God.
That is absolutely illegal. 2 versus 4. He didn't even stop running. He just got the kill anyway. Hunter has lost his damn mind. And now misuta, 1 versus 4. Nothing left to do. What a disgusting shutdown. What a way to win this series. misuta, there's nothing left here. He's already locked in. He's going to be walking into that AWP. What a victory for G2.
And what a series of events at the end to close out that map. The clutch from Hunter, Nico with the 3 Deagle kills, Hunter closing out the B bomb site, the massive clutch from m0NESY, and that running entry right there from Hunter. That's filthy.
It's actually incredibly disturbing. Oh, I would love to see the replay and love to see
Magus is laughing about it right now. He's like, you guys should just wait and see what I did.
Yeah, check the replay later. Oh, what a disgusting way to win. But beautiful as well.
Yeah.
G2 back on track. We'll see what the desk has to say about all of this madness.
This time it does go to the full 3 maps, but G2 once again kicking Vitality to the curb. Let's just give a moment of appreciation to Hunter in that final round.
Shall we?
He wanted to close this one out.
I'm still kind of shocked. I don't think I have mentally recovered from that shot. That was so absolutely outrageous and insane. Ender said it perfect. It's probably illegal. There must be some sort of law out there against that.
We should ban that, definitely.
You have to check it out.
Huge performance from G2 though, just going back to that first half as well, managing a 10-round streak on that CT side. Nico as well, looking absolutely on fire. Full confidence for G2 to close that one out.
Yes, steel-tight defense on the side of G2, of course. We prefaced it as a potential weakness. That was none of it. Vitality found a way in at the very beginning. They had that string of 4 rounds, but it felt like after they had that stop they found on the A side, they kind of staggered and they couldn't make it through. Apex kind of changed his game plan. He tried to play more towards middle, which is what I didn't think he would do. I thought he would play way more extremity-oriented. Played towards middle, and G2 were almost always ready. They had the pincer coming in from short and from connector, from window as well. m0NESY was playing perfect as he could. Nothing to do for Vitality.
Yeah, and that was something that really surprised me, as you touched on. You know, we saw Vitality looking pretty hot in terms of the first few rounds, but yeah, G2 just absolutely stomping them out of that game. We can see exactly what that means for the schedule. Of course, FaZe taking on G2 in the winners matchup for Group 1. The winner of that, catapulting themselves, Maniac, straight to that semi-final. They're going through the easier way, I guess.
I know, and we're getting in quite fast, right? We talked about it. You have to have that auto berth to the semi-final if you want to make sure that you will be in the Altice Arena, play in that stage, and it's going to be the winner of FaZe versus G2.
Yeah, Vitality, I mean, one step away from elimination. Hopefully they will be taking down paiN if you're a Vitality fan on the side of things, but plenty more Counter-Strike action to be coming up today. We're going to flip things on over to Pimp and Banks as they'll be guiding us through NAVI and OG. You don't want to go anywhere.
Two new-look lineups face off in their first games. With two fresh new faces, OG's evolution could begin at Blast today.
Cat right. Oh, the ace! Yes, sir! All headshots, all Mac 10 kills.
NAVI come to Lisbon after losing their in-game leader. Changes in progress for the CIS Giants.
Simple in the corner hiding, missing the first shot, but he makes up for it. Two big headshots to follow through, and a third one.
It's time for the clash of the stand-ins. NAVI going up against OG for our third best of three of the day here at Blast Premier Lisbon. It's time for me and Pimp to take over and take control of this madness, and we're in the warm weather. We get a banging game to start things off with. Pimp, you ready for this one?
I am so ready. I'm so ready for Lisbon as well. I've never been there before, and as you said, the weather is great, the Counter-Strike is going to be good, James. Everything is fantastic.
It just makes things that little bit better, right? But like I mentioned already, it's stand-in fight off here, you know? NAVI with some Young coming in, then Dexter having to fill in for OG. This means it can be a little bit up in the air.
Could be a little bit dicey when you think about it, but I think it's two quality stand-ins that are coming in. Dexter right now, one of the biggest talents when it comes to the op in the entire world, and some Young, slightly underrated as well. So I think the quality of the stand-ins are matching these two teams.
Well, let's see if that quality is going to continue, right? Because NAVI overall, they came in looking like one of the best teams in the world. Then these changes happened. Things started to look a little bit rough for them. Now, obviously, Boomich changes. Electronic back onto the now being an IGL out of nowhere. This could be tough.
It's been a little bit of a rocky period for NAVI, let's put it that way. But given all the circumstances, given everything that's going on for NAVI as well, they're still playing Counter-Strike at a somewhat high level. So, yes, speaking of such, you know, NAVI right now not in the prime position, but still a team that when you have Simple going off, when you have Electronic now in a new in-game leader role as well, there's still a lot of potential to be discovered within NAVI. So I wouldn't count them off and write them off just yet.
Well, let's take a look, right, at NAVI in a little bit more detail. Let's see how the story of NAVI is continuing.
I think it's important for every lineup, every team, to have a good IGL. We don't think that by losing one player, we are destroying our lineup, destroying our legacy, destroying our system. No. I think it's more about opportunities. When the one door closed, another one is open. Now it's a new chapter for us. Now we're testing Electronic as an IGL. He vouched like himself, he wanted to try this role. And he has a lot of experience. I think we already worked a lot in flip side very closely, especially even more in NAVI, because he is one of the players with whom I speak a lot about the game. Nowadays, there is not a lot of good IGLs, and good IGLs, it's always about experience. So now it's a very good opportunity. We still have everything that we need to win trophies. We have best player in the world, simple. We have Electronic, who is very experienced, and he is very good at analyzing macro situations on the map. We have really good firepower with star players like Beat. He's very young, and I think we are far from what he can be. And Perfecto, the guy who's always in the tough situations, like in clutch situations, he has very good aim, very good movement, and understanding of the game. And this is one of players, Perfecto, who can be a star in future, but all he needs is confidence and proper mindset. We believe in our system, and at the moment we will play almost the same CS that we played throughout this year. And we had chances, good chances in this year to win some of them. I think it will be the same here. If we will find the groove, the vibes of event, we have players who can show incredible things. So Simple will feel the stage, Electronic will feel the stage. The lineup is really strong.
As confident as ever, NAVI still looking to find success, and there's a lot of moving parts in this, but let's talk about SDY a little more in detail, right? Because we remember him from the Spirit times, then he went to Mad Lions, but I don't know about you, Pimp, but I would never look at him being on a real tier 1 team.
I always thought he was underrated, to be completely honest, right? He's been playing Counter-Strike for quite some time. Back in 16, 17, he started to break out, and in Spirit in particular, he was always one of these like selfless players that was willing to die for the teammates, willing to go aggressive. So people may think SDY, who is he, and is he good enough for NAVI? Na'Vi, I would say yes, so far. He's obviously just a stand-in for now, but he's a quality player.
He definitely is a quality player. And Electronic, right? This is a man who we have praised time and time again, constantly up there as some of the best players in the world. The counterpart, right, to Simple, the man by his side, now having to lead. It isn't an easy transition, but he's got the experience.
I don't know what to expect from Electronic. Let's be completely honest. We've never seen an in-game lead before. We don't really know that much when it comes to his style of in-game leading as well. So I'm curious to see if we already in game one can spot tendencies that is illustrating that, okay, we got a new leader on Navi, and maybe he's taking them in a different direction. I think between him and Blade, there's going to be a lot of work to do.
Oh, there is going to be a lot of work to do, but let's focus in on this standard a little bit more. I got to catch up with Sundar Young just a little bit before this, so let's find out what he had to say. The SDY, you're now on Navi, and I want to see how much of an opportunity do you see this as?
I think it's the biggest opportunity in my life, actually, and I hope I'll use it in the right way.
Now, Electronica's IGL and obviously some roles and stuff have changed within the team. How are you feeling in your roles and position?
Still not the best. I have some uncomfortable positions, but I'm getting used to it pretty fast, and I think I'm doing a really good job in this. And also Electronic is pretty good caller, I think.
And in terms of this matchup against OG, it's like a stand-in battle because you've got OG with standings, you standing in yourself. Do you feel much pressure or nerves in a game like this, considering it's the first official match for you on Navi?
Of course there is some pressure, but I can manage to handle it, I'm pretty sure, and it's fine for me.
And in terms of Navi being ready for this matchup, how do you feel in like the map pool and you guys as a team?
I think we really love the map pools that we have now versus them, and Vito goes our way, and we are confident in it.
I look forward to seeing it. SDY, thank you very much.
Thank you.
The best opportunity for SDY, that's what he's saying, but also a huge opportunity on the other side here for Dexter. This man, right, we were all shocked when he leaves Spirit, especially after the major run, but now he's on this new face OG, who also have a lot of changing pieces, and now it's time for him to show that high level.
Yeah, two former teammates going toe-to-toe right here. They're both in Spirit together, playing a little bit right there. Sundar Young, as you see, obviously having more maps played. Dexter, though, coming in very hot.
Yes.
He is right now one of the hottest prospects when it comes to the AWP. Recently left Spirit right now, able to stand in for OG as well. It's great to see him at the big stage. I'm curious to see if he can come in and, I guess, illustrate on an English level as well. Is he good enough to incorporate himself into an English-speaking roster? I think individually speaking on the server, Dexter has a lot to offer.
Well, when they first arrived, I quickly caught up with Flames, had a little chat with him, and he was saying Dexter just in their like practice match has been absolutely owning. But not only was he owning, right, because I'll take that with a pinch of salt. Flames was excited to play alongside Dexter, right? See what this man can deliver. He says the communication's good, you know. We've heard English interviews with Dexter, but the main thing I have a problem with is that it's not just Dexter, right? We've now seen Neofrag come in, we've seen Fiku come in. There is a lot of change for OG, and when we first saw him back at Dubai, it wasn't pretty.
It wasn't pretty, but they were playing with Manto, and not to discredit Manto at all, but he's in a bit of a rough shape right now. He's not really playing the best of best Counter-Strike he's ever had. So you look towards Dexter, you look towards the firepower he brought at the major. You hear on Flames, you know, saying that he's always dropping 30 bombs in practice. I think in terms of raw firepower, they have an upgrade in Dexter, and maybe that could elevate them to a new level. Because I agree, we saw them at the Dubai tour, and it wasn't pretty. Not at all.
Now, Simple gave an interview on HLTV. He is saying not much has changed on the strategy, right? So I doubt the video is going to change so much. But for OG, we're still learning about what they're going to be doing on this pimp. Do you think there's any wild cards they can throw out here?
Not really. To be completely honest, it was kind of standard during the Dubai tour as well. We saw Nexa as well struggling a little bit with his individual skill, and I think that's usually a symptom of him focusing a lot on the players around him. You're bringing in two new guys in Neofrag, you're bringing in Fico as well, and you have to address a lot of your, I guess, mental capacity in order to make them feel comfortable. That will hurt Nexa a little bit in the beginning, and I still think right now what we're seeing from OG is them, you know, trying to figure out what is the future for this lineup. How are we going to play? How am I going to elevate Neofrag? How am I going to feel Fico comfortable? And for Nexa, that's a big task.
Now, when we're looking at these two teams going head-to-head, right, I'm still going to give a massive advantage to Navi on the firepower. They're going to be the favorites coming into this. But how do you think the actual matchup goes when you're looking at the head-to-head duels here? Because Dexter is definitely someone I think could challenge Simple in a better way than what Mantu could have.
I fully agree. Dexter is super proactive, right? He's a player that is always going to lose on his terms. What I mean by that is that if he's going to lose this game, if he's going to lose duels to Simple, it will be on his terms. He will be out there, he will be proactive, he will go for the duels, and that's what I love about Dexter. I would much rather see an AWP player go down with the flag high, you know, trying to make it happen instead of just sitting back and being passive, which is usually the style we see from Manto. So when it comes to Simple versus Dexter, I think that's a much more potent duel than it would have been had it been Manto.
And the thing is here, right, you're talking about Nexa maybe having not so much a good performance recently when we speak about the Dubai event, but I want to know how much will happen to Electronic with this change, because he's the guy we could always rely on.
Yeah, you say that, right? But Electronic has also had a bit of a rough 2022. We saw during the major that he stepped up in the playoff, but overall, you look at his 22 so far, it hasn't really been that great. So how much are you actually losing in terms of raw firepower from Electronic that he hasn't already lost, right? That's the big question for me. I will say, though, that coming in as a new in-game leader, it's going to be tough for Electronic, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see him lag a little bit in terms of individual output on the server, but he hasn't been playing too well in 2022 so far, given his own standards, so I wouldn't really be too worried in that department.
Now, it was only Launders in our predictions, right, that went for OG, as he always does. But is there really a chance for him this one, Pimp? How do you look at it?
I saw OG play at the Dubai Tour, and even though Dexter's coming in right now, and obviously he's a great player, I don't believe there's any chance whatsoever. I think SDY is a fantastic stand-in. I think Simple is here to prove something, right? He said in an interview coming in, he's tired of moving around, he's tired of traveling, but when he's at a tournament, he is fully focused. So no, I would say that there should be no chance for OG, but never say never.
Well, let's take a look at the Vita and let's see what maps we're going to get and have some of these questions answered here, Pimp.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious to see where OG is going to pull this one ahead, right? We know the bans are coming out both for OG and Navi. No Nuke, no Vertigo. That's a given. But if you're OG, what is your pick going to be? It's going to be the standard Inferno. That could put a bit of a spinner into it. I know Dexter in particular is very comfortable on that map, but it's also one of those maps that when you have team play, when you're Navi, when you have I guess a protocol to play after, something Blake can introduce as well, it's going to be tough for OG to do much.
Now the Mirage coming in for Navi, obviously not being able to get Nuke in there, the one we normally see them go for. Mirage is one still where the individuals will shine.
Yeah, and that's one of the talking points right here. We saw OG play Mirage during the Dubai Tour as well. It wasn't too pretty. Ancient coming in as a potential third map. I don't think Navi had lost Ancient in more than 170 days or something like that. Maybe even more than that. I don't remember the statistic. I brought it up during the major, but Navi don't lose on Ancient. So even if we were to go to a third map, it's going to be incredible tough for OG.
Pimp, you just said even if we were. You don't think OG got a chance on Inferno there, Pick?
I don't think so, to be completely honest. I'm curious to see what Electronic is going to bring to the offer right here. I'm curious to see how Simple is going to play SDY, how he's going to be integrated, but all I'm saying is that I saw OG at the Dubai Tour. They come straight from Dubai into this event, so it's very limited what practice time they've had as a unit, even with Dexter as well. So no, let's be completely honest. If OG can make this a competitive game, if they can push Navi to 13, 14, maybe even an overtime game, that in itself would be a victory for OG, but let alone winning the game, I doubt it.
Oof. Well, you know what? One thing we've touched on, we heard it in the interview from SDY, is the fact that this is a huge opportunity for him, right? To come back to a top level if he can stay on Navi. Now, if we look at Fiku, though, right, and we look at him on the OG side, this is a great opportunity for him and NeoFrag, right? You look at their past teams, OG is the first one where we're talking about really up there.
That's the thing, right? There's a difference, though. SDY is trying to establish himself as a top player, right? A player that can go on a team that is one of the best in the world in Navi. Was for Fico, as to see right here, he's been in AGO, now he's joining OG Esports. He's just trying to establish himself as a professional player, right? He wants a place within this circus, within this world, and I think he's a good player. I think he's a decent player, and as Nexus said in an interview, maybe not the most experienced, but for the price they could get him, a decent player.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? And then we have NeoFrag, who's in a similar spot, right? And I'm going to say, with Nexus saying that, like, the price we could afford, does that just mean, like, okay, we don't really want these guys, we wanted other people, but we were limited?
I mean, you can always read too much into it, right? But if you're Nexus, obviously, if you could go out and buy Simple, that would have been great, but that's not possible. They're not interested. The same goes for some of the free agents out there, right? You get NeoFrag, who's, I would say, a decent player, a guy who did super well in Sinners, and a guy that has a lot of potential. But if you could get guys like JKS, if you could get Valde right now, who's out of a place right as well, then that would have been nice, but he didn't want to play for them.
No, that's the thing, right? I love how you mentioned Valde in there, because that was the weird one when we're looking at the roster. I'm like, why would you remove him? Like, why would you not have him on the team? But I'm guessing maybe he just didn't want to stay around.
I think that's more a case of Valde, you know, wanting to try something new. But I agree, you know, there's free agents out there that probably could have been better than NeoFrag and Fico, but they're still quality signings.
Well, let's see, right, when it comes to this matchup, we're waiting for the players to get themselves ready and into this one. But I think the main thing is also going to be how SDY handles being back at this level, you know? Because, you know, when we look at them on the Mad Lions roster, they sometimes make it through, like, a little bit deeper into qualifiers, but they were not playing at this standard of Counter-Strike.
I agree. And one of the things you as a viewer can look out for when it comes to SDY's level and how he's playing on the server, don't be, I guess, surprised if he's not scared of dying. That's a player who's willing to run around. That's a player who's willing to go in first. That's a player who's willing to create all the space in the world for a guy like Simple, for a guy like Perfecto, for a guy like Electronic for that matter as well. And that's what you want to see. So a SDY who's not scared on the server, that's an SDY who's feeling comfortable.
And this is the thing, right? When we're talking about it and looking at like what he's going to bring to the table, the fact that Electronic and his roles are going to swap in some of it, it was talking about how Bit's going to have some interesting new roles. Electronic's obviously going to take more of a step back because they want to keep him alive. They want to keep him running around in the system for it. And SDY is going to have some pretty big shoes to fill in that.
One of the things I noticed in Simple's interview coming into this tournament was that he said Electronic is very good at reading the round, you know, reading mid-round calls. So Electronic, a player we know to be involved in a lot of opening duels and always trying to create space, maybe he has to take a step back. Maybe he has to allow SDY to do it and then, you know, be able to read the game in the middle of the round. So I'm curious to see how aggressive Electronic is going to be and whether or not we're going to see him take a step back in order to allow SDY and Simple maybe to make the difference.
Well, let's find out how it's going to go down. Some questions are certainly going to be answered in this game. It's time for us to move into it with Scrawny and Launders.
That's right, we're here. Scrawny and hot chocolate, actually, folks. And we're back in it with Blast for 2 BO3s tonight. Feels good to be back at Blast, doesn't it?
And Lisbon. Is my mic working?
I hear you.
Oh, you can hear me?
Yeah,
okay.
You're nice and clear.
Yeah, and it's good to be back at Lisbon, you know, hot, sunny Lisbon. We love it here. So this is a really cool match because we've got so many new players that haven't played against each other.
Yeah.
We have Fico and Neofrag who have very little experience versus any tier 1 level competition, even though they have absolutely proven themselves as the best of the tier 2. And we've got SDY, another player who we've known for a long time. I mean, I've been casting him play for over 6 years, I think, at this point. And back in that time, he was somebody who was actually rumored to maybe get a chance to play on NAVI. And if I remember correctly, one of the rumors was that he didn't want to join because he was happy playing with his friends. And that was kind of, I think that's an aspect of him that would only make him more desirable. So here we are on Inferno, the debut of SDY on NAVI, and Neofrag, Fiku, and Dagster playing for OG.
Coming hot off of a major semi-final. Into OG he goes. You know, 2 new players, a stand-in underneath the leadership of Nexa. Sumdai Young being IGL'd by Electronic. Full-time IGL Electronic now for Navi. The winds of change. Double flashbang, frag, smoke. So good amounts of utility here for Navi. We get the apartments crawl with 3. And it's just going to be that standard little A-pop. Molotov on Fiku, destined for the defense. Berettas, though, up close. Headshot immediately out of Electronic. He's not able to get that second. Flames with the entry. Trade back. Smoke goes down Moto side. That's going to deny Sumdai Young any sort of vision, but his teammate sure sees and shoots sharp. That's Dagster down. Flamesy barely hanging on as well, right? Low HP after that push through the apartments. They're already very much surrounded, so Navi responding pretty quick and keeping 2 of OG's players locked into this bomb site. They're cowering, hiding behind boxes as they lose that anchor over towards the pit, and no answer seems to be coming out of OG. They'll take their bomb plant, they'll take their money, and that is the end of that. Navi winning first pistol.
Yeah, great retake, man. They spread out very fast and took over the lane, and just as that important as that pit kill was for Flamesy from the halls, it was equally as important to have that nade received by him for Navi as they were coming up lane. That's the most important part of the A site that they both managed to crack open. So at least for OG, they get the bomb down. That's a ton of money coming into round number 2. It'll affect the buy for Navi as well, but always nice to start off on a round win, and that's Navi right now, but looks like the mood is good. You know Abdul's always having fun. Flamesy said the communication's really good with him. He said his English is insane. Not just good English, insane English.
Insane.
Yeah. Let's see if he can talk crazy through this one. Well, actually, it doesn't affect the buy very much. This is interesting from Navi. They're going into 4 MP9s. There's something of a risk involved with a buy like this. Look at the amount of AKs, just rifles here on OG. But it's paying off for the moment. Actually, okay, so we're talking about changing spots because SDY is coming onto the team. And he's playing Pit, actually. So Electronic will be moving over to B to play with Bit in place of Boomich. And that is already an interesting change. And I think on every map, there are spots that SDY got that he was used to, and there are some spots that he has been given and other players have moved around, both Bit and Electronic on different maps, I believe. So we'll get to see that all for the first time as well. And yeah, I think this is the first time in how many years that Electronic has not played Pit.
Speaking about good communication and Degster, I mean, you know, Electronic is somebody who's always been touted by his teammates as having good comms. Whether or not those good comms are good enough to turn into an in-game leadership, just not somebody that I would have flagged as that IGL, but key piece. We'll get to see it, right? This is an interesting time for Navi. Transitions being made and entries as well. Flames gets the headshot over towards Coffin, could open things up, but we got that boost from Bit. He falls down alive and kicking. Still hanging on to 20 HP. Simple one and done off the side of this. We've got a set of eyes focused towards Coffin. 7 seconds. The CT smoke fades, but the second CT starts to come around these corners. Degster cutting down the first. Quick swap into the AK. Can't hang on. Electronic and some Die Young looking to pinch inside this site. Ooh, a little bit of patience there. Flamesy waiting for the peak, but he doesn't get it. And Navi convert 2 alive.
Before it's too late, I think that that gun that got picked up blocked some of the bullets from Electronic coming out of Con. Yeah, I think it did catch them. That was interesting, but it didn't save his life. He still ended up dying. Navi win the retake, and they did with 4 MP9s as well. So in this spot, they get the first oranges plant because Degster takes his deep angle inside of construction. But when they lose him, that's all they've got. And Dexter didn't have much HP. So at the very least, he could lock down a plant. And because they lost enough players, they can't just pick up all of the AKs and Galil. So it does cost Navi something, but they're perfectly happy to win in that fashion. OG will go on to round 3 with Eagles. So it was the piece of content we actually did at Blast London. I think it was with Boomich. We made like a Frankenstein player with all of, you know, the options.
Yeah.
And that's when he said that Electronic, I asked who has the best comms on Navi, and he said Electronic, the best communication. And he said it with a lot of conviction. I mean, he feel like really meant it there. And since then, there was actually a point in time where they had something of an IGL crisis, and they didn't know who was going to pick up the calling. And I think Electronic started calling on Mirage and maybe a select couple of maps. So these are 2 good early signs for him. And I think it really means something that there's a player on your team that wants to call, because it is the least fun job, and it's also the hardest. Besides king crab fishing.
Ah, yes.
Yeah.
That's true. So I've heard. Couple pieces of utility chucked back and forth. Neofrag and Fiku. Very fun to see, you know, guys who have lackluster amounts, tier 1 CS experience, just kind of getting that quick jump into an event like this, right? OG qualifying for spring finals. It's one of those things where it's kind of no pressure because you are new to the game. Not the game, but these types of events. Your reward, you get top 4, we're talking a packed stadium, you know, another skyrocketing young roster, but such a time to prove themselves. And right now it's NEXA. Quick headshot from him. Neofrag, no answer. Bomb just fizzles out, folks. They walk this into the bomb site with not enough time. They even get their kills, but you give yourself 5 extra seconds. You're talking 2 versus 2 with picked up weapons. Instead, nothing.
Yeah. Ooh, a little awkward. Wait, so there are 2 guns in the site that they grabbed, right?
Yep.
At least? Okay. At least. Hey, Montu. Hope you're feeling better, man.
I don't know. He's looking a little flat.
Yeah. Man, well, OG playing with... It's 1 new player for this event, and, you know, not having your star opera is one thing, but then 2 players who you barely have any experience with who are coming on. So this is IGL Challenge Impossible level here for NEXA.
Ooh, nice and easy. Bit. Clean as hell with the M4, and yeah, he gets back as well. Not an issue. The flashbangs there just giving him that little bit of timing he needed to get away safely. NEXA trying to chase, but everything's already gone. They've conceded this banana control, sat back on site 2 players, even opened up Electronic to move over towards A.
This round is halfway over. I mean, they can go full passive if they'd like to. The walk-up is coming, and we've seen so much love for OG towards the B site. Bit's crack spotting his teammates at quad, so he doesn't have to worry about him that much if there's a timing. They'll still both be aware of it. NEXA's made some progress. And getting further than this is going to be hard. They're relying on NeoFrag at this point, but the rotations can come slowly, and he can be cleared, but he gets the headshot.
Clean first one, clean second. Gets that deep peek, guns for the third, does a ton of damage, but Simple still stands. Perfecto still waits. Locked into new box. The Molotov arrives. He gets flushed out by the fire. And we're to the 2v2 with 30 seconds left. Sumdai Young gonna come sprinting over while Simple just buys time and waits. Question will be, does Nexa try to take this fight before? But no, he just locks it into coffins. Simple starting to look a little bit deeper. Dexter backs up into his own death. 13 HP. Health advantage here for Nexa. Simple tries to clear it, and we've got OG on the board.
That was a very tough spot that NeoFrag was in, and I honestly didn't like how quiet it was when he was waiting for the rotations, and they obviously still came in and hard cleared him, but not only did he hit the first shot, he got another kill and then did half the life of Simple, who could have won that 1v1. So an enormous round from NeoFrag. Again, as they were kind of painted into a corner in this position, Bit was thinking this trade is for free and I need to grab it. And then they come through with every little bit of utility in the end and win. So really well done here, in particular from NeoFrag. Just like that, they've siphoned the money out of NAVI. It's funny how this smoke has become like the old way of smoking mid, so you can be pretty nervous about any kind of boost. Everyone beginning to smoke deep these days. I think they might have a read on the money just because of how little pressure is coming down, but they have heard one M4. And once again with the bomb, leaning towards the B site. Feels like they're making their intentions known, but at the same time, they're scouring halls, holding for the mid push. Playing off the clock. No stack for NAVI whatsoever. But look at the amount of smokes left over, actually. This is a problem for OG. They're at 40 seconds and they're starting to lean B. They don't have Simple on any utility. They're trying to go back to the A site. They think it's too late to do this. So this might work out pretty well. Bit comes back over, but he's got no utility on him.
Simple eats that flash hard. Simple goes down. Dexter finds it through the smoke. Made easy. Here's the Deagle rattling off, sends one back the other direction. So Dexter, 6-4 is his start so far. And that's kind of one of those win conditions, I think, right? If OG are going to show up with a stand-in, Dexter, again, major semifinalist. Major semifinalist. And touted by Flames as somebody who is absolutely owning at the moment. So transitions it into the official.
Yeah, he said they've been playing FaZe for 3 days, and he hasn't got less than 35 kills.
Now, could Flames be lying?
I know he lies all the time. I can tell.
Yeah, you can see it in his
That's
eyes.
why he's such a tricky player. But what's also interesting to counter that on the other team, SDY did an interview with NAVI where they just kind of asked about his whole life story, really. And he said that he's been playing Counter-Strike since he was 3 years old, which is already nuts. And then, apparently, he's won both a Counter-Strike and a Dota LAN before he was young enough to remember. At 6 years old. He said that his parents told him that.
Well, you know, your parents also lie to you.
I guess, you know.
Oh, it's hot. But Electronic gets past. Now, he's made a ruckus. Flame's going to be on high alert. With support just next to him. Still a little bit of damage comes out. 3/4 the HP here for Flames. Molly into the apartments.
If your parents ever told you that Santa was real, then...
Oh, dude, whoa, shh.
They're proven liars.
The kids are watching. Prius is observing this game. He hears everything you're saying.
He's in tears right now.
Don't break it to him. CT's definitely just giving a bit of space here to OG. Not trying to come in with anything too crazy. Really felt like the life got sucked out of this one the moment Electronic dies in apps. Lean towards the A stack. Hope this smoke gets respected. Instead, B site's about to get excavated. They're going through all the motions as well.
Oh, wait a second. Whoa, with no utility coming back, they're actually running back into the A stack, thinking we can only go B that many times. Navi are one step ahead.
Oh, the call is good. How about the headshots?
15 seconds.
You got to get the headshots. And there's nobody else to support now. Moto Smoke's still down. SDY from the corner. Bomb gets dropped. 8 seconds. 2 CTs make it just simple. He gets spotted and shaved off the side of the pillar. So even as they go back to where the problems were, they solve them.
Dexter does these big catapult slaps, which...
Yeah, really lots of momentum.
Lots of momentum. Plus, you know, Abdul is strong. So I feel like this could numb out your hand. And Flamesy is kind of frail, right? So this would be... I think this could do some long-term damage. Look at this.
Yeah.
Wow. The power right there. Flamesy is holding it in. That was fine.
They're only 6 rounds deep. A potential 3-map series. Some more limitations here for Navi. Double MP9. FaMAS, Electronic on an AUG. Keep your eyes open for that. Neo Frag looking for the quick kill.
Oh, wasn't spotted.
Dexter trying to hone in on it. Frag grenade comes out. Limited bits of utility here for Navi. Still hanging on to the 2 smoke single flash. But anything that could tenderize OG before they make a play, gone.
Their money has been pretty terrible, huh?
Mm-hmm.
So with the amount of utility left, their best case right now is smoke and stack. They will leave a gaping hole here in the archway. It'll be smoked off. We haven't seen OG use arch too much, so this might be the right way to stack. This does mean there's an enormous timing in CT as they leave this open. Of course, Electronic in the mini pit watching for the arch wrap. The T's haven't decided where they want to go just yet. It feels like they're picking somewhat blindly, as Navi are just not giving them anyone to look at. And now as they walk it back over, Navi have once again kind of stacked up in the right spot. This time they've got better guns. Oh man, that is such a late smoke. 20 seconds. This is time trouble for sure.
Playing a dangerous game, OG, but they made this bet. Now Bit puts one to rest. Nexa, Fiku, there's the answer. And Perfecto just needs to lock into the coffin. 7 seconds. Stop another player, he's good. But nobody picked up that bomb. It's going to come down to the very finest of margins. And he's got it. That's nasty. Two players pushed past the bomb carrier trying to clear out coffins. He had to vault back over the half wall to get that plant by the skin of their teeth. I almost feel, no bias, OG deserved to be punished for that.
I mean, they ran it so late, and they once again get smoked. A lot of these have come down to the final seconds, and if Perfecto gets one kill, it is just finished. With the bomb left in pool, they were clutching their pearls, so they'll be very happy to get that bomb down. I mean, they even saved 3 players in this situation coming through the smoke. I feel like Bit could have easily got 2 with that MP9 after he got his first kill, but OG don't have to think about that. They can move forward. I mean, their expectations are going to be somewhat limited for themselves too. Like, let's just see how well we can do. Being able to get through a T side is already impressive. And I think, as SDY said, they've got a good veto here for Navi. They should feel comfortable. We get another half investment, and I feel like Navi have not been doing great on the calculator this game. Just looking back on some of the buys they put together, I think they'll be fine here. Creeping up on max loss.
Take a calculus class or something.
Yeah, bust out the Texas Instruments.
Ooh. Bit tries to come around that corner. Face full of lead from Nexa. Double nades to the sandbag, so a couple protocols here. And there it is, Electronic. In with the AUG. Hopper tried to go for that CT peek. Weapon gets controlled. Neo back onto the AK. It's as if never died.
Did they just double smoke? Yeah, they double smoke B. That's a huge mistake. You know, this is the thing is that, like, in a situation like this, if you double smoke B by accident, if you're OG, this could feel like a mind game because of the amount of times that you've ended on this side of the map. It really comes down to if they want to read into it too much. But one thing is for sure, that's one less smoke guaranteed on the map overall. That could have been used later. That could have been for a cheat rotation to A. And in this spot, it looks like OG will actually read this correctly. There's one in Arch. Of course, it's one of the better guns in SDY. Not too much action for him. Here's a first kill.
The first one come out.
Won't be any supporting flash from this position, so he's kind of trapped.
Yeah, he can feel it. Oh, almost times it while one of the two T's looks away. Simple in the pit. Desperate for Perfecto to rotate through that library. He holds off, eats the flash, and they get into that bomb site. He knows there's one above him, sees him, and stops him on the fall down. Fiku's out of this. Nexa, hands were busy, but NeoFrag gives a nice little shoulder to lean on, pops the noggins of two, and pushes Electronic into the clutch. Now he walks through, picks up a flash, and is found the moment he emerges. It is a 5-3 lead for OG.
I think despite the time trouble that we've seen, the entries have been so precise that they haven't actually had many issues. A couple of these kills have come from NeoFrag. Oh, that was a cool way to find that kill. Boost back in CT spawn over on B.
A little short clear. Could have been a moment where NeoFrag gets punished, but no, he was fast with it. Glance.
Happy to be here.
That high five is going to kill someone.
It's going to hurt. You know, I've seen hands fall asleep for less. All right. It feels like the first goodbye in years. OG have won 5 straight. And even though I say goodbye, I mean, we are still limited in terms of resource utility here. So bottom B control at least. No smokes left on that side of the map. They're playing to spot right now, but they don't have an op on B, so they'll also fall back quite easily. And actually, the tempo is pretty good here from OG. Like, if they come back window flash, they can get this jump spot back. And if they can get simple to leave Arch, they might come back and hit A. We'll see where they commit. They're taking a little bit too long to do this. Okay, well, finally pop that and start running, it looks like. Yeah.
More and more util starts to come out of Navi. Another incendiary. That time the smoke misses the mark. Ooh, we get a little play on the side of it from Perfecto. Simple draws him in, but he loses each of his teammates. They could still get away with this. There's a wrap coming in from construction. No, NeoFrag actually just stops on the tree. Simple, peeks out, stops bomb. Finally, it is going to get stopped. You know, this is a moment where the banana player has to go back and double check. NeoFrag tries to lock in, where we've seen him do good things from here. But with nobody watching the bomb plant, Simple is still alive. And you thought, well, Simple loses the CT player, loses the guy over on Pillar. Pretty easy to keep eyes on him, but...
Yeah, that was the one position they had to cover. They did kill both in sight. This is actually, again, a fantastic entries, this time from Fico. They're kind of taking turns getting entries on either site. But that's a spot right there around the 45-second mark where, you know, they're at the bottom of Banana. I mean, if there was some kind of risky aggression taken by Navi, they would have just got stopped right there. And they know they could get bit back. But they've basically had to run the entire way. Whoa. Dexter knocks off some kneecaps, but they eat a nade and some molly damage in response. That was a very nice exchange for Navi so far. Looks like a accidental late car molly as they peek behind it. Next has got to stay sharp. Can't have too many rounds like that happening. Again, you know, hard to organize with new players.
Without losing some of the procedures. I feel like they got away with it a couple of times already, and then the most recent round is one where it's just
funny thing is, that most of those rounds, they still won narrowly, and they had like multiple alive. So the money's not that bad.
Nope.
But okay, finally some action back towards the A site.
After a few reminders, maybe just keep it a bit quicker, right? I feel like that extra 10 seconds of sitting bottom mid last round, you know, those are those moments where skip that, make a difference. Individually, OG looking good. SDY around the side of the balcony, finds the first one on flame. Simple hits his shot. That's a distraction served up for Electronic, and this is a spectacular hold. Everything that they need to go well does so. Early damage as well from the util is going to keep Dexter away. Quick scope, very nice. It's at least one casualty the side of Navi, but it is a tie game again. 5 rounds each, and an op to be held onto here. Nobody going to hunt down Dexter, so they tried to go and start that process of hitting the A site, and they just get smacked back by the brick wall that is Sumdae Young from Balk.
Yeah, we're lacking a couple of flashes in this position, and Sumdae Young was able to push out in the halls. They didn't have any site smoke, no moto smoke coming down either, so this is a farm between all the players who are able to coordinate too easily here. So not much resistance. And now we can see why OG have loved ending B so many times. That was way too easy for Navi, but they test SDY passes right there off the pit. Tied game now. And dare I say it, the healthiest buy for Navi in this time.
Bit tries to jump up. He gets caught out by Nexa.
Can't do it like Boomich.
Oh, but he can't escape the fire. Neofrag still burned out. Thought he could leap over it, but dive bombs into the bed of coals. Scorched.
I feel like Halls Pops have been an opportunity this game. They've been playing pretty standard spots on the A site. And either, you know, pit or on balcony, but no aggressive Halls plays. So they did any kind of fake pressure on B and tried to waterfall. I think there might be some rounds there, but I mean, they haven't looked into Halls that often, so I'm not sure they have that info. And oof, now they'll be a bit nervous. They hear the flash into mid. Nobody is spotted. Navi still have to be worried about Halls, so they can't actually just completely rotate over. But maybe Electronic can cheat. Looks like not. It'll just come down to these two.
He was thinking about it for a second. Now the util comes in. A little bit of a timing loss. Simple misses a shot, doesn't get a second chance, and there's no 2K here from Perfecto, so just that one off oranges. Man advantage, bomb plant, tough spot, and because Electronic was still so far away, there's no retake potential on this one. Simple had a chance, missed the shot, and with it, OG just slide right in.
Yeah, they didn't really have that many options if Simple missed, and you should, right? You should have something more, but he didn't have a smoke for himself versus an execute. They lost top banana, and there was plenty of time this time around for OG to get away with that exec and make it look very legitimate. So right here, there's a chance, but he moves from a spot where he wanted to be on quad. First shot gets dropped, and yeah, it can come down to the side hold. Perfecto gets one, but I mean, I don't think either of them had counter utility in this position. So I think they really needed that CT flash to come through to assist in a second peek. Not surprised that he dies after missing that opportunity. And OG pull ahead again. You know, certainly doesn't feel like they're in pristine form. Otherwise, they probably would have won a few more of these rounds. But again, you got to appreciate the entries from OG. They've looked very sharp.
Neofrag always doing a good job of finding at least one towards banana. Another international Counter-Strike roster showing us a little bit of good form, man.
Yeah, over on OG, they're kind of the Moneyball lineup. I mean, even though the interview recently they were saying that they basically got Neofrag and Fiku because it was affordable. That's pretty much what was mentioned, and they have always kind of done that. They've always tried to pick up a player who is next up and try to make the most of it. I mean, there has to be orgs that are willing to take those kinds of risks, and players like NeoFrag have been they've been grinding for this view for a long time.
Electronic, ooh, not too far off. Oh, but the FaZe from Nexa, just that little bit sharper. Simple again to be tested. We've got Bit wrapping around Arch and just holding the CT spawn side of it. And some Die Young just outside of the balcony. Minute mark gets the util out.
They actually spotted him trying to get space back there. So they can leave now knowing that the CT option was shut down. Maybe they don't have protocols to fall back onto. This lack of proactivity here from Navi so far this half is catching up to them. A lot of opportunities have been missed. And now worse than ever, they're 4v5.
Nice camera angles, boys. 3 in a row into number 4 with the 2 CTs on site. Ooh, nade. Hits the back end of it. Perfect from
right on the
Perfecto. Gonna take a bit of utility, a little bit of wind out of the sails of OG. They stutter step for the CT cross. Perfecto burned out from the corner, and it's gonna fall onto Bit. He's got 2 with their heads turned. And the player back, Banana and Degster, no. Siphoned away. As the bomb carriers were still thinking there's gotta be somebody on site, but they were far more concerned with the players, or the possibility of the players behind New Box, behind Dark.
Yeah.
And instead, you know, the smoke fades in that instant just before they turn their attention back, and with it, it's not to put up a 6th.
Yeah, and this was opening kill for Nexa early in the round. But look at this utility, right? Right on the flasher who's trying to help them scale. That's going to rock your attack. I mean, you're now thinking about what positions are not going to be blind. What do we have to worry about? And it's the second time so far in a rifle round this half where the Coffins player stops the plant and there's not enough time to put the bomb down again.
Ooh, hello. CTs are home. Little double peek into the apartment, something right out of the spawn, straight off the bat, and sure enough, Navi 5v4.
Yeah, they kind of had the same idea there. Actually makes sense for Flames. You want to speed up in positions you know that your opponent's not taking control of over and over again, because why lose that time for no reason? But Navi, for once, they go with the Astralis Hall setup, get that first pick. We're in the final 3 rounds of the first half. And the money is finally starting to get tested here for OG. Just a deagle on Nexa. There is a gun retrievable inside of the halls. But they've got their head halfway through this B door right now. Oh. Punish for the crack spot.
Up close? No. Tries for the quick scope. Bit's got a bit of ambiguity. Could be on the other side of this in a little pit. Could have wrapped around Coffins as he has. And that flashbang almost set up Bit perfectly. He's not able to get the headshot onto Nexa, so instead he tucks into the new box. 35 seconds, electronics on the cross. Guns dry. Empty weapon costs him. Bit responds from the short peek, flash in front, and he actually kills Nexa with that nade. That is crazy. Goes bowling off of the back wall. And Fiku can't find anything further as all of the smokes had faded. The cross is being locked in by the op, and we've got Navi back to winning ways at the end of this CT side.
You know how that's ironically an argument for the A1S? Because if he had the A1S, he would have had to reload already.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's what we learned. Unfortunate for Electronic.
Oh!
It was a great shot, though, from Nexa.
Nice.
But you got to appreciate Bit, what he does here. For him, it's all about priorities. Like, he knows he's good enough to shoot anybody 50-50. But instead of taking that duel, spamming down the opper, he makes sure he prioritizes getting the quad first. Delays from there, gets his utility out, and then fights.
Gonna have a few players run right through. Good control for the headshot onto NeoFrag. Perfecto's just back behind him. They got bombed, stranded in the open. And I'm sorry to break it to you, Degster. It is a matter of time. Down he goes. The hands of Electronic. So 8 for Navi, 1 left in this half, and the CT side starting to vaporize OG. 16 and 10 is Bit at the moment. So that is the absolute standout performance that has got Navi back on track.
You know, in 2022, we're like, you know, has Bit just won too much? Is he starting to cool off a bit? And then the major rolled around, And Bit was the least culpable player for their losses. He was the most impressive, I think, player on the whole roster throughout that entire major run. I think he was pulled a 1.20 plus rating across the major, 12 maps or so. You know, he's clearly still hungry and definitely doing his part to be consistent as he needs to. Obviously, they look a little slow, but still, 8 rounds on the comeback. I think any worse teams would get tilted with the way that OG have won. And we'll end it on strong buy versus strong buy.
A little bit more apartments aggression. Not something we saw at NAVI for the entire half, but, you know, sprinkling it in towards the end here. They don't see anything as we get the creep and crawl from OG just, 10 seconds later. Now Sumdai Young's going to be positioned closer to it all. Standing on the rafters. Oh, what? Excuse you, Flames and Electronic down to Neofrag. So they get the entries they need from the apartments. Perfecto's smoked out of the equation for the time being, but it is still, calm from OG. There's no panic. Bomb only getting into the site now. Smoking off one of the T's down mid could open up an attack from lane already. How about apartments, though? We've got a player still up there. That's Degster, waiting for his chance to strike, as is Nexa. He's got backs turned to him. Simple, cautious of exactly this. Degster kills Bit. Simple still able to answer with the Deagle. And unfortunately for Perfecto, he has been smoked off since the dawn of time. Finally, he gets a chance to go towards that site, but it's OG to say goodnight to the T side and send us to the break. When we come back, it's Navi on the offense.
Dead. You can go short, library, but let's go short.
20 seconds. I'm molly bike for you. I'm molly. I'm flashing with side flash.
Go flash. Boom.
Balcony clear.
I plan super safe, boys.
Headshot.
Dead. Headshot. One long.
2v2.
Nice.
2v1. Long, he was long. Snap. You scored.
Are you sure?
Bad
smoke.
Just hide, Nico.
Nice!
Nice, boys.
Nice.
Come on, let's go.
Sorry for
Good patience, good patience, good patience.
All right, listen, we got 2 new players on OG. We got a stand-in for OG. Launders, rate that communication.
Oh, that was an 11 for sure. That was, I mean,
11?
Yeah.
I didn't even tell you what it was out of. It was out of 100.
Oh, I thought it was out of 12. That was pretty solid overall. I mean, they sounded very clear. I'll say that much.
Yep.
What do you think? What did you think about it?
I thought it was good.
Okay.
I thought it was good. Didn't seem too hectic.
Yeah.
And, you know, a little bit of dead comment coming in from Dexter, but he
So
apologized after.
So we both like it? That's Rotten Tomatoes 100%.
I enjoyed it indeed.
Okay.
Wonder how comms are going over in the Navi camp.
Well, they're not playing their best so far, but that was good enough to still win the half versus OG. Both teams slow start. I think what we'll see as the series progresses and as the days progresses, obviously there'll be a lot of rust kind of shed very fast. I will assume. So okay. Intention was to hit the B site. Hate to see a smoke when you want to do that. But it is just a pistol round, not the scariest thing in the world.
Well, bank flash there. Flames set up real nice. Comes back with a second kill, but loses Neo frag inside of it all. So good thing for Flames to have already gotten 2. Keeps man advantage up for OG. And Navi planting bombs with time to spare.
Oh, they have no kit. Did Neo frag have it?
No, we would see the silhouette, and I don't. So I'm going to assume there is none. And instead, they're going to have to get this one going right about now. Bit of chip damage over towards Fiku, draws Bit into it, and he ducks back so that he can turn his attention, get a frag, and set up Perfecto to just close down on the last 2 Ts that are left. They're trying to push out from the coffin, and they'll find no footing in this retake. So, you know, Flames, he tries to set them up with those first 2 kills. Nothing thereafter, barring an exit frag. It's Navi with second pistol.
Yeah, and Utility was gone before that retake happened. I'm not sure if they had anything or if Nexa had dropped P250s, but that would have been necessary.
So that jumping headshot from the 15th round.
Gracious. And we saw the Hunter running a ramp shot to CT spawn.
Right? Like this one would blow us away a bit more if it wasn't for Hunter.
That's true.
And that was a classic caster's curse because Anders said all he has to do on ticket is survive.
Yeah.
All he has to do is survive. Run by
AK
headshot.
Cursed his own Danish brother.
Can't trust Anders. Took me a few years to figure that out.
We talked about who we'd want to send to space if it would be any CSGO talent. Anders was the first unanimous call. Not to get rid of him, because he'd probably be the most interesting person to be on Mars.
Think it's just if he ran into aliens, he's the most likely to be able to communicate with them.
Right.
Dexter communicating to SDY that there's no space for you in round 17. Nexa finds the Deagle headshot. Oh, this is not going well. That's Dexter's assist. Deagles finish up 2 frags. Neo frag goes down towards the B side. It's bitten Perfecto in a 2 versus 5 turn 4. And a deep CT spawn smoke that gives Bit enough comfort to go for this plant. What's been picked up? Galil for Nexa. Maybe some utility.
Well, Bit has to fight his way through this. 2 players coming down. First one dies, but second one spotted, and he gets the molly off and gets away.
Oh, finds another fight. Loses that one. Perfecto. Oh, he gets both. That longer range Mac-10. Fiku offers up half of his HP, pushing through fire. And Perfecto, off of that first tap, goes for the jump spot.
And there's no kit here available.
No siree. So Fiku, unfortunately, loses out on the time. And the 2v5 comes through from Navi to save the day, but it costs them a lot. Only one Galil moves forward.
They needed to swing harder on Bit right there with the 2 players who are coming up banana, right? The first one dies. Second one can't let him escape. He gets his molly off, gets back into the site, and does damage to CT spawn, which leads to Perfecto getting all the final kills right here, right? This is the first player who dies off of Bit's assist. And Dexter only has a scout, so he needed to hit that shot. Couldn't do it. And Bit fills the kill feed. Steals the shine. Buys Navi of Lifeline. I think one thing that was definitely missing from OG was not just that they did some slow rounds, it's they just never had any fast rounds. And I expect that to be different. We can already see Navi here. Look at the pace right now. They're not waiting to see if there are smokes left over for OG on the save. But they've taken over Arch, so they might end up following Simple in some weird world. I'm not exactly sure. There are situations where you get too much information, too much space, and make the wrong decision, but Simple going to take out one of the rotators towards B.
Little coffin jiggle, but drawn towards the gun. Like, oh, flames.
Honestly, he's kind of wants to leave.
SDY inside of construction. He goes down as well. Another clutch needed out of Navi. Smoke fades, so Electronic doesn't really feel comfortable enough to plant, but all that does is gives Dexter a better chance, because now he comes up banana. Electronic's gonna get chipped down ever so slightly. Now he's still got time, 30 seconds, and he figures out that banana peak before it happens. This time he commits. Ooh, and he gets what he needs, dude. That fadeaway.
No way.
It's like that bullet traveled slowly.
You see SDY's face. Jeez. Did Nexa try to disengage?
Yeah.
Yeah. If he just committed, he had the right play right there. Got Electronic off the bomb. I mean, should have abused that animation, lasting as long as it did. Trades were insane here for OG on these past 2 rounds. They get 2v5 and 1v2'd, 1v3'd here by Electronic. It's it's a little ropey, but it's ultimately Navi winning again, so they have kept the money insanely honest. It's kind of psychological. The fact that they lose rounds they know they could have won. That's the part that sucks. But well, I was gonna say at least they had an op.
Okay.
Somebody's
Simple.
a little angry.
Yeah, he's powering up. Gets turned back by Nexa. Double kill.
Damn.
Electronic's not going to let it go for free, so keeps the edge the way of Navi. And this T-side targeting the B site time and time again. Fiku.
Yo, they got shooters.
Yeah.
OG definitely showing that they're a very hard team to trade, even though a little bit rough. Getting everyone coordinated at the same time. Oh, didn't line up that nade properly, but it wouldn't have been a kill anyway. Fiku's the one who's low.
I'm pushing the issue here. Fiku can't believe in this one too much. Not on 19 health. Not without a kit. He concedes it. Crossback from Bit clears him. So 2 survive for Navi. Simple has shown up. Those 2 kills are very clean and very quick and get them right into that B hit.
Man, he played this like Nico, right? With the way that he peeks. So first rifle frag into the second, and he knows that Dexter has the op, so he feels a lot better about going even farther out. And it's one of the few multi-kills I feel like we've seen in this match coming out of Navi, just straight up on an entry. And OG have done such a good job of killing players. We have 4 saved in the last 3 rounds for Navi. So they actually can op again. Not that they would, but not much money left over.
Not going to let off this pressure either, at least not for Banana, but they eat a nade.
Yeah, nice catch set up there with the double nades.
Last time we saw a scout and pistols, well, only 1 player survived for Navi, so these rounds have been consistent, but they haven't been clean. Rather quite costly.
I really like Navi making an outpost out of the top of B setup as soon as possible when they find out OG aren't playing there, whether it's right like an investment or not. In this situation, they get naded back, but look at the amount of pressure they put down, right? One problem we saw from OG was they were not baiting out that B smoke as many times as they could in the early round. In this situation for Navi, it's a minute up, and they've already baited all the utility out of OG on this force up. It's like, wait the smoke out, and not only that, but they don't have to go B, because now there's more incentive for OG to stack this site. It looks like they'll find Arch open again. And we are kind of just in time for a CT split. You need a few extra seconds to pull that off, but they're making pace.
There they go, pushing past the smoke.
But they are running into 3.
Yep. Neo frag, he'll be the one to try and cut off the CT wraparound. Right on the doorway. They lose Dexter towards Coffin. Neo frag's dead. Third man in is Nexa, and Electronics got the quick answer. So suddenly this B site is empty. It was stacked once upon a time, but they cut through this one very easily, and they're going to convert finally. You know, this is kind of like the easiest round so far from Navi in terms of anti-eco.
Yeah, and looked very good. I mean, all the pressure they put on while keeping people alive, they took some damage, but that's about it. SDY goes down, but a worthwhile sacrifice for keeping 4 left alive, bomb plant. And Navi's T side looks good, and it's again, we're seeing the debut of Electronic as the full-time caller for the team, so we're learning a lot about it. And on CT side, honestly, I don't think he inspired a lot of confidence. They didn't look like they were taking as much space as they should have. Of course, you know, he was normally playing pit on CT side, which actually means that he's doing the least amount of proactive stuff, whereas Boomich was playing on banana. I mean, he was one of the most aggressive pieces on the map, if not the most aggressive for Navi. So that's an ostensible change. And of course, there's always going to be room to grow. But at the same time, on CT side, a lot of the times you're calling for the map, but you're also only calling for your site, right? I mean, if you have B players, you might call some setup out of spawn, but ultimately they're going to coordinate when they get there. You're not controlling them in that sense. Whereas on T side, it can be much more of a pack and calling for the 3 you're with or organizing what site you're going to end at. It's not such the case over on CT side. We've actually got attack called here for OG. A second, I think it's right in time. 13-7. This is about one of the last chances for OG to get an op onto Dexter. I don't think he's even shot the op this game, or this side, because Simple headshotted him with an AK that previous round. But they're looking to stop 5 straight here, as Navi are on fire.
If we go back to that first half too, right? Expand the picture. It's 10 of the last 12 all the way of Navi.
Wow. And it feels like it.
The last one is nice and clean and easy. We got weapons up here for OG off of the tac pause as well, right? So if there's ever going to be the turning point, should be here and now. Nexa tries to throw himself in the fight. He's got the support from Neofrag, so that draws Perfecto in and gives OG a ticket to man advantage. How quick is the answer? How quick is the response? And how quickly do Navi just want to shift into this A hit? If that is the end goal. Oh, they walk into Dexter, posted, perched upon that balcony. Wow. And a quick reposition as well. I like that. Flash comes around the side of the arch smoke, and Flames brings Bit with him. Simple, quick trade, keeps it 2v4, but not the ideal situation here for Navi. They have no opening in either direction, and this one's just kind of fizzled out.
Yeah, but I mean, it's 2v4 with a minute. That's bad, but it is still potentially winnable. They're playing 2-2 to sites right now. Simple's the one who's low, so this will be a real test for SDY to display what kind of mid-round he can put together. However, Dexter is waiting. Oh my god. And now what it is, one player isolated in the pit.
Oh, Fiku, you got to deliver, bud. 60 health to do it. Eats a flash.
He might have shown himself.
They're getting closer and closer, and he still hasn't seen anything. Simple. Yeah, he backs up right into Simple, and Simple's not going to miss that. Even with 11 HP, we've got a 2v2 post plant. Here's a chance for Sumdai Young to really show us what he's got. You know, this is a player who played for Spirit for years. Kind of disappeared after a while. He was like their vet. Gets the call up to Navi, playing alongside Simple, who could still offer us all the impact he needs to, even with 11 health. But our eyes have to fall on Sumdai Young. Powerful position next to Graveyard. Flash goes into the backside. Simple will kill Neofrag, and they each deliver a kill, just squeezing that A site long enough, getting the pit player out, and piecing together an excellent 2v4.
That was like a message to OG. That's why you use the time to create opportunities like this, right? With a full minute, they could walk into this position. SDY got a very hard kill onto Dexter, who's a little too tight on the angle. They flashed Fiku at the perfect time. Simple creeped out of the halls. Fiku was more worried about them playing it together, and they organized a very difficult mid-round. With the new player in SDY, that's going to feel very good for him. And now he's probably got Simple on his side. Like, hey, I told you about this kid. That was very impressive. 2-1 in rounds, and OG have no money. And yeah, that might be the last time Dexter sees an op this game.
Feathers and bones. Still the best voice line in all of CSGO. So what once felt like a competitive affair at a slow start has very much transitioned into a beating. But here comes 3 CTs, ready to push around Banana. They want that fight, they get the fight. Bit gives it to him, 2 kills to his name. NeoFrag tries to come in a little bit later. Simple's got the cover. You know, that quick little burst of whatever OG wanted to offer us, and it falls quite flat. Dexter, M4, other side of the map. It's Flames chilling in the fountain.
Yeah. Between 2 Flames. Man, they didn't see anybody they killed this round except for Flamesy here. So the Coffin's flash was perfect. They couldn't have been better timed.
No luck on that one for Flames.
And they won't risk it.
You ever,
Yep.
You ever just walk by fountains and scoop out all the quarters?
No. Because that would be stealing children's dreams.
Hey. They can buy more.
They can buy more, okay.
Blind as all hell, but still just feeling it. And he's got him. You know, you gotta be on the edge of your seat. You gotta be tense if you want to win.
I almost break my mouse with every flick. It's because I'm playing to win.
And Dexter.
Lonely life up in the treehouse here for Dexter.
Yeah, you know, is how it is. No teas allowed.
Well, this was an 8-7 half. It was a lead in the beginning for OG. It was a competitive game at first, but now it feels like a totally different Navi. Didn't expect him to play better on T side, but hey, we know they're also capable of it. Just didn't look too good at first, and everything is just now in order. They're all fine. Everyone is positive on the server on that side of things. I thought CT side was going to be kind to OG. I'm not kidding here, but it's not to say those rounds would come for free.
Needs to find Nexa. Yep. Utility just perfect. And suddenly NeoFrag finds himself alone for a moment. Flame's gonna try to run through CT spawn. Perfecto trying to push in. But there's no rush. Down to 51 HP thanks to that. Frag goes for the peek. It's actually NeoFrag to find it, but then they catch Dexter playing around with grenades. He's got a player right with him in Fiku, who's gonna shut down only the first one here. Last 2 counter-terrorists gonna need to scramble back into this A side as Navi play a game of tug of war with the CT's bodies. Ripping them limb from limb. As Simple rests comfortably on the arch. Smoke goes down onto Moto. And now OG, unfortunately, it's a waiting game, but they try to turn away, and Simple, he strikes them in that moment. Young Flames, no clutch. It is Simple and Navi with the flawless T-side after what was a bit of a rocky start. We didn't know what Navi we were going to get. We didn't know what OG had to offer, and ultimately, this one ends up where it should be. Navi don't look that bad.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's fair to say that at this point. If you just watch the first half of the game, you're like, oh, I don't know how to feel about Navi right now, but man, that T side was incredible. And if they did it on CT side, it wouldn't have been half as impressive, I think. They coordinated themselves so well. They never had time trouble. They got fast control of every part of the map they were trying to work on. And we saw an OG that were insanely hard to trade in that first half. They were getting away with crazy entries, but Navi definitely proved they were the better team. Looked solid. A great debut here for SDY, I think. We already have a 2v4 from him. He was fine over on the pit side. Most of the action was towards Banana in this game, so that was one thing. But when it came to B, he was doing good.
He was doing fantastic, and we'll see if they can do that again on Mirage. But for now, guys, take a trip down to James Banks and Jacob Vinicki.
Thank you very much, guys. Navi get the opening match there. It may have been the pick of OG, but that first half, Pimp, you look at it and you think, all right, maybe there's some strugglesome signs here for Navi, but T-side, things are looking hot.
It was surprisingly competitive. I gotta give credit to OG for playing a good game of Counter-Strike. I think we saw some of the individuals shine. We had NeoFred going off a couple of times. We had some of the other players. Nexa, one of the vocal points for me was that he played a terrible tournament in Dubai, but coming into this one, he was doing well. So good to see OG actually doing a good job and making the game somewhat competitive in the first half.
Oh, we've got a good guest joining us here. Blade, opening match for this new-faced Na'Vi. What do you make of that? I know you were very harsh and critical on how these things go. Was this what you expected? Was this better, worse?
I think yes. I expected us to win because of individual skill, first of all, experience. And we played Inferno most of all other maps before this event because we knew that a lot of teams will try to abuse this. And it looks good by now.
Blade, you're always honest, and I want to hear your honest take on this. How well prepared are you coming into this tournament? If you had to put a percentage on, are you 60% prepared, 80% prepared, or how far away are you from Golden
He's smiling already.
50.
50?
50%.
That's not a lot.
Not a lot because we didn't have a lot of practice and new player, new IGL. We need to see what we need to change. Like it was before, we were building our system. We was constantly changing something to make it better, and I think that's something we need now.
Is 50% enough to win the tournament?
I think with each game we can improve. And I think that FaZe looked not so confident in Dallas. Vitality and G2 are not so strong teams overall. I think yes, and ENCE was never like a very, very toughest opponent for us, like for example Heroic or FaZe or sometimes Cloud9. So I think it's possible.
What do you see as the biggest difference between having Electronic as an in-game leader compared to when you had Boomich?
I said it in interviews before. I think it's hard. It's difficult to say now. I need to see more from Electronic inside the LAN events, LAN matches, because it's something where his skill pop up. I mean, he start to use this calmness against opponents, and he can make a good call. He can make a good calls overall.
Nice.
But now, I think OG is not the biggest threat. We get like a challenge we had this event.
That makes perfect sense. Blade, I'm going to let you go so you can go with your team and get them ready for this next map. Good luck. Always good to hear from Blade there, Pimp. You know, a lot of work to be done, but he's always himself. He mentions about Electronic being calm. He's never phased.
No, and I love the fact that he's saying that they will get better game by game, right? He's well aware coming into this tournament. It's been a bit rocky for NAVI to get the preparations done, but even he believes that 50, 60, maybe 70% is enough to win the tournament, so that's a good sign for me.
Now, we noticed this, right? Some positions certainly changed within Na'Vi. Well, Mahone's got a nice breakdown for us.
Yes, that's correct. So this is something that Launders also mentioned during the cast as well, that the positions of Na'Vi have actually changed quite a bit. And I want to dive a little bit deeper on exactly what it was that changed. And I want to kind of compare what happened or what the positions were with Boomich on the team compared to what it is now with SDY. So first, what we're going to see here is that on the CT side, as we know, typically we see Electronic here towards this pit position. Bit, he's normally the A rifler here. Simple, he's normally the opper towards A. And his partner, Perfecto, was normally here towards B, and Boomich used to be here towards B as well. Now, what's interesting is that the way they decided to integrate SDY is they actually replaced him, they actually had him replace Electronic here, and had Electronic move towards this A side where you kind of replaces Bit. And instead of Bit being here as the A rifler, he's now taking that spot of Boomich, where he's now going to be towards this B side. You'll notice that this is a little bit different because you might just think that maybe SDY will just slot in for Boomich and maybe they'll try to change things up in that way. But you'll see that Electronic, because maybe he's taking more of a leadership role, he kind of wants to be more in the middle of the map where he can kind of see both sides at the same time. Now, something as well on the T side that's interesting is that before with Boomich on the team, Bit used to be towards this apps position, Electronic was kind of here towards this mid boiler side, and then Perfecto used to be the B guy, and then lastly Simple and Boomich used to just be in this area. Now they also changed this up as well, where instead of Bit being that player down at the apartments area, he's now instead this player here, where he takes Boomich's spot, and then SDY takes his spot at the apps position instead. So those are the changes that you could see on Inferno. So this one's a little bit more straightforward. The CT side one was very interesting. But moving on to Mirage now. What we're going to see, at least speculatively, because we don't exactly know what's going to happen, we'll start on the CT side. First, we'll see Electronic. He's normally that connector player. Simple is normally towards this window connector area where he works with Electronic. Bit's normally towards Catwalk, Perfecto's normally towards upper B, and then Boomich used to be the A player here. Now, something to think about is that SDY on his past team, ex-Mad Lions, he used to actually play towards this Catwalk position. Will we see him just simply play towards A? That's the one thing that we have to consider. And as well, lastly, on the T side, typically Electronic is normally towards the A side, Perfecto, or sorry, Bit's normally towards underpass, and then Boomich is here towards this mid area where he kind of scouts out exactly how the CGs are playing towards mid. The main question to ask here is, will Electronic actually move from here to take Boomich's spot as that IGL spot where you're kind of dictating or trying to see the action in middle, and then maybe you'll have SDY here instead towards A, or maybe there's going to be some other type of switch up. This is something that's going to be very interesting to see, just because with such a big positional and role change in Navi, we'll have to see how they deal with this time.
Thank you very much, Mahone. Some great insight there. A lot of changes going on and a lot of questions that we are having answered here, Pim. And next we do go on to Mirage, where I'm expecting more of a brawl for sure. It's interesting what positions will change, but I think, like Blade mentioned, warming up game by game, they're going to feel comfortable after that first one. And we got to touch on the fact that, first of all, SDY, he did his job. He didn't need to pop off or dominate on a server, but Bit certainly did.
Yeah, Bit was playing fantastic, and so did SDY. I think he had a good first half. He was solid in pit, you know, getting the kills that he needed to get in order to win the rounds. And outside of that, you know, not really that much out of the ordinary. A guy that was out of the ordinary, though, is Bit, and he has been for quite some time now. He came on bursting to the scene a year ago, and we have to reiterate that all the time because he's playing like he has so much experience, but he's still relatively new to the scene.
Oh, yes.
But he's playing some fantastic Counter-Strike. Another great match from Bit in a new position as well.
And we touched on this, right? The fact that could OG match up with some of the firepower. I was looking at NeoFrag. There was many great moments from him there, what he's able to hit, what he's able to do on a server. Dexter had him as well. But still, when you look at the caliber, Navi's just a different class right now.
Even Blade said it, and I actually love the way he did say it. You know, he expected to win just based off the firepower, right? Even though they prepared Inferno the most, as he said, that was the one map they actually practiced a lot coming into this tournament. Just in terms of raw firepower, in terms of raw individual skill, he expected them to be able to win regardless of how well OG played. And I love to hear that from Blade. He's giving confidence to his players. He's well aware that preparation-wise, maybe not on top, you know, switching positions, maybe a little bit rough for the players, but individually speaking, no one should be able to match them in this game. And we saw that here in Inferno as well, especially with Bit.
And even when we're touching on a man like Simple, right? Yeah, okay, best player in the world, but we've seen, even like recent interviews, thinking, I'm a little bit tired, you know, the situation, I want to go maybe take a break, playing a lot of Valorant. I was a little bit worried, but he did warm up himself. So Mirage, that should be his kingdom.
You shouldn't be worried, you know. I think I always love to relate to other sports. You go with cycling as an example, right? The Tour de France games.
Okay.
Yeah, the Tour de France. The riders, you know, in week 1, week 2, they're still getting in shape, right? They're using the tournament, they're using the race in order to get in shape. And I think it's the same for Simple.
Yep.
The more we see him play, the more we see him game, the better he will be. So I wouldn't be too worried if Simple is not playing at his best now. When we get to the arena, when we get on the stage, he will.
Now, what are we looking at, though, when it comes to the OG side, if they want to stand the chance? You already mentioned, if it goes to Ancient, you don't think there's a hope in hell's chance of it, right? We know what Navi can do when it comes to that map. But Mirage, what do we need to see from these guys now?
I mean, we saw glimpses of what Dexter can continue it on this map as well. He's very assertive, very proactive, loves to take the duels. He was a little bit too passive for my liking on Inferno, but that's the map, right? Inferno is not a map that really offers the AWP players a lot of wiggle room, especially on the T side. Mirage is. He has all the freedom in the world. So if Dexter can come in and have some sort of presence on the server, if he can find some openings and create the space for the rest of the team, then we may have a competitive game. But honestly speaking, look at the stats, looking at OG, looking at Mirage, we saw them in Dubai. It's going to be a tough fight.
Yeah, and that's the thing. We did see him in Dubai, and when it came to that Mirage game, right, it was less than ideal. Wasn't pretty.
Not pretty at all. Nexa had a rough one. I believe he was at 4 or 5 kills throughout the entire game against NIP. So we need to see some more individual skill coming out of the OG players. And as Blade said, you know, he trusts in his players. If I'm OG, I have to trust in being a little bit unpredictable. Try to start out the game in a very high pace. Try to be aggressive. Try to rattle out Navi. Try to bang on the fact that Navi are coming into this tournament not feeling 100% prepared. And the only way you do that is by being aggressive early on. If you try to play a standard game of Counter-Strike, Navi will win because they have the better players.
Well, let's see if OG can get that done. Let's see if they can take us to a third and final map. We're going to Mirage, but before that, we're heading to a break, and then we're coming in with Scrawny and Launders.
All right, well, sat here with Katie, and obviously gonna just have a nice little chat. We're gonna talk all things heroic and Counter-Strike. Okay, one thing I wanted to get into and talk to you about, because I know we have so many new viewers in Counter-Strike these days, I don't think everyone's fully aware of the entire legend of Cadian or story of Cadian? Because I don't know, like part of me, when I've thought about, when I was thinking about your career, thinking about like this conversation was, you know, if you were in a Hollywood movie, you'd be like the hermit in the desert of like some post-apocalyptic world. Like you just weren't, for whatever reason, able to establish yourself in like Tier 1 Danish Counter-Strike in the early days of CSGO. And just over your career, just going through the team list, just you've had to play with like, you know, not the rejects, but like the unwanted, I guess, which isn't much better, I guess. You even were like outcast into like North America, like the true wasteland for a while. You did like a year over there. So I mean, let's just kind of talk about those kind of early stages. 'Cause I don't think people fully realize like the sort of redemption arc and journey that you had to go on to get back to this level. It's taken a long time.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Like I had a crazy uprise just when my career like started with the qualification for the very first major, then signed a contract with Mouse Sports. But the thing is, like for two of the first teams that I played on, like Mouse Sports and SK, I definitely also compromised a lot with like my role, right? I was always the IGL and the AWP. And in these two teams, like at Mouse, Chris J was the AWPer, and in SK, Freeze was the AWPer, right? And I thought to myself that I could easily play like a secondary AWP and that my capabilities with the rifle would be good enough. I think nowadays I would definitely be able to do so in a much better way, but that's also because I'm way smarter at the game now than I was
You're way more fleshed out as a player.
Yes. So like that definitely hurt like on the statistic base a bit, and you all know how it is, especially back then, like young IGL, maybe too much confidence, maybe didn't have the exact way of introducing his philosophies and stuff like this, and not playing his primary role, so his statistics were like 1 or 0.98 or whatever, then you just get cut. And especially when like you maybe also had some like attitude problems back in the early stages of your career, that kind of vibe, that kind of story that people are telling about you is just gonna hang on for a long time.
Welcome back, everybody. Here we are, in the heart of Lisbon, getting ready to play a little bit more Counter-Strike. Are you ready for more Counter-Strike, Mohan Govindasamy?
Yes, Connor Gervin, I am. We're playing Mirage, which is a very strong map for NAVI, and as Mohan brought up in the room, we have to find out what the spots are going to be now that they've got SDY in, and it's the most interesting part about it is just that he hasn't just picked up Boomich's positions. As was pointed out, some of the role swaps have been between him and Boomich, and also him and Bit. And it seems like CT sides have a lot to do with Boomich, and T sides have a lot to do with Bit, where Bit will be the lurker in some positions. And it is kind of crazy that, you know, he's getting Bit's spots when Bit has the least experience on the whole team, actually, right? Even though he's also one of their most important players. Like, crazy to think that you'd want him lurking T side halls on Inferno when that's like something that Bit had locked down. He had down to a science. But SDY did a fantastic job in that first game, so no reason to doubt what's happened now. And I remember when Bit first joined the team, he had that notebook. They're playing online, and Blade had set him up with all these things to do. And he honestly looked like he couldn't aim. He just had so much to think about. But even at this point, SDY has had more experience than him overall playing professional CS. So I guess he's ready to step up to the challenge. And again, for people who know CS, they know he's underrated, so let's see how well he fares here on Mirage. I do have some doubts about SDY when we get over to Ancient, if we get there, but that is quite a mountain between here and Ancient if it does come to it. OG, they've got like a 20% 4v5 rate on this map compared to Navi's 39, so quite a bit lower.
It's a 19% difference, actually.
Yeah, and you don't want to give up in 4v5s. Saw what SDY and Simple did in that 2v4.
I think that extra big if we get to Ancient is kind of emphasized by just the way Inferno finished off. You know, flawless T-side, all of the life just vacuumed out of what could have been momentum and a bit of a better start in that first 15. But OG have lost their B bomb site. Just a lickety quick split up through the catwalk. And we're going to have to see some of that utility used just to get them a little further forward out this door. Simple going to play close on the smoke. Young plays the contact. And between the two of them, the two guys that pulled off that 2v4 on Inferno, we get a clamp down in the pistol. Navi, open shop.
Yeah, they crush it right there. I mean, they disrespect the smoke perfectly. It's meant to clear that angle right in the right side by the window, which you know when a site is overflooded, there will always be a T there. But with Simple just on the other side of the smoke, it turns into like a one-way here. So SDY is supposed to be first to die. They isolate him, or so they thought. But Simple comes to his stead. There's a really good amount of cohesion. Now, Bit picks up the Mac 10, so either they use him to scout or entry. And it looks like they'll burst up mid for the fast cat split. All 5 CTs here.
They're in the right position. They don't have the best of guns. Pack mentality chewed through by Electronic. USP's out looking for the ace, but Nexa, how dare you deny it? He dies right thereafter. They give him a little bit of lead, and that is, of course, Navi to the 2-0 start.
Certainly doesn't feel like the aim has been a problem so far for Electronic, which is another thing when you start IGLing, especially when you have to micromanage, if that's your style, that you can start to focus less on your crosshair. We see IGL suffer from that all the time. Of course, you know, we've got one of the most mechanically gifted players of all time in Electronic on the roster, right? He was the Bit at one point. He was the Monacy. He was the up-and-coming superstar player with a rifle. And, well, okay, off to a quick 2-0, but OG stopped the bleeding a little bit. 5v4. Simple tries to run across the A site, and he's made a good amount of progress.
Yeah, he's got Flames locked into the stairs. Doesn't win that duel. Half of the health gone.
That was actually kind of mental, how far he got across the site. And they're still looking at an A split.
Ooh, Perfecto finds timing. Shots come at him from Ticket. He's got one player straight down beneath him. Mollied out now.
And this actually sneaks him up connector. They'll see no one peeking the stairs, so that communication allows SDY to get up in there. Oh, there's one under Balk. He will clear this, yeah. And that's a player dead. Going to the window, and he switches to his utility.
That's a fatal error. Still, they're able to push a little bit closer. Electronics almost got that bomb plant. Comes off, Dexter kills him, and we get the jump up here from Perfecto. So nicely done from OG. First gun round. Felt like it really could have been Simple to go above and beyond with how much space he got. Could have also been Young once he got that chance to kill the player window. However, 2 missed chances, and OG gonna capitalize.
He put himself in quite a risky spot. They didn't expect another rifler to be out here, and yeah, I mean, it was 4v5 at this point that Simple decided to run out, so thought they might have been playing just one spotting and heavier towards Cat. And inside a spawn wasn't the case. Electronic on a Tech 9. Shot comes in from Dexter, it's good.
Scoops up the mid kill instantly, and Fiku, tested by the flash, falls back down. He's got cover. That's Flames in with a frag. And Fiku giving himself a good chance to reposition, but he tries to take that sandwich fight as Perfecto gets the kill. We do get one to slide around the side of default. However, last piece of the puzzle here for Navi. Electronic dead with nothing to his name. It is OG surviving with 3 back-to-back rounds, tying the game nice and early, and surviving another test on the A site.
Kind of playing like honey badgers right now.
Honey badgers?
Running at them.
What do you know about honey badgers?
Very dangerous animals. Don't sleep on them.
More or less dangerous than the hippopotamus?
They're about equivalent to koalas.
Ooh. You know, lots of koalas have chlamydia.
Yes.
Just a fact.
Yeah, stay away from them.
Keep your distance.
Don't date them.
2 Desert Eagles sprinkled into the Glocks. And we're looking for the headshot, but nothing. Not for Perfecto, no sir. He'll have to wait a little bit.
Well, they can wait. Smoke's deep, but not that deep where they just have to clear the close right and left. That is a thick grenade that lands right at Simple's feet. And this mid-control setup is solid. I don't know if they're even going to run into this. We'll see.
He gets there, but third man in. Ooh, he got 2 off some Young.
Off the Glock.
Glock shots. Heads popped. And an equalized 3v3. Bit of damage onto Bit. And they stomp their way back into the apartment. So that's
Don't take this round too seriously because they're not supposed to win.
Well, fine. Tell me more about Honey Badgers.
I was being facetious. I mean, they could actually win.
Yeah, because we got Deagles now. If some Young can get 2 kills with a Glock, then what's he going to do with the Deag? I like that. Reposition from bottom mid, come back at it from the top end. Try to pull the wool over the eyes of OG. Oh, Perfecto's still standing, but nicely done. Fiku and Nexa just lock it in as they tried to trickle their way past that defense. It's a recovery from OG. You know, you lose 2 to the Glock, but you make sure you don't lose anymore.
A lot of the Polish talents are surfacing, which is great. Fiku is one of them. We have a lot of the Mouse NXT guys, of course.
This Snacks guy who just did his first LAN.
Yeah, if you've ever heard of him. I mean, you know, so it's... The prophecy is coming together. They're all on different teams right now. But wait until the day that OG is just Polish. And Ruga has to learn Polish. Can you speak Polish?
No.
Okay.
No, I can't.
That's pretty pathetic.
Okay. Can you?
Yeah.
Prove it.
Dziwiek.
Anything else?
Perla.
Well, I'm easy to impress. That's 2. You nailed it. Now speak Finnish.
Hyvä huomenta.
Not bad, Lo. Not bad at all. 3 straight. Both teams kind of talking through nades. Smoothing out the utility procedure. As we get right back into the action, we got a ton of flashes going back and forth. Fireworks inside mid thanks to Flames. That is Simple dead the moment he tries to run down middle. Neo frag. It's got a little gap, just a little. And Dexter waits for the smoke to fade.
One more, he was dead.
Oh, and then he comes at it with the wide swing.
Well, okay. I thought Bit was gonna die, but
Deadster.
And scary for Neofrag. He'll have to smoke himself out. They've got him scared in the window with the A split coming.
Yeah, all while Bit's kind of puffing his chest inside of middle. We get that reposition of 2 through the T-spawn. Fiku gets 1 done. Bit looking for his fight inside of jungle, but he's so low that Neofrag slides wide with it. No push over the top of the ticket, but Flames comes out from Firebox. He was looking for maybe confirmation on Perfecto. They've got a pretty damn good idea, and now they certainly know. He is up in the palace, very much locked in. Had he killed the guy sliding into the sandwich like a pickle, then maybe, just maybe, something magical can happen. But instead, OG, we're talking 4 straight on the CT side.
That's well done. I mean, they had the push from Nexa. He did his job, right? I mean, if they come B, he's the early warning system, and there's no one there to push him off his position. So that deep B apps control allows him to play 3A. Figo uses 1-way on the ramp, and that's actually a nut shot to pull off, yeah. On top of Neofrag dealing with Bit, who almost killed him about 15 seconds before that, so. They put Flames in that extra spot in the A site, and they're really beating up on Flamesy's mouse arm right there, all these slaps.
You know, it'll build character, thicken them up.
Yeah, what doesn't kill you?
Like a roast goose. Smokes in front of it. Fiku, different position. This could be fun. Flames' nade finds it first. Ooh, and he actually goes down empty-handed. Simple, heavy-handed with that Deag is the only person so far from Navi to knock him down a peg, and Flames just having a field day. It's building character, his round-by-round beatings.
Yeah, you know what I love about Flames' rifle? It's kind of like turn Apex's ears away because he doesn't like Call of Duty players, but it feels like he doesn't really limit himself by just strafing. Like sometimes he'll run and shoot, sometimes he'll crouch and shoot, but he really understands when he can get away with it. If he's close enough to somebody, when he can keep moving, and he's always trying to beat timings by doing this instead of just playing the very classical way of like strafe out, take a shot, tug. Flamesy he's like a snake moving around in the grass.
Yeah, you know, bullets have to go somewhere. Control when you can. Send Simple to the skies, perhaps. He waits for that connector peek.
Just waiting for that top mid nade to come down. Well, smoke bottom con.
Perfecto deciding to go back into the palace. He's already left it here. Now he's just making sure things are clear. We get that close play to the ramp for a moment, but OG actually pulled back from it. Starting to really look to lean into the mid side. Oh, Bit, he gets flashed. Maybe Electronic can pick up these pieces, but no, he dies to Fiku. As the counter-terrorists just lean back into the A site, so they deal with that mid-split. Take down the mid-men first. Now suddenly, eyes can focus forward. Simple connects to Flames. Degster shuts down the ramp play. Smoke grenade meant for the exit, but instead just a ton of bullets come through from Fiku, and this one absolutely fizzles out for Navi.
Yeah, a lot has actually changed here on the T side. It's more than one thing. So if I remember correctly, I mean, we've got now Perfecto is lurking halls, Electronics with the pack at top mid, and it looks like SDY is B lurking. Along with Bit, but I don't know what that looks like, if it's one player, if it's going to be Bit or SDY. But yeah, they are juggling a lot of positions here, which it's not like they all don't know how to play these different spots, but they aren't going to be 100% crispy on every angle and every single timing. So some are going to be more comfortable than others. And in the spot, of course, that was probably as free of a trade as you could ask for Electronic. Trying to catch someone backing out a connector. Doesn't go their way. And I think this is also the one map that we know at one point Electronic was already calling on. But it didn't have to change roles when that was happening. So it looks like they might be popping connector here. They leave the bomb back in spawn. Oh, and Simple's opping. Kind of interesting. They haven't really been doing much over towards B. No jump spot comes down. Dexter's ready with the op.
Sees the guy in the background, but that just draws him right into Dexter, who's already boosted up and confident enough to go deep. Flames catching the kill towards middle. Top mid also falling to the favor of OG, so doing a very good job of just getting through what they have to. Flames not going to get his second easy kill. Oh, did you hear that?
Yeah, I mean,
did you hear that? That sounded good. That was a good high five.
Yeah, but how many of those? How many rounds can you win?
Can we get the replay on that?
Your hand falls off, really. I mean, it's got the Abdul strength. Neo frag off Cat's been solid. Flamesy having a great game, playing the A sites. Wow. Oh my. Ooh. Wow. Just did. Oh.
Ooh. Ooh. Oh, yeah, it's that
Those are doing at least 20 damage each.
Ooh, it's that second one. It's that Ruga got the connection.
Yeah.
Ow!
I know.
Rugged. 2 AKs here between Perfecto and Electronic. We had some money woes over on Inferno, right? The early CT half of Navi was kind of, a little back and forth, a little wishy-washy. Right now, they're all right. Some die young. You're the new guy, so you get the Galil and you get the least amount of utility.
Well, perfectly timed peek, but no shot there. OG doing great inside of middle. I mean, they avoided the op boost to connector that last round. Wow, Dexter jumps off Cat. Oh, into the shot, makes it a double. The dynamic duo goes down, and he already made presence off the top of Cat. They were not expecting him to approach from that side. That's the mobility that Pimp was asking for over on Inferno. Put on display here on Mirage.
Kind of unchained in this one. Now just don't let him recover. Still got bomb down. Dexter's still on the move here. Locks himself into the ticket booth, allows for Fiku to press a little bit closer to the front end of the A site. And Flames is a little curious. What could be going on in mid? We've got SDY top boxes, Bit, bottom, and Perfecto. You know, Fiku pushing up, it's one thing if he stays under Palace, another if he stays default, but he just offered them a lifeline. This is a 3 versus 5 from Navi, turned into the 3 versus 3, and the bomb now getting trailed back through T-spawn.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on Ticket now. I mean, he can't peek towards connector. There's no one inside of window either, so this could be a plant. There's a lot of pressure on Dexter to kind of do everything here, and I don't know how comfortable he's going to be peeking. No one off of Cat for the moment, but it looks like Flamesy is starting to walk up and over. 10 seconds. We have any utility for this? Op shot comes in. No, he'll get the first one.
Trade, but the bomb's down. No time.
Yeah.
No time there. Oh, they had to get that first kill on the peak. So nicely done there from Flames. Oh!
Make that, that's a, yeah, wow. Damn. That's a nice hunt. That's the op down after time. And Bit, of course, if he just keeps the AK, he gets to run to A ramp. So beautiful round from Dexter from front to back.
Big impact.
I mean, he outplayed Simple right there. He got underneath his scope after he made presence on Cat, took the risk of jumping off, and wow, that is frame perfect. Terrifying at the end. Had to be a headshot, it feels like.
It was. Yeah.
What a find. You know, that could be game-changing. Money's gone for Bit.
That feels good. How many frames left on that save? Felt like less than a second. Still keeps it out of their hands. So we get the...
Okay, that was definitely in the milliseconds.
Armored pistol buy-up. Little boost here. Patience is what Simple was hoping to use to maybe catch NeoFrag. Feels like NeoFrag's also having a hell of a game here on Mirage, right? We've seen him kind of loosened up in mid. Swoops down for the underpass peak versus some of the pistol players. So
confirmation, it was 2 frames.
2 frames?
2 frames left on that peak. To take all the money away from Bit, take the op away, kill him after time. Send Navi into a save. Insane. It's not often we talk about frames.
Who we believe?
Yes.
You know what I mean? Who's told you 2 frames, Mohan? Was it Martin?
Production? No. Why?
I'm just curious.
Did you not see it for yourself?
Well, if they really wanted to impress us, maybe they'd replay it.
Do you think the Earth is round?
Depends on the day of the week. They're gonna get a plant. No way. Oh no, it gets stopped. All right, NeoFrag back into the action. OG still on fire. 9-2 CT side lead. Damn. Tables have turned since Inferno.
Oh my god.
Man.
Wow.
Okay.
It's like how the monks 1-2.
Wow. That's quite something.
You could hear it from the other side.
Ooh.
Uh-oh.
Simple.
They're mad. They're mad again.
There was this moment on Inferno where this kind of happened, right? Simple has a pop-off round after losing a bunch, and then Navi win every round thereafter. Well, damn, we came right back into this round, and we're already 5 versus 3 here for Navi.
So last strat doesn't work, do it faster, right? That's what Snappy says.
It's the snappy way.
This is kind of a standard play, though, all being serious, to have the op go up Cat for that connector. Push, I mean, there is something riding on this. Of course, anybody who starts window, if window isn't smoked, or if they molly it, then you can get punished. But it's a good gamble to throw in there every once in a while. But in this spot, OG, they have had a very great half so far, but they are following the wrong clues right now, overstacking the B site, which Navi are not going to end at. They have been doing a lot of connector splits, maintaining underpass control almost every one of these rounds. And they will have an easy plant, it looks like. So those kills will not be in vain. That's only Simple's 4th of the game so far.
Oof.
He's still managed to, of course, top frag on Inferno. I think.
That was
or
also
was
a bit of a
actually?
recovery.
Maybe
It was very
bit.
close.
Yeah.
It was very close. They tied. 22 kills each.
Of course, you couldn't just let Bit have the game.
Simple had less deaths, but Bit had more ADR. So who won? Who wins?
Well, he's rifling, so yeah.
All right.
We'll give it to him because he's rifling. It's harder.
Oh,
How did he live?
So sick. Because he's simple. Because he jumped.
They know he's here.
He's got shrapnel in the bottom of his shoes, but still alive and kicking. He's like, you want some? Come get it.
Simple's like, yeah, I am here.
Oh, you got him. Did you see that one Flotro clip in FPL yesterday?
No. What
He
happened?
crawls through. You guys got to go see this, by the way. He crawls through the ladder room, and as he's coming over the hole in the ladder, he looks down. There's a player in the corner beneath him, and before he shoots the guy in the head, he drops his pistol on top of him. The CT looks at the pistol because the sound scares him. It's underneath his own feet, and then while Flotro blows his head off.
Nice.
Too good. Towing.
I cannot believe Simple. Both those nades landed at his feet. Am I crazy?
He couldn't really
do you
aim
lose
there.
that?
We just kind of found him.
He deserved it.
Yeah, he should have been dead already. But alas, there it is. Navi's 3rd round win.
They are trying to keep it simple.
12 rounds deep. They're going to try to head towards this B-bomb site and just barrage through the utility. They're trying to hunt down the CT, but it's an immediate fallback into the marketplace. Nexa gets shredded by the MAC-10 of SDY.
Wow, with the setup with the mid control, it would have paid off to have mid control versus the B hit in about 10 seconds, but right there, Neofrag felt so alone. Whoa.
Ooh. Howdy, neighbor. Quick little peek over the fence. Simple. Shoots right through, and down goes Flames. It's a save out of OG.
Man.
You know, they've got a ton of money, to be honest. A lot of money still on them.
They just trimmed the fat in these last couple rounds, right? They said, let's not default. OG are actually playing pretty well. And I think, again, one of the biggest problems in the beginning rounds was the fact that Nexa was so comfortable getting up into the halls. They had Dexter boosted up that one round. They took over that presence, and they were able to stack A every time a connector split was coming. This time around, SDY is the entry man out. He has been 2 of these rounds, actually. Does it with a MAC-10. And it's as much as it is safer to play in market versus the full B hit, it is also risky to have to try to retake B, even if it's 5v5. I think the coordination from OG has been a bit questionable, so it might be a good idea to try to make the rounds a little faster. See if they can just put pressure on the site holds instead of, again, letting them whittle down numbers in the default where they've been very hard to trade.
So still a couple more chances here to recover the half for Navi. They get 6 rounds at the end. We could see them, you know, switch over and dominate.
Yeah, they're doing it again.
We didn't quite see that, you know, one-sided second half coming on Inferno. But for now, we lean back towards that B site. Simple to support the background. Neofrag just takes some shots there, really puts them on high alert as Electronic comes through the front end, but Dexter recovers. Still, inside connector, player both sides of this.
I got window.
Support from Catwalk meant to get into position. It could be a little bit late, but he's trying to climb up that ladder, trying to find it, and he doesn't. Bit gets through. So even with that additional kill towards mid, Bit is everything right now. And the CT comes to peak. Oh, they raise the red flag. The alarm sounding. And with it, OG able to stabilize and find themselves a 10th. Simple brings Nexa with him, but that's 3 up from OG and double digits in the very first half of Mirage.
Oh, yeah. Even
you know, that's why Dexter will never get cut from this team. Because
he'll hurt you if you do.
Exactly.
I see. You know, that was a cool round from Navi overall. Neofrag had the right idea with the spam, of course. You could feel it. He was like, something's going wrong. They're not running B right now. They just drew out all our B grenades. Now they're coming back to mid. Yeah, Navi wouldn't do that exact same thing. Let me test this smoke, and just misses a small timing where he gets killed. But then Flamesy's awareness, I mean, that was all a ruse. The two players walking up Cat weren't even Bit wasn't even one of those two. He got a window by himself, and it was all based on how much noise was being made. He was able to jump up into the window and walk all the way through Murder Hole at a very fast timing because there were still so many nades coming down from connectors, spams coming back and forth.
Smoke's going both ways. Who wants to slip in between them? Neither.
Ooh, they quickly... Electronic was very quick to counter that top con smoke. So it's very scary, actually, for Dexter, who might wanted to have slipped in. And it looks like the CTs are already feeling a little bit insecure about this.
They tuck Fiku into the ramp, leave Flames on Tetris. Dexter getting back into position towards Ticket, but here comes Navi. Ooh, just on the cusp of Palace. Flame's gonna catch the first one, but SDY takes up those reins, and as he's trying to jump back up, he loses the op duel. Now, they still don't know about Fiku, but they look a little cautious. Bit in the close corner, confirmed by the flash of Neofrag that, yeah, it's gonna be a tough job to crawl through this space.
Last round, though.
Fiku gets that one kill towards ramp. Eventually, Neofrag's gonna have to try to find some kind of an opening unless his teammates can do everything, and then suddenly Bit's position is compromised. He starts to swing out. Neofrag gets caught as Nexa comes in from jungle, and now Samda Young looking for the clutch. Frag pops in front of him. He's down to 24 HP. Can't win either chance.
Wow.
11 for OG.
I'm so bad with words, it's insane.
Was not prepared for this.
I have not played it before.
This is insane. Why is this so hard?
I will Google.
Hey, I'm carrying it, and I'm playing Wordle, and I don't like it. I've just seen it every morning I wake up, people are doing it, and I don't know what it is.
This is hard. Oh, man.
No, I see it on my timeline, but I have never looked at it.
Negative. Yeah, that's a weapon.
And it's a 5-letter word. Man, I guess let's go with flags then, because there's a lot of nationalities in CS. What does the yellow mean again?
An A as well. Oh, okay, it's almost green here. Oh, my brain can't look this up. It has to be an E right there. I don't know what to say, man.
I mean, the word rifle would just work then, yeah. Was not prepared for this. Man, I don't know. I feel like the final word is recap, no?
Dusty then. Oh, then next row, sport.
I would like to pick the word water.
This is not looking good. I'm so bad with words, it's insane.
Oh, okay, it doesn't make sense anymore.
I go next row, image. Nothing. This game is not fun. My brain is only used to running around. AWP, okay. AWP. Alright. And opera.
Man, you guys pick opera as the word? You guys pick opera as the word, man. Blast is even op abusing, dude.
That's actually hard to find a 5-letter word. Okay, so knife.
Other.
Then I will take child. Oh my god, it's gonna be really difficult for me, I think.
None. Wow. Okay. What else is there?
2 letters. Homes. Second letter O. Good lord, this is tough. Second letter O.
What the heck?
CT plant.
Flames has short plant.
Short plant. Hopper, he cannot plant. One more, he died. The bomber died.
I will try kill the bomb.
They cannot plant.
Last low,
last low. He take the bomb.
He's firebox. Nice!
Maybe sandwich. One more alive.
Nice shot.
Nice. Let's keep playing like this.
I like how Dexter's always looking for someone new to slap too.
Yeah, right?
But he's
Who wants some? Who wants some?
I'm happy. I want to slap.
Oh man, nice to have him back in the server.
Yeah, they got to do an interview actually after. Oh, I don't know if they will. Well, it depends. Well, it looks like we got Ancient coming up, right? Feels like it.
Maybe. Don't spoil the script.
I mean,
the people don't know about it yet.
Shoot. Well.
Yes. The dark jungles of Ancient loom near. And the quick pop out of the palace. Bredders. Ooh, he gets only the one. NeoFrag's got the trade. An additional kill to SDY. And Dexter catching a frag bottom mid. 4v2. Very comfortable for OG. Bomb plant shines through.
I like Dexter's little reset here. He's got their attention at mid, but he's actually looked like he was just going to re-aggress. But now with the time ticking, I mean, he can do whatever he wants. His teammates have this locked in. Nice couple of kills here from NeoFrag. Nice map so far. Holding it down for the check.
They're going to walk away. So that's 12. Oh, Look at OG having a blast. Having a grand old time.
Yes. OG are known to run off spirit energy.
NeoFrag drops down, gets that one. How's the second kill look?
Oh! Give him a chance.
Good. Very quick kill deep into the ticket. Simple with the scout. USPs and Deegs and an ump. An ump for SDY.
You got to really believe in yourself to use an ump. So I actually played at the RMR. Navi dumpstered him 16-5 on Mirage last time. They don't play it much either. And their last game was actually to Nip in Dubai, and they lost 16-5. So this is stellar for OG so far.
Good damage on the nade. SDY just waiting and waiting and trying to find his chance, but NeoFrag senses him, gets him to start shooting back. That allows for him to really hone in on the spray, and Flames going towards Ticket. Simple. That's something. Finds Fiku coming out of the palace. That'll be a weapon picked back up. Bomb not yet planted. Frag grenade finds Electronic. NeoFrag over the stairs.
Ooh, I like that energy.
Making sure not to allow the CTs to just kind of grab a pocket to hold on to.
Yeah, that's the kind of play you make when you're winning, right? So, well, they haven't planted. Oh, they haven't planted, and they're starting to lose players and health.
He's hitting everything. Simple has tagged up almost everyone.
Jesus. And now he can try to let them get
He's
locked.
got a clutch.
Oh, he's on the clutch, yeah. 1v2.
Jumping across. Player close box. Swap to the MAC-10. That could definitely finish off what he started. Oh, this is Simple after all, and he decides to go back to it. Oh, NeoFrag just on the box. Make sure to give enough cover. Simple tried to add a little bit of spice to that one, but instead, Navi go down easy.
Yeah.
Washed away 13-4.
Oh, this is how he hit the first. Oh, it was over a boost. I think it was, wow, nice shot. All nice shots, really. He racked up the ADR on this one. And it was almost a perfect 1-2 punch between him and Bit right after the scout tag. But OG survive it, and they can taste it. And yeah, you know, potentially Ancient on the horizon. The money's not great here for Navi.
Oh. First one's easy for Nexa. And Flames gives cover while the reloads come through.
Looks like they kind of ate that flash. Mistimed it.
Uh-oh. They got a feeling Bit's nearby. Double molly into the kitchen. Frag to follow, and Nexa pops up over top. So vacuum seals the round for OG. It is theirs. Still gonna take a while though, because Bomb's still back towards spawn. Yada yada.
How come when you vacuum seal things, they last longer, but if you vacuum seal a human, it dies?
because what you're doing is taking all of the oxygen out of the packaging, and it turns out humans need oxygen.
You done being a smartass?
And now you're all aware that you're breathing.
Yeah, now I'm manually breathing. Thank you.
Simple as you get one.
Nope.
Oh,
from above.
Lying Mac 10 end. Nexa. Oh, that's such a... I could just... all day long.
Just sounds like tennis.
That's the part that it's missing to sound like tennis. Please say something. I don't like. I don't want to stew in that one.
Why? No, that's true.
Okay, don't say it back.
Did that
though.
help?
No, it didn't. It made it worse. Rewind time. Fast hit. OG, look at the end Mirage quick. They get a little bit of footing out onto the van. Perfecto's calling for help. He's got Bit towards Cat. Bit comes through with the only kill so far from this B hold. Electronic wasting no time to post up on the angle and finish off Fiku. But NeoFrag pushing down around the side of the arch smoke finds Bit back. We got the 3v3 locked in. And the bomb carrier soon to find himself on site. But Sumdai Young comes in at that perfect moment for NeoFrag, just as he had to try to clear something else. SDY gets his hands on it. Man advantage here for Navi. Deep peek from Dexter. Won't be able to best Electronic, so Flames in the clutch. Dead to Electronic, who comes through clutch with the market kills. Make sure that despite bomb going down and B site falling, they get no further than that. At the very least, it's 5 for Navi.
Yeah, I don't, most games I'd say, who knows how many more rounds they'll last, but this is pretty lopsided in terms of the matchup. If we hadn't seen a map already, I would just feel like this is the day OG picked this up for sure, but just because of the recent statistics for OG, I wouldn't hold your breath. They've still got a lot to prove on T side. They put it together on Inferno T side to get the 7 rounds they did, but Navi definitely were not on point, and I think OG also almost lost a few of those rounds, so we'll see what they have to bring here on Mirage. I think, this is a map that Navi have been the best on the world on for multiple points in the last couple of years. I think we'll hope, might naturally be faltering. I think they could still see them winning, even if it's going to be a very difficult and long comeback. OG have to stay sharp. I think that's why Nex was so excited, even about winning, on that anti-eco. It's for good reason. Every little bit counts. And that's... OG actually... They won 3 pistols, I guess, so far in the series. Over the 2 maps. 2 on this map. We were looking at time trouble as a huge issue for them on Inferno. And you can kind of feel that happening again, like comparing the pace of Navi on their T side.
Nothing here at all from Navi. Just letting OG start to go through the motions. 40 seconds. Flames get smoked off bottom con. We got a pack of players here from OG ready to try and make something happen, but just nothing being given to them from Navi. They want to pull on that one thread, loosen the ball of yarn, but they can't find it. Simple, finally going to show a little bit of contact, and with it, it's an insta-kill into Flames. He tucks down underneath Palace. We've got 15 seconds. Bit's able to get another kill towards Catwalk, so we talked about time. And once more, seems to be an issue. Simple, locked into this corner. He's got nowhere to run, but nobody can trade frag him because SDY gives great cover for it. And now Dexter, he's got to be cautious not to die after time. He's going to get pushed, and sure enough, what goes around comes around. Navi survived 4 up in what was just, a real allowance to OG. They could do anything they wanted. They could walk in any direction until they hit those bomb sites. And then Simple laid down the law.
Yeah, I think you could feel around like this happening, even from the full minute mark. No, OG don't seem to be very good at applying pressure throughout the rounds and instead look to commit later on. And, you know, if you approach connector really late into the round, no matter how little work you did to get there, it'll be open at some point or another, but it'll also be very hard to win the round. And I think that's the important part. So, yes, they get some map control, but it's a bit too late. And that was an issue for them on Inferno. And now Navi are on to 7 rounds. And again, I think they can see themselves winning this. The most valuable resource right now OG have is their lead. That means that they could take, considering they need 2 to win, they could take the same round that works, try it 5 times, and even a blind squirrel finds a nut every once in a while. That's what my pilot said to me once after he had a good landing, which was a little bit troublesome.
Yeah. I wouldn't...
I was just happy to be walking off the plane when he said that.
No offense, I wouldn't really trust the blind pilot.
I mean, didn't have a choice, you know? No, normally don't, so... Seemed like a good guy, though.
Yeah, they all do. Util starts to shower this A-bomb site. Simple, just playing on the bench. Tries to come around with the kills. That's 2 back for Nexa. Man advantage OG, gunning for that 15th. Same spot from Electronic, works out better than it did for Simple. Equalized yet again. Wouldn't be the first round we watched Navi come back from man disadvantage. What you said, 39% win rate in the 4v5s?
Yeah.
3v2 now and made that much better. So, damn. OG, unfortunately. You know, but at least there were rumblings here in this one. You said, you know, take the same strat, run it 5 times.
Yes.
If this is one of those 5, it started to look good enough. They can follow up, be a little bit more aware of Electronic's possibility of peeking on that smoke.
Yeah.
A quick dink from Bit to end it. So that is 8. Only 6 the difference now separating Navi and OG.
And that's why it's not unreal to try to remolly the bench run out, where they had the first one come in, but Electronic with the re-aggression, they just weren't ready for that. The smoke was nice and poofy for him to peek on the right side, and yeah, at that point, they were pretty comfortable. And once that kill came down as well, smokes expired before the bomb got planted. That's the other huge thing. You have to, if you do a full A exec, you're using the majority of your smokes. So that means that you're always going to leave a choke point open. If you don't get that bomb down, you have to re-smoke things off. So it's really risky. And that's why there is so much incentive to take the risk of going for that bench peek and even doubling up and trying it again.
Ooh.
Back to pistols. Navi looking at 9. We can see the, I think the fast plays, just like we saw for Navi towards the tail end of the first half, they started to just go way faster, and that ended up working out better for them than their defaults. Wouldn't be surprised if OG have some of the same. Nexa, I think the hallmark of his calling is the fast ecos, like really, really good executes with low utility. But this one, they've got no utility.
Nice thick nade. The minute 15 mark, Flames on 17 health and not quite yet exposed to Bit.
Doesn't want to give that Deagle a chance to shoot back at him. They look for a boost to try to approach him a different way. And they don't want time trouble on a round like this. You do have to get it over with.
Throw Flames forward on 16 HP, and they find Electronic's angle. He gives it up pretty quickly. Neofrag point blank versus Bit, but shooting for the B split. Saw nothing in windows. If he just gets this cracking headshot onto Bit, then maybe they get out, but no, he slides around the box a little too much. There's the hit. Oh, and Degster's also connected one. So enough? No, not for the plant. Electronic gets out from market and ends any hopes of OG of robbing that round back. But, you know, at least Fiku, Degster, we give them props for the Deeg headshots. If only they could have found a plant. maybe something comes after. Instead, Navi going to keep it closer and closer. Now, only a 5-round difference as they take a 9th to the board.
Yeah, that's kind of all you're asking for in a round like this. Bomb plant would have been spectacular, but wow.
Yes.
Okay, that's cool.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, that was pretty sick. I think if I remember correctly as well, like, Dexter wasn't even always an opper. I think when I first did like a demo of him, he was rifling for his team and everyone was like, Dexter, Dexter. And I think he picked it up afterwards, but clearly he's good with every gun.
Must be nice. Simple opens up.
Yeah, that's free with no top. It's a top mid control. Of course, it killed NeoFrag very deep in there. Gonna assume that was a shoulder peek. Navi look dialed in right now. Giving up the control they want. They're moving a lot. And the side of Electronic is exposed for the moment. And Flamesy tries to cheat this. I think a barrel has been spotted. Maybe not. Okay.
Oh, but Electronic goes in backwards bit. He catches a kill off catwalk. Sumdai Young offers us a double. And it's going to have to be Nexa with 3 on his own. 40 seconds. Player outside of connector, just on the side of the smoke. He slides his way into the bomb site. Gun getting empty, and he's peeked on the reload.
Wow.
Navi now have 10.
That was beautiful rifle work there from SDY. And oh my god. I mean, it hurts your own hand too. But it's, yeah. Maybe it's imbuing them with power that we don't know about. But it's Navi who have all the power right now. It's a 4-round game, another save. SDY, so one thing on the CT side is he's swapping out for Boomich 1-to-1. I don't think anything else has changed from what I can tell. He's just playing A-side anchor instead of Boomich. And looking extremely good doing it.
Couple rounds he's joined Simple very nicely. Right now it's going to be the hit. Pit survives the first test in flames. This continuous stream of flashbangs ends finally, and Electronic peeks into middle to cut off Nexa, so really just leaving this all on the shoulders of the 3 players who just left B.
Oh.
They'll try to wrap it back around now with no util. So let's watch Sumdai Young. You know, if he fumbles this, suddenly they could plant, suddenly they've got a gun. But for now, he's just tucked on default, and he hears them getting closer and closer. Fiku's gonna offer up his back. That's bomb dropped. That's going to be Navi's other players to come sprinting over, and the Electronic gives great cover. So 11 now, and Navi. Oh, don't do it to him twice.
Not losing a round in the second half?
Well, they've lost a couple because of the pistol, but that would be even worse, right?
Ooh,
Instead of just losing every round, you win pistol, you convert for 3, you get to 14, and then it's a dry spell. That is currently 7 straight out of the Navi camp.
Yeah, meaning we haven't seen any quality rounds here in the second half won by OG. And no signs of why they would win one. Maybe they're faster rounds again. They've actually just got such sick players that they could pull out just a random one, but yeah, that's not to say Navi are missing any talent. So how does Electronic find that? Okay, he's speaking in an underpass, and they're slow to top mid again. So, I mean, Navi are very comfortable here.
A bit of disjointedness here between the bottom and the top, and, well, Simple clips NeoFrag's wings before he repositions into jungle.
That's huge.
And back all the way around.
All right, that's Simple looking a lot more comfortable now, right? That's the kind of gap that most oppers wouldn't give you, where they'd probably just dip out a connector when their underpass player dies in that spot. He knows he has a couple extra seconds. And that's just making the difference. Wow, great spray. Honestly, his aim has been pretty impressive, I'll say.
Yep. You know, when I saw the SDY announcement, I was pretty hyped.
Yeah.
Somebody that we saw, you know, there was once upon a time we thought because we were kind of giving him time to really show full potential, like this could be the step up. Navi would make sense. Didn't happen. Kind of fell down into the Mad Lions. Hasn't really been on, you know, on the top of everybody's radar. Gets a big call up, not at a point where his career is at its hottest. And that's what makes it so interesting. It's almost like they're banking on what he used to show us, what he offered, and it's working.
Yeah, he said it's the biggest opportunity of his life, and that makes sense. I mean, to play on Navi is a dream for some players, but of course, play alongside Simple for this organization, especially at this point in time, you know, and you don't get many opportunities like this. So, yeah, people who have been around know SDY. He has not been on anybody's radar recently, even though he's been active. But yeah, he's always struck us as a player who would rise to the level of his opponents. So, yeah, we'll see. This is kind of just OG, and I think that is important to note that they have their own problems and they're new as well as a unit. But
a good first team to take down.
It is.
Show real promise in 2 halves. If it happens, that is fair. If 4 rounds away now, Navi.
Yeah, in a game that was 14-5.
1 gun on this one in the hands of Flames.
Yeah, they might be getting some foggier vision about how to see the finish line themselves now. OG, and the last thing they want to do is become more timid. Still got to believe in them, even on a round like this, you know. 1 small mistake and that can be enough. 1 multi-frag from NeoFrag. Just look for the leverage. And don't freak out. Just slow it down. In the right spots. And they'll start to cross the A site.
Electronic tucking for a second as the flash pops. Predicted it nicely. And Sumdai Young, kind of loses vision because of the smoke. Continues with the spray. That's the difference maker. Flames catching Simple, right? We're waiting for that AK to pop off.
15 seconds, though.
Catching Simple's big. Flames hands busy with the bomb plant. Bit looks to try to attack from the back. A chance for Flames to cross back over towards Tetris. After all the rounds, this one finally looking like it's going to hit the board for OG. Like they could get that 15th. Bit swapping into the op. Nexa tucked over towards Connector. Perfecto. They've got a smoke and kits on both players. Flashbang as well. If things get crazy, they could still try to stick it. Nexa sprays, finds it. Bit now his turn, but that same lineup comes through from Nexa. And with 1 AK, the pistols start the job. Until OG put it on the board. That is 15 finally.
Yeah, they snuck up. They found the open site. They actually did take this one nice and slow, and some beautiful trades here from Flamesy as they approach the site. Perfect post plant. And a very nice spray into the smoke from Nexa to lock it up.
Huge round from Nexa. 4 kills.
Damn. Extinguish the flame here. Get onto match point. But that's still 1 in 7.
Right.
So Navi, the only thing they have to really be tilted about is that now they have to play OT. But they still should feel pretty good about what's happening.
Ooh, but that one powers up. OG, just that extra little bit. They've got Sumdai Young pinned in. He offers up a bunch of damage. 2 kills and the headshot. Now he's primed Bit nicely, or else OG pushed the series to Ancient. He's got a smoke, flash, frag, and a corner to hide in for the time being. They don't have the bomb that they so desperately need, but they sure as hell have time.
Wow, they're going around. Is the grate broken outside of the window is a question here as Dexter is making his way through B. Bit is watching and now getting out of his spot, which is huge for himself because now they have to find him again.
It is broken.
It is broken. Okay, so that speeds up the rotation a bit. Bit's gun is going to be sticking out if they come out underpass.
This could be the end of him.
Let's see if they find him.
Yeah, it's finished.
Unless he just peeks. Yeah.
Assuming nothing crazy happens, poor Bit's gonna go out with a whimper.
Okay.
And just as he sees that coming, it is over, folks. Nexa ends it with a 4K in the previous round for 15. OG using that to follow through and win on Mirage. Now, after that first half, it should have been inevitable. Nice to see Navi offer us a little bit of life. That's 2 maps where, Simple kind of has a slower start, but definitely picked it up. Had that back in the hands of Navi for a little while. And now we're going to Ancient, folks. But before that happens, of course, we send it down to the capable hands of Banks and Pimp to unpack map 2.
And there's a lot for us to unpack as well, Scrawny. We see OG managed to get Mirage. We didn't expect it coming into this. It was the pick of Navi's pimp, but you know what? There was a bit of the world where his comeback started to happen, but OG managed to push it over the line, and well, we got Rugger here.
OG were the better team this time around. You know, well done to them. We got to see more of that, you know, fluent Dexter, more of that, you know, proactive Counter-Strike, and OG deserved the win.
They definitely deserve the win. Now, Rugger, that was certainly a little bit scary towards the end, but you pulled it over the line. Overall, since you've been fitting in Dexter, how have you found it? Because you've not had much time.
Like, we have basically had, like, I think 8 scrims or something, so we try to push it in as much as we can, but he's a good player, and we have just told him, like, do what you do, and we will try to adapt to you as best as possible.
Nice, interesting.
We saw you at Dubai, and safe to say it wasn't the best performance for you guys, but also considering you just brought in NeoFrag, you just brought in FaZe, how far are you in that, you know, I guess, transition in integrating those two into the team?
Not even close. Like, it's no secret that we wanted to get everything done as soon as possible to be kind of the major replacement whole circus. So, yeah. But even then, we only had like 4 days before leaving for Dubai, so everything is limited. We're going day by day and working out game plans, and that's what's bringing us to some of these like map wins.
How ready can you be on Ancient though for this deciding map? Because now we haven't lost it in a long time, and obviously you've got new players to slot into this.
I don't think it's a secret that we love Ancient. Like, throughout time, I think even the best Ancient teams have been vetoing it against us for a very long time. So there is some respect about it, but I also now know Navi that are good on Ancient, but we're ready to give it a go.
Well, we'll let you go and get prepared, and we'll look forward to seeing Ancient. Rugger, thank you very much, man.
You're welcome.
Now, when it comes to Ancient though, Pimp, right? You mentioned it yourself to me before, that this is going to be a tough one for sure, right?
It's going to be very tough for OG. I think Navi haven't lost the map in 260 plus days, right? Which is an absolutely absurd statistic to pull out there. Now, coming in with SDY, it's going to be a new dynamic, maybe some new positions, but still a map you haven't lost in more than half a year. It's going to be tough for OG regardless.
But realistically, right, do you think OG can be very confident now they've got this Mirage one out the way? Because this was the pick of Navi. We spoke so much about how Navi should be heavy hitting on all of this, and now we watched a game where it slipped away from him, you know? And okay, we talk about things change that much, but we were just discussing it when we're looking at it. Not that much has changed on Mirage for Navi.
It's a confidence booster, right? OG coming in against Navi, no one believed that they would be able to take down a map. No one believes they're going to be able to win this game, but now they're only one map away from doing so. We saw Dexter being fired up, we saw Flames playing well, we saw Nexa now on 2 maps in a row, actually having some productive rounds as well. It's looking good for OG. All the win conditions, everything we talked about coming into it, what could make for a competitive game, but we're seeing it from OG. So yes, I do believe there's a chance that we get another competitive game.
Well, that's what we certainly want to see as well, but we've got to keep touching on a little bit of what we saw in Mirage, because I'm still a little bit shocked by that. That comeback starts to happen, but Navi getting off to a slow start. This was something that you didn't really expect coming into it.
No, I didn't, but I was glad to see Dexter. I was glad to see him be on the server and be proactive, especially with the AWP. We saw him go out middle, get some opening kills. We saw him stay in connector and be aggressive, and even though on the scoreboard it didn't look that well, Dexter had a ton of impact in the beginning. He was the one disturbing the game plan of Navi, and we're gonna see it right here in the B-roll clips as well. Look at all these aggressive plays where he's actually getting it done. That's the Dexter we want to see. Love this double peeking middle as well, re-peeking into it, getting another kill. And if Dexter can play at this level, sure hell, we can have a good game on Ancient.
And don't you think it's really interesting, right? And what Rugger said there, they are letting Dexter do what he wants to do. They're playing around him. They understand they're so limited on what options they've got, and they're letting this guy shine at what he does best.
Listen, they have to, for 2 reasons, and it may sound a little bit controversial when I'm saying this. Dexter is probably the best player on the team, right? So coming in as a stand-in right here, he has to be the guy getting all the freedom. He is the guy who can make the difference on the server. So yeah, you gotta make him feel comfortable, and so far he's looking good.
Well, I also questioned, right, when it comes into their comms, Flames told her things are looking really well, so let's take a little listen to some of their comms and see how OG were getting on.
One Sparas. Only Shadow.
I did one way for ticket. 2 out A, one more out A.
Wait, hold Paras guy.
Smoke jungle. One.
Push to Paras.
Con one.
Con, Palace and Tetris.
Dead con, dead con.
Just wait, he's planting.
Palace and Tetris.
I can
Palace. I can flash over it.
Wait, no, nothing. Wait. Dead A side.
Last Palace. I have Palace as well.
Yeah, you can defuse. I got him.
AVP close con, guys. AVP close con now.
Nice.
I have up.
Nice.
Nice, Magic.
Good job, guys.
There's a kid, Neo kid.
Now, I love the comms, certainly good comms coming out there as well, right? But one thing, the reason I touched on it, Pimp, is that, yes, we can do interviews with Dexter, but it's about those quick decisions of him going from talking, you know, fluently, not in English the whole way through, to then jump into this. But so far so good.
Listen, I think I spent 2 months in Team Liquid figuring out what all the positions were called on all the maps. You know, for him to speak English is one thing. For him to be aware of what all the different calls are called, etc., etc., it's going to be tough for Dexter. Obviously, you have FPL where he's played. You know, you get a certain know-how, but all teams have different call-outs. So for Dexter to be performing this well already, very impressive.
Very impressive indeed. But also, right, we got to look at this side of things for it. When I'm looking at Dexter as an individual, certainly he can shine with this. But also, this is like a way for him to showcase himself. You know, he's going to want to put that best foot forward.
I mean, if to be completely honest, again, if I were Manto right now, I'd be a little bit scared. You know, I'm not saying Manto is a bad player. For once, I think he's actually one of the more rock-solid AWP players out there. But Dexter brings something else to the lineup. Dexter has the X factor. He has the ability to take over a game and dictate the pace of a game, even against a team like NAVI. So yeah, if I'm Manto, I'd be a little bit worried. And if I'm an AWP player for any top 10 team in the world right now, speaking English, who's not performing well, there's a guy called Dexter, and he's pretty goddamn good.
He is pretty damn good, but how good is he going to be when it comes to this Ancient Pimp? You mentioned it, right? How many days is it?
I think it's 263 to be precise, or something like that. You know, it's been a long, long time since NAVI lost last time.
So they haven't lost it, right? And I can go, yeah, Rugger tells me it's a map they like. Yeah, teams veto it against us. But let's be honest, this is a whole different beast they got to deal with. And you've got players who are just slotting in. You've got no official practice on it.
You've seen Bit on the map, right? You've seen Electronic on the map. You see Simple roaming around with the AWP at all times. You can highlight every single player from NAVI, and they know how to play this map. So, again, if you're OG, sure, they get a lot of respect for their Ancient, and they have a decent Ancient after bringing in ENCE, but you're talking about going up against perhaps the best team in the world on the map. So, the only question mark I have is SDY. How well is he going to fit into the lineup, and how much space are they going to, I guess, give him in terms of performing? Are they going to switch around players? Is Bit still going to be on the B-bomb side as he used to? There's all these question marks that we will have to get answered, but regardless, I think NAVI are the favorites.
So the favorites still, right? But obviously, we thought that going into Mirage.
Sure.
What things would you say that we were looking out for on the OG side where it can be worrying? Because I do at least remember this. When Nexa first took over OG, his way of playing Ancient, his forward positioning, his aggression that he was throwing at him, that was what was causing a lot of teams' problems.
They play a very aggressive style on the T side. They like to be explosive, but also I'd say it's kind of easy to read. We heard that from a couple of teams out there as well. When you play against OG on Ancient, they can be super, super explosive, but if you know their playbook, if you know their tendencies, they're quite easy to read. So if they're not finding success with the explosive Counter-Strike on the T side, they could struggle a little bit. I don't hope for OG's sake that it's going to be one of those slow-paced games where they're going to try to feel their way on the map, because you are going to face Simple, you are going to face Electronic, you are going to face Bit at some point. So you want it to be explosive, you want it to be fast-paced, and you want Simple, Electronic, and the boys to feel uncomfortable standing behind smokes, having to retake the bomb side. If not, if it becomes a clean game of Counter-Strike, I think NAVI are the favorites.
Well, NAVI may be the favorites, right? Electronic at least is looking comfortable for now, sat back, chilling where it's at. He's got a lot of weight on his shoulders, but this certainly is the chance to do it and warm up, right? That's what we should be looking at here for him.
Yeah, and so far we haven't really seen that much from Electronic in terms of his calling, right? We haven't seen any like spectacular T calls or spectacular rounds, but give the man a chance, give him some time. It's the first tournament where he's leading the team, so he can only grow better into that position. But I like the fact that we're in this situation now. Do or die time on Ancient. Let's see what you got.
And do we need to see Simple be superstar from the start?
It'll be nice, and as I said, you know, he's having a slow start, but I think we've seen that from Simple as of late. You know, we saw him even during the major. He wasn't playing too well in the group stage by all standards of Simple, and then he stepped it up in the playoff, and that's kind of the Simple I want to see, a player that is getting better and better and better. But what we do know, James, is whenever they're facing the wall, right, whenever they're down and pressured, Simple have a tendency to always step up. So I'd expect him to play well, but I will say the Simple we saw last year and the Simple we see this year, well, he's gone down a level or two.
Well, let's talk about walls, because OG is certainly a wall that's easy to break, but can NAVI do it? We'll be finding out after our break, and we'll be back with our amazing commentators.
And so we go to Ancient, folks. We are here in the beautiful city of Lisbon. We're getting ready to welcome the crowd to the Altus Arena. But first, of course, we've got a lot of games to get through before we decide who will actually be there. We'll be there. I can promise you guys that much. And Launders, what's one tip for the people at home if they want to be cool like you?
Make sure to watch Blast on Blast.tv.
Oh!
Revolutionizing the way that you consume Blast content. It took me about 30 minutes to get banned for my first time using Blast TV. So go troll in that chat and see what happens.
Beat the Launders record. Well, beating records at the moment. OG taking maps off Navi. Not everybody can say they can do that, but this is obviously a fresh Navi with Sumdai Young, aka SDY.
So, we don't know how many spots are going to get changed in this position, but if he's just taking boomages on CT side, then
where's he going?
He's going B. Okay. So the one thing is SDY doesn't have the best stats on Ancient. So his other maps are pretty consistent, but overall, he's barely pulling a 1.0 in his recent games. He does have some experience on it, so there is that. But I actually think that this gets a little bit scary for them. Now, we don't necessarily see the best OG on this map, but we also saw, in general, really weak Mirage, at least in recent times from OG. I mean, really recently too, right? The 16-5 loss versus NIP in Dubai just recently, and losing to Navi themselves at the RMR within a month ago. So they do have something to prove here, and SDY will have his plate full. He was actually a top performer on Mirage, playing that A anchor position, even though their T side wasn't so great, and they nearly pulled off the comeback. But since they didn't, this might be a bit of a punish. Now, the thing is, outside of SDY's potential discomfort on Ancient, Navi are one of the two best teams in the world on the map. Like, they are insane at the map. I think most other teams, win records aside, have said Cloud9 and Navi are the two teams to watch when considering like, Ancient. Of course, Heroic nearly had beat them at the major in a really, really impressive attempt in their, I guess it was the quarterfinal match. But outside of that, most teams can't really take it to them. So this will be hard for OG for sure, but we're seeing some T-side struggles. We're seeing some changing stuff map to map. We are seeing comebacks from Navi, but we're also seeing an opportunity here for OG.
That we are. And starting this off on the CT side could be another one of those variables that just lends things to a strong OG start. We've seen multiple so far across the series. Mirage ends up getting closed. And so here the show goes onto the map 3. I'm down. So's Bit, down to Clown, down to Rockham, as he wants to push into this A site with impact, but there's no impact really felt here. OG just concede the bomb plant. That's gonna be 5 guys on the other side of the deep CT smoke. Bit holds up close, and the retake about to get going. Now, these are gonna have to be 6 shots. Oh, and Fiku gets that insta-kill on Bit up close. Perfecto. Kind of putting out bullets, gets peeked from the opposite end. Counter-terrorist doing a good job of bringing it back and forth. It's Simple at a distance that's been doing a very nice one. And sure enough, it falls onto NeoFrag's dual Berettas at a point where that bomb seems to be too far gone. He comes back to the site, connects to Simple's head, and a little bit more on Electronic, but that right there is Navi to take T-side pistol.
They expanded so fast that they got the bomb down at 130, and they got across the site. They had donut control. They had a late flank in mid. So even though the shots were very nice, there were no ultimate post-plant retake positions coming in. They didn't reclaim mid fast enough. They had to all come through Temple, which can be fine sometimes on the pistol round. On the rifle rounds, it gets a little sketchier, but they did make a case for themselves. However, the speed at which Navi barreled through the site, the amount of map control they had right away, and the amount of extra outs they had, like they even had Electronic lurking mid late in case they came B to mid, meant that it was just a bit too hard there for OG.
paiN follows suit, of course, from him. We got NeoFrag on a FAMAS. Gonna be looking to play Caves.
In general, we're seeing such a fast early round in all these T positions for Navi, which is already a little bit different from, you know, the boomage Navi that we're used to seeing. And it might just be because of the matchup. They feel like they can take that space fast. Maybe it's something that continues to be that way. It kind of reminds me of like when Astralis had Magus call during that period that Glaive was out for a bit.
Yep.
And they called way faster on average. At least that's how I felt.
Worth noting. Ooh, Neofrag. Supposed to be the big one from OG. Oops. Perfecto takes a bullet to the back of the head. The nade actually almost finishes him off. But it is still Perfecto, Simple, and SDY to push past the cave exit. Fiku inside sight. A one and done with smokes all around him. It's going to be a confirmed bomb plant, and Degster's scout maybe moves into the next round. He tried to send some shots through the smoke top mid. Didn't quite find Electronic with that early mid presence. And so, unfortunately for OG, the force buy doesn't work out. But move that Deagle and scout forward. Rinse and repeat. Try again in the next. We'll see what happens. But for now, it's Navi. 2-0 start.
Yeah, OG played this map one time at the RMR, and they did a hell of a job on CT side. Not so great on T side, as most teams struggle. So that's why it's a third map and not a pick. It might be slightly less confident here for both teams, but so far, so good. Navi test to see if there's any B push, any pressure. Nothing's there. They take over kill, they get the kills. Take over cave, they get their kills fast. And they transpose into the bomb planted on B in the round 1. That's it. Good start. Ancient is one of those maps where the T pistol means the world.
Yeah, feast while you can type deal.
Only 4 teams will be guaranteed a stage match here at Lisbon. And that's all anybody wants.
You know what's wild is that ENCE are currently on the absolute longest run that any team has ever had to make in order to get to a spring or fall finals. Now the big question is how far can they make it throughout this event? But I mean, these guys came from like the open of open qualifiers. Feels like they're like 6 events deep now. They got through the showdown, man. That ain't easy.
That's harder than the final.
And this was all, you know, before the major and whatnot. So this was an event that they earned before they continued to improve. Now they're a team that's had stage experience. You know, we think about who may join them. You'd want to put Navi in that hat, but still have to figure out, you know, just how quick they can recover from the IGL swap out. Right now, Dexter, only player in the round to get much done until Neofrag, surprisingly enough, with just the USP, comes out with Impact 2. Flames, nice shot, right to the back of the head. Some never see it coming. Grabs the Galil off the corpse. Looks to push it through CT spawn. Dexter's Deagle looking hungry, and the bomb beyond the halfway point now. Perfecto, tagged up, finished off by Dexter. A single kill separating Dexter and Bit from that bomb. He gets the frag.
Wait a second, he has a kit?
Is there time? No kit.
Oh, okay.
No time.
Jesus.
So with that, it is the 3-0, but a costly third.
Yeah.
OG make Navi feel that impact.
That was actually kind of close if there was a kit available. I think he maybe could have got that in. Doesn't happen. And Dexter, the one to open the round, kills Simple, and then also nearly closes it out. Some good damage here. The double tag on the scout as he punches the re-peek. And a nice shot from Flamesy to make this scary. And on the ecos, OG have done a commendable job of getting kills, but not really actually converting the ecos. .3-0 and the money's low. Oh, they're running A.
All right, right into Dexter. Oh, and he delivers.
Any regrets?
Instantaneous frags on the first 2. Pack mentality. They all try to get past him. Look at the damage out of him right now. That's more than 400 damage to Dexter alone. And that nade, not enough to finish off Electronic. But he'll be cowering in the corner of A main, gets peeked and ended. An immediate round win coming out of the OG camp. I think the coach is tactically separating Flames from Dexter now.
He might be slowing down some of the hand slaps.
He's taking the impact.
That's smart.
You know, Dexter dishing out impact outside of the server and inside it. Huge round from the boost on A.
Yeah, that was disgusting. That's your spot. Ow.
See?
Yeah, he's transferring.
And it's fist bump.
Wow, he's saving Flamepy.
Yep.
I feel like communication is really important, but you don't really want to change what Dexter's doing right now, right? What he's doing is working.
Exactly.
It is at the expense of other people's health, but
it's fine. Let it go.
Ultimately, yeah, you've got to make some sacrifices.
No.
And Rugged doesn't need that mouse hand, so.
No one's getting thrown in volcanoes.
Yeah.
All these sacrifices acceptable. Neofrag 2 easy kills. Toys with him, reloading on the corner of that. Desert Eagle damage from bottom mid. Ooh, perfecto. Gonna get it over the line. His 6th kill so far this half, but nothing more than that. Neofrag padding the numbers, swapping out to the AK. And nice to see Neofrag having a decent series too, right? This is a big step up from Sinners.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, again, yeah, Neofrag, Fiku. They're doing well versus the competition they played. They didn't run from any fights, but they didn't get to play against a lot of tier 1 teams in their come up.
We're back into the guns here for Navi. OG still just nipping at their heels. Ooh, good flash. No op peek afforded off that one. Let's see, Neofrag's actually playing on the the front end of the cave now. Spams do go both directions. Missed op shot from Degster. Could have been a punish for the 5v4. They've still got to wait out that Neofrag smoke. He throws down another one. Just endless amounts of utility here out of Neofrag. Spams as well, trying to couple nicely with what was a very impactful nade on SDY.
Doing a good job of staying alive, getting damage in.
Now he's not alone. Fiku gets burned back. Neofrag locked into this gunfight. Wow. Nice utility usage here out of Navi to keep Fiku away from him. Flash, Neofrag, force him to turn. They follow through 3 players as a pack. Fiku's corner goes unchecked. He comes in 2 kills. And he's still got so much health that he's going to offer us a third. A lockdown inside caves from Fiku. They may have killed Neofrag, but they get nothing thereafter.
That was amazing from Fiku with that spray control. And he was locked into that corner with nowhere to go, really. Felt scared to fall back as that molly was coming up. Wanted to come in, maybe help Neofrag if they were too slow about isolating him in the corner. But that's it, man. 3 frags right there after 1 death, and there is no more time. Fiku will die late trying to go for the hunt. I think it's fine for them. He did a fantastic job. And we're talking about the last round where they won, the eco round where they got a number of kills. Money's got to be gone. That's massive. Cool to see they're playing together.
I'm actually curious. Okay, Fiku's 19 years old. So, lots of potential. And a very good round from him, but here comes Electronic. Another moment where maybe they've had enough. Navi can't fight through. Neofrag peeking. And again, he's been kind of offered a good amount of space off of these fights. He's been doing well to survive. And now Fiku comes down as the 2nd prong of the hit. Deals with mid and leaves Navi stranded for the time being. The pistols split up.
Yeah, you can see that individual impact shining through in a lot of these rounds with Neofrag. Some wonderful entries, or wonderful refrags, I should say. That was 3v5 for a second. Even though the guns weren't great behind it, they were about to pick up 2 guns too. You absolutely needed to be that aggressive. SDY will hunt for something for himself. And the damage that Electronic laid down in mid will amount to them at least being able to have options here. But Fiku, look at this angle that he's got. Oh, he looks so comfortable. But he gets knocked off his ledge. It's actually a 2v2 with Neofrag low. Uh-oh.
Not ideal.
Not at all.
One that they definitely could have shut down. Instead, I'll be looking for a way into. Dexter was still worried about middle. Now Neofrag's been able to get around the other side, but how about timing here? We've got a kit on Degster, nothing on NeoFrag.
Wow, this is a huge rotation.
He's got a flash to maybe set this up. Bomb beyond the halfway point. This is going to have to start to get pressed, but the flank works wonderfully. Some Die Young. Again, not his best map in Ancient. Crucial 1v2 to take over. We're going to have to get Degster on that bomb right about yesterday. And as he pushes in to do it, he gets the kill immediately, jumps on top. It's going to be close.
It's
but
too
no.
late.
Oh, and both die.
Yeah, they were just all on the bomb.
Just that little bit too slow.
Yeah, got the kill. Could have stuck it. Needed to run across the site. Didn't know where SDY was. And that's a 1v2 clutch from SDY.
I really love the way that he did absolutely nothing.
To perfection. You know, if he didn't have that perfect post-plant spot, then it's over.
You know, Degster kind of had to jump on bomb and just hope that NeoFrag got the kill instead, maybe. Like, that's like the only way at that point.
Montu said I would have peeked earlier.
Montu's never too far. Ooh, NeoFrag trying to get into his usual shenanigans. Then Flames tries to pick up the mantle, but he wants to get back before he gets peeked from mid. Lays down an additional smoke to just keep that player back, and he doesn't know whether Navi chased him past the caves.
Man, that could have been a critical round, huh? Because that was Navi no money. That was 3v5.
Oh, big one. Viku tries to push outwards. Flames comes back at it. He ends perfecto at the very least, but it's still man advantage leaning the way of Navi. And they sit on the cusp of this B site where Degster's left to his own devices.
Yeah. Hope he's warm. Haven't seen this op come up just yet, but he's going to be forced to step up to the plate, and T's look like they're about to hit banana, but there's enough time to do whatever they want. Like, these smokes go down. They're in a tricky spot once again. Dexter has a smoke for himself, but a lot more utility here available to the T side. Let's see how they deal with Cave.
If Degster had any support, it'd be smoked off. Nothing's coming over. He's just being very much left alone to see what he can manage to piece together. First shot's very clean, takes no damage for it. Everybody else kind of leaning back on ramp, and look at the life that just puts into OG. Suddenly, both other players come sprinting over. This is one that they sense they can win. Degster dies just as they get in, and maybe FlameZ can follow through. Bomb, again, halfway gone, but this is still a faster retake than what we saw in the last round. They line up, and there's no second frag there for Nexa. Bit v Flames. No kit for Flames, half health for him, and he gets caught on the fallback. That is 5 for Navi.
5 for Navi.
5.
Damn. Yeah, they put that together. I mean, Dexter did a good job of just going unnoticed for a second. Didn't overreact. And I think he got the kill that allowed them to go for the retake. Bit had to wait for this duel to end to get involved. Simple try to take the round into his own hands for that moment. They found out where Bit was, but he's also in a tough part of the map to get him out of, and they didn't have any more smokes. And now it's OG's money that's completely gone. I mean, this could have been the exact opposite situation in favor of OG had they won that 2v1.
But that bomb made a world of difference. Quick little pop into the front side of Cave. Hoping to catch Perfecto. Electronic and Perfecto give us the full house as they flush out the caves and deal with OG easily.
Ooh, don't let him get rolling. Definite struggles for OG in half 2 of Ancient. They've got a quota to meet. So far, we can trust NeoFrag in the cave. He's been great.
Yep, no complaints there.
Yeah.
I actually like the amount of confidence I feel like we're getting out of him.
Buy comes in. It's a little rickety. They got the op on Dexter. That's huge. And this molly is to mask the run-up.
He's getting tested. Oh!
Flash timing was beautiful.
And
oh my god.
Electronic waits for no man.
He thought he dodged the only one.
Just like that, Counter-Terra is going to have to either scramble or concede. And they may actually fall victim to this wrap around the temple. He gets there. Electronic. Almost giving Fiku a chance to just instantly strip away what feels like the best chance for Navi, which is that deep tempo control. Meanwhile, bomb's been stopped. NeoFrag trying to find timing. Flames comes up with the kill. They know that Electronic was deep, but a switch to the utility is the end of him. Oh! Flames with the 2 through smoke. Up close, 4 kills.
It doesn't have to see him, man. I squeak like a hamster watching that. Flames the guy to kind of get in their way when they were... Then they killed NeoFrag. He tried to re-aggress into B a couple of times through mid. Found the opening. I love that he didn't give up after the first kill. It was like, if there's anybody else, he's dead too. 100% agree.
Yeah, do more of that.
So that's a lifeline, man. That was OG without money from that point. Got a very emphatic blade here.
Yeah, looking a little Italian.
Yeah. Well, you got someone named Perfecto on your team. You know, you got a little Italian in you.
Have you noticed there's a lot of mustaches in Lisbon?
What, do you look in the mirror or what?
No, I'm just saying I see them all over the place. I don't know, you said it, we were talking about it, you know what, there's a train of thought there. But I guess you haven't.
I think it's something you notice when you have one.
That is very true.
Probably.
Yeah. Yeah, you make eye contact like with another mustached man. You both know. Okay. Nothing there for Electronic.
Wow.
Had a lot to do in what felt like a millisecond.
Yeah.
This guy just clears 6 angles. Spinning like a top. And knocked over. Another slow start from Simple, may I add, but there's number 5 so far. And also, luckily for him, he's got teammates. 11 kills on Electronic and Perfecto each.
Man, they kind of made a lot of noise on the rotation back. So if they read they're going into a passive setup, I mean, this is going to speed things up for Navi. And do they want to get smoked out? We haven't seen convincing retakes so far from OG. When they walk in,
they get just enough. Everything they need. Enough cover to plant. Simple at the helm of all of it. Oh, nice flashbang coming out a bit. Good assistance for Simple. SDY just watching flank with that op, so his health maybe not a liability. Simple's could become a problem. Fiku finding the frag. Equalizing to the 3v3. Smoke goes down on Cave. That's actually 2 of the remaining 3 players of Navi completely cut off. Bit's trying to get vision over top. Flames, he's just gonna stick this. Wallbangs? Nope. They can't stop it. And OG just walk into that bomb site as if it's their own house, set up shop in the living room, and take a round win with it.
Well, okay. The one round that came close that they won was the Flames 1v2 in the retake. At least that was good. And then this one's way more convincing. I think they got rattled right there. Smoke goes down towards Cave. He jumps on the bomb instantaneously. This was cool. He passed the flash back so that he could get the assistance. And you think it was over at that point. But Simple took another peek. He died. And while some kills go down, they don't win. Looks like they use the config spawn here to get Electronic out. He did well in the half buy to take out the mid players. Not so much luck this time. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Gotta be careful with that ammo. He did have NeoFrag right behind him, so...
Yeah, but NeoFrag knows what game he's playing.
Ooh, scary.
Shoot too much one way. The push comes through the smoke.
They're trying to lock him in.
Died here last time, stuck in the corner, but last time there was also much more presence. Navi came in with 3 players, plus the Molotov on the other end. This time, Sumdai Young's just kind of thrown in on his own. Perfecto next up, dies out as well, and Fiku's got this one all wrapped up. Tied up pretty. 6-6 OG starting to recover this CT side. There is still that big, what if in the 1 versus 2 that went down on that A site.
Yeah.
The one that Sumdai Young clutched with his eyes closed. Well, now OG have stabilized since. And they've got Navi down into the pistols.
It still hurts, but it hurts a lot less. I mean, there's still 3 rounds they can win here. They know that Navi are broke, and things are starting to get rolling. They're also, I think they're getting accustomed to some of the faster plays that are coming out. With, of course, the new IGL at the helm. Navi tried to skip some steps here and they got taxed for it, for not having their smokes up. Took some damage, found no fight. They rest outside B.
NeoFrag a bit more support this time in Degster. And they also give him the front room of the caves.
This is actually a good game to play. If you shoulder peek and make that op miss, the whole site can get ruined, depending on the setup with the op right here. So it's kind of worthwhile risk to take, especially when you've got a pistol.
Yuku's still hanging on to a smoke. T-side, no util.
Looks like they're going the harder route towards one of the better players so far, and FlameZu starting to light up. He's got his off angle here. See how visible he is in front of Donut.
Close peek. Flames passes the first test. Lays down utility. And here comes Nexa from the back of the A site. He does lose Flames over towards Donut, and that's Sumdai Young in with the M4. Oh, but Degster's gonna end it before anything crazy happens. OG in the lead by only 1 round.
Yeah, some lightning fast flicks there from Degster. They lock it up, take a lead. Now they've just got to kind of win one more rifle, and they've kind of recovered the half in a good way. I mean, 9 rounds might be a little bit below par for their CT, but we don't have that much data, and they've got new players. And Degster might help out a lot. We know how strong Spirit were on Ancient.
Oh, tried to punish the little bit of a run boost we get going. So smooth moves from OG.
Whoa, they killed NeoFrag.
Rushing down ramp.
Yeah, so I wonder if this has them thinking about Cave. What they think the rest of the setup is going to be. Electronics has thrown himself into mid a few times. He had so much success that one Galil round, but since then, he has been stopped. Oof.
This is such a nasty little
It's
angle,
so
man.
sweaty, man.
Hiding
Take a
in the
shower.
plants. Like a bush Wookie.
That's a nice catch.
Fiku cut down clean. Little walkout here from Bit towards the A site. What do they find? It's going to be Flames to the right. Oh, nice headshot coming out of him. Right back to the even ground. He goes deep into the donut.
Flames made some noise. Isn't thinking about Simple right now. Simple's trying to read if it's a bait or not. But FlameZ's out in mid, purveying the scene. Far away from the bomb now.
SDY gets caught. Degster still going to be leaning towards that B site. Flames trying to piece together the picture.
Simple's taking the bomb into spawn.
Yeah, where's he going?
They're watching their flank because they don't have a timing on mid, but FlameZ was out here. It's going to be impossible to read for Navi. They have to take some guessed, but to come back to A late, no smoke down, that's also a risk. But it looks like they will do it. Oh, they have a...
Oh, they think...
Oh,
okay.
they bait the...
Well done, well done. You know, making the most of a sketchy situation. They get Flames to spam what they want. That's going to, A, reconfirm his position. But then OG obviously not wanting to rotate through their very own spawn because it currently belongs to Navi. Instead, it's going to be 3 guys coming in from Donut. Space is being given for the time being. Perfecto could turn back eventually.
They got so much util here, though.
What about the timing? Oh, Degster, he gets the kill. Molotov burns off Perfecto. Beauty of a retake. They get on it. They've got it. OG,
Yeah.
that's going to be 8 made easy.
That's well done. Now, the only problem with that situation was they didn't have a perfect plan for CT spawn. They didn't have a perfect plan for Temple. They just had a good plan. And with the retake through Donut, the molly, the smoke available, they knew that the T's would have to play some kind of deep angle in order to defend that. Go for an early fight considering it's 2v3. And they made sure to punish all of these peaks that could come out early. Very nice cover from Degster. Of course, as they're lined up right there, Simple smack in his lips. He's like, I can get this lineup spray down and win this round by myself. But he goes down. And OG, 5 straight. Oops.
Wasn't as pretty as last time, but...
Ooh, he gets heard.
They've got HP. NeoFrag falls back. Dexter opens up. That's a kill on Electronic as he tries to climb the boxes. Little walkout towards the A site, gets caught this time. Simple's down thanks to Nexa, and we've got a comfortable looking 5 versus 3 for OG. So once more, just as this end looks to fizzle out, I bring it back up. That what if moment with the 1v2 from Sumdai Young. This could have been Navi with a pretty flat T side when we think about the easy rounds that came after the bat. What if? For now, all that Navi will have to focus on, trying to get this 3 versus 5 somehow going their way. They do get the kill towards top mid and a push past the ops line in Fiku. Bit is now locked into this position though, and that would be, I mean, just the most disgusting duel. If he can beat out Fiku, sure enough, way too tough. Sumdai Young and Perfecto 2 versus 4, 30 seconds, and the play is to move this party to the A site. They've met a smoke. They've got Nexa deep on plat. He can just stay crouched, but he does lose his teammate. He tries to pop up, doesn't deliver, and Sumdai Young looking to impact yet another round. 2 kills as he clears out the site, pushes this one into the even ground, leaves Perfecto deep in Temple. He's gonna get the 1v1 versus Fiku, who's swapped over to the AK. Fire burns Perfecto out of that committed corner. NeoFrag inching his way ever closer. Perfecto gets blindsided. It is Sumdai Young in another 1v2. They have no clue where he's got off to. Smoke on top of Bomb, he waits.
Ooh.
Bomb 3/4 of the way gone. He could still win this one based on time. He needs to get the spray down right here, and he won't. It's just slightly off the mark. And OG at the end of this with 9, 6 straight to close the first 15.
There we go, man.
Only one bomb side? Only one bomb side?
Yeah, it's only one bomb side.
I'm going atrium, bro.
Yeah, one deep. Both are deep to the right. Deep to the right.
Oh, I think you can boost here, maybe.
I'll run to the left. Missed the right side. Bump in the middle. One is right side. It's gonna be fast, man. I hope.
You know what we play to? Or is it like 8 or something?
Yeah, it's the short one. It's first one to 8.
Play HG, and we double nade.
The right?
So come here first, and we do the boost. You can boost. It look like this. Up here. Maybe you won't get anywhere, but let's try.
I push you. Think we can jump or what?
Okay, I'm up here now. Is in the stairs over here to the right.
Bomb in the middle.
Good scout.
Yes, I think so too. Especially with the silence. We need AK. Let's take 1 eco. Then we will win. I will come to the right and peek. They will be here to the right. I will flash.
Close here. Oh, I think they're banned for now.
He has a scout. One of them has a scout. We just double peek him with AK. He's dead.
Yep. Up.
Two guys left side. I'm not sure if they are pushing. Hampus is 20 HP. He stepped down under us to the left. He just stepped down under us to the left. Yes.
One is low because.
OP is in the cave. Wait, I'm gonna smoke cave. I'm coming.
Yeah. That's
Nice. One still low, I think, guys.
Okay, I'm picking banana.
Flames defuse kit.
Pick the bomb. I'm defusing full.
Yeah.
Cover him.
Banana, low HP.
Nice!
Low HP banana dead.
Off long, Fico.
In the corner. Nice.
Nice! Well played. He was low, yeah. Nice.
That was a lot of good rounds led by Flames to leverage in that comeback. A very solid CT side recovery. And yeah, a very promising end to the series. I mean, we're looking at OG have 9 rounds over Navi on map 3. That's just occurred to me. I mean, they actually won Mirage. I didn't even actually sink in just yet. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's a sick situation.
Yeah.
I really like NeoFrag's energy. We got, you know, he's hyped, he's pumped, he's calling the kit, he's keeping eyes on it. And electronic, eyes on the back of his head, get popped by Fiku. Bit from the temple. Gonna have to try to give us something because Nexa, well, he kills Simple first and foremost. NeoFrag with the bomb plant. Little 3v3, not too bad. Bit finds the head of the first, but Nexus here to make a difference. Perfecto versus Fiku. He hops his way back around those corners. Perfecto looking for a kit, looking for utility.
Where is it though? Oh man.
Whatever it is, he can't find it, so he's just gonna have to rely on a kill here and now. And he gets the fight. Taps yet again, jump back from Fiku as he locks in the second pistol for OG this time around. That is double digits immediately to the T side. And we know how hard these rounds can be to come by. Big pickup from Fiku and the OG 4-round lead.
Where the hell was the kit? You gotta wonder. It looked like he had a comm to go find it, but honestly, with where the bomb was planted, that was not an easy 1v1 for the Donut player. So, man, that's a damning pistol round to lose. A nice attempt, and he is the guy who's left in the 1v2, so you can't put all the responsibility on his shoulders. But they don't pull it off. That's 10 rounds for OG, 6 away from beating Navi in a best of 3. And, you know, you would think normally that this would be like someone who would, SDY is, you know, he's a new guy or whatever. But he was extremely good on Mirage, very good on map 1, and honestly, 7 kills, but he had some very big kills in that first half and some rounds to his name. So there are definitely some other troubles. I mean, Simple's had another slow start here. At least they got CT to look forward to. But right now, they can't even buy.
Ooh, so they're going to get mashed up deep inside of Temple. And meanwhile, the OG that they're playing against, this is what you'd hope for, right? Every single individual offering us kills, moments, impact. A strong showing out of NeoFrag as he's now 16-9.
Yeah, this is huge. I mean, Dexter's playing like there's just like he's been playing with this team. You know, it doesn't feel like he's new.
Yep. And I'm super down to see what NeoFrag gives us on T side because, you know, CT side looked very comfortable in Cave, looked dynamic, was aggressive at times, was passive when he needed to be, had utility, good team play coming out of OG in what can be like, you know, at times a complicated spot. So
gotta say, I mean, there's just a lot of impact fraggers on the team. I mean, every time they get a kill, it feels like it's an important one. They take the right risks. And they win some hard duels. They do. So, wow. What a way to start off the event for OG if they're able to actually complete this. You could point to a weaker Navi if you'd like to, but it's never easy to beat them. And on Ancient, no less. But it's 5 rounds, it maybe 6. That still might not be enough. Of course, it was 14-5 on a map that is barely one-sided, and Navi were able to come back on CT. This will be a hard match to close out. But a good start in the second half. They got another open site.
Electronic trying to slip in behind them, but Dexter a little too aware. Meanwhile, quick little exchange inside of middle.
Who do you think is going to win the map?
I think OG are going to win.
Okay.
And it's over. They're just hyper-focused. They look sharp. They got good comms.
We got impact players, man. Impact. They got Navi emotional. They got him thinking. They got him talking. These are good signs.
Now the real test starts. Like you alluded to, you know, we got a pretty big comeback on Mirage when we really shouldn't have. OG looking to just carry through with the momentum. 3-round T-side start, nothing to scoff at. And the fact that Simple is caught on the back lane of this B site puts things in question. Degster,
man,
looking good.
Yeah, man, when he hits those shots, he makes it look like he hits them every time. You know how calm that flick was up into the air? And again, we're talking about SEY supplanting for Boomich on the B site in a map that he's not normally that comfortable on. But it looks like they've got what they wanted out of B. They're going to start to take it over to A. And it looks like Navi want to take a risk here. So, man, this could be a great call. The only way they really mess it up at this point is taking too long.
Yeah, they've already allowed for Bit to come back over. Still no support for the time being. They're on the perimeter of A main.
And they're not smoking donut here.
He's got a chance, Bit, with the 8-4 in hand. Insta-kill Flames. Falls back, tries to jump into the corners. Way more worried about mid. Despite his teammates coming through that now, he didn't want to get cut off. Thought maybe the split was coming, not the all-in.
They should probably save. You know, that goes to show you how weak the setup, though, was. They had Bit, the one player on the site, and he couldn't even think about being safe in Donut. He had no mid control in that position. That's how heavily Navi right there were stacked over towards the B site. And if it wasn't the case, of course, he could have stood there and fought. But he was looking for another player trailing it. Oh my god, we're looking to kill the players. Saving! Woo, what a long-range Galil spray here from Fiku.
Oh boy. If they clear out everything, then Navi have got real problems.
Yeah, there's so much time left on this bomb as well. Perfecto. They know he was close to his teammate. They've closed out every other position.
A troublesome situation here for Navi, for Perfecto. He's looking to hang on. He's got two, doubles back, and dies. So they get cleared.
Wow.
OG, that's exactly what they're looking for.
Yeah, they're looking smart, man. Look at the shot. Unreal. Unreal.
Yeah. Yeah, that's how that feels. Ooh, that's so fast.
He makes it look so...
It's so fast.
He made it look slow. You know, it's like he racked it so quickly that he had time to chill. Wow.
Very momentous T-start here for OG. Navi looking like an incredibly likely 14th. And now we're talking about the same situation in Mirage, where even if the comeback starts to happen, you have a near non-existent margin of error. And that is never where you want to be playing from. OG 3 away from a best-of-3 win over Navi to kick off the Blast Spring Finals. With a stand-in and 2 new players. Just be a real feels good, but it's not over until it's over, and the Pistols have a little life left in them. The cave setup nets them 2 frags.
Well,
it's gonna send Fiku out solo A. He's got a CT just right up next to him. He doesn't see that one coming, and if they can recover this, it's a 3 versus 5 with pistols.
Yeah, how did Dexter even get up here? I thought he was tucked into another pocket. Well, he's gonna... Wait a second. He's gotta go pick up a gun that's outside a cave. Okay, they're switching out to the AK. Of course, they're going to try this. They could work their way in. Looks like they've got to kill 2. Maybe win straight up by elimination. CT's desperately trying to hang on to this if possible. Spam comes through. It's a little off. No one moves.
But they stay focused. Flames gets him out of the corner. 12 seconds left over on this one. Some Die Young could be the savior, but... Oh, now inside of the smoke, the bomb plant. He loses his support. It's Flames into the clutch. Ooh, he backs up. He's got Some Die Young tapping it. And that's going to cause a little bit of panic to set in. Some Die Young now Deep angle down, and they get the kill. A 3v5 by way of pistols inside cave. We talked about near non-existent margin of error. That is a sigh of relief.
Absolutely. 2 to Electronic, 2 to SDY. Really well done on the last peak as well. Actually hard to align that, you know, based on the communication. But they pulled it off perfectly, and they punished Flames for actually reloading in that 1v2.
Good shadow advantage there.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, scarier than Outlast this game is sometimes.
Oh, man. We've all been there.
Yeah. To watch Oni Pixel play Outlast, it's like watching Fiku play CSGO.
Whoa!
And I mean, just like that, they're alive, right? It's now suddenly, yes, it is that crazy sometimes on Ancient. It's very scary here for OG. You know, Simple actually recently set his longest plus 1.0 streak in his career, I think this year. But start of this tournament hasn't been so kind to him.
Now, each of the other 2 maps, though, he's been given a chance to recover and has.
Yes.
So even if this one has kind of come at the latest possible point,
it kind of only matters if they lose at this point.
Right.
Yeah. And it's, yeah.
Also, I feel like on the first 2 maps, you know, that little bit of performance comeback had already kicked up a notch. It is still flat. It is -9.
We have seen him take some risks that have lost rounds in a couple of these spots where normally, I mean, maybe he makes the same play and hits the shot. That's the difference, but
slightly less sharp. Close peek here. Ooh, Flames doesn't get away with that.
They don't refrag, and Bit actually escapes.
He could even give us another. Stops the bomb. Dexter and Fiku still joining nicely for the kills. A missed shot from Simple on the cross. A quick little peek top mid, and Neofrag, now he's suddenly hunting his prey. He's got 2 guys lined up. Sumdai Young goes down. He's going to take his leave of absence. That's 19 frags on Neofrag, thanks to that one. And I love that he doesn't go for too much. You know, he doesn't stick around, give a chance for Navi to get back into the 2 versus 2. He forces them to go towards the site where he could still get later impact. Simple runs the risk on the jump back. Will frag Fiku, but is chased down by Dexter, and you could see what that one means to OG. That's 14 on the board. Double the round count of Navi. They're gonna buy back with all they can, you'd think. And Nexa tells him to chill.
Man, they're overstressing Bit right here.
Stay focused.
Look, they refragged him from long A as he was falling back from Donut fighting mid. There's no help for him. He's playing in Donut with nobody watching the cross out along. The rotations are a little slow here for Navi, a little sluggish. And Bit actually got 2. Bit actually managed to get his kill in Donut, fall back, and still hit the nastiest shot. With the M4 he doesn't even use to find another one inside a Donut. And right now, we're talking about potential for match point here for OG. Series point, in fact. If Navi simply do not stop this now. I mean, they can't have that much money either.
Oof.
God, oh my God. Yeah, this
Double
is
MP9.
A crazy investment. You know, I think in a closer situation, you actually save. We got 2 MP9s. It's the utility that I think has been prioritized here from Navi. Wow.
Now or never. Electronic loses a teammate. Oh, turns it back, and he's done with the one. Simple comes in from top mid. He got tagged by that.
Damn.
Dropped to 42 off of Dexter's op, which started this round, you know, up close and personal. Gets a kill straight into the caves.
Yeah.
Poor Sumdai Young just getting bullied.
You can see how aware Dexter is. All 3 positions that he just checked. There's a CT. Not there, but potentially coming. Nearly hit that shot on a Simple too. Would have been a tough one. Perfecto snuck in while this smoke plumed, so Dexter might walk into his death. We'll see. Oh, yeah.
Couldn't afford to miss.
was a risky move from Perfecto, but he had to do that. It's also an op that he can now deliver over to Simple if they win. Right now, it feels like that's a big if. Critical mid-round frags from Fiku as they run it to A.
Yeah, they're just going to waste no time, right? Stampede inwards. So CT's on high alert. Simple currently blind. Bit waits a second. Simple decides to strike. Nothing. And Fiku looking for 3 kills in a 2 versus 3 that would put OG on 15. Perfecto stands tall. Shuts them down from Donut. Ice cold from Perfecto when Na'Vi need it.
Yeah, out in the open. I mean, he didn't want to let that bomb get picked up. If he had to go in a post plan, who knows what happens from there. Honestly, Simple taking those risks is something we've seen a few times. This one was honestly incredible from OG. It actually made sense for him to push in that spot because they were distracted from 2 other choke points. But it still almost cost the round, right? All came down to Perfecto. That's well done.
Fast fight towards mid. Already man advantage off the back of Electronic. Bit another MP9 here, but oh, damn. Incendiary.
Uh-oh. So bad smoke tries to land it on the Molotov. Bounces off a stair. Looks like they're coming late into mid, and there's always been some gap here inside of mid / donut / A. OG's game plan has been very effective from that perspective, but this is the worst attempt so far. They've almost always been able to answer back, make it 4v4.
NATO, they're going to try for the silent walk-in. Neofrag almost gets ahead of that one. Just a matter of a meter. Dexter, oh, nice double kill. Fiku comes in.
Oh, he has no bomb.
No, it's still back beyond the site, but Dexter, what? He just kills them all. What if? 3 kills in.
Okay, the thing is, he
still ignores bomb.
Yeah, but they don't know he doesn't have the bomb. So he could actually turn this into looking for a kill. Otherwise, he'd have to get the bomb and post plant. SDY, will he read the push? Yeah.
He's holding. He's walking.
Oh my God.
And he's got it bagged up. But Dexter, holy hell, trying to be that special sauce, that little extra ingredient that would have robbed Na'Vi of a B-site hold. Sigh of relief from Sumdai Young.
But the thing is, they continue to make it expensive.
Damn.
You can't plan for the situation to happen, but they're making it very, very expensive.
Just as he starts moving, you know, that's one of those moments where you decide to make your move, and then at that moment, Dexter catches you off guard. But no.
He could have thought, oh, he's running it back.
Yep. Gets stopped.
But hey, if they keep killing 4, Na'Vi will never be able to afford an op. Now, the one thing is, this is the round to do it, right? To not die, to win cleanly. Get to 10.
Milk those MP9s for money.
Crazy. Couple close opportunities. How many will they get? The Mirage was interesting just because after a long streak, OG just won 2 in a row, like out of nowhere. It felt like, oh, they won 1, but who knows if they'll get the second. They won it back-to-back rounds. They're doing a good job of kind of synthesizing all the data they get.
Yeah, Flames, you wallbang that wall. You hit him with the Glock. This one's just gonna get mowed down. So they try to creep it in. We want 5 alive here for Na'Vi, and they deliver. So get through the easy one with exactly that. Nothing but ease, a breeze for Na'Vi as they take 10. 4 rounds the difference. We saw it on Mirage. We saw that comeback start to get pieced together before OG broke through because they had so many chances to close. They've earned that same right here on Ancient, and they're about to buy back in.
Yeah, I'd like to see Rugga getting involved, actually, off the calls. And I think that they have at least shown that some of the ideas have been really strong off the tax. Man, that's something we talk about with Blade all the time. Is I feel like if someone out there could calculate the amount of times that Na'Vi have won a round off attack pause, I feel like it'd be the highest percentage of any any teams that takes them. But well, okay. Maybe we're in for a high-level round here. Both teams dialed in. OG trying to achieve match point. Navi trying to deny it. And with denying it, another save. Another buy after that. Maybe 2 full buys if they keep the streak going. Crazy in the development of Ancient. There's been just more and more leaning towards the A side, even as opposed to B. Exec's not always working out. It feels like if you get your cave kills, then you start to think about that side of the map, but teams are willing to work a little bit harder to try and get the plants down on what some consider the hard site.
It's a lot of util coming out.
Yeah, mid is really open. Man, this is actually nuts that OG have only 1 kit left.
You double deep ace smokes.
If Navi knew this, they would stack B because there is no chance that they're going to get this bomb planted on that side. Oh, 1 bad shoulder peek and it's all over. Late smoke comes down. Oh, last thing OG want right now is time trouble.
Danger games. Neofrag ready to roll. We got the player deep in the corner. He's been spotted. Support goes down. Neofrag. That's 2 headshots. Gunning for a third. Electronic puts it up with the MP9. The rush from Simple shut down. Fiku, he denies him. And how many times do we get Simple running in for that kind of round-winning moment and for it to fall flat today? 11 and 21. Bit turns it back. He could be the recovery. A single kill is all he needs to save this and to give Navi another chance to keep the CT side going, but he has no idea where Nexa could have gotten off to, and Nexa a shoe-in, you'd assume, but Bit gets on top of that bomb, and if Nexa doesn't peek it, then Bit's gonna come away with the defuse!
No!
5-second stick, and Nexa gives Navi a chance!
No, a 1v3 for Bit like that? It couldn't have been more free. Bit had no other option but to stick that bomb on his HP remaining, and he tucks behind the pillar, and Nexa just thinks, no way he's gonna stick, but wow. They throw away these frags. A double entry from Neofrag. The instant and out from Fiku.
Oh, that's a what-if round. 2 of them now already in this map. An immediate push towards the bottom of mid. And Perfecto gonna seal up a 4 versus 2 here for Navi.
Man, there's some situations where like the only thing you could do wrong is play too passive. Like peek and it's over.
Now you've given not only the 11th round to Navi, your lead's cut down to only 3. You decide to come back in with a buy. An immediate call from Nexa. They try to clash into mid, catch him off guard. Now we're talking 14-12.
Yeah.
Not to mention, you know, good amounts of money could be saved here from Navi if they get away with everything. Neofrag loses 2/3 his health on that first fight. He's got the op of Simple ahead of him. Rotates coming through from Navi, just wanting to bolster up this bomb site, but there is still time for Neofrag to pull off the impossible. He has been playing lights out. Alongside Fiku, alongside Degster, the 3 new pieces of OG, one of them temporary. All of them impactful. But he's gonna have to bend backwards to pull off what's left here in round 26. Still has a smoke grenade that could deny vision. Could very well walk away with the plant, but first he wants the kill, and he peeks right into Bit. Navi are on fire.
They are, and they actually, it was a bit off, so they've got 2 now between him and Simple. Ooh, I feel like this one could come down to mood, you know, like we saw some good plays out of OG, but if they felt like they were going to win and they lost that chance, how much is that going to affect them? That's nuts. 5 straight here for Navi. Half buy-in for OG as they threw it all in that last one. Low utility outside the B side. And Flamesy trying to catch the timing. Yeah.
Pushes in.
Oh, he gets it. Uh-oh.
SDY smothered. Simple. Critical moment. Waits for the second peek. Hits it. But doesn't manage that second kill because NeoFrag is sharp.
Jesus. He was just tagging him over and over again. And now he has cave to himself.
Remember, this was one gun to kick it off. If a second T comes over, then suddenly Dexter, yep, he's got hands on an M4. So now an improvement in the weaponry of OG. Not to mention man advantage.
They can't molly the corner, but they can smoke both sides. B-side hit is going to come down.
That's both rifles here inside of the cave. Dexter actually gets owned by Electronic. He's trying to get back. A chase here from NeoFrag.
They forget about him.
Perfecto doesn't pull the trigger. And that could be false confidence because you'd think that NeoFrag would have gotten killed, would have gotten culled. Perfecto comes out, goes down to Nexa. Now Bit needs to be the difference, and that's 15. A single AK. Flames runs it through the caves, and NeoFrag picks up those pieces.
Yeah, a massive shout out to NeoFrag for what he's showing us today. Again, so little experience versus the tier 1. Never faltered in any of his other matches, just never got to show us on a bigger stage what he could really do. And look at this, he plays with Simple. He gets those first bullets in, trying to bait a shot. Next one's just a pre-fire. He's already tagged. Plays him like a fiddle. Insane frags right now. Wow, they tested that setup with barely anything to work with.
Look what it leaves Navi on.
They're broke.
Op on Simple, FAMAS in the hands of Electronic. Bit doesn't even have Kevlar. And NeoFrag takes to the top, sits upon his throne with 25 kills to his name.
And they're becoming harder to read too. I mean, they spent a few rounds early portion of this half going over towards A. Lately, it's been B. What's trendy on round 28?
It's not limitless amounts of utility for OG, but still more than what the counter-terrorists have to work with.
Oh, it's annoying for Navi hearing these nades come down, knowing that map control is being taken from them, and they're being told, yeah, we know you don't have utility to fight back against this.
If they want to stop it, then they've got to hit the hard shots. Big gap for Dexter to just keep his eyes through. That's good utility damage. Considering the minimal amounts of nades they have, get Nexa down. Soften NeoFrag, soften Flames. You know, with pistols in hand, every single point of damage is going to make a difference. CZ first and foremost from Perfecto, and that has to feel good for at least a moment. And there's not many moments left, 25 seconds. And Nexa's about to take to the front of this push. Hit down low by the nade. Perfecto finished what he started. Fiku and NeoFrag, though, the new guys with the impact into this B site. 12 seconds on the clock, and Simple will have another chance in a critical moment. He sees the leg and stops it. No bomb plant. The chase comes through. Simple finds more, but there's still maybe a chance. No, 13. Navi, hold on.
No way. He plants on the wrong spot, dude.
But play together. Stop going alone.
Oh, that is pure pain. It's literally guaranteed again. They have the entire pillar, and he just can't think skinny enough. Off to the side, open to CT. And Simple finds his gap. Oh, he had to come through the smoke. That's the find they needed. It was the only play he could make. I guess it was not even planted that badly. It was just that deep of an angle. Wow. The one smoke not being watched. I can't believe it. Another opportunity for Navi. These entries have left an indelible mark on the T side of OG, though. Every single time they've come through, it feels like they're not stoppable. They are going to get the refrag. They're going to get 2. But the time with the bomb has been a curse.
Oh, wow. Missed shot. Last time Dexter up close hits that. SDY doesn't like his chances, and Dexter!
He scopes.
How dare you!
Oh my god.
walks in, quick scopes, knocks him down, and puts OG back on man advantage. They are not going to give Navi any easy attempts.
He's willing to do that on round 29. Oh, getting spammed through the wood wall.
As if Bit's job wasn't already hard. MP9 and now half health. Certainly still feels like OG are in control.
Man, they've got the space back at mid. They've been able to crack this open whenever they like to. Again, you know, Bit's been overstressed in this spot. Right now, he's just the rotator, and it's all eyes on Simple.
Oh, again, it's going to have to be him. He gets Nexa first, will not get into the temple. Neo frag sharp as ever. Has to close that distance, go for the bomb plant. Oh, the MP9 runs through. Again, they stop that. Again, in the chaos and the carnage, it is Navi to prevail, at least for another chance. But Perfecto has to do it. He has to close the 1v2. They have no idea where he's gotten off to. Fico and Flames, each with a kill already. He's got no smoke, no kit, no flash. Little chance for Perfecto. At least picks up one tidbit of utility. That could allow for the clear to the left side, but the smoke spam's great, and that is it. Oh my, OG. A best-of-3 win over Navi to kick off the spring final.
God damn, what a win on LAN here with a stand-in of Dexter, who is not a liability. A beautiful map from everybody involved. And they survived tragedy throughout this second half. They could have won this game 6 times over. But it's even more impressive that they did it and still pulled it off. Navi got to the doorstep of being able to pull that back, bring it to OT, but they didn't close.
I mean, it's Navi. They're never gonna go down without a fight. They almost draw back Mirage. They put up a fight again on Ancient, but OG, with a win that probably feels so damn good. What expectations do they set for themselves coming into the event, and what expectations can they set for themselves now that they have that off their chests? A win over Navi and a desk to unpack it.
OG with a stand-in and 2 new players managed to take down Navi. And Pimp, you mentioned it, over 100 and something days?
200.
200 days.
60.
Navi had not lost Ancient. We said it was their key map going into it. Well, they just managed to do what you thought was the impossible.
Yeah, we got to give all the credit in the world to OG for playing a good game of Counter-Strike. Navi obviously having a day off, no doubt about it, not playing up to their normal par, you know, Simple not really playing as well as he could have, but OG with this man next to me, playing better than I would have expected and fully deserving winning the game.
And a big smile on his face when we see him on game. You just seem to be enjoying it all. But Dexter, before we get anything too serious, I want to ask you, your hand slaps, very strong. Flames is very little. Like, is he okay?
I think he's not okay, but but as I am, I say to him, if you wanna win, you just you should do what I want.
There we go. There we go. Now Dexter, we got to look at this though. You managed to take down Navi. You're just standing in. How comfortable has OG made you feel? Because you seem to still be able to perform really well.
I would like to say thanks for them, because when I came up to the team, they say you will be the man who can do what he wants. And only in the rounds that we need you should do the job that Manto was doing. That's great for me, because for me a bit harder to play in English, because sometimes I cannot explain why I want to do that and what they should do. But anyways, it's great experience. I'm learning and studying like that. That's great.
Dexter, you spoke about it a little bit here as well, you know, communicating in English and playing in English. How hard is it to figure out all the positions and as you said, explaining what you want to do and explaining what's happening in the clutches? Is that something you are comfortable with, or is it still a challenge?
I think in the most of part of situation it's comfortable for me. Yes, sometimes it's harder to explain what I want from my teammates, but anyways, when I don't understand something, I'm asking. Right now I have some questions to my team.
Okay.
Well, Dexter, we're going to let you go. We're going to let you go off and celebrate. We've got some more games to cover, but thank you very much for your time.
Thanks everyone who is supporting me and OG.
Hey,
OG
there we
fans,
go.
I hope you will be very glad to see us on this tournament.
Definitely so, man. Thank you very much. Boom. So we're moving into our next game, but before that, right, we just got to quickly touch on this. This was one hell of a start to this day. Look at the groups we've had so far. So the winners in the other games, right, you'd say, okay, made sense than how this has looked. But to see Navi on the elimination podium right now, Pimp, I don't think there's many of us. Actually, no, it was only Launders, wasn't it?
I mean, you may have short-term memory, but Navi in a lower bracket and then coming back, fighting back, and biting back, we've seen that so many times. So yeah, what we saw today from Navi wasn't too good. But James, you as a Navi guy, you know they've been in the lower bracket many times, so you can never discredit them, you can never count them out, but obviously to see them lose to OG with a stand-in, that's a terrible start.
Both of us stand-in, it certainly was a terrible start, but we got to keep on moving forward. It's time for us to get ready for ENCE taking on Big. ENCE blasted through the showdown to earn their place in Lisbon. Snappy's men look scary, but still search for their maiden title.
Thinks he's running for it, trying to punish it. It's a nice move, and oh, what a headshot!
Big, without their young gun, come to Lisbon with nothing to lose. With God B back behind them, the Germans look set to improve.
Another free one. Oh my God. It's wicked. It's clinical.
He simply cannot miss.
It's beautiful. It's
Another!
Long that we kind of have more tools in order to break opponents, CT sites especially. So I'm glad to have Spinks back, and yeah, he's an amazing player, obviously.
Now, even though you guys came through the showdown, overall you guys are no longer challengers, right? People are looking at you expecting to win this kind of a tournament. Is that how you feel? Do you feel like there's this extra kind of determination from the fans and stuff on you guys to win?
I don't think people necessarily expect us to win, but they probably have us as one of the contenders after maybe FaZe and NAVI. But yeah, like we've been going very far in every single tournament, so we obviously have our eyes on a trophy at this point, and we really would like to bring one to the ENCE cabinet.
Now you've got Big Clan for the first opening game. They've gone through some weird changes, but they've got the normal roster back, not the normal coach side of things with them. How do you feel against facing them, also quite another tactical team?
Yeah, I think we've known this matchup for quite a while, so Big definitely have some surprises for us. I'm certain they're a very tactical team, so it's about breaking them before they get into the. Well, we don't want them to get to their plane A. We want them to get to C or D, right? So, but they definitely have some surprises for us. I'm certain they've been looking at us. We've known the matchup for a long time, as I said. So, but I still think we'll win. I think we are the better team.
ENCE taking on Big. Now for ENCE, they've come into this, right? Expectations are higher, pressure is going to be higher. But looking at Big, they didn't know which team they were going to field. They didn't even know what coach they were going to have. They've been plagued with some issues. Things have been changing up and down around them. But when it comes to this ENCE now, when we've seen what Snappy can do, especially considering what they did at Dallas without the star player, my oh my, Pimp, I'm expecting them to be on fire.
Listen, buddy, ENCE have been one of the most interesting teams to follow in 2022 so far. I don't think a lot of people expected them to be as well as they are. You know, the fact that they're competing for trophies, the fact that they've established themselves as a top 5, perhaps even a top 3 team in the entire world. It's been hella impressive. The performance at IM Dallas with Snacks as well, the fact that you can integrate a stand-in and still play well, still get to a final. I've been thoroughly impressed, with ENCE throughout the entire year, and I expect them to win this game. I expect them to do damage at this tournament.
Now, when it comes to looking at ENCE though right now, I feel like once Spinks wasn't there, other players were able to step up a little bit further. Would you agree with that? Would you say there was more depth to them than maybe what we even expected at the beginning?
I would say so. I think the foundation they've built, the system they've built is really being integrated into what they're doing right now, and it's looking very solid. One of the players we have to highlight, one of the reasons why they're playing so well, is the breakout player of the year, at least according to me, Mr. Spinks himself. That was the guy missing at IM Dallas. He's now back. He's back with ENCE, and he has performed at an incredible high level throughout the entire year. Look at this. He's in the top 5 of best LAN players of 22 with likes like Simple, Shiro, Exile, Stown, established top players. Spinks right now is to be considered as a world-class rifler, and the fact that he's back with ENCE is a massive addition.
But who else are we looking at when it comes to this fight? Because I've seen magic moments from Madden at time. D-Har stepped up as well. Even Hades has come into his own when sometimes we were looking at him as maybe he was the shaky one.
Well, that's the thing, right? It's a very well-rounded team. Snappy obviously being the in-game leader, but outside of that, you just mentioned all 3 riflers next to him and Hades with the AWP. There's so much skill, and it's a very, I'd say, a homogeneous team in the sense that everyone can chime in. Everyone can do well whenever they need to. I will say D-Har is a little bit underrated by a lot of people. He's been playing absolutely fantastic as of lately. A solid pistol player as well, and whenever he's needed, he has a tendency to step up. So I think you got to give a lot of credit to D-Har.
Now, also, I want to touch on this fact that they are in a really wild situation where I don't think I've seen, and I don't know about you, Pim, but many teams that just believe and go with what their in-game leader says all the time. Like Snappy just has the troops behind him no matter what.
Well, that's the beautiful thing about Counter-Strike. Once you got a unit that is all pulling in the right direction, you can have a good Counter-Strike team on a budget. And I think that's a point I want to make, right? We've seen G2 play today. We've seen Vitality play today. Two of the most expensive, if not the two most expensive teams of all time in Counter-Strike. And the way they play Counter-Strike right now is nowhere near the level of ENCE, even though I think you can take two ENCE players and that wouldn't even be enough to cover the entire budget of Vitality, right? There's so much money being thrown into that lineup. Same for G2. But ENCE have done it on a budget. They found the talent, they found the players, and they're all performing well under the system created by the coach and obviously Snappy. I am thoroughly impressed with it.
But looking at Big, right, the other side of this is a Big that I started to get some more belief in. This is a Big I've started to enjoy seeing. Crimbo, right, this young player comes up, and I don't think we've even seen him get close to his potential, but he's calm, he's cool on land. This guy's smooth.
He's a clutcher. We've seen him clutch so much doing the major qualifier, doing the major as well. Crimbo is starting to make a name for himself, and I agree, it's a team that is slowly but surely getting better. I think the addition of Crimbo have made them more exciting, but it's still one of those lineups where it's hard to place them. Are they a top 5 candidate? Are they just going to establish themselves as a top 10 team, or will they slide out of the top 10? I don't really know at this point. I do know a couple of the players. You're talking about the likes of Serson, Tapson, Qualities, and then you have FaZe, a player who started off very, very rough and big, but as of recently is getting better and better. So there's a lot of potential within the lineup. I will agree with that. You see the stats right here. The first 3 months wasn't really too well for this guy, but then he's come after it. It's a team with a lot of potential, but where do we think they are? Is it a top 5 candidate, top 10? I'm not really too sure.
Now, we're touching on FaZe here, right? And this is a great improvement for sure, but I've also got to look at the negatives. Sirison, where has this man been? At times when he's there, we can rely on him. He's been looking good, but things have not been as pretty as when we go back to the comfort times, the online times.
He's getting a little bit too inconsistent for my taste, because I agree, when he's playing well, he's one of the difference makers.
You love it.
You love it, right? He's an AWP player who can dictate the game, and he's an AWP player I think a lot of people out there respect, especially on the server. As a fan favorite, not really that much, right? He doesn't have the biggest personality in the game, but on the server, I had to, right? But on the server, he's demanding a lot of respect. The problem is we haven't seen it outside of the online era too much from Serson, and we need to see it today if they want to stand a chance.
Now we're going to see the picks and bans come up on your screen. We're going to see Ancient taken out to start off with, and then Inferno done by ENCE, and then we'll get Mirage pick coming in from Big. Now they've gone for this or their Dust 2 is normally the common one for these guys.
Well, that's a problem for Big. They share a lot of the map pool with ENCE as well. You see Mirage coming in, you see Nuke coming in. So far, if you're ENCE, you're super, super happy with the veto, and that's the problem. There's no punish pick. There's no obvious punish if you're Big going against ENCE. So you're already the underdog. You can't really maneuver them in the veto. So regardless of the third map right here, it's going to be a tough matchup for Big.
And we're going to go to Overpass as the decider. Now, Pimp, when we're looking at this, right, where do you see the chance? Is it going to have to be any like of an option where we look at Big and say, okay, you must win Mirage, or can they fight a bit on Nuke here? How does it work in your eyes?
I think if you're a Big fan at home and you want Big to win this matchup, I think the best chance to have to get off to a good start would be on Mirage. Nuke have been very consistent for ENCE. I think they are right now candidating to be one of the best teams in the world on the map, at least up there where they can take on pretty much everyone. So if you're Big, you want to go for Mirage. You want to get off to a good start. You want to dictate the tempo on the T side. Let's expect ENCE is picking the CT side, obviously. And you have the likes of Tapson, you have the likes of Serson, you have some explosive elements to your team. And if you can rattle out ENCE just a little bit of Mirage, there may be a chance. But on the other side, flip side of the coin, ENCE is a very solid Mirage team as well, so I doubt it.
Now, my problem here for Big, right, is who do you look at other than Tapson to hit as hard with a rifle? We spoke about Crimbo being good, he'll be able to clutch for sure, but if you're going to go for a straight heads up right now, Spinx is going to eat up all of Big.
Well, that's the problem. I consider both Diha and Spinx to be the two best riflers on the server, together with Tapson, and Tapson is busy, you know, he's going to be busy in-game leading, he's going to be busy running the troops, so in terms of how much individual firepower can he bring to the server, it's going to be limited in a sense. I need to see more from FaZe. I need to see a masterclass performance from him. I need to see a Serson playing at his best. I need to see everyone from Big stepping up to the occasion, because right now they're going up against a team like ENCE, as we discussed, a top 3 team in the entire world with an awful lot of skill on the server.
And the thing is, what we normally credit Big for, right, is having this tactical side which can benefit them, you know, some of the ways they can plan out for their opponent. But when it comes to ENCE, I look at Snappy doing the same kind of thing, you know. I feel like this is going to be a full-on geek-off.
I think that could be the case. I think Tapson is a fantastic in-game leader. He's a great guy, brings a lot of mood, but he reminds me a little bit of Snappy. Snappy is a little bit more calm in the way he is personality-wise, but on the server, he has a lot of out-of-spawn calls, a lot of pace to his game. He would like to play a game of Counter-Strike where it's very messy. So again, I'm looking towards the stylistic class right here. If you're Big, you can't punish them in the veto. You can't really punish them in the playstyle, because if you make it a scrappy game, ENCE will love that, and that's the problem for me. I can't see too many win conditions outside of Serson, outside of Tapson for Big.
Well, let's see if Big can get the job done. We're moving on forward. We're going to try and make this happen for both these teams. ENCE, they certainly look like the favorites, but let's see if they can get it done against Big Clan after the break.
we had to fit that in.
Welcome back, everybody. We got another match for y'all. It's a beautiful day, and a beautiful time here in Lisbon. We're having a grand old time. Yesterday was not as good as our first day here, Launders. Our first day here was my favorite. We walked around for a solid 8 hours. We checked out some vintage clothes. I don't know if you guys could tell.
We do a little shopping.
Yeah, from time to time. How are you feeling going into Big versus ENCE? ENCE are currently ranked #2 in the world.
Yeah, I feel like this is going to be like watching a bear fight a capybara.
That seems very one-sided, actually.
That's the problem.
Oh.
The odds say so. And I mean, there's a chance. I feel like there's a chance for Big to beat a lot of really good teams. And I think other teams see it that way as well. Realizing it is a whole different story. And I think the odds are very fair for that reason. So, like Pimp brought up, there's no punish for Big in the veto. You know, they even have to remove some maps that they're okay with. Like, they even beat out Furia on Vertigo. They banned it in this veto. So, oh, is that a ENCE bomber jacket? That was pretty cool.
Listen, they're stepping it up.
They got the scarves are really nice, too.
We got Natu on site.
Yeah. He knows what he's doing.
Before they made it to the stage. If they make it to the stage. ENCE versus Big. Very cool that we get the Crimbo back in action.
Crimbo Slice.
You know, he recovered from COVID. Well done. And it's nice to have him back. And not just like back, you know, halfway through the event, we got a little topsy-turviness, but no, he is here from the get-go. First game of Big here for Spring Finals. Big, such a consistency at Blast. We always say Big is best at Blast because they have always made it to the Spring Finals, the Fall Finals. It's always by way of groups. They don't go to the showdown, right? You contrast these two teams. ENCE have run it through so many qualifiers. The longest possible road anybody has ever taken to this point. And the dual Berettas of Snappy, 2 guns, 2 kills, 2 teammates trying to rotate in, but damn, we got Crimbo with the headshot. Spinks gets executed against the arch. Diha's got Berettas as well, trying to push outwards into the site. Sure enough, they get it down to just the Crimbo. 4 HP, not gonna be enough. It is ENCE with a pistol round.
Dude, they just spammed the dualies, and they were serious about them. Those are nice shots from Snappy. The second one was huge. And even though the bomb gets planted, they win. They win, they do it. Spinks is back in the server, and he had to, you know, he got to watch Snacks play in his place at Dallas, and I'm sure he was very happy for the team and for Snacks to get as far as they did. But obviously, he would love to have been able to play in another stadium after doing so damn well at Antwerp to really kind of prove that he could continue to do that. And this is his chance right here with ENCE. And there's a huge opportunity for ENCE to win an event. You know, I think that ENCE's results have been continuously promising, but they didn't win the major. They didn't win Pro League. They didn't win Dallas. And they're a team now that have got our attention, and suddenly our expectations are starting to go up for them. At what point are they the challenger, and at what point are they expected to be the champion? That's the place we're trying to figure out. I don't think that's pressure is immediately there for ENCE, but I think, let's say they lose this event. Let's say they don't lose to FaZe, or they can't beat a weaker FaZe, for example. What will that say about a team who we are looking at as maybe the 3rd best team in the playoffs at Antwerp, right? That would start to change the story a little bit more. So before the pressure gets too high, it'd be huge for them to get a win. And I think this is a very promising tournament where you could expect them to be in finals, you know? We just saw NAVI lose to OG.
Really means anything could be possible. Searson, a Glock kill. And maybe a bomb plant. He's on the other side of default. He's got that one. Hades very concerned about what's going on in Connector. Spinks will take off some of that pressure, but then Tabson just puts it right back on. And Searson's able to cross back over towards Ticket. Yo, Big.
Wow. I was writing this one off.
This is without Kevlar. They didn't buy. They had a couple of deagles. They didn't come all in on this, and they closed.
Wow. Wow, Tabson pieced him up in Connector.
All right.
That's insane. What did they have in total?
Maybe a couple Desert Eagles. I mean, Searson comes flying out ramp with a Glock and no armor.
Whoa.
Gets a kill, gets a plant, gets an M4, gets a close.
absurd. And that's an insane 1D from Tabson. Oof. 2 more with the M4. No trouble, man. Oh, these shots. Hades was trying to be very careful about that approach as well. That's a steal back.
Okay, I'm covering everybody's tracks because we haven't touched on it. Today, we had to do predictions, and everybody picked ENCE. Every single talent member picked ENCE. But we didn't know that Crimbo was back before we made those predictions. Okay? So, maybe this big.
Yeah.
Especially with Keto as a coach.
Yeah.
This could be a big that beats ENCE.
For the record, I still pick ENCE. I will just put that out there. But I respect it if you want to change. But if you want to change, you've got to do it now.
No, I'm just going to cover my tracks.
Okay. All right.
I'm going to hang on to my scapegoat card. Dia's going to clutch that MAC-10 like it could win a round. Vents popped. Fire at the base of the ladder. Ooh, damage racking up. What goes around can come around. And they could even rob this round unless Favin has something to say about it.
Yeah, bit of a mistake there, testing the connector without worrying about window.
Little 2v5 recovery maybe for Big. Tizian just grab that bomb and disappear. You want to stick around a second. Dia's locked into this. He's not going anywhere. Tizian deals with that pretty swiftly, hoping for the cap peek to net Favin something. Ooh, 15 seconds left. Suddenly they're under pressure. They get a kill over towards the catwalk, but there's still 2 bodies here. Madden backs turn to him. Plant inside of the smoke. AK grab. Tizian comes out looking for the clutch. Up close, goes down. And ENCE recover.
Nice shot from Hades, man. I thought Tizian was on for that after he got the first kill with the smoke in the middle of the site. Nice and fresh. Could have very easily won that 1v1, but they ran to the site with 2 players left. They got into time trouble, and this is after being able to pull it around with barely anything invested. They get shut down inside a middle, and right here, I think is the big one, right? They get kind of preoccupied trying to fight that ticket player. They leave window wide open. It's not mollied, it's not smoked, and it's not being watched either. Yeah, there's a lot to be excited about the steal back. You know, you never know how good you're going to play at the first game of the tournament, right? No matter how good your scrims went, no matter how good your last results were, everyone can be prone to a slow start. But, wow, still a very decent buy here for Big, actually. Still getting an op after losing a round like that. I don't even know how that's possible. That's actually pure magic.
Tizian flies out, sees nothing so far. Tizian! Oh, really? Snappy, though, still a part of the problem for Big. As he not only gets the kill towards bench, but then tucks back behind the bigger pillar. He has disappeared. Laying down util all over the place as Diha shoots through the smoke and catches Crimbo. The kill comes through from Tabson. Snappy quick trade. And it's time for the Searson clutch. Now he's got 45 seconds, but they could have just gotten lined right up. And Madden right there replaces his teammate and closes the 1v1 to give ENCE the 3-1.
And they go pick up that op for the CT side. That's a huge find. I think that buy could have caught them off guard for sure, but doesn't end up being the case. This is Snappy playing a hell of a game already. The reposition from bench after his first kill, that was something that you had to be pretty brave to do. And wow, very scary here. Looks like Madden could have got incidented, but it didn't happen. Ends 3-1. Op gift for Hades. Sent that down to the underworld. It does suck that there's no Gob B here. There's Keto as the coach, but this is kind of akin to, you know, Almanac coaching G2. It's like...
What are you implying?
Really fun, but it's not their coach.
It is fun, though.
Yes.
Keto just all over the place with Big. You know,
Yeah, we just
featuring in the We Play Academy League, playing on Big Academy.
We just cast them for 2 weeks straight, Keto.
Oh. Jumps into the server. Now he's a coach. Searson and Tizian.
Oh.
How do these rounds keep going back and forth? This one had less than the last. This was 4 Desert Eagles, if I'm not mistaken. Again, no Kevlar.
And they kind of have B. Wow.
I will 100% take 90 rounds of this.
Okay. Yeah, I'm down too.
I do think these two teams are kind of like at an interesting point in both of their, trajectories. I'm down for a big ENCE grudge match. But right now, we got a CT slipping up nice and close. Hades, yeah. You just had to wait because Madden was piecing together the picture. Comes in with the impact, the defuse, and the 4th CT round win of ENCE in the starting 5.
I'm not going to lie, I thought that was going to be a little harder.
Yeah, it was until it wasn't.
They had the whole B site there, and it actually didn't do any damage to the 2 remaining players. So, hey, nice shots. I mean, good damage. It all matters.
Madden just creeping in.
No round win. Nicely done from Madden.
They thought they were making plays, but instead getting played by the Madden peak.
But the buy is there again. Now Searson and Hades both have their favorite gun. We've seen Searson be, honestly, an incredible player. I mean, I really thought he was kind of on the outside of that, like, Zyu, Simple, Shiro level of insane consistency and everything. And Shiro's story was online at first. He is just now, won a LAN and had an incredible final at a LAN, which are 2 important storylines for him. Searson, he has recently kind of gone quiet, and I feel like some of their bigger matches, missing uncharacteristic shots, not looking nearly as confident, I feel like, when it matters. And it's weird with the Searson because he's so cold. When you watch him, it looks like nothing affects him. I mean, even when Tabson will celebrate after a match win, I mean, Searson doesn't even get up. He's just unfazed. Can't even really tell what his motivation is sometimes. But you'd think that that's the kind of player who nerves wouldn't affect. But it does feel like he actually might be human. Which is adorable and relatable.
Hades looking for his angle here, but Flash is coming at him. They're in good spots to try and rack up a cost here.
Oh, yeah. I actually can't even go for this.
Right, such a flat round. Like one kill comes through. Bomb's now beyond the halfway point. They're not going to retake this. But even leaving seems like a slightly dangerous game. Diho with the fadeaway damage. That's Crimbo cut down by 23. Snappy waiting for his chance to find the kills towards mid. So they're just going to go ahead, let this one slip, and at least bring 2 players down. Bomb pops, Tabson survives. It's ENCE giving Big a second.
Ooh.
But they still keep the majority of their own guns, so the CT side stable.
And another op for the CT side. Not gonna lie, I wasn't really ready for that. they took Madden on an A ramp push, and there's like nothing behind this. They just lose. So, all right. Nicely done from Big. It looks like that second op will be huge as they have an MP9.
Oh, Hades.
What's up?
Damn, survives the damage. Looking for a little bit more. He's got players already past him on his left. Oh, recovers that, but still, he didn't really know about Searson. Good thing Spinks got that all swept away. Good coverage, good team play, good outcome. Big. From a round win to falling flat in the follow-up. ENCE about to find 5 as Favin is all that's left over.
That one's kind of interesting. The 2, like 3 dead in mid. They were trying to go up cat, but they knew there was underpass presence, so they were trying to run over the op, basically. And it does look like the cat was open. They just had to deal with the connector player, the op that was under. But that in itself was just too much. So this is a quick loss for Big. Might be a prolonged round because Favin is in a pretty good position to save. Who left in the pro scene would go for this 1v5?
No one.
No one.
Nobody. I don't think there's anybody left.
What about Apex?
He'd be dead already.
Yeah, there's no way. Can't think of any candidates, actually.
There's nobody left, man.
Yeah, Kinder.
Maybe.
And he'd make it scary, too.
Especially once he joins...
Jim Pat.
Jim Pat.
Jim
Okay,
Pat.
let's go.
He'd make it close. Sergey's little bro's playing in the Academy League.
Jim Pat.
I mean, we're casting ENCE, so we're allowed to talk about Finland for a second. Jim Pat, Sergey's little brother, playing in the Academy League. Stats not incredible over the whole season, but he's got like this Zipex gene in the clutch.
Yeah.
He has been really, really promising. Yeah, I recommend you guys.
It's like
check him out.
It's like when you're watching Zywoo clutch and you just see him like computing all the variables.
Yes.
That's what Jim Pat offers.
He's got it.
But what do you expect? He's got Sergey blood.
Yes.
But enough about Finland. They don't like the spotlight. You know? Push up towards the B-apps. See if these Tech 9s follow through with some sort of an opening. Anything at all, maybe? Snappy laying down the util. That is a ton of grenades on the front side of the apartments. Tizian gonna serve as the pop. So we've got Spinks down on Cat, ready to help. Snappy yet again behind those pillars. Hades dealing with the market door. And this off gets completely smoked off. Snappy can't survive both those tests. Tizian hits him in the head. Pistols out for Spinks. He's getting charged down. And now Searson could have his hands on an op. Madden already working out from market. He knows that he's got this bomb planter pinned against the wall, but what about Searson? He comes back from Arch. He wants his fight. And he finds the first one. 2 more to take. Diha and Hades on those pillars, stuck in the same position and skewered through first and foremost. Diha hoping that something can connect, but Searson's down to 45 health, and that bomb's not actually planted for him. Diha can just smoke it off, jump on top, and try to stick the defuse. Where is Searson? Nowhere to be found. It's a 6th for ENCE.
Oh, he had to run up and try to go for that op shot or switch out, but half HP. Searson just thought, oh, maybe Diha's not going to stick this. I love Searson in the clutch, honestly, but I think I would have just assumed he was going to stick it in that situation. It looked pretty desperate. Searson was hitting shots. He wasn't that far from the pillar, so I thought he would try to charge down in that situation. At least he hangs on to the AWP. That's something nice. But it's no round win. Wow. Really lobbed that molly. Searson actually trying to punish the run back. Oh! Wow. It's like he was too fast for his own good. That was an impressive miss. I'm sorry.
Maui Snake's ashamed of you. Said we can't get...
It's a big game, so he's watching.
We can't get excited about op shots that miss.
Not that anyone ever has.
You know Maui. Fighting the straw man. I heard Maui Snake actually has a big sponsored pillowcase that he sleeps with every night.
Did he draw Keto's face on it?
Who knows? Ah, posted. Spinks statuesque as he strikes down one in underground. Molly behind Favin. That's going to force him out. He's going to keep it going. That must have been his own Molotov. He's trying to sell it. Instead, he dies out empty-handed. So, man advantage here for ENCE. Again, the time is ticking down.
Tizian's is through the B site, and Snappy is going to catch him, but that's a lurker. They always know it's Tabson.
Hey, there's something left. You know, Tizian...
They're so confused.
...may not die in vain. Assuming Tabson and Searson can put together a 2v4.
They're still retaking B. Oh, my God.
Now they've realized.
Okay.
All right. Better sooner than later. Better later than never. We find Spinks coming in from Cat. We get Tabson tagging him down. Ooh, Tabson, come on. We know he's got a little clutch. As the blood courses through his veins, he takes the deep ticket peek, swapping into the A1S. The CTs start to chase. He starts to come back around the corner. Diha's got the defuse if he can't do anything about it. And Diha comes off.
Wait, what?
How does...
Oh, he got the defuse and then killed him.
Oh, and then the animation comes... Okay.
Wow, he just did that.
That was weird timing.
He just did that really fast, yeah.
I didn't like that one bit.
That's actually nuts.
He gets the defuse, then the kill.
How many frames is this? Really? What? Yeah, that looked so nuts because it was actually instant. He's so confused.
How did he do it? This guy's shooting the AK with one hand? What is this?
Look, it's frame. Look at the frames. Count the frames. And then... Oh, thank God.
On 8 HP!
Right at 0. On 8 HP. Oh my God.
Oh, who is this guy?
What are the moments we're seeing today? The 2-frame Tech 9.
Bro, Polish Counter-Strike? The stocks are through the roof.
And Dexter.
And Dexter.
Abdul. Okay.
Owned. Absolutely owned. Swept away. And right back into the action. With guns in abundance for big. Hades awaits the peak. Looking like a full-blown exec coming out of big. Flash, not bad, but Madden stands tall. Or at least halfway up. Gives us one.
Playing a dangerous game, but believing in the aim. Oh, he doesn't hit the shot.
How about the repeat? Yeah, snaps it up into Searson. Spinks goes over top the ticket. Ooh, nice couple of shots over towards Tapson to finish him off. And end with a third. So, there it is. Spinks coming in big from ticket, giving ENCE number 8.
Incredible aim. Leave it to Spinks to stay up there after his first kill, make it 3. We did an interview for the Blast. It's still called the Push to Talk podcast.
I don't know.
With the Moses, and we interviewed Monacy and Spinks, and I said, Monacy, who's the best player on ENCE? And he said Spinks, and I said, Spinks, who's the best player on G2? And he said Nico.
Monacy didn't even bat an eye.
Giga Chad.
Big clash inside the B site. We got Spinks with another couple kills. It is carnage. It is chaotic, but it is still stable. ENCE on fire, 9-2. They get ahead of the rush. Cool things off pretty quick. Lead by 7. Looking like the second best team in the world right now.
They are looking incredibly strong. And Diha is like one of the best Mirage players in the game at the moment. So on this map specifically, they just have so much firepower. It's actually unreal. This is a insanely dominant CT side. Tell me how last game wasn't closer than this.
I'm not sure. Because maybe ENCE are actually the best team in the world. Oh! Y'all have to keep watching all weekend.
Yeah. I want to know too.
Hades. Very nice up-close headshot.
Yeah. They played too well, though, and people are going to expect that win. But I think that's fair, man.
What I think is really cool is like when ENCE qualified for this event, they actually did it before we had any real land-proven, you know, any land-proof at all, right? No experience. And then they went to Antwerp. And then they went to Dallas. And now by the time they've come to Spring Finals, something they earned entirely on... Hold on! Spinks is sick. Headshot's nice. Follow-up's clean. Tizian's got something on it with the damage into Diha, but unfortunately 15 health left over, 1v3. Odds not in his favor. Fakes the drop. He's getting flanked though, so the apartment's peak is going to end him. And we can get back to talking about how ENCE are now coming into their third big LAN event.
Yes.
And each time our expectations grow.
Yes.
As does their experience.
Yes, and they don't disappoint. I mean, also Hades, who renewed his contract, was somebody I've always kind of talked about as like, oh, this might be the tough point with the team where they've got insane riflers, but they don't always keep up because Hades is not like up there with the Simples and Zywus and whatever. But when he played at Dallas, I don't know if it was the snacks buff or if it was just that LAN experience coming in or whatever, but he owned throughout Dallas.
Yeah, Snacks had him on a good diet.
Yeah.
Gotta say that much.
What was it?
It was Texas barbecue, Brazilian barbecue, Korean barbecue.
Okay.
And then for the last night, he said hamburgers and beers.
Lots of meat.
Madden. Thick versus just the pistols. 3 kills, 3 Cs. Why not 4?
Why does this just feel like ENCE are just playing like an open qualifier right now? Like
because that's how they got here. Open qualifier after open qualifier.
But Big didn't.
Nope. Big took the shortest road possible.
Yes.
ENCE took the longest road possible.
Yes.
And that's why they say sometimes it's not about the destination, but the journey.
Right now, Big are getting kicked, and it's because ENCE have massive calves from all that journey.
Uphill both ways.
Yes.
Downhill now for Big.
This mid control has been very fruitful for ENCE. You know it's rough when you're hopping underpass.
Yeah, Searson knows it.
They have no choice but to come slow through mid. I mean, they can go fast, but they know that there's going to be a lot of presence. But wait for the utility to get thinned out a little bit and then approach. That's going to be the safest way. Maybe they just will avoid it entirely and hope that ENCE have peeled back, but it's not the case. Look at this. Madden's actually going to be pushing now, knowing that they left. The problem with throwing utility like that is if there are people there to disrespect it, then suddenly that turns into information they use against you. And now, I mean, look how fast Madden is on this flank. Oh my God. Oh, he's running.
And he stops just in time. Gonna see that player in the back.
That's a smoke gone and the bomb dropped.
Ooh, Searson, nice recovery as he gets dinked. That's pretty nasty. Still obviously Big know that they're walking into a very predictable situation. D-Huff finishing Tizian as he just spams away through smoke. Spinks gets tagged up too. Bomb gets kind of chucked into the open.
Please take this.
That's a very feeble little throw. Please plant. You've got bigger problems. D-Huff cleaning up shot.
What?
Last bullet out. D-Huff is a monster.
He has Mirage powers, man. He is so nuts at this map.
Some sort of wizard.
Yeah. Every FaZe player's dream.
Look at this shot. This had to be sick. Searson, he got dinked.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay.
You like that?
And I love how Valve doesn't give us a smoke kill icon. Valve?
Hello?
Gabe?
Hey, it's Keto.
Yeah, it's not working. But it's actually cool that he's actively taking the coach role here.
Yes.
I really thought it was just like for moral support, but...
Well, they're just not going to tell him that's all it is.
They're just like, not... Yeah.
Okay, Keto.
That'd be hilarious.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Well, yeah. Uh-huh.
But, yeah, no, but for real. Oh. And they're joking about things. That's good.
Oh, Favin's got pillow support. Not every day we see the pillow support.
Yeah, I think Searson does 2. He did at Kato, I remember.
Okay.
There's a lot going on. None of it's really good for Big at the moment. Back to you.
It's gonna rain.
It's gonna rain. Thanks, Ollie.
It's hot outside.
That it is.
Damn right it is. It's hot in the server too. ENCE on fire still.
It's like a white hot.
8 rounds straight. Oh,
all right.
I don't know what that was. But Hades was
upper B, so it was
okay.
Back at stairs.
Laser.
Oh my God.
Comes in with the mid kill.
They just
snags him.
Wow.
Frags him and body bags him. Spinks waits for the pop up from Crimbo. Maybe he slides through connector unspotted. Or maybe... No. I was going to say Diha gets away with another snappy. Going to put down another smoke. And it just becomes a hunt for FaZe to close out what is the most one-sided half we have cast all day, baby. ENCE, #2 in the world and #1 in the server right now.
One ups.
One
shot.
Firebox noch.
Two guys con, Noch einer Jungle,
noch einer.
Einer ist Default. Window and con.
Kurz vorne,
Der
Alter.
ist Nico, der ist auf.
Der ist
Bautramp. Jungle immer noch. Jungle noch.
Two guys con.
To take
You can
boost.
boost game. Bomb ist Default.
Default klar.
Kurz Boost. 50.
Con.
Noch einer.
50.
Malcolm, can you kill him?
I'll kill console maybe, yeah.
Better CT ist clear.
Hälfte.
Window schon sein.
Fuse 13.
Hast du mein
Ja.
Jungle?
Ja.
Ich hab's auch gerade, aber.
Du brauchst doch nicht ziehen, Erosch, damit sieht es.
Happy German celebration.
Yeah, and little did they realize that would be their last chance to celebrate for the rest of the half.
Yeah.
Because they just got 13-2'd by the Kraken. The Finnish Kraken.
And you switched to predicting big. At
No,
that,
I didn't.
At that round, yeah.
No, I didn't.
You guys could
are
check the
selling
tapes.
fake news.
Okay.
Like everybody else.
Double up in CT spawn. And yeah, this is a last stand for big. 13-2.
13-2.
What the hell?
Little push out of the ramp. Snappy's still standing. Searson is done. Tizian topples one. And now he's got two USPs, but he can't dual wield them like Crimbo will Berettas.
Oh, look how tricky this is. I mean, they saw two players go into the ramp. Everyone else is already hidden. They have so little info.
Hades on the fallback, still trying to fight. Eventually gets tapped out by Tizian. Ooh, Util come through with the flash. We got 2 guys inside connector. Spinks up in Palace. Snappy kind of gets hit by that nade, and Tizian is so sharp at the moment. Stuck by Favin. It is a bomb plant, but it is a round win the way of Bick.
Damn, nice round, Tizian, from the ticket. Okay.
Oh, that sounded like a good high five.
That was a good one too, yeah.
And the audio in this room, I'm
Crispy.
telling you, it's just, the echo is, it is just perfect.
But we did see Dexter stop hurting Flamesy so much. He turned it into a couple of fist bumps for Rugga. They did just enough. ENCE will play for the next round. Got that plant already.
Yeah, remember the first half started with some wonky round wins, pistols back and forth, and Spinks kicks this one off nicely. That's the catwalk player dead. And Favin trying to reposition back around the window. Oh, Diha in with the Tech 9. That forces Tabson to come into jungle and try to stop the gun from being picked up. Oh, he only gets one. Snappy trades it back. Pistols with man advantage. 1 M4 for Snappy, 57 health. Madden still on the Deegan bomb, 68 HP. Snappy now coming back through apartments, but oh, this is weird. Krugo's already pushed
so
with the
weird.
MP9. Snappy's making a ton of sound. He is an easy victim and an upgrade.
But that is one of 2 players spotted. Wait, what the?
Oh!
Wow. How did that happen? I mean, Crimbo's flanking. They just saw him die, but footsteps are made, and then Spinks has enough time to react. 35 seconds. Still possible. Tizian's already shown some nice stuff in this match, and he gets the second. The clutch comes through. Tizian, I hate to wrap this up into a negative, but it is to, you know, it's the feat of clay that makes the gold of the image precious, okay? So...
okay, Confucius.
So the thing is that Tizian is coming off of 3 negative events in a row. And I'm not talking about just negative, okay? The 4 out of the 5 events before that, his highest was +5 in terms of KD at the events. In the last 3 is -24, -53, and -37. We're talking sub 0.80 ratings in a couple of these events.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, that has been a problem, and Dallas is particularly rough for him. So he's looking to recover his form. That's the bottom line. Because he doesn't have to be one of the, he can be literally the worst individual performer on the team, and they could still win. It's fine. No one's looking to Tizian to carry any maps, but you got to have a higher floor. That is an important thing for all teams to remember, that you can't be playing 4v5, and those deaths do matter. But today he's playing.
Yeah, he absolutely is, and so are Big. Just gonna mop up an easy rifle round. Somehow the first guns is the easiest one so far. So ENCE falling flat as they come out of the spawn with AKs. A quick 13th. And now, of course, ENCE back into the pistols, where they've done some of their best work so far. At least in terms of this T side. Still early days, but that is 3 in the row for Big. Searson a little bit nervous that they could have already tucked themselves close on smoke. Not the case.
I think Searson just heard Hades jumping up towards the window, just making some noise. Looks like he's maybe trying to pull attention for his teammates at the back of mid.
Oh, he got by.
Wow, yeah, he did.
Oh, these timings.
That's...
Oh, these timings.
Yikes.
Not the best to work with. Now he's stuck.
Yeah, but he's stuck, but he's got... Look how they have to focus on him now, and there could be other players exiting, so very strong position for this pistol to be in, to create some lurks and panic.
Job by Tizian to just take off a bit of the pressure from the kill in T-spawn. Man advantage here. The van fight, an inevitability. And Madden just gets pulled into the action because Snappy's so locked in. Bomb falls out from the apartments. And any life on this one from ENCE simply fizzles out.
One interesting thing that Snappy said in the interview we did with him was that I was like, "Are you proud to be another one of the kind of greater Danish IGLs to come out?" And he said, "It hasn't really helped me to be Danish at all because in Denmark, as a caller and just as any player, I suppose, there is a kind of a ladder of players that you can get from." And he said it was hard for him to get players that would be in the top 10. He was getting players from teams from the top 20 or top 10 to top 20, and he's had, as we can see, way more success with an international lineup, and also showed that with good players that, if he couldn't get the top crop of Danish players, he could do a lot. I think one of the biggest stories this year is Snappy being one of the only good IGLs where there are not many.
Yeah. What I really like about Snappy's story too is that he's crafted this roster from a bunch of other players who also were unproven. This is really a tale of a bunch of players, barring Snappy, going from the bottom to the top.
It's quite like if OG had the same stature as ENCE right now.
Yeah.
That level of player. Promising players that never proved it.
Yeah. Show me the stock of any of these guys 3 years ago and contrast it to what they're doing to Big right now. But you know what? Big are actually coming back ever so slightly. They've rode the momentum of a good CT start. And sure enough, this will be 2 gun rounds that they clamp down on. Assuming they can end what's left in Madden and Spinks. We get the apartments wrap coming from Searson. He's very much not alone. Tizian a couple steps just behind him. And the T's a little more fixated with the forward fight in market. But there's actually a bit of pressure let off by Big. They kind of let them move forward, and now Spinks can turn his attention back. We get 2 separate fights from the T side. Up close and personal, Madden finds one, but that's where he gets ended. So sure enough, Big, another 2 gun rounds, sweep away the pistol, convert it, and now we find Big on fire. So from a 13-2 to a 13-7, it's the best they could have asked for so far.
It is, and I mean, we're talking about Tizian on that pistol round, talking about Tizian in the 1v2, and now he's kind of let his team take the wheel, which is perfect. That was a very nice hold from Crimbo to grab 2 frags before dying. And Tizian the closer once again.
Coach Keto with his 3rd chance.
I guess the cool part about the Keto coach is he was on this lineup within like 3 months ago.
He's got a notebook.
Yeah.
That's a start.
It is.
It means he can read and write.
That's impressive. I can only do 1.
Yeah, but you can speak well.
Sunks.
No op here for ENCE. 17 kills for Snappy, Madden, Diha, and Spinks. Hades the odd man out. Tizian, top frag. Tabson next closest. 15 to his 21. FaZe opens up. And that's a bit of team damage there that softens Diha for the Crimbo kill. 5v3, very comfortable. Every step of the way so far from Big. This is going to be, again, the 3rd gun round coming out of ENCE that Big are about to wrap up. But Hades finds an interesting route. Wraps behind the Opper. He's trying to buy his time, hoping that this eventual bench peek comes through, and it could happen. If that smokes fades, he's going to line him up, but suddenly FaZe turns. Jump scare in full effect.
Ooh.
Hades and Spinks, 2 versus 5. Crimbo creeping in. And Spinks goes down, so it's going to have to be Hades from start to finish. Gets his 2nd, gets his 3rd. Inside the market, that's 4. Hades! Oh, it's only Searson left. It's at a distance, and he gets shut down. That could have been beautiful. But instead, it's still Big.
Wow. That was an edge of the seat moment there for Hades. Goddamn, to do with a rifle as well would have been spectacular. And after this cerebral play, where he takes out FaZe, doesn't realize that he's being stalked the whole time into this multi-frag. Insane stuff. I mean, literally doesn't even take damage until that op shot comes in. I'm sure he was tilted to lose to the op in the end. But Searson puts their worries to bed. ENCE actually called a timeout off of this. There's some good damage there, but I feel like actually Big have done a good job of staying alive for the most part in some of these rounds. So we'll see how much it matters. My goodness. He really almost stopped the show with that. Would have been 14-7. Big terrified. But here we go again, back to the half buy. Setting up to the full B. They want to test Crimbo again. He's been actually pretty solid. Somehow only has 7 kills, but on the CT side, it's like all the frags.
Ooh. 2 easy ones. Again, just trying to, you know, bust their way into the B bomb site. We get a crossover to the bench from Snappy. Tech9 kill connects. But Tech9 versus an op down the entirety of Cat just means Searson closes easily. How? 3 kills from Searson off the catwalk, and Big are showing no signs of stopping.
That's true. They look just like ENCE. Did you happen to see how many kills Crimbo had in the first half?
I did not.
Because he only has like 8 frags right now, but I swear he's already had 3 multi-frag holds on the B site. I'm starting to wonder if he had any kills on T side. Could find out after. A little more use of the timeouts here. They'll get back to it. I think they should buff the A1S.
No, you don't. You really don't mean that at all.
I like playing CT side.
I think they should reduce it back to 20 bullets. That'd be just enough to balance it out again. Let's see it, Favin. The secondary op that I don't think they knew about last round. We got Spinks locked into the palace. Tabson creeping ever further away from the window. Ice cold. Kills Diha. Searson above him, watching top mid, just in case something goes wrong. But then Favin finds the headshot. Spinks gets smashed. Favin locks into default. Oh, the headshot into Madden as he's trying to clamber up those boxes, and it is ended easily.
Damn.
Double digits.
People are not even getting their full swings off here. Yeah. God damn. Double digits? And they just haven't lost. Look at Tizian go, man. He's jumping around like it's a jungle gym on the A site.
Good thing I changed my prediction.
This is the map pick of ENCE. It's still a good veto all the way around. I guess kind of for both teams in some sense. Better for ENCE, but yeah, this would be the way to do it. Yeah, half buy, full buy, half buy, full buy. It's Groundhog Day here for ENCE. I wouldn't mind being Bill Murray.
Oh. Tizian blind as can be, and still regains vision, connects to the head. Tabson burns Hades to hell. And another one that just gets absolutely shredded. Diha, the only sign of life here out of ENCE.
Wow.
Oh, nasty little dink there on Searson, but so be it. Big, 4 alive, and 2 rounds away from a 13-round game.
And if they close this map out, we got to talk about Tizian, you know. Like, imagine if they didn't win the pistol, first of all, after 13-2. We wouldn't even get to see if they were good on CT side. And he really saved them in those early rounds. And now it's just not close. And he's still a part of these rounds, actually. I mean, he's still also fragging out on all these holds. I mean, it's actually nuts. ENCE do not normally struggle on T-side Mirage. They have had weird games where it's like, oh, maybe they could have done this better. Sometimes they get too lurky. Here, maybe they're doing too many full execs. But maybe like Big, they're not as comfortable going for mid control. But literally, mans are just talking on big. Everyone's talking.
Favin's very vocal.
He's getting in there. That was Crimbo.
Oh, oops. Crimbo's so vocal.
You missed the cut eyebrow?
Oh, that's the key. Yeah. Crimbo was, if I'm not mistaken, IGLing for Big Omen Academy.
Yes, he was.
Right? So yeah, kind of, you know, a skill set crafted in the Academy League and now reflected as he sits next to Tabson, talking every step of the way as every single player here from Big looking sharper and sharper. Searson's up to 15 kills. Tizian's on 26.
Honestly, this is what I was talking about with the very lurky rounds. ENCE tried to do it. Trying to bust out of a number of positions. They just, every single one of them loses their fights. How? They're getting smoked, man. These ops are even better on the CT side of Big somehow. What in the hell? Look at this shot. Easy. I mean, Tizian's just clotheslining fools. Like, he's not losing his trades.
Look how happy he is after.
And he was being funny even when they were down 2-13.
Yep. Right off of the pistol when he saved them.
Yeah.
Even in the follow-up rounds. When they barely got by the skin of their teeth. They nearly lost to Deegs and a Tech 9. Now suddenly, they've got weapons over top of this broken buy for 13 all. A flawless CT side so far. Imagine if this is how the game kicked off. We'd be shocked with how flat-footed ENCE have been.
Yeah. They've just transformed into different players. They're hitting nothing but headshots. Activity looks great.
Where did this come from?
I don't know. It's paranormal, man. It's exhilarating.
Get the electromagnetic detectors. The voice recorders.
I think we found life.
Oh my God, Tabson ends it, and it is official, folks. We are tied.
Wow. We're tied, and technically, Big are having a better CT side so far than ENCE.
There have only been 2 terrorist round wins this entire game.
Yes, and ENCE, one of them was the Eco. There's literally been one, or I don't even know what the other T round 1 was.
Yeah. 5 rounds into the T side, 3 survived. Oh, a super fast B rush. That was all it was.
The
super fast B rush and the force buy in round 2. And not even like the lesser pistols in round 2. So here we are. Oh, it's wild as well.
Oh wait, wasn't it the round where they killed Madden on A and then planted and no one tried the retake? Remember that? And I was like, I wasn't ready for that.
Yeah, you're right.
So
that was the one. Yeah.
So okay, one rifle round.
That's true. They retook on the other one.
So
I lied to you all.
Yeah, I remember that was a really good retake. And Big actually had some close attempts where they didn't close it out. ENCE have not just consistently not been close. Okay, 5v4.
Man advantage.
Finally for the T's.
We heard Saw in that last timeout, his last chance to talk to ENCE, just win the 1, and from there, it's all reset. Well, now you've got 5v4 thanks to Madden. Singular kill comes his way through mid, and Tabson definitely could have nailed that. So can Tizian.
Oh my God.
Again with the headshots on the ramp.
He has 28 kills.
He is smoking fools. And now the bomb carrier is going to try to get up. Snappy, sure enough, a little bit of footing here, but can him and Spinks somehow puncture through this A setup? We've got Crimbo just holding and a flank in from Searson. Pistols out, and that's all he needs. A 5-7 to the face of Snappy to finish what Tizian started. The star of ENCE in Spinks. How does he even exit? He's got an op trained on him. First shot misses. He tries to get that duel. It's damaged, sure enough, but it is 14 for Big. Dude. A flawless CT side, and now a lead.
They're literally so rich, they could buy the Palace on Mirage and close it down.
And then with ramp already being shut, there is no entrance.
There is no way to get into A. I mean, Tizian, this is insane. I mean, this isn't just like a random team either. This is one of ENCE's best maps, if not their best map. and the #2 team in the world. And Tizian is showing what he can do, man. Wow. I mean, he's had such a high percentage of headshots as well. Have you ever seen anything like it? Yeah.
Not for the last 5 events.
Literally, Tech9 half buy into full buy over and over and over and over.
Oh, and Searson finds Snappy just on the slight edge of that smoke. Gets naded somewhat. Tizian likes to tear it up from this position. Oh, Madden, nasty Tech9 headshot. Still, damage being added up. He'll get a kill in the end. Snappy, the first to fall. Hades not far off it. There's a Molotov here for Diha to work with. We've got the M4 in the hands of Spinks. Diha comes over the top with the Tech9. That Spinks M4 ends up finding impact, and there's no way that of all the rounds, this is the one they finally stick it to them. Searson up close, dies to Madden, and ENCE have lifted the curse in the 28th round. They tie right back up, 14-all.
No Tizian, no win. The jump up on default. Looks like he got a bit too excited.
No win.
He was fragging too hard, but looks like they were relying on him. He was shutting down the ramp. He was shutting down the A attacks from every angle. And here he kind of offers himself up. Of course, it makes sense that he's playing with confidence, but we can see just how important he was with the way they lost that round. So we've seen ENCE do that execute the long wall. And another 5v4. Critical moments, man, even though Big did this well.
Taps it on full recovery.
What?
Tizian trying to take to the palace. Up close. He cancels the first one. Hades rocks him back a bit. He's got an AWPer posted on him. Someone's locking in 15 off the back of this, and Hades' patience could be key. Madden looks to come up ramp. Favin swapping to the Deagle, gives his back up. Now nobody's watching the front end of this bomb site. Nobody's watching this at all. Madden, he's walking all the way in, but he takes out a Molotov in the open. And that's how this falls flat. Hades into the clutch, peek over the stairs, and Big have done it.
No way.
They lock in 15.
No way they get to 15 first. I need... What do I need?
You tell me.
I don't know. I'm in awe. That is ridiculous. And they, what, did they know they were going to do this the whole time? They really did keep that energy.
Because of Tizian. Because of Tizian.
It is. And there's
from start to finish.
There still is a world where ENCE get this last round. But so far, one round. Hey, a couple of 5v4s. This may be the most important one of all. Pressure now on mid. Oh, 5v3.
Here he is, Madden.
But you know what? They haven't killed Tiz. Okay, they get Crimbo. Okay. I'm so glad it's going to OT. It is, right? Surely.
Searson's interesting spot. Oh, and that.
Wow.
That's overtime, folks.
Okay.
That's crazy. The moment Big get 14, ENCE can finally catch up, tie the game. The moment Big get 15, ENCE decide to just rock their world, get 5 insta-kills, as if they have to play catch-up, as if they can't close this for some reason, and they need to be playing from behind, because the only 2 times that they are behind in this second half, and they win those rounds.
This is honestly one of the fastest 30-round games that we've seen, however. We have basically had incredibly fast plays on both T sides that have failed pretty dramatically. But, okay, overtime, here we go. Another shot at T side is basically the story of overtime. Looking to get at least 1 round. That might be enough.
Oi, Madden going all in on the fast A play. Tizian gonna be tested. He's blind and done for. Iha gets that trade frag. Tapson gets wounded. Favin, oh! It's Snappy in through mid. Hades burning ever so slightly. Catches Crimbo on the cross back towards Ticket. Favin going over top of it. And the bomb's been planted. There's one. There's another player back by default, and Hades has it. Maybe just 1 is all they need.
They've won the 3 of the last 4 rounds. That's a lot of T rounds in recently already. Oh wow, that's how he gets the kill. That's bonkers. because Tizian's opponent was flashed.
I don't like that.
And he jumped out. It gets messy. Look how fast these rounds are. I love this. 2 ops here for Big. They need these.
Searson. Ooh. He could have just left, and he decides to take that one shot. Big peek from Tizian. Searson finds Madden as that little gap gave him info on the cross. But again, it's fast, man. This game is just pumping with adrenaline. Dia trying to find his route into this A site, into this A split. Bomb still stuck top mid with Hades. Opera with the hands on it. Could get an up-close fight between Dia and Tabson. Favin on tickets, a little more concerned with the ramp, and he should be. Spinks is back there. Flash comes through. Tabson's got Sanctuary in the corner. They exchange smokes, and Tabson shoots just enough to get the 2-man advantage. Favin still very much locked in, forward-facing, flashed off of the angle, forced into the cover. 3 of the 4 CTs on about half health. And Hades finds his chance to plant, or so does he. Tabson comes out, denies it. It's gonna have to be Spinks with the clutch. Instead, it's Tabson with the shutdown. Tied again, 16.
That's a quick answer back. That is a quick answer back. But one thing that stayed constant is just the actual pace. Crazy how many times they've gone for fast mid control and connector splits through A. I think B-side players have got no love recently at all. A lot of cool moments here. Really big round from Tabson. Wow. Especially the timing on D-Hawk coming through connector. They're matching the speed of the T's. Ooh, I think at the molly inside the window smoke. He could see, right? You have to hope.
Oh, Dia dirty.
5v4 for 2 seconds.
Finds a freebie. Searson draws it right back into Big's hands. Snappy trying to get out from ramp. Next up close to Tizian. That's going to bring the bomb ever closer. Spinks is right behind him, and they've got the util to really pressure the ticket players.
Man, they still got a mid lurk in play, and if they make too much noise at top mid, I think Madden... It really depends if the running comes through, but Hades might be able to hear this.
No, Snappy's not turning around. Nope.
Ooh, okay.
Seems to have gone unnoticed, but you're dead on. That would have been within the distance to hear it, and instead, Crimbo, he's got the element of surprise. Shuts down Snappy, can't manage the second. Spinks tries to continue that spray, and it falls onto Hades. Hits Favin instantly. Flashes his way over top. It's him versus Searson. Opper v Op. And Searson not yet on top that bomb. Hades pops right up, and that's 2 T round wins the way of ENCE.
Goddamn, nice shot, Hades. Another critical round. You'd think 2-1 here in OT. Literally as many rounds as either team got in regulation already. So they made their improvement. I think Snappy living up to his quote. If the rush doesn't work, do it again faster. And this is actually a pretty nice shot, man.
Ooh. Sick little adjustment. Nails him.
They should have done what they need to do. Now let's see if Big can say they've improved. Their T side. Tizian on 31, Tabson on 29. I mean, some of these players had less than 5 kills coming out of that first half.
Crimbo had 2.
It was 2?
2.
Wow. Got up to 18 on CT rounds alone.
Damn.
It was the B-site holds that did it for him.
Tizian trying to sell this. Big lose Searson in the meantime. Tizian trying to connect, but CT's really not giving him anything. A few stray shots come through, Frag on his feet, and an insta-kill from Snappy. So ENCE, this is looking fantastic. But Tabson with a bit of